Damn it, we failed again. In the 30th century, already who could still recognize all these gods? On the mythic arena, the Dragon Nation's three-man squad stood with ashen faces. The god card they had drawn was unknown to all. The summoning failed. The divine battle had ended before it even began. Ha ha ha, just give up already. Obediently, let us carve up your national fortune. The smug little Baga claimed yet another victory, without even fighting his laughter thick with ridicule. Since the arrival of the starry sky arena above Blue Star, every nation could summon its native deities to battle. The victors seized national fortune, the losers sank into decline. The small nations had long since been erased by history. Of those still enduring aside from the powerful Dragon Nation, only Dongying Tianzhu Greece, the Norse lands Egypt, and the beautiful country remained. Now they had formed an alliance and launched the final divine war against the Dragon Nation. Look, my god, here are a few lost lambs. Little Eagle stepped forward, his tone frivolous. I thought the Dragon Nation would be hard to bite into, yet it turns out you don't even have a single capable summoner. Had we known it would be this easy, we would have come earlier. Rage, boundless rage. Could it be that in my vast Dragon Nation, we truly cannot summon even a single god? The Dragon Nation Captain Songwen slammed his fist onto the summoning platform, his face flushing red with fury and humiliation. Behind him, Wu Tao and Su Yu clenched their fists tight, their eyes full of unwillingness. Dragon Nation has gods. What kind of gods could it have? With my Tianzhu deities suppressing the world, even if Dragon Nation has gods, would they dare to descend? Would they dare come down at all? The Tianzhu summoner smirked playfully, utterly unconcerned. You wait. Wu Tao's eyes were brimming with tears. As hot-blooded youths of the Dragon Nation, they had no gods to summon, and thus had caused their country to lose its national fortune. How could they not be furious? Beneath the arena, Lu Feng, dressed in cool casual clothes, saw the Western Alliance pressing aggressively, and a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. As a traveler through time and space, he had been astonished to discover that the Dragon Nation of the future had completely forgotten its own mythology and could not help but feel disappointed. He walked slowly onto the arena, his gaze steady. Everyone, I'm not late, am I? Handsome in appearance, he exuded a powerful presence the moment he stepped onto the stage, his tone brimming with confidence. Songwen and the others turned their heads and stared in shock. You, who are you? How did you get up here? Lu Feng lit a cigarette and grinned. I'm just an ordinary man of the Dragon Nation. I saw you standing up here for so long without managing to summon a single god, so I came up. Now leave the arena to me. Wu Tao flared up at once. What are you talking about? Leave the arena to you? Do you really understand gods? Lu Feng shot him a sidelong glance with an awkward grin, then drew deeply on his cigarette. I can't speak for anything else, but as for the Dragon Nation's mythology, I know at least a thing or two. Besides, do you have any other choice? At these words, the three of them trembled inwardly. Songwen took a step forward and pointed straight at Lu Feng. Fine, since you have such confidence, I'll let you try once. But if you fail to summon anything, don't blame me for having the guards drag you out. Lu Feng blew out a plume of smoke. Deal. Then I'll just give it a casual try. As his words fell, he raised his hand and slapped it onto the summoning platform. Buzz. A blaze of unprecedented golden radiance burst forth from the center of the platform, like a golden sun detonating atop the arena. The searing light devoured everyone's sight in an instant, illuminating the entire starry sky arena as bright as day. What is this light? The Western spectators' stands, once filled with mockery and jeers, fell abruptly silent. Everyone was stupefied by this sudden anomaly. Even the Western Alliance summoners, who had been sitting back in absolute confidence, withdrew their smiles and stared in bewilderment at that mass of golden light, so bright it seemed it might scorch their eyes. The three members of the Dragon Nation squad were even more dumbstruck. Songwen instinctively stepped back, murmuring, He can truly summon the Dragon Nation's gods. They had gone through countless summoning attempts, yet had never witnessed such a magnificent outpouring of power. The radiance lasted for several seconds before slowly receding like the ebbing tide. Above the summoning platform, 4 cards of ancient simple make hovered quietly. The text upon them was no longer dim and unreadable. Instead, the divine rank and tier were clearly inscribed. 1. Yaoshi, Kunping rank. 2. Douwu, Quafu rank none. 3. Yaoma, Bull Demon King rank 3. 4. Water God, Waziki rank none. Staring at these 4 cards so utterly different from the norm, the excitement in Songwen's eyes was instantly replaced by deep doubt. He knitted his brows. What's going on? 2 with no rank at all, 1 only 3-star, and that question mark after Kunping. What does it even mean? Behind him, Wu Tao's face collapsed entirely as he muttered, It's over. 3 with no rank. Doesn't that mean their strength is negligible, not even qualified for a rating? Only a 3-star demon. How are we supposed to fight with that? According to the arena's rules, under the same tier, gods were superior to demons and demons superior to resentful spirits. A mere 3-star demon was hardly worth mentioning. The next moment, the Western Alliance, who had been cowed by the astonishing golden light, finally recovered their wits. Thunderous laughter erupted once more, louder than before. "Huh, you almost scared me. Thought you'd summon something terrifying. Such a grand display, and 3 rankless pieces of trash and a 3-star monster. You let someone summon when you don't even know who. Is this your trump card? The Dragon Nation truly has no one left." The Eagle Summoner neatly adjusted his tie and sneered. "It seems your Dragon Nation's gods are all insignificant rabble." The Egyptian summoner for the next round could no longer contain himself. The card he had long since prepared shone brilliantly above the arena. Insignificant rabble will always be insignificant rabble. Next, allow the Dragon Nation to witness a 4th-tier god's feast of slaughter. A mere demon can be crushed to dust with a snap of the fingers. Come forth, great god of power, Set. Boom. A torrent of violent divine power descended in an instant. Phantoms of yellow sand and lightning intertwined above the arena as Set, towering in stature and gripping a strange scepter, appeared in arrogant majesty. A destructive aura radiated from him in all directions, the pressure of a 4-star god bearing down on the Dragon Nation's side, like something tangible, making Song 1 and the others' hearts sink as their breathing grew strained. Faced with this vast disparity and the storm of derision, Lu Feng merely adjusted his glasses lightly. He looked at the ferocious Egyptian summoner, and the fearsome Set, his tone calm. "Rank. Who told you that having no rank means they are weak? Perhaps it is simply that your pitiable ranking system is not worthy to define their existence. As for that 3-star monster you all look down on." His gaze fell upon the Bull Demon King's card, and he chuckled softly. "To deal with the likes of you 3 stars is more than enough." Facing the sky full of mockery, Lu Feng stretched out his index finger and lightly tapped the card labeled Great Demon Neo Mo Wang. In that instant, wind and clouds changed color. A surge of monstrous chi and murderous intent erupted out of thin air, instantly dispersing the storm-like pressure brought by Set. Upon the arena platform, dense black mist rolled and boiled, as if a passage to some primordial demon domain had been torn open. The Egyptian summoner, who had been grinning ferociously just moments before, froze, his expression stiffening as he subconsciously stepped half a pace back. Even Set on the stage withdrew his earlier contempt, a grave light flashing within his scarlet eyes. He gripped his staff tightly and muttered under his breath, "This demon knows something is terribly off. How could this possibly be the aura of a 3rd-rank fiend?" The next moment, a deep roar rumbled out from the depths of the black mist, making the entire arena buzz. Immediately after, 2 scarlet beams of light shot out from the mist like searchlights, sweeping across the stands. Wherever they passed, whether summoner or spectator, all felt their very souls quiver in terror. "Who is summoning me, old Neo?" In an instant, that demonic voice rolled like thunder, carrying tyrannical ferocity and dominance. The Egyptian summoner Hafer's face turned pale. He could not help shrinking his neck again as his voice trembled. "Thighs, this might. And you told me it was only 3 stars." The black mist gradually receded, and a gigantic figure stepped out, shattering the darkness beneath its feet and standing proudly upon the arena. It was him. With the head of a bull and the body of a man, he stood several zhang, tall muscles knotted like coiled dragons. The twin horns atop his head curved toward the heavens, gleaming with the luster of cold iron. It was him. His entire form was wreathed in visible black, baleful chi, and those 2 terrifying red beams were in fact the flames of fury burning within his bell-sized eyes. So that red light just now was his eyes. Songwen drew in a sharp breath, his palms instantly drenched in cold sweat. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that this so-called 3-star demon Lu Feng, summoned at the very start, would possess such terrifying solidity and oppressive presence. "Could it be that I was wrong?" Songwen muttered inwardly. Just then, the hazy phantom of a woman's face appeared at the center of the arena. Her voice was ethereal, yet imposing, resounding throughout the venue. "Noble Hua Xia God, demon, I am the referee of this divine battle. You may call me Catherine. The opponent before you, the god of storm and strength Set, shall be your foe in this battle." Neo Mo Wang's massive bull head turned toward Catherine's phantom, his crimson pupils suddenly contracting as a hint of astonishment and doubt flashed within. So she is the embodiment of this world's heavenly Tao. Forget it. And that fellow over there, what kind of mangy little god is he supposed to be? A mere fringe deity from beyond this realm dares to be matched against me, old Neo. Seeing this, Set's brows knitted tightly. As a 4th-rank god, his dignity absolutely could not be trampled by a demon. A mere 3-star demon dares show disrespect to this god. If you kneel and kowtow now, I might yet pardon your crime of blasphemy. Hearing this, Neo Mo Wang was momentarily stunned. Then, as though he had heard the funniest joke in the world, he threw his head back and erupted into deafening laughter. Ha ha ha. His laughter was saturated with endless ridicule. You little foreign god truly do not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Neo Mo Wang cut off his laughter, his crimson eyes locking onto set, his voice booming like a great bell. Back when old Neo reigned over Mayan Cave on Jile Mountain and seized that Tang Sung first, it was the heavenly courts Li Tianwang of the pagoda and Neza the third prince who led tens of thousands of celestial soldiers to besiege me. Then came the giant spirit god the Yaksha with the fish belly weapon, the four great Vajra of the Buddhist sect Jin, 2 Jieti under Guanyin, the 6 Jia and 6 Ding, and 18 guardian arhats. An entire host of gods and Buddhas joined forces to besiege old Neo, casting a heavenly net, yet they still could not take me down. Twin jets of scorching white air snorted from his enormous bull nostrils as he spoke with boundless pride, his voice shaking the heavens. And you, just what manner of thing are you supposed to be? You think you are worthy to make old Neo kneel? The moment Neo Mo Wang's wild words fell, the entire venue sank into an eerie silence. The smugness on Hafra's face completely froze. He subconsciously tugged at the sleeve of the Tianju summoner Ram beside him and asked, well, what he just said, is any of it true? Does your Buddhist sect truly have 4 great Vajra and a Jin 2 Jieti? As the representative from the birthplace of Buddhism, Ram's brows were tightly furrowed and fine beads of sweat seeped from his temples. He swallowed with difficulty. I don't know. The Buddhist scriptures are vast, but there has never been such concrete descriptions. This is impossible. He shook his head sharply as though trying to fling away the unease in his heart, then forcibly raised his voice. I don't believe it. Buddhism is vast, its divine powers boundless. How could they need to join forces against a mere 3-star little demon? He must be bragging. Hearing Ram's words, the faint trace of doubt in Set's heart was instantly swept away, replaced by fury at having been toyed with. He let out a cold laugh, murderous intent overflowing in his scarlet gaze. You think fabricating a string of impressive-sounding names will scare this god into retreat? Do you take me for someone who grew up on fear? Before his words even fully fell, Set hesitated no longer. He suddenly raised that staff, symbolizing strength, divine power pouring into it. At the tip, blinding lightning and howling gales erupted as he swept it in a horizontal smash aimed straight at Neo Mo Wang's head. Go die by this god's hand, you boastful bull demon. This strike reached the extreme of speed and the extreme of strength. Under the pressure of that pure power, the arena floor cracked inch by inch, and the barrier emitted a shrill wail. On Hafra's face and on those of the young Egyptians watching below the stage, expressions of triumphant joy had already appeared. In their eyes, a full-force blow from the exalted 4-star god set to finish off a 3-star bull demon allowed for absolutely no suspense. Is it not natural for me to brag? Your brute strength is passable, but you want to compete in strength with old Neo. Facing the oncoming attack, a trace of disdain flickered in Neo Mo Wang's blood-red eyes. He did not even assume a grand stance. He merely swung his thick, powerful arm. The heavy pitch-black mixed iron cudgel in his hand came from behind, yet struck first, crashing up to meet the blow. A deep, resonant clang rang out. Not the explosive blast one might expect, but a muffled shock like the collision of 2 metallic stars. The sound condensed into tangible waves that violently compressed the air, even causing the light curtain of the barrier to dent inward for an instant. Under everyone's incredulous gazes, the anticipated scene of Neo Mo Wang being sent flying by a single blow never appeared. On the contrary, at the very instant the mixed iron cudgel and the storm staff collided, the hideous confidence on Set's face instantly solidified, then transformed into raw terror. He felt as though his staff had not struck a cudgel at all, but had slammed into an entire immovable continent. A terrifying force far beyond his imagination, and so tyrannical as to defy reason, surged back along the staff like a collapsing mountain range. What? Set cried out in horror. The flesh between his thumb and forefinger split open in an instant, spraying golden divine blood. His strike, imbued with the very authority of strength, was not only completely blocked, but was utterly overwhelmed by this terrifying countershock. Satyr steadied himself and glanced at the golden blood at the tiger's mouth, disbelief written all over his face. He stared intently at the bull demon king, a figure among the Egyptian 9 pillars, for the first time, utterly shocked. You are only a 3-star. How could he possess such terrifying power? As a deity of ancient Egypt who presided over strength, he had never felt such pure and domineering physical power from any being of the same or even higher rank. The bull demon king shook his slightly numb arm, a hint of approval flashing in his crimson eyes. He nodded, his tone carrying a sense of a senior commenting on a junior. To be able to withstand my blow, this little god from another realm does have some strength. In our Dragon Kingdom's divine realm, you could be considered a top figure. This approval in both gaze and tone made Satyr feel more humiliated than any taunts. His expression instantly darkened to the point where water could drip from it, and he roared, In your Huaxia, I can only be considered a top figure. Are you sure I am not the strongest? Ha ha ha, what a joke. You think you can be the strongest in the Dragon Kingdom's divine realm? The Bull Demon King seemed to have heard the greatest joke, repeating it in disbelief before bursting into a thunderous laugh again. Ha! Even I can only be considered of average standard over there. What are you thinking you know? Arrogant. Satyr was utterly enraged, his reason consumed by fury. If you look down on me, then let me show you my true means. He roared mightily, his muscles suddenly swelling, as if inflated blue veins writhing like coiling dragons, and boundless divine power erupted, without reservation, causing the very space of the arena to begin to twist and tremble. Not good, he actually provoked this level 4 deity on purpose. Songwen shouted, his face pale. Suyu also looked pale, but seeing Lu Feng's calm demeanor, her heart stirred slightly. Could it be that what he said is true? The power of Heaven's Way can't even detect the strength of the Dragon Kingdom's deities. On the arena, the enraged satyr no longer swung his scepter, but instead concentrated all his strength and storm power into one point, gripping the scepter tightly and throwing it at the Bull Demon King like a javelin. Die! The moment the scepter left his hand, it transformed into a terrifying hurricane, reaching up to the sky with lightning dancing in its eye and a destructive force locked onto the Bull Demon King, intending to tear him and this space into pieces. Tsk tisk, how dare you provoke the great satyr to this extent? This Dragon Kingdom Bull Demon is doomed. That's right. Lord Satyr has invoked his primordial divine power. No one in this world can withstand this strike. Before the frenzied cheers of the small Egyptian audience had faded, the Bull Demon King moved. He exhaled 2 streams of scorching white air from his nostrils, producing a dull sound like thunder. The black, malevolent energy surrounding him suddenly boiled and surged. His body was crazily expanding and rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, a bull demon god as mighty as Mount Tai towering over the arena appeared before it. The shadow cast by him enveloped most of the arena and some parts of the audience. The hurricane scepter in front of his current size seemed to have become a tiny toothpick. Get lost. The giant form of the Bull Demon King let out a roar like the clamor of 10,000 thunder. Wielding the now enormous iron staff, he viciously thrust it forward with the power to crush stars. Bang! In the deafening explosion, that seemingly invincible hurricane scepter was directly knocked away like a toy, turning into a streak of light that disappeared into the unknown. Immediately after, the Bull Demon King raised his giant foot, blocking the sky and casting a shadow that covered the small satyr below like an ant, and stomped down fiercely. What a... You dare to step on me. Just recovering from the shock of having his scepter easily knocked away, Satyr saw the giant foot that covered his entire field of vision, and this ultimate humiliation drove him into a frenzy of rage. He gathered all his remaining divine power, the storm power wrapping around his fist, and roared as he shot upwards, throwing a punch at the foot descending upon him. He wanted to violently crush this humiliation along with the giant foot. Boom! The giant foot stomped down like Mount Tai crushing down. Satyr's arms trembled violently, feeling a wild and tyrannical immense force crashing down. Divine light erupted around him, and his knees were even forced to bend slightly. God! Lord Satyr is being stepped on. The spectators, the little eagles, covered their mouths tightly, their eyes filled with horror. Divine Lord, please don't hold back anymore. Hold back. You are the one holding back. Your whole family is holding back. Satyr's face twisted as he roared beneath the shadow of the Bull Demon King's foot. You come and try it. Do you not know how heavy this wild bull is? At this moment, Satyr felt the nauseating stench from the Bull Demon's foot nearly driving him insane. Power of the wind. Activate. Satyr roared, burning his primordial divine power, completely unleashing a ripping azure gale that finally forced the giant foot up. He shot up into the sky, hovering midair with his arms spread wide. The storm energy from the arena and beyond the starry barrier madly converged towards him, forming a terrifying tornado behind him. The eye of the storm was pitch black, lightning ravaged, exuding an aura that could obliterate stars. This storm, without the protection of the starry barrier, could tear apart half of Blue Star. Wu Tao's face turned pale. However, the commotion of the tornado was so terrifying that his shout was completely drowned out by the sound of the wind. On the arena, the Bull Demon King's red pupils slightly narrowed. It's a pity I didn't bring my banana fan, otherwise you would be in for a show. As his voice fell, he let out an earth-shattering bull roar. Moo! A torrent of demonic energy surged skyward again, his body swollen and transformed in the demonic aura, his skin turned deep black, muscles bulging like mountains, finally revealing the primal form of the savage magic bull. Hoo-hoo! 2 jets of white air like dragons shot from his nostrils, his hooves shattering the void and bloodlight tearing through the storm. Kekekek, the beast revealed its true form. Satyr grinned maliciously, pointing the storm scepter at the magic bull. Under my world-destroying tornado, everything shall turn to dust. Moo. In response was an even more furious bull roar. The magic bull suddenly lowered its head, its enormous horns capable of breaking the sky, aimed at the storm, and it pawed the ground, causing the entire arena to crack. In the next instant it moved, not to dodge, not to resist, but to charge straight into the core of the destruction tornado. What? Is he crazy? Songwon exclaimed in shock. Suye's face also turned pale. How could such a terrifying gale be faced with bare flesh? In the Western Alliance, Hafra laughed heartily, as if mocking the Bull Demon King's incompetence. The Bull Demon is still just a Bull Demon, only thinking about strength, utterly ignorant of the power of the Wind God. Ha! He appeared almost insane, as if he could already see the Bull Demon King's body being torn apart by the storm. The Bull Demon King's mountainous demonic ox form charged headlong, without flourish or pretense, into the heart of the annihilation vortex. Gale-force winds capable of shearing continental plates scoured his hide like billions of razor-sharp blades, yet only ignited blinding sparks and a grating metallic shriek. His hide, tempered across the primordial chaos, proved harder than the core of a star. What? Set's cruel grin froze instantly upon his face. Boom! The demonic ox burst forth from the vortex's opposite end with raw, unyielding force. In its wake, the tornado's structure was ruptured by a colossal void, and its destructive power plummeted by 30%. Wang Defa, is this Chinese demonox defying heaven itself? The Egyptian summoner frantically tore at his own hair, his eyes bulging from their sockets. Set's face turned ashen. His pride, the apocalyptic storm he deemed invincible, could not even pierce the demonox's hide. Moo, moo, moo. The demonic ox reared its head and roared, then surged forward once more, like a black world-ending meteor, crashing violently back and forth through the storm. Boom, boom. Boom. Each savage impact sent violent tremors through the vortex, fracturing its very architecture, until with a final anguished wail the sky-rending tornado collapsed, utterly dissolving into the star-strewn void. Pooh! Overwhelmed by divine backlash, Set spat forth a gout of golden divine blood, his aura collapsing in an instant. Huh! What kind of level 4 deity is this? Pathetically weak. Resuming his colossal divine form, the Bull Demon King's voice shook the star rivers. If you ever met that monkey, one blow from his staff would send you straight to Yama's court. Set wiped the divine blood from his lips, straining to preserve his dignity. Humph. Demonox, do not gloat. Today I underestimated you. Once I return to the divine realm to recover, I shall come for your life. Return. The Bull Demon King advanced step by step, waves of palpable malevolence surging around him, his gaze sharp with lethal intent. Where exactly do you think you're returning to? To my Egyptian divine realm, of course. Set laughed as if hearing the greatest absurdity, feigning composure. I am one of the 9 pillars of Egypt. Dare you slay me? Dare I kill you? The Bull Demon King seemed to hear the most ludicrous jest in existence. He licked his lips, revealing a ferocious grin. This old ox once coveted Tang Sanzang's flesh. I ask you, what are you worth? You, what are you going to do? Sensing his unmasked, murderous intent, Set's heart lurched in terror. His voice cracked with frantic threat. If you lay a hand on me, the Egyptian pantheon will never forgive you, and the Western pantheon shall wage eternal war against you. Hey, Longgui's representative, call off your demonox immediately, or you declare total war upon the Western Alliance. The Egyptian summoner shrieked in panic from the stands. Lu Feng adjusted his glasses, wearing an innocuous, almost benign smile. You just called him a demon. Demons are feral, savage, devouring a god for a snack. Entirely reasonable. Exactly. Songwon chimed in instantly. This is a martial arena. Victory decides rank and death settles all accounts. Are you truly incapable of accepting defeat? You. Truly despicable. Enraged, the Egyptian summoner pointed furiously at the two, speechless with fury. No. As Set screamed in utter despair, the Bull Demon King's titanic hand, capable of crushing stars, already clamped down upon his shoulders. Huh. Let this old ox savor the taste of foreign divine blood. With a sudden brutal surge of strength, Ryup. A sickening grating tear echoed across the void, and golden divine blood erupted skyward, showering the cosmos like a magnificent, merciless rain of molten gold. Set, one of Egypt's 9 pillars, the god of storms and strength, was torn asunder, cleaved cleanly in two. Lord Set. Khafra collapsed to the ground, wailing in piercing grief. Golden divine blood cascaded over the Bull Demon King's body, swiftly absorbed by the seething demonic energy radiating from his frame. His aura flared anew, his demonic flame burning fiercer than before. He smacked his lips thoughtfully, then offered a dismissive critique. Divine energy is muddled flavor, mediocre, far inferior to Tang Sanzang's flesh. With that, he hoisted Set's shattered remains over one shoulder and strode forward, shattering space itself with each step. before vanishing beyond the edge of the arena beneath the stunned gaze of the entire world. Silence descended upon the starry expanse. Only Catherine's voice remained declaring victory this match. Longwo wins. Lu Feng adjusted his glasses again, casting a gentle, serene smile toward the ashen-faced Egyptian summoner. Next round. Whom will you send? Longwo summoner. You think one victory grants you license to act without restraint? This next match is ours. Khafra roared defiantly. No. You've had your turn. Now it's time for glorious Greece to shine. Achilles' Greek summoner swirled his wineglass, his gaze sliding lazily over Lu Feng. Khafra shot him a venomous glare. I refuse to accept this loss. Longwo must have concealed the Bulldamon's true level. Only we can restore our honor. Enough, Achilles scoffed. The result is settled. You'll have ample opportunity for vengeance later. Longwo, remember this. After a moment's brooding, the Egyptian summoner cursed under his breath and stormed off the arena. Achilles turned to Lu Feng, raising his glass with elegant poise. Congratulations on your first victory. I wonder, do you have any words of acceptance? Lu Feng shrugged. Just swatting a few stray barnyard fowl hardly merits a speech. Instantly, the Western spectator gallery erupted, a cacophony of curses in every tongue. Fuck. You Longwo bastards are insufferably arrogant. Shit. One win. And already you're playing the Grandmaster. Lu Feng stared blankly at the furious crowd, dug idly at his ear, and sneered. Poor Westerners. Your vocabulary rotates endlessly around these same few phrases. Not even a proper wokeo among you. Achilles' expression darkened. Clever talk changes nothing. The Star Arena judges only divine strength. He slammed his palm onto the summoning platform. 4 cards, swords skyward 1. Hermes, god of commerce, rank 2-2. Hephaestus, god of fire, rank 3-3. Hestia, goddess of the hearth, rank 2-4. Ares, god of war, rank 4. Oh my god. It's Ares, the god of war. The Longwo contestants about to freeze solid. Huh? The Western Alliance exploded with fervor. Ares, the god of war, a name steeped in legend. Though famed for his rashness and folly, his undisputed dominion over warfare rendered him a true engine of slaughter. Achilles drained his wine in one swallow and jeered. Seems my fortune holds. Though equal to Set in rank, Lord Ares specializes in carnage. Does Longwo possess a second bull demon king? Hearing this song, Yu's expression grew grave. He glanced at Lu Feng and said gravely, this is trouble. We didn't expect such a formidable deity so early. Perhaps we should forfeit this round. Wu Tao nodded in agreement. Yes, we withdraw now. Preserving one Longwo deity outweighs temporary loss of fortune. We will reclaim what was taken. Lu Feng responded with a sinister, knowing smile. He, mere Ares, nothing more than a muscle-bound fool with half a thought. What right has he to bear the title god of war? Arrogant, overconfident, bold. How dare you desecrate the Lord of War? Achilles pointed angrily at Lu Feng, pressing a button 3 times. Dragon Kingdom person, you will pay the price for your ignorance. Lu Feng casually stuffed his hands into his pockets and lazily said, all right, hurry up and summon it. If we are going to fight, let's get it over with. I need to get home for dinner. Then let me show you true terror. Achilles roared as he illuminated the Ares card. In an instant, a blood-red divine light erupted from the card, dyeing the entire starry sky crimson. A giant gate seemingly composed of countless broken spears and remnants of armor opened in the void, and the sounds of galloping horses and clashing metal echoed from within. Pyro pi epsilon iota mu omicron delta omicron cap epsilon nu alpha sigma tau omicron nu mu alpha nu theta nu epsilon iota nu lambda tau iota nu chi sigma theta alpha iota gamma lambda sigma sigma. Accompanied by this proclamation in ancient Greek, a towering figure stepped out, shattering the divine gate. Clad in dark red battle armor with divine blood that had solidified over a millennium, holding a bronze spear that could tear the earth in his left hand and a skull shield that devoured light in his right, his scarlet cloak billowed behind him, woven from the resentment of countless fallen divine beings. Beneath the helmet, his eyes burned with golden flames of war, and with each step, he took the arena cracked like spider webs. What was most suffocating was the war domain that surrounded him. Wherever the eye could see, one could hear the wails of warriors, witness cities being burned, and smell the stench of blood lingering in the air. He was the living embodiment of war. Mortal, Ares pointed his giant spear at Lu Feng, his voice like thunder. You shall offer your blood to honor my divine might. The entire arena fell silent. The Western audience trembled with excitement, while the 3 from the Dragon Kingdom went pale. Oh no, he actually summoned it. Song Ye's face was extremely grim. Wu Tao looked heavy-hearted and sighed. Lu Feng, why don't we just give up? What if we lose? Suyu said, nothing, still watching Lu Feng, waiting for his decision. Hehe, I told you he's just a trash god. What are you all so afraid of? Hehe, great. What greatness do you possess? Lu Feng crossed his arms, his tone laced with sarcasm. You fight repeatedly only to be defeated, repeatedly played like a toy by a goddess. Is this your claim to greatness? Impudent. Ares' war spear paused, shaking the entire starry sky. That was Athena's cunning. A true warrior should face his opponent heat. I would never stoop to using despicable means. Oh, so you're saying your brain just isn't enough? Lu Feng casually replied before raising his hand towards the summoning platform. You want absolute power, right? I will satisfy that immediately. In an instant, golden light burst forth and 4 cards floated in midair. Great Witch, Xiang Lu, level none, Ancient 4 Fiends, Tao Tai level. Lord of the Nine Li, Qi Yu level none, Chang Xian, Chang Tianlong level 1. Oh no, only one level 1 god. Song Wen's heart sank at this sight. Wu Tao stared at the cards, murmuring, these nameless titles sound quite extraordinary. Could it be that their battle power is truly 0? Extraordinary. Achilles scoffed. Even the heavenly Tao does not grant them a rating. How much power could they possibly possess? Ares also shook his head in disappointment. I expected a thrilling battle, yet it turns out the gods of the Dragon Kingdom are merely chickens and dogs. As he spoke, cold light flashed in Lu Feng's eyes. Su Yu gently tugged at his sleeve, a hint of worry in her voice. Lu Feng, do we really have to fight this battle? Just watch my performance. Lu Feng pinched her cheek, and as the girl blushed, he pointed at the card and boom. In the moment the card shattered, a scarlet light tore through the starry sky, piercing the descendant of the Dragon Kingdom. The giant eye narrowed slightly. Did you not call yourselves descendants of Yin and Huang? Why not summon those two, and who dares to call upon my true name? In the heavens above, the giant eye shone like the sun, causing all who were gazed upon to tremble in their souls. Lu Feng knelt on one knee, his voice shaking the universe. I, Lu Feng, descendant of the Dragon Kingdom, humbly request the ancestor of humanity to descend and protect our Dragon Kingdom's fortune. Descendant of the Dragon Kingdom. The giant eye narrowed slightly. Did you not call yourselves descendants of Yin and Huang? Why not summon those two instead of calling upon an outsider like me? Upon hearing this, Lu Feng slowly shook his head. In the long history of Huaxia, it is our tradition that the victor becomes king. The Yin and Huang emperors achieved victory in war, so it is not an exaggeration to call us descendants of Yin and Huang. However, our Dragon Kingdom has never forgotten. It was you who first cast the golden spear and pioneered the path of metallurgy. It was you who sowed the grains and laid the foundation of agriculture. It was you who enacted laws and established the order of civilization. Though winners are kings, you also fell due to too many external factors, and no one would question your battle prowess. And in later generations, you are also revered as the 3 ancestors of Huaxia. Huaxia, 3 ancestors. The ancient frost within the giant eye quietly melted, then erupted into laughter that shattered the stars. Good. What a great 3 ancestors of Huaxia. Huh. Although I lost that battle, you indeed carry the bloodline of my 9 Li clan within you. Let me see which insignificant being dares to deceive my descendants. As soon as the words left his mouth, the being deep in the starry sky moved slightly, and the terrifying pressure caused the giant star to instantly shatter, transforming into a massive black hole. Qi Yu turned his neck and gently raised a finger. Crack! The space above the towering arena shattered like glass. A giant bronze gate spanning the galaxy thundered open, and the sound of the 9 Li war drums and the clashing of thousands of soldiers echoed from within. The first to step out was a giant foot clad in dark black battle boots. The moment its toes touched the ground, the entire starry arena tilted violently, nearly causing the Western crowd to kneel. Following that, a majestic divine body fully revealed itself. 2 horns pierced the heavens, clad in red copper battle armor, embossed with the totems of myriad ancient tribes, and the tiger's soul blade hung at his waist, vibrating and causing the stars of the universe to sway. He merely stood in the void, and the overwhelming aura of the Master of Arms caused Ares' war domain to crumble inch by inch. The most terrifying aspect was the 8 arms and 8 toes that flickered behind him, stepping on the netherworld, reaching for the heavens, inhaling the galaxy with each breath, and spinning the sun and moon with each blink. Ares had never witnessed such a spectacle and was instantly filled with a sense of impending doom. Is it you? Do you wish to extinguish the heritage of my Dragon Kingdom? Qi Yu looked down at the apprehensive Ares, and a murderous intent instantly swept over the arena. In an instant, a chilling and palpable killing intent swept across the arena, and Ares felt a sharp pain in his soul, a mix of shock and anger. What a powerful killing intent. You want to kill me? Qi Yu sneered. Why can't you be killed? Ares suppressed his heartache and raised his head fiercely. Do you know who I am? Do you know who my father is? Qi Yu raised an eyebrow and asked, does it matter who your father is? Could it be Dijuan or Dongwang Tai? What Dijuan Dongwang? Ares wiped his spear and proudly declared, speak his name, and it will shock you. My father is the legendary king of gods who is omnipotent and suppresses countless deities, Zeus. After saying this, his gaze fixed on Chiyu, eager to see fear and retreat on his face. However, Chiyu merely regarded him with a look of bewilderment, frowning in confusion. Zeus. What is that? Which descendant of the Hongwang is he? Bold. A mere nameless deity from Huaxiao dares to blaspheme the king of gods. The Greek summoner scolded angrily. Lord Zeus commands thunder and rules the divine realm. How dare you, a nameless wild god, speak of him? Hearing this, Ares puffed out his chest, even more, pointing his spear straight at Chiyu. Listen, do you now realize my father's strength? If you kneel down now. Bang! Before Ares could finish his sentence, Chiyu had already appeared before him like a ghost. There was no fluctuation of divine power, no shimmering laws, just a simple and pure slap that hit Ares' face at lightning speed. Ares felt as if his entire face had been struck by the ancient divine mountain. His helmet shattered instantly, and divine blood spurted wildly from his mouth and nose, his towering body flying back like a broken kite, crashing violently against the starlit barrier. In my tribe, a son may die in battle or be defeated, but the spine must never bend. Chiyu stood with his palm withdrawn, his gaze icy. You are the first to dare make me kneel. Ooh, I shall grant you death. Ares unsteadily stood up. As a level 4 deity, half of his face was swollen, divine blood mixed with shattered teeth oozing from the corner of his mouth. The arrogance in his eyes was instantly replaced by humiliation and rage. Dragon Kingdom God, how dare you hit my face? Very well. Today I will teach you a lesson so you understand what the god of war truly means. Before his words fell, a blinding divine light erupted around him like a burning beacon of war. The light rapidly condensed, gathering onto the war spear in his hand, the spear vibrating and emitting a sound that could tear the eardrums. He flexed his muscles, using all his divine power to hurl the spear, imbued with terrifying strength, fiercely towards Chiyu. Look, it's the legendary war throw. Achilles exclaimed excitedly, his voice hoarse, almost cracking. This is Lord Ares' signature divine technique, containing the laws of war, capable of piercing through the divine realm. The Dragon Kingdom's god is finished. Exactly. According to records, this spear once made the oceans boil and mountains collapse. Even the goddess Athena did not dare to face it, Hedon needing to avoid its edge. A mere nameless god from the Dragon Kingdom, how can he block it? The Western Alliance's spectator stands erupted in excitement, everyone seemingly seeing the dawn of victory. The hearts of the Dragon Kingdom trio rose to their throats, and Wu Tao exclaimed in alarm, Ancestor, be careful. Yet, facing the war spear which carried endless divine might, Chiyu showed no signs of disturbance on his face. He didn't even use the fierce and deadly hoop knife. Just as the spear was about to reach him, he casually raised his right hand, fingers spread, and precisely pinched the spear tip. Clang! The harsh sound of metal clashing echoed across the arena. The war spear and Caius' palm rubbed violently against each other, producing fiery sparks hot enough to scorch a mortal's eyes. The violent divine power contained in the spear tip attempted to explode, but was firmly suppressed by an even more overbearing force, unable to advance an inch. The spear tip, capable of piercing through stars, was forcibly halted just a few centimeters from Caius' brow, unable to proceed any further. Hiss! He actually caught Lord Ares' war spear with his bare hands. Oh my god! The representatives from various countries at the Western Alliance's spectator stand stood up in shock, their exclamations and curses intertwining, creating a chaotic scene. Achelous' face turned pale, desperately rubbing his eyes, his voice trembling. Am I seeing things? A nameless deity caught the war spear with his bare hands. Had the war spear. Chiyu weighed the still buzzing spear in his hand, his eyes filled with unabashed disdain. Then, as if discarding a piece of garbage, he casually tossed it aside on the arena. I am the master of soldiers, wielding metal and iron, having forged countless divine weapons in my lifetime. For such goods I usually consider them as defective products. After saying this, the Greek summoner grew anxious, shouting, Are you bragging? It is well known that Lord Ares' war spear was personally forged and bestowed by the king of gods Zeus. You dare say it is a defective product? Simply outrageous. Exactly. The Dragon Kingdom god really knows how to boast. Ares, who was initially worried about his artifact being taken, felt immense humiliation when he saw Chiyu discarding it so contemptuously. Bastard. The local god is so impolite. He raised his hand, and the war spear transformed into a stream of light, flying back into his hand. In an instant, rage consumed Ares' rationality. His entire war domain unleashed the illusion of war drums resonating around him, his momentum skyrocketing. He brandished the spear like a mad bull, charging fiercely towards Chiyu in a suicidal attack. Ancestor, be careful. Do not enter Ares' war domain. Wu Tao's face changed drastically, hurriedly reminding. It is said that within his domain the strength of enemy deities will be suppressed while his power will be infinitely amplified. Only cleverness can win a do not clash, Hedon. Lu Feng upon hearing this looked at Wu Tao with surprise. Not bad, you've done your homework on Western gods pretty well. Since you know them so well, how come you know so little about your own Dragon Kingdom's deities? Songwen Wu Tao and Su Yu exchanged glances, all showing an embarrassed shade of red. Songwen muttered softly, it's already the 30th century. Other than worshipping the god of wealth during festivals for good luck, the lineage of other deities has long been severed for hundreds of years. How can we remember so clearly? Su Yu weakly added, exactly. Who would have thought that after so many centuries the West still retains their myths and legends so intact? Lu Feng shook his head, his gaze returning to the arena. No worries. As long as I am here, the heritage of the Dragon Kingdom will never be severed. Watch closely and see what true primordial power looks like. On the arena, Qi Yu paid no heed to Wu Tao's warning, taking a step forward to willingly immerse himself in the raging battlefield. This scene caused the hearts of the Dragon Kingdom trio to sink once more, their faces pale. However, Lu Feng remained calm, slowly saying, do not worry. The ancestor of Qi Yu was the ancient war master of our Dragon Kingdom and a top-tier shaman. In the time of the primal chaos, no deity dared to compete with the shaman clan in close-quarters combat. Indeed, as Ares saw Qi Yu neither dodge nor evade but actively step into his domain, a glint of wild joy flashed in his eyes. His expression gradually twisted into a grimace as the spear in his hand erupted with unprecedented brilliance, divine power infused to the utmost. A sweeping strike, a terrifying force shattered the surrounding void, emitting a mournful wail under immense pressure. The arrogant Dragon Kingdom god dares to be so presumptuous in my domain. Die for me. Faced with this strike, Qi Yu did not dodge, but instead grinned broadly, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Come on. It has been many years since I last fought. Today is a perfect opportunity to stretch my muscles. The tiger blade appeared in his hand in an instant, devoid of any flashy divine light, only the condensed aura of lethal intent clinging to it. He held the blade with one hand, facing the war spear sweeping towards him with a simple horizontal slash. Clang! The deafening explosion resounded through heaven and earth. Where the blade and spear clashed, the space exploded into fine black cracks like glass. The power of the great shaman was truly terrifying. Even with the full support of the battlefield, Ares still felt an indescribable brute force coursing along the spear. His entire arm went numb in an instant, the flesh of his palm ruptured and golden divine blood spurted out. What? Is this an unranked god? Heavenly Path. Catherine, are you playing me? Ares was both shocked and furious, unable to help but roar at the floating avatar of Heavenly Path Catherine. Catherine flapped her pure white wings, her exquisite face filled with shock and innocence. I don't know either. According to my perception of rules, he indeed has not received recognition of a divine position in the existing divine system of the Dragon Kingdom. Without a divine position, there is naturally no rank. Upon hearing this conversation, a flash of realization crossed Lu Feng's mind. So that's it. In the celestial system of later generations, immortal gods and demons have clear rank distinctions. And the shaman clan to which Qi Yu belongs was a presence from ancient primal times, having long transcended the celestial system of later generations. Thus, even the heavenly path of this realm cannot accurately assess their rank. On the arena, Ares endured the excruciating pain and the shock in his heart, shaking his wrist as the war spear struck out again, at an extremely tricky angle, aiming directly for Qi Yu's temple. He did not believe that the opponent could block him every time. However, Qi Yu's reaction exceeded his understanding. Qi Yu's empty left hand shot out once again like lightning, his fingers like iron pincers accurately grasping the position just behind the spear tip at the critical moment. No matter how Ares urged his divine power, the spear seemed as if it was cast within the ancient divine mountain, not moving an inch. What? What are you trying to do? Ares' heart raced, an unprecedented chill surged from his feet to the top of his head. You. Are you robbing me? Qi Yu could not be bothered to answer him. A terrifying aura erupted from his towering figure, instantly enveloping the entire war spear. Zzz. The war spear emitted a sorrowful wail, the divine light upon it dimming at a visible speed. Even the spear began to show signs of corrosion. Ares felt a piercing pain in his hands gripping the spear. The aura seemed capable of eroding his very soul, instinctively causing him to release his grip. My divine weapon. Ares watched helplessly as his war spear was once again taken by the opponent, his heart bleeding. My weapon. Taken again. What should I do? This Dragon Kingdom god is utterly unreasonable. Who fights like this? The Western Alliance camp erupted again with exclamations of disbelief. Ares' eyes turned red, nearly losing his sanity. Seeing his weapon taken again, he let out an angry roar, summoning all his courage as he charged forward. A powerful blow of divine force swept like a battle axe toward Qi Yu's waist. As the son of the god King Zeus and the god of war of Olympus, he had absolute confidence in his physical strength. Even without a weapon, he wanted the opponent to taste suffering. Faced with this imminent ferocious kick, Chi Yu remained unmoving, even too lazy to adopt a defensive stance. He coldly gazed at Arrest's movements with wild eyes, as if watching a poor performance. Haha. The foolish Dragon Kingdom god, not even bothering to defend. You underestimate me, Ares. Boom. The heavy thud interrupted his wild words. At the moment Arrest's shin collided with Chi Yu's side, he felt that he was kicking not flesh and blood, but an indestructible core of the primal chaos, the unyielding spine of the ancient world. A tremendous rebound force beyond his imagination surged back. Crack. The clear sound of bones fracturing resonated in his ears. Arg. The intense pain instantly overwhelmed Arrest. Nerves, he let out a piercing scream, clutching his oddly bent right leg, clumsily tumbling backward, rolling several times before barely coming to a stop. He curled up his body, looking up at the still imposing demon, his eyes filled with despair. You. How is your body? Made. What? Why is it so strong? Chi Yu cast him that same look of someone watching a fool, shaking his head. I thought you, who claimed to be the god of war, would have some hidden tricks. I didn't expect you to be a fool who doesn't even have basic insight, daring to compete with my shaman clan in physical strength. Truly, the ignorant are fearless. Shaman clan. What is the shaman clan? Aren't you a god? Ares, hearing this term for the first time, was somewhat puzzled. A god? Chi Yu seemed to have heard a joke, the corner of his mouth curling into a smile. In the era of primal chaos, during the shaman and demon clash, as the heavens and earth split, the so-called gods you speak of were still, in some corner, being nurtured. Before he finished speaking, he casually tossed the war spear, regarded as a Greek treasure, to the ground, like discarded scrap metal, stepping forward slowly toward the collapsed Ares. The sound of his footsteps was not heavy, yet it was like a death drum, each step stepping on the strings of Arrest's breaking heart. What? What are you going to do? Ares fearfully tried to crawl backward. He desperately summoned divine power to repair his broken right leg, only to find that the wound was entwined with a terrifying aura, continuously eroding his divine power, rendering his broken bones unable to heal automatically. This realization left him in despair. What are you going to do? Chi Yu looked down from above, his cold gaze akin to that of a butcher watching a lamb, without a shred of pity. Naturally, I will grant you death. That was my promise earlier. Chi Yu paused for a moment, a hint of unfulfilled regret in his tone. If you can withstand 2 of my strikes and satisfy my craving for battle, I might spare your life for your bravery and strength. Unfortunately, you are too weak. So weak that I cannot even muster the interest to stretch my muscles. Chi Yu shook his head, pronouncing the final verdict. No, please. My father is Zeus, the king of the gods. You cannot kill me. If you do, you will face the endless wrath of the god king. Olympus will never relent against you. Ares lost all dignity as the god of war, tears streaming down his face. He screamed desperately for mercy, invoking his greatest ally. Below the stage, the Greek summoners were flushed with embarrassment, wishing they could find a hole to hide in. The god of war, symbolizing valor and war in their mythology, was begging pitifully in front of everyone, which was a disgrace to the Greek pantheon. He was so furious that he almost fainted. However, Chi Yu was deaf to this. In the face of absolute power and the ruthless principles of the witch clan, all threats were but illusions. With a wave of his arm, the tiger soul blade generated a stunning arc of black light without any hesitation. Puffed. Arrest's expression filled with fear and plea froze on his face. His head separated from his body, golden divine blood gushed out like a fountain, staining the shattered arena in a blinding brilliance. The headless body twitched twice before falling silent. The renowned Greek god of war Ares had fallen. In an instant, there was complete silence both inside and outside the starry arena. All the spectators from the Western Alliance felt a chill running up their spines, rendered speechless by Caius' decisive and ruthless actions. I declare, in this battle the Dragon Kingdom wins. The clear voice of the embodiment of heaven's Tao, Catherine, shattered the silence as she waved her hand, causing Arrest's divine body, along with his rolling head, to dissipate into light. Just as she was about to invoke the rules to extract the fortune of Greece. Boom. The space above the starry arena suddenly collapsed, and a vast, unmatched divine power descended with a thunderous roar. A gigantic face woven from thunder and light slowly formed in the shattered void. Its cold eyes, like 2 stars, looked down indifferently at the arena, ultimately locking onto Chi Yu and the people of the Dragon Kingdom. That. It's the god king Zeus. Achilles, as if grasping a lifeline, excitedly distorted his voice, first falling to his knees and shouting loudly, "The god king's phantom has descended." Everyone from the Western Alliance immediately fell to their knees in a domino effect, burying their heads deep in reverence for the god king. The little fools looked at each other, somewhat at a loss. The Japanese summoner Inuyasha's expression changed as he looked at the suffocating phantom of Zeus in the sky, and then at the proudly standing people of the Dragon Kingdom, finally letting out a resigned sigh, kneel down. At least he is a recognized supreme deity. Under his lead, the little fools also knelt down in unison. A bunch of Western lackeys. Lu Feng scoffed, his voice clearly echoing across the arena. As an Eastern bloodline, to bow and scrape before a Western deity is simply a disgrace to the core. His words struck like a whip on Inuyasha's face, causing the latter's body to tremble. Yet too afraid to look up, he could only grit his teeth in response. What do you know? This is respect for the supreme divine power. When our alliance plunders your Dragon Kingdom's fortune thoroughly, let's see how you remain arrogant. In an instant, among all the spectators, only the people of the Dragon Kingdom stood tall, corresponding with the demonic figure on the arena. On the arena, Chiyu looked up at the enormous phantom of Zeus, not the slightest hint of fear in his eyes, but instead a fierce battle fire ignited. He licked his lips and grinned fiercely. What the hell are you looking at? Come down and fight me, Onion. The pupils of Zeus' phantom flickered with lightning, seemingly provoked into true anger by this ant's challenge. The next moment, a majestic and cold divine decree echoed deep within the soul of every living being. In the name of me, God King Zeus, I establish this divine decree: from this day forth, whoever kills the Dragon Kingdom's deity on the starry arena, regardless of their origins, shall receive my divine blessing. Dragon Kingdom, I have set my sights on you. With that, the gigantic phantom no longer lingered and slowly dissipated into the collapsing void. Just make a threat and leave. How boring. Chiyu curled his lip, the massive demonic figure turning into a swirling black mist, slowly dissipating back into the profound river of mythology that is the Dragon Kingdom. As soon as Zeus' phantom vanished, Achilles immediately sprang up from the ground, as if regaining his confidence, pointing at Lu Feng. Did you hear that? God King Zeus has issued a decree. From now on, if the Dragon Kingdom's deity is defeated, the only option is death. Surrender will not be accepted. Are you, Dragon Kingdom, ready to bear the wrath of Olympus? Ready to be hunted endlessly by the alliance of gods? Lu Feng, upon hearing this, merely shrugged nonchalantly, a look of disdain on his face, relying on sheer numbers and threats from your background. A pack of lowly mongrels dares to speak of hunting my Dragon Kingdom's deities. It's utterly ridiculous. He no longer paid attention to Achilles and turned to the floating Catherine in the sky, calmly asking, Lady Catherine, may we extract the fortune of Greece now? Of course, the rights of the victors cannot be deprived. Catherine smiled sweetly, her voice pleasant and melodic as she waved her delicate hand, the invisible power of rules crossing the void. Suddenly, a thick golden torrent, like a giant dragon forcibly captured and unwilling, emitted a mournful cry as it was forcibly extracted from the distant land of Greece, crossing endless space and crashing into the vast territory of the Dragon Kingdom. Buzz. In the depths of their minds, all the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom felt a surge of spirit, as if some invisible shackles had been broken, their bodies and minds feeling lighter. Though the nourishment of national fortune is intangible, it is undeniably real. Great job, Lu Feng. You really did it. Suyu was so excited that he nearly lost himself, grabbing Lu Feng's sleeve. We originally just hoped not to lose on stage, never dared to think we could win and even seize national fortune. Song Wan and Wu Tao also gathered around, their eyes filled with admiration. Lu Feng looked at his excited companion, smiled lightly, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. It's nothing, this is just the beginning. His gaze slowly swept over the faces of the Western Alliance representatives, whose expressions were grim. Their national fortune will all be the reserves of our Dragon Kingdom in the future. Next, who will come to die? Baka. Yulong, what fool, your boasting has exceeded all bounds. Quanbin Yulong stepped forward from the summoning platform with a single domineering gesture. Wugwa refuses to concede. Lu Feng cast him a languid glance full of disdain. Go on, what has this place to do with you? An Eastern bloodline groveling before the Shifeng Alliance. Have you no shame before your ancestors? Baka Yaru. Quanbin Yulong flushed with sudden fury, a vein throbbing at his temple. What do you know? This is a strategic cooperation. A friendly alliance. I know, I understand it all. Lu Feng waved a hand impatiently. Hurry and show the so-called specialty of yours. The sooner you get beaten, the sooner we finish. Damn you, Longwo man. If you dare look down on me, I will make you pay for your arrogance. Quanbin Yulong roared, slamming a palm onto the summoning altar. Reveal yourself, deity of my nation. In an instant, a black radiance shot toward the sky, and 4 cards suffused with a ghostly light rose slowly. 1. Vengeful Spirit, Jinzi level 3-2. Wood Deity, Jujining level 1-3. Great Demon, Yatingo level 3-4. Vengeful Spirit, Lieko Nu level 3. Confronted with this lineup, Quanbin Yulong himself went pale, his voice changing. Nanny. Why is there only one proper deity? And it's only a level 1. Does not matter. Lu Feng plucked at his ear, calm as ever. Your alliance is hardly impressive. If it were not for necessity, Longwo would never step onto this stage. After all, Lu Feng tilted his head toward Quanbin Yulong. Our Longwa deities generally deal with elites, they dislike trifles. Quan Ilong suddenly turned astonished. You. Why are you staring at me? Do you take me for a trifle? No, please do not misunderstand. Lu Feng hurriedly waved his hand. A contrived sincerity spread across his face. That is more like it. Quan Ilong adjusted his collar and relaxed somewhat. Seeing him drop his guard, Lu Feng's mouth twisted into a malicious smile. What I mean is, everyone from the Shifang allies present here, including you, are all trifles. Silence fell for a moment, then erupted. An outcry of curses and shocked exclamations in many tongues filled the arena. The Shifang alliance exploded in uproar. Curses spat like bile from every side. A few hot-headed summoners even leapt onto the stage, jabbing fingers at Lu Feng and shouting, "You uncouth whelp. Your mother will not love you." Facing these pale, impotent insults, Lu Feng smiled faintly and gently pushed Su Yu forward. "Little one, they're hurling insults at me. Won't you return a few?" Su Yu's face flushed crimson and she fumbled helpless. "I don't know how to curse." "It's fine, just improvised participation matters," Lu Feng encouraged, patting her shoulder. Su Yu took a deep breath as if summoning all her courage, squared her shoulders, and shouted out loud, You are all big fools." That soft, plaintive retort fell over the arena, and a strange hush descended. In that silence, as if struck by an unseen hand, the card representing Lieko Nu suddenly flared to life. A cold, viscous evil suddenly seeped across the entire platform. "Baka, who did that?" Quan Ilong, frantic, shoved the chaotic crowd off the summoning platform, his face ashen. Though Lieko Nu is level 3, she is after all a vengeful spirit. She cannot match a true deity. Ha ha ha. Do you think I'm beautiful? As soon as he spoke, a chilling female voice vibrated through the air. A figure in a tattered black robe wearing a white mask drifted into view. A gigantic pair of scissors flashed coldly in her hands. The thick rancor made Wu Tao's neck tighten, and Su Yu cowered completely behind Lu Feng, clutching his sleeve. A mere fledgling vengeful spirit dares to come out and frighten people. Lu Feng scoffed and slapped the summoning altar with a casual hand. "If we could call forth Longwo's true specialty and let any Chu Rinmei teach you a lesson now, that would be thrilling." The summoning altar seemed to answer him. An inscrutable green light suddenly burst forth. 4 ancient cards coalesced in that glow. 1. Vengeful Spirit, Mei Sanyang level 2-2. White Wuchang, Xie Bian level 3-3. Black Wuchang, Fan Wuju level 3-4. Earth Immortal, Huang Daxian level 1. What? 7th and 8th lords have both arrived. Lu Feng exclaimed in surprise, then looked at the other 2 cards. Mei Sanyang. She seems like the painted-skin ghost from Liaozhai tales. As for Huang Daxian, the thought of the yellow-skulled one's traits made Lu Feng grin with interest. How amusing, very amusing. With that in mind, he immediately pointed at the 4th card. "What? Are you mad?" Song Wen's face registered shock. "The opponent has level 3 vengeful spirits. You ignore 2 level 3s to pick a level 1. Wu Tao wore the same dismay. Yes, indeed, level 1 against level 3. How is that to be fought?" He looked up at Kaiselin and asked, "Sir, may we request a substitution?" Kaiselin lowered her head and offered a sweet smile. "Of course. You may not. That's the rule of the arena, no switching." Seeing this, Quan Yilong's worry turned to glee and he laughed aloud. "Ha ha ha. Foolish Longwa man, you are digging your own grave. I cannot wait to see how you end this." Exactly, level 1 against level 3. "Do you wish to kill me with laughter? Ha ha ha." The summoner from Tianju sneered. "How ridiculous." Lu Feng met the ridicule without changing his expression. "The 7th and 8th lords are the grim deities of the nether courts who bind and reap souls. To use them on such wandering ghosts is like using an ox cleaver to kill a chicken, a waste of great power." He paused, eyes turning to the yellow-skinned figure coalescing on the stage, a sly light in his gaze. As for this Huang Daxian, though ranked level 1 in the celestial roster, he is still a deity. To deal with a trifling level 3 vengeful spirit is surely but child's play. No sooner had he spoken than yellow smoke billowed across the stage, and a weasel-like creature, its eyes glowing faint green, strode out from the haze on its hind legs. "Ha ha ha, is this Longwo's ace card?" Quan Along and the Shifang summoners burst into thunderous ridicule. "A single weasel. Is this a snack sent to the Lieko Nu? It seems Longwo really has no one left. Poor little weasel, it's surely about to be snipped in two." Even Wu Tao and Song Wen showed despair. Only Lu Feng remained composed, folding his arms to watch. Amid the chorus of mockery, Huang Daxian's greenish eyes rolled, and he bobbed his paws toward Lieko Nu. "Damn it, that woman, do I look like a mere mortal or like a god?" At this moment, the entire starry arena fell into an eerie silence. Huang Daxian's words seemed to possess a peculiar causal law, making it difficult for anyone to meet his gaze. "Oh God, that weasel is talking." The summoner from the beautiful country stared in disbelief, shocked. Song Wen was equally dumbfounded. The yellow weasel can talk. Lu Feng was speechless, raising his hand to give Song Wen a slap. "Damn it, this is the mythical arena. How could you forget even Huang Daxian summoning?" Songwon covered his face still in disbelief, but this is a weasel. Meanwhile, the scene on the arena grew increasingly bizarre. The slit-mouthed woman persistently held up her scissors. Do you think I'm beautiful? Huang Daxian earnestly bowed. Do I look more like a human or a god? The slit-mouthed woman raised her scissors again. Do you think I'm beautiful? Do you think I'm beautiful, eh? Do I look more like a human or a god? This seemingly endless exchange left the entire audience in a state of stupor. Lu Feng, Songwon, Wu Tao, Suyu. The Western Alliance members exchanged glances. Half an hour later, Wu Tao finally couldn't hold back and raised his hand weakly, saying, Lady Catherine, can we please get these two out of here? Catherine, who was dozing in midair, was startled awake, rubbing her sleepy eyes and stretching lazily. No, we can't. The rules don't allow it. We must wait for them to determine a winner before proceeding. Lu Feng slapped his forehead heavily and shouted, Huang Daxian, why don't you two agree to something? Huang Daxian and the slit-mouthed woman turned at the same time, speaking in unison, sure. Immediately, Huang Daxian sized up the slit-mouthed woman and scoffed, Are you interested in mating with a boar? 51 times. The slit-mouthed woman instantly became furious, her mask puffing up with rage. You. I see you as a beast. Before she finished speaking, Huang Daxian grinned widely, a green light shining in his eyes. If I can't summon you, I'll have to take your life. In an instant, a demonic wind surged and dense yellow mist enveloped the arena. When the mist slightly dispersed, it revealed a Taoist clad in a yellow robe. However, the head remained a furry yellow weasel's head, and its green eyes appeared even more eerie and sinister against the robe. His head. Songwon was instantly horrified, pointing at the half-human, half-beast figure and retreating repeatedly. The slit-mouthed woman ripped off her mask to reveal her terrifying huge mouth. Mating with a boar. Do you think I'm ugly? Then you should die. After saying that, she raised the coldly gleaming scissors and charged at Huang Daxian. Infinite heaven venerable. Huang Daxian remained unperturbed, uttering a mantra, and in an instant his entire body transformed into a gray stone statue. Bang! The slit-mouthed woman's scissors stabbed hard into the statue, but only a few sparks flew out, and the statue remained motionless. My! The slit-mouthed woman was momentarily stunned, not yet reacting, when the statue suddenly came to life. Smack! A resounding slap landed heavily on her face. Covering her face, the slit-mouthed woman looked shocked. What kind of technique is this? I've never seen it before. You don't know any Dao techniques. Do you dare to come up to the stage again? Huang Daxian grinned, and with a swift motion delivered several crisp slaps, forcing the slit-mouthed woman to retreat continuously. Although the slit-mouthed woman was furious, no matter how she swung her scissors, she couldn't shake Huang Daxian's petrified form. Inu Nishikawa outside the arena was jumping anxiously. Cheating, this is definitely cheating. Hurry up and transform back. The Tianju summoner rushed forward to grab him. Put out the fire, you're being restrained. Otherwise, how could a level 1 defeat a level 3? Inu Nishikawa snorted coldly, glaring at Lu Feng with an expression of intense resentment, as if he wanted to swallow him whole. Meanwhile, the one-sided beating continued on the arena. Black Tiger Claw. Dragon Tiger Hook. Crow takes flight. The stone statue transformed by Huang Daxian leaped into the air and landed heavily on the slit-mouthed woman's head instantly, making her dizzy and seeing stars. Damn it, if you have the ability, transform back. The slit-mouthed woman gritted her teeth, her mask askew from the blows. Huang Daxian sneered, transform back. Do you think I'm foolish? After saying that, his techniques grew increasingly bizarre. Watch me, the mouse peas. Long snake drills. The weasel steals cheese. Wait, that's not right. Suddenly Huang Daxian froze, and the slit-mouthed woman looked at him in shock. Damn it, what are you staring at? Huang Daxian, enraged and embarrassed, kicked her down, and then his figure began to spin rapidly, stirring up a violent wind. Tornado, destroy the parking space. The yellow tornado, transformed by Huang Daxian, resembled a gigantic meat grinder, swiftly engulfing the slit-mouthed woman. Amid the howling winds, her black robe was torn to shreds, and her body gradually became fragmented under the cutting of the wind blades. Oh! The slit-mouthed woman let out a piercing scream in the wind, her voice growing weaker with the wind's force. Finally, a dense black smoke suddenly emanated from the tornado, and her figure completely vanished. Phew, that was resolved quickly. Suyu exhaled deeply, patting his chest. To be honest, the slit-mouthed woman was indeed a bit terrifying. In contrast, Inu Nishikawa stood opposite, his expression unchanged, a hint of mocking smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Huang Daxian stopped spinning and landed steadily on the arena. Though only his figure remained on the stage, his green eyes were still vigilantly scanning the surroundings, his nose twitching, exhibiting a strange demeanor. Strange? Why is there still a strange smell lingering, even though that little lady is dead, eh? Huang Daxian sniffed the air in confusion, his furry ears perked up in vigilance. Suddenly, Are you looking for me? A chilling voice came from behind. Huang Daxian turned abruptly only to see the slit-mouthed woman standing behind him unharmed, still holding the gleaming scissors and lunging fiercely towards his back. I am immortal, you know. The slit-mouthed woman laughed triumphantly, her eyes above the mask flashing with an eerie glow. Huang Daxian hurriedly sidestepped to avoid, but the scissors still tore through his yellow robe. He stared at the slit-mouthed woman in disbelief. Immortal? The old Taoist clearly tore you to pieces. The slit-mouthed woman tilted her head, lightly tapping her palm with the scissors. As long as there are still people in this world who remember my legend, as long as there are still people who fear the story of the slit-mouthed woman, I am indeed immortal. As she spoke, her figure suddenly began to split 1, 2, 3. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen slit-mouthed women appeared on the arena surrounding Huang Daxian. They spoke in unison, their voices overlapping. Do you think I'm beautiful? Do you think I'm beautiful, eh? Do you think I'm beautiful, eh? This eerie scene sent shivers down the spine of the entire audience. Suyu was so scared that he directly hid behind Lu Feng, and Wu Tao and Song when involuntarily took a step back. Inu Nishikawa finally burst in a loud laughter. Now you know the power of our Japanese vengeful spirits, right? The legend of the slit-mouthed woman has been passed down for hundreds of years. As long as someone remembers her, she is truly immortal. Huang Daxian stood motionless, his emerald eyes clouded with bewilderment, as if pondering a countermeasure. In response, Inu Moto Akiro let out a triumphant sneer. Surrender, you wretched weasel. This match can end only in a stalemate. You will never slay the slit-mouthed woman. His expression was arrogantly smug, as though victory were already assured. Yet, who said she cannot be slain? Lu Feng arched a brow and declared aloud, what if every Japanese person were eradicated, so that no soul upon this earth remembered the legend of the slit-mouthed woman? Would that not resolve it perfectly? Silence descended, grave, absolute, suffocating, as shock froze every face in the hall. Ahem. Brother Lu Feng mined the international implications, Song, when hastily interjected, patting his shoulder with an embarrassed, hushed plea. Yakitori, you're not even human. Inu Moto Akiro exploded in fury, finger trembling as he pointed at Lu Feng. Note Yakitori used here as a phonetic approximation of Yakuza Gaijin mockery, retained for tonal authenticity while avoiding direct slur. Even Huang Daxian turned to Lu Feng in mute exasperation. Wu Liang Tianzun. For millennia, I have cultivated the Tao. Only one final step remains before ascension, the attainment of the immortal head. Were I truly to slaughter so many, would I not be struck down by heavenly retribution, reduced to ash in an instant? He shook his head vigorously, his face etched with unambiguous refusal. TCH, do Japanese even count as people? Lu Feng scoffed. Slaughter them all, and perhaps the Jade Emperor himself, delighted, might bestow upon you the title of Supreme Immortal. At these words, every Japanese spectator in the observation gallery surged to their feet in collective outrage, pointing, shouting, and unleashing torrents of furious Japanese invective. Meanwhile, atop the arena platform, the dozen slit-mouthed women launched another assault, stabbing relentlessly at the petrified Huang Daxian with their scissors, each strike ringing sharp and metallic clink, clink, clink. Huang Daxian endured their blows impassively. Then suddenly his eyes flared with insight. Fixing his gaze on one of the slit-mouthed women, he asked earnestly, Madam, may I ask if you wish to die, could you? The question stunned the entire hall into silence. Wu Tao stared dumbfounded. What do you mean? I want to die? Are you suggesting the slit-mouthed woman suffers existential despair? The slit-mouthed women paused, then erupted into shrill, grating laughter. Ha! Have you run out of things to say, you beast? Why on earth would I wish to die? Huang Daxian shook his head, then jabbed a commanding finger. Just answer. Can you die? That's all I need. Ha ha ha. She sneered dismissively. If I choose not to live, death is mine to claim. What? Do you imagine you could force me to take my own life? Kakik. So you can die. Ah, how splendid. How utterly splendid. A chilling, guttural cackle escaped Huang Daxian's lips, and his luminous green eyes blazed with eerie intensity like twin lanterns of netherworld fire. The slit-mouthed women froze in unison, their gazes hollowing into vacant voids. Deep within their consciousness, their most harrowing memory began to swell. Vast, inescapable, infinitely magnified. Yamit, please, spare me, doctor. She found herself back in that familiar operating room, the terror flooding in like a tidal wave. She thrashed violently, only to realize her limbs were bound fast to the surgical table. The masked physician poised to administer anesthesia paused mid-motion. You know what I intend to do? He checked the restraints, then grinned, a slow predatory twist of the lips. Yoshi, how did you guess? Tell me. Setting the anesthetic aside, he studied her terrified expression with morbid fascination. She stared paralyzed, not by ropes alone, but by the horrifying recognition of the man who had shattered her life forever. It was him, The architect of her worst nightmare during that cosmetic surgery she pursued in search of beauty. Before her transformation into this spectral horror, the slit-mouthed woman had been utterly ordinary. She had been a typical Japanese office worker named Kobayashi Mika, bright, vivacious, always laughing, her cheerful voice echoing through the corridors of her workplace. Yet her appearance was unremarkable, often whispered about behind her back. Watching beautiful colleagues fall in love, she longed desperately for such a day herself. At the time Japan was swept by a wave of cosmetic enhancement, many coworkers subtly refined their features and grew more radiant. Encouraged by them, Mika too felt the pull. She would never forget that afternoon, entering the clinic with hopeful anticipation, unaware that she was walking straight into an eternal, inescapable nightmare. The physician, gentlemanly in gold-rimmed spectacles, shed his veneer the moment she lay upon the table. "You look just like her." He traced her facial contours with obsessive reverence, his eyes descending into madness. Mika gasped in terror. She was bound immovable. She writhed, but to no avail. The anesthetic had been deliberately diluted. She felt every incision sear across her skin, agonizing, lucid, unable even to faint. "No, please." Her voice cracked, weak and raw, tears mingling with blood as they vanished into her hairline. The physician only grew more frenzied. "Yes, that expression. That was exactly how she looked when she abandoned me." Mika's face bore an uncanny resemblance to his mother's youthful visage, the very woman who had cast him aside. A twisted man warped by profound Oedipal fixation now poured his venomous hatred and perverse devotion onto this innocent girl. The next 7 days became the darkest chapter of Mika's existence, confined to the operating room, subjected to unspeakable torment. On the 7th night, as the physician approached, once more scalpel in hand, Mika finally shattered. A surge of inexplicable power snapped her bonds. She seized the scalpel, and in unbearable anguish slashed open her own mouth from ear to ear. "If you all deem me unbeautiful, then I shall become the image you can never forget." Bathed in blood, she fled the clinic, collapsing moments later upon a cold, indifferent street. And thus Japan gained a new urban legend, a masked figure wielding scissors haunting alleyways, asking strangers, over and over, "Am I beautiful?" Within Huang Daxian's illusion, Mika returned, forced to relive that inaugural horror, each recurrence sharper, deeper, more desolate than the last. I cannot go on. Let me die." Mika screamed, her voice tearing from her soul. Then, her doctor's eyes turned emerald green, and he smiled, eerily tender. "Truly. Here, take the blade. Will you use it?" Outside the illusion, under the stunned gaze of the entire arena, all 12 slit-mouthed women wept crimson tears. As one, they raised their scissors, aiming unflinchingly at their own hearts. "Stop! What are you doing? Cease at once!" Inumoto Akaro shrieked, panic cracking his voice. But they ignored him utterly. They met each other's eyes, and saw in them the same yearning release. "I must be freed." With that whisper, gleaming blades pierced their chests in unison. 12 shadowy forms dissolved, fading into wisps of ashen smoke. Huang Daxian smiled, an unsettling, knowing curve of the lips, as he prepared to depart, when without warning a pillar of golden light descended from the heavens, enveloping him. Above his head 3 blossoms coalesced, petals woven from pure spiritual essence. "This is heavenly virtue manifesting upon mortal flesh." 3 flowers gathered at the crown, transcendence achieved. "This Taoist has ascended. Ha ha." He threw back his head and roared with triumph, his true form revealed in radiant gold, rising slowly, majestically into the sky. At this moment, everyone on Blue Star felt a tremor of spiritual energy. A magnificent golden gate slowly opened amidst the beam of light, surrounded by auspicious clouds, with the sound of celestial music echoing. In the deep mountains of northeast Longwa, pairs of sharp eyes pierced the sky, intently watching the Huang lair about to undergo transformation within the golden beam. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 4 figures swift as lightning appeared in an open space deep within the forest. They were none other than the accomplished gray mouse, white hedgehog, and Lu family's great serpent, led by Husan Taiyi. "What? Huang lair is becoming an immortal already." The great serpent raised its head, envy filling its vertical pupils. "That old fellow has such good luck." The hedgehog rubbed its front paws sourly, saying, "Damn, winning the arena actually grants merit. Why didn't such good fortune come to us?" The gray mouse's small eyes darted around, remaining silent, while gazing at the ever-silent Husan Taiyi. Husan Taiyi stroked his long beard and sighed. "This is fate. You 4 have similar cultivation levels, all just one step away from breaking through. It seems that what you lack is precisely the merit recognized by the heavenly Tao." He gazed far into the direction of the starry sky arena, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. "This is your unseen-a-lifetime opportunity. Hurry to Longwa to wait for the summoner. If you draw your cards, you must earnestly plead for him to choose you." Upon hearing this, the 3 beasts' eyes instantly lit up with desire. Tai Yu. The hedgehog hesitated to speak. Husan Tai Yi waved his hand, his figure appearing especially majestic under the moonlight. I have long made a pact with the heavenly court, tasked with suppressing demons in the mortal realm. Whether I become an immortal or not is no longer of concern to me. But for you, if you miss this opportunity, how many more centuries can you wait? The three beasts nodded in unison, respectfully bowing to Husan Tai Yi to bid farewell, then transformed into 4 streaks of different colored light, eagerly speeding towards the starry sky arena. I declare this battle is a victory for Longhua. You have received the reward of the heavenly Taoist fortune. On the arena, Catherine smiled brightly as she looked towards the slowly closing golden gate, announcing the results. In an instant, a vast power of fortune was forcibly extracted from the homeland of Wokuo, flowing like a golden river into Longhua's territory. The spiritual energy in the land of Longhua visibly thickened. Damn, Lu Feng, you're amazing. You actually beat a level 3 opponent with level 1. Feeling the vigorous life force from the earth beneath him, Song Wen was flushed with excitement. Exactly. Wu Tao and Su Yu also gathered around, their eyes filled with admiration. We will never doubt your decisions again. You are truly impressive. Lu Feng smirked mischievously. It's just Woko. Any of those 4 cards would be enough for them to handle. But he suddenly frowned, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. Do you guys feel something strange about the arena all of a sudden? I can't shake the feeling that something is watching me from the shadows. My. The 3 exchanged glances, shaking their heads. I don't feel anything, Wu Tao speculated. Perhaps it's because you reversed the situation repeatedly, and those Westerners have their eyes on you. Lu Feng nodded suspiciously, perhaps. Meanwhile, on the Western Alliance side, Inigai Ikiru cursed as he stepped down from the arena, his face ashen. Following that, the summoner from Tianju Ram leaped onto the summoning platform with agility. Oh ho ho. Oh ho ho. Oh. A burst of highly infectious music suddenly resonated throughout the arena, accompanied by urgent drumbeats and the sound of bells. Lu Feng widened his eyes in shock, looking towards the Western summoning platform. Ram had already started to move on the platform, his body as supple as if it had no bones, jumping and singing. I play in the mud of Northeast, though Northeast is small, I have no home in Dalian. I play in the mud of Northeast, though Northeast is small, I have no home in Dalian. Is this how Tianju people always make their entrance? Lu Feng watched Ram singing and dancing on the opposite summoning platform, his mouth twitching in speechlessness. Wu Tao rolled his eyes helplessly and explained, the entrance style of Tianju has always been this. Flamboyant. But don't be deceived by appearances, their divine system is indeed powerful, and their high-end combat strength is said to rival that of the gods. Is that so? Lu Feng's mouth curled into a playful smile. No matter how strong they are, can they surpass Nuan Yang Yang? Can they surpass Dong Wang Tai? At this moment, Ram finally finished his infectious dance. He took a deep breath, grinned at Lu Feng, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Hello, summoner of Longhua. My name is Ram, and next I declare war on you on behalf of Tianju. Are you ready to accept defeat? Lu Feng rolled his eyes. Accept defeat. Longhua has already achieved 3 consecutive victories. You dare to provoke. Did you drink too much Ganges water, or did cow urine give you the courage? Ram did not get angry. Instead, he shook his head, appearing wise. Young man, you are just too impatient. Do you think the deities of Tianju would be as fragile as those before? You are too naive. He suddenly changed tone, his expression becoming solemn as he pressed down heavily on the summoning platform. Buzz. A thick yellowish beam of light shot up into the sky. Ram's face was filled with a sinister grin as 4 ancient and majestic cards slowly ascended within the beam. 1. God of Death, Yin Mo level 3-2. Goddess of the Snow Mountain Parvati level 2-3. Demon-slaying goddess Durga level 2-4. Azura King Lanka level 3. Upon the reveal of these 4 cards, the audience collectively gasped. Hiss. All 4 are main battle deities. The lowest is level 2. God of Death, Yin Mo. And the warlike Azura King. This lineup is terrifying. Although the level annotations are not high, these are all powerful entities renowned in Tianju mythology, and their actual combat strength is absolutely no weaker than level 4 deities of other divine systems. Hearing the discussions around him, Ram's smile grew even more arrogant. Ha ha ha. Do you see it, Longhua people? The great god of death Yin Mo and the undefeated Azura King Lanka are here. Let's see how you remain cocky now. Lu Feng raised an eyebrow, curiously looking at Wu Tao. Yin Mo. Lanka, are they really strong? Very strong. Wu Tao's face was extremely serious as he spoke rapidly. Yin Mo is the god of death in Tianju mythology, governing the realm of the deceased. The reason he is rated level 3 is entirely because the overall strength of Tian's divine system is too strong with intense internal competition. If he were in some smaller divine systems, he would definitely be a level 4 or even 5 existence. As for the Azura King Lanka, Wu Tao's voice carried a hint of dryness. The Azura race is born for battle, cruel and combative with formidable physical strength. As their King Lanka's power is absolutely comparable to that of a level 4 deity. He might even be strong. Listening to this introduction, Lu Feng not only did not feel nervous, but instead stroked his chin with a pleased expression. Is it really that impressive? Quite good. A continuous, overwhelming victory can indeed become a bit dull. Dull? Ram seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world sneering repeatedly. When the great Azura king tears your dragon kingdom's deity to shreds, you will understand what interesting really means. Having said that, he stopped wasting words, a fierce light flashing in his eyes as he pointed directly at the card representing the Azura king. Boom. At the moment his fingertip touched it, it was as if a star exploded in the arena. The entire starry sky was stained blood red, and a thick, tangible killing intent swept through every corner like a tsunami. The air was filled with a rusty, bloody scent, and one could faintly hear the wails and battle cries of billions of beings in war. The space was ruthlessly torn apart, and an endless stream of bones and shattered weapons poured out like a waterfall from a fissure that spanned the galaxy. At the end of that mountain of corpses and sea of blood, a towering figure radiating a destructive aura stepped forth, walking through the void one step at a time. He stood over 10 feet tall, his entire form exuding a dark golden hue, as if forged from indestructible divine metal. His muscles bulged like a dragon containing explosive power. He had 4 arms, each gripping a blood-dripping giant axe, a bone hammer entwined with vengeful spirits, a skeletal staff burning with green ghostly flames, and a colossal shield forged from countless agonized faces. His visage was fierce, with fangs protruding from his mouth and a vertical eye opening and closing on his forehead, bursting forth with a blood light that captivated the soul. Merely standing there, the Azura battle intent radiating from him caused the starry sky barrier to tremble violently, as if it could not bear his presence. Is this the Azura king? Wu Tao's face turned pale, his voice trembling uncontrollably under this terrifying pressure. Even breathing felt difficult. Songwen retreated 3 steps in shock, barely managing to stabilize himself, exclaiming in horror, such terrifying killing intent. It's even stronger than the Greek god of war Ares. After a brief period of silence, the viewing area of the Western Alliance erupted into fervent cheers and shouts. Many people moved to tears. So powerful. This is the true god of destruction. Lord Lanka, tear apart the deity of the Dragon Kingdom. Let these Easterners witness what absolute power truly is. Ram reveled in the shocking entrance, looking at Lu Feng with immense satisfaction, hoping to see fear and despair on his face. However, Lu Feng merely squinted his eyes slightly, carefully surveying the Lanka, who resembled a world-destroying demon. Then, to his surprise, he gently nodded, a genuine interest appearing on his lips. Finally, a worthy opponent. Do not underestimate him, Lu Feng. You are familiar with the myths of the Dragon Kingdom. This time, you must summon the strongest. Lu Feng smiled at him and nodded. All right, as you wish, I will give you a shocking surprise. With that, he slapped the summoning platform, a dazzling golden beam shooting into the sky, 4 ancient cards slowly emerging in the halo. 1. God of Wealth, Bygone, level 3-2. Vanguard, Giant Spirit God, level 2-3. King of the Pagoda, Li Jing, level 3-4. Ancestor of Earth Immortals, Zhen Yuanzi, level. What a! Zhen Yuanzi has emerged too. Lu Feng looked at the 4 cards floating in the air, mouth agape in astonishment. Why is the level not displayed? It used to at least show no level. Songwen also had a look of Meanwhile, far away in Wanshou Mountain's Wuzhuang Temple, an ancient-looking elder dressed in a Taoist robe and exuding an ethereal aura stood beneath a ginseng fruit tree. The tree towered into the clouds, and among its branches one could faintly see fruit resembling infants exuding an enticing fragrance. Zhen Yuanzi gazed at the vibrant ginseng fruit tree and sighed. Why have no monsters come to steal the ginseng fruit in these years? My precious tree hasn't been nourished by spiritual blood in too long. He paced back and forth beneath the tree, his long black beard swaying in the wind as he murmured to himself, what if I transform into a golden cicada and trick a few unsuspecting ones to come? Suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration flashed in his eyes as he looked up at the void. I actually feel a thread of causality connecting me to the mortal realm. This is. His gaze pierced through layers of void, landing directly on the starry arena. Choose this king of the pagoda, Lu Feng. A level 3 against a level 3 should still be a fair fight. That's a good idea. This deity holds the title of king, and his strength should be quite formidable. He might not necessarily lose. However, Lu Feng mysteriously smiled and shook his head. Li Jing's strength is indeed not weak. He should be sufficient for this task, but aren't you asking me to choose the strongest? Both of them were taken aback, confusion flashing in their eyes. Isn't he the only level 3 deity here? Is there someone stronger than him? Songwen curiously asked. Wu Tao glanced at the card of Zhen Yuanzi marked with a question mark and leveled tentatively asking, could it be him? The ancestor of Earth Immortals. Earth Immortals shouldn't be stronger than a king, right? Just as Lu Feng was about to respond, bang, bang, bang. 3 light sounds rang out, and the cards representing bygone giant spirit god and Li Jing suddenly exploded, scattering into glimmers of golden light in the air, leaving only Zhen Yuanzi's card quietly floating. What the hell? A cosmic Big Bang. What just happened? Wu Tao exclaimed. At that moment, the 3 celestial beings, Hui Bai and Lu, hidden before Lu Feng, suddenly trembled uncontrollably, burying their heads deeply into the ground, as if in worship of some supreme existence. Lu Feng stroked his chin and said helplessly, it seems this one has already sensed the existence of the arena. He wishes to come to the stage. This ancestor of Earth Immortals. Is he really that powerful? Can he interfere with the rules of the heavenly Tao? Song Wen curiously asked, then turned to see Catherine, who was also trembling in the air, instantly shocked. If he is to come to the stage, then it can only be him. Lu Feng sighed bitterly, initially planning to keep this trump card for the Dragon Kingdom, never expected it would be like this. He extended his finger, a mix of helplessness and anticipation in his expression, pointing at that unique card. The moment his fingertip touched the card, the entire starry sky suddenly froze. The surging sea of blood solidified. The Azura King's overwhelming killing intent seemed to be frozen, and even the cheers of the Western Alliance abruptly halted. I, the Taoist of Zhen Yuanzi, have come in response to the call. The instant Lu Feng's fingertip brushed the card, the entire starry sky froze in place. Time ceased its flow. Space itself seemed locked in stasis. The surging blood sea of the Azura King hung suspended midair. The triumphant grins on the faces of the Western Alliance members stiffened. Starlight itself ceased to flicker. A voice, gentle yet imbued with supreme authority, resonated within every soul. This Taoist is Zhen Yuanzi, come to fulfill my destined tribulation. As the words faded, a hazy azure radiance descended from the 9th heaven. Golden lotuses bloomed within the light, and sweet springs welled up from the earth. The colossal celestial gate in the heavens thunderously swung open, and an elder stepped forth upon the void, robed in the Bagua-patterned Taoist robe, crowned with a purple golden diadem, and holding a jade fly-whisk in hand. His countenance was ancient and serene. With each opening and closing of his eyes, sun and moon appeared to revolve in cosmic rhythm. Though no overwhelming aura emanated from him, an eternal Tao resonance, harmonious with heaven and earth, flowed naturally from his being. With every step he took, a golden lotus bloomed beneath his feet, gently bearing him down toward the arena. The entire platform began to tremble. He had deliberately restrained his presence, but even so the void itself subtly warped and buckled, unable to fully bear his existence. The heavenly Tao's power in the mortal realm remains ultimately feeble. Zhen Yuanzi sighed lightly as radiant clouds swirled about him. The fractured void instantly stabilized. Below the arena, Ram stared wide-eyed at the venerable Taoist, whose bearing exuded celestial grace, then glanced upward at Catherine, trembling ever so slightly in the sky, and frowned in bewilderment. Why is she shaking? Can even an incarnation of the heavenly Tao catch a chill? Spectators from the west murmured among themselves, could it be? The heavenly Tao has its monthly cycle. Who are you? On the arena, Azura King Lanka tightened his grip on weapons, with all 4 arms, warily eyeing Zhen Yuanzi as he approached. What rank do you hold in the divine realm? Though Zhen Yuanzi had suppressed all outward aura, an unsettling premonition stirred deep within Lanka's heart. Stroking his snow-white beard, Zhen Yuanzi strolled leisurely forward, smiling faintly at the Azura King. This Taoist is Zhen Yuanzi, a mere wandering immortal of Longhua, unskilled in combat. Hearing this, Lanka instantly relaxed and burst into raucous laughter. Ha, ha, ha. A mere wandering immortal dares oppose the Azura King himself. Has Longhua truly run out of mighty deities? He shook his head, then pointed imperiously. I am the sovereign of the Azura clan. If you possess sense, what in blazes are you staring at? Lanka had been about to continue his boast, only to find Zhen Yuanzi still gazing at him with that same placid, amused smile, as if appraising an intriguing artifact, making his skin crawl. Zhen Yuanzi remained silent, offering only a gentle nod. Is he treating the Azura King as fertilizer? Lu Feng observed Lanka, curiously mirroring the elder's calm scrutiny. Lord Lanka, why waste another word on him? Tear this Longhua wandering immortal to shreds. Ram roared, incensed to see Lu Feng wearing the very same expression. Indeed. A crimson flash of murderous intent flared in Lanka's eyes. His 4 arms spread wide, and the boundless blood sea surged instantly across the entire arena. Longhua deity, you vex me greatly. Perish now. In that instant, wailing specters rose from the blood sea. Bones drifted atop churning waves, and the sheer malevolence warped even the starlit barrier overhead. Wu Tao cried out in alarm, "Master, danger! This is the legendary Azura Blood Sea. Legends say any soul touching it shall be devoured whole." Zhen Yuanzi clearly heard the warning, yet stood motionless, allowing the blood sea to surge ever closer. "Ha, won't dodge. Does he think my blood sea is mere child's play?" The Azura King sneered. Ram folded his arms and scoffed, most likely frozen in terror. "A mere wandering immortal. Lord Azura has slain true gods." Yet just as the blood sea reached within 3 chi of Zhenyuan Daxian's robes, sudden transformation erupted. The raging tide halted abruptly, forming a perfect vacuum ring around him, as though cowed by some unseen dread, refusing to advance another inch. Lanka frowned. "What sorcery is this? I sense nothing he has done." Zhenyuan Daxian gazed thoughtfully upon the blood sea and murmured softly, "This sea bears a curious resemblance to the one wielded by Lord Mingi." Memories surfaced, the days he debated the Tao with Lord Mingi in the Zixiao Palace. At his cultivation level, peers worthy of equal discourse were exceedingly rare. Should you indeed be his descendant, or even a branch lineage, I dare not strike lethally. What nonsense, descendant or branch. I am of Bharat bloodline, granted Azura power directly by Lord Brahma himself. Lanka snapped, enraged. "Cease your fabrications." "Oh, is that so?" Zhenyuan Daxian suddenly clapped his hands and laughed. "Excellent, excellent, excellent. Not his descendant then. This Taoist would rather avoid needless enmity." The Western Alliance watched in bafflement, but Lu Feng understood instantly, so even Zhenyuan Daxian respects Lord Mingi's standing. The Longhua pantheon is truly vast beyond measure. Even as Lu Feng's thoughts flickered, Zhenyuan Daxian struck. With a single sweep of his long sleeve, heaven and earth dimmed, and a terrifying suction force erupted from within. The arena trembled violently once more. Even Catherine shrieked and fled. Only Lanka remained rooted in place, bewildered. The suction targets everything, yet leaves me untouched. What mastery of control is this? This is the legendary sleeve-contained universe. Lu Feng's gaze sharpened. Countless divine arts exist, but none wield the sleeve-contained universe with greater authenticity than Zhenyuan Daxian. As an avid reader of Xianxia novels, Lu Feng knew this technique well. Long ago, when Sun Wukong toppled the ginseng fruit tree master Tang, and his disciples were swept away in a single sleeve by Zhenyuan Daxian. Sun Wukong sought aid from every immortal and deity, yet none dared intervene. It was only after his fame had spread that he returned to Fengsuan Mountain for help, the first time he'd ever pleaded for assistance. On the arena, the sleeve-contained universe reappeared. The torrential blood sea was drawn in like a whale, inhaling seawater, vanishing entirely. Lanka tried to resist, only to realize in horror that his connection to the blood sea had been severed. Where's my blood sea? His face paled. Without the blood sea, his divine power waned rapidly. Longhua deity, restore my blood sea. Enraged, Lanka hurled his skullhead staff wreathed in emerald flames, seeking to force Zhenyuan Daxian's compliance. But the elder merely watched the staff soar toward him, smiling faintly, neither dodging nor flinching, then raised his hand and grasped it calmly. "Beware, that staff is treacherous." Wu Tao cried out again. In Bharati mythology, this staff was bestowed by Lord Brahma, the creator himself. Though lacking Brahma's direct blessing or divine energy, it bore traces of his sacred essence. Mere wisps sufficed to subdue all things. No matter. Let this Taoist examine the aura of this foreign god. Unfazed, Zhenyuan Daxian extended his hand, ignoring Brahma's residue entirely, and firmly seized the staff. In an instant, Brahma's lingering essence upon the staff was forcibly erased by Zhenyuan Daxian. Impossible. Lanka recoiled in utter disbelief. Within the Bharati divine realm, only the Trimordi could withstand such a feat. No other deity dared attempt it. Zhenyuan Daxian examined the staff, nodded approvingly. Excellent. I shall take it home to adorn my ginseng fruit tree. Adorn the tree. At that moment, every citizen of Bharat stood stunned. An artifact embodying Lord Brahma's glory, reduced to mere ornamentation for a fruit tree. Bharati netizens erupted in outrage. Torrents of invective flooded online forums. Longhua netizens responded with biting mockery. Wasn't he the great Azura king? So mighty, wasn't he? Who mocked our wandering immortals just moments ago? Why hide now? Seeing his sacred weapon vanish into the sleeve, Lanka exploded in fury. I'll destroy you myself. The Shura King Lanka raised the blood-dripping giant axe, his eyes burning with a frenzied killing intent. Though this giant axe was not bestowed by the Brahma, it was one of his innate treasures, crafted from the thigh bone of a godly powerhouse from Tianzhu after a 3-day, 3-night bloody battle. The god was so powerful that even after having his leg bones severed for thousands of years, it continued to bleed, harboring terrifying resentment and divine power. As the giant axe tore through the air, the surrounding atmosphere was shredded by the Shura's murderous aura, creating a vacuum trail. The spectators from Tianzhu held their breath, hoping that their terrifying Shura king could use this move to slay the master of Zhenyuan. Yet, they understood in their hearts that this was nearly impossible. On the opposite side of the arena, facing this world-destroying strike, the master of Zhenyuan maintained his smile, gently sweeping his feather duster. The soft strands of dust suddenly stood straight, transforming into countless silver needles, accurately piercing towards the giant axe. With a crisp sound, a clear chime echoed through the starry sky. To the astonishment of everyone, the giant axe forged from the god's thigh bone was pierced with innumerable tiny holes by the feather duster. What was even more shocking was that the divine blood that had flowed for thousands of years completely dried up at that moment. The Shura king hurriedly withdrew the giant axe, looking at the densely packed holes on it, his face changing dramatically. You dare to destroy my two treasures. In his fury, he finally awakened to a terrifying truth. There was no one in the Tianzhu divine realm aside from the three aspects gods who could so effortlessly destroy his innate treasures. Could it be? His power is already comparable to the three aspects gods, the supreme deity of the Dragon Kingdom. This thought sent chills down the Shura king's spine. No matter how he pondered, he couldn't understand why such a being was labeled with 3 question marks and referred to himself as a mere scattered immortal. Dear friend from the West, do you have any other techniques to showcase? The master of Zhenyuan asked lightly, seemingly unaware of the immense psychological impact his performance had on his opponent. Lu Feng couldn't help but exclaim from the audience, this ancestor of the Earth Immortals is truly Loki. Does he not realize how outrageous his performance has been? I originally thought this battle would be perilous, yet for the master of Zhenyuan, it seems as easy as child's play. Friend, when have you ever regarded me as a friend? The Shura king glared furiously. From the various displays of the master of Zhenyuan, he understood that the latter intended to use him as fertilizer for that fruit tree. Though the master of Zhenyuan's methods exceeded his imagination, as the king of the Shura realm, he would never concede defeat. Suddenly, boundless blood energy erupted from Lanka's body, his skin transforming from dark gold to deep red, with a murderous aura more intense than before. The muscles in his forearms swelled violently, with veins writhing like dragon tendrils. Essence blood Shura form. He finally unleashed his ultimate form, his voice becoming hoarse and frenzied. Although entering this form will plunge me into centuries of mad slaughter, my combat power will increase several times. Only in this way can I tear you, the supreme deity of the Dragon Kingdom, to shreds. Huh. He laughed wildly, as if he could already envision himself devouring the flesh and blood of this supreme deity of the Dragon Kingdom. His strength would surely soar, even hoping to join the top echelon, standing shoulder to shoulder with the three aspects gods. He laughed wildly, as if he could already envision himself devouring the flesh and blood of this supreme deity of the Dragon Kingdom. His strength would surely soar, even hoping to join the audience instinctively retreated, fearing to be swept up by this terrifying energy. Oh no, it's really the Blood Shura. Ram stepped back in fear, his face pale. The completely mad Blood Shura has appeared. My Tianzhu divine realm will surely face a bloodbath. On the arena, upon seeing the Shura king in this state, the master of Zhenyuan couldn't help but exclaim in wonder, there's actually a second form. Marvelous, marvelous, this will provide even richer nourishment. He instinctively clenched his fists, then immediately relaxed. No, what if I accidentally kill him? He was about to flick his fingers again, but hesitated once more. No, what if he can't withstand this finger? On the opposite side, upon hearing this, the last shred of rationality left in the crazed Lanka vanished, completely charging at him angrily. You still want to use me as fertilizer? You seek death. At this moment, his might was far beyond before. In his Blood Shura state, he could defeat most 4th-level deities. Even the great sun god Surya had to take him seriously. Lanka's massive bone hammer smashed down with immense force. The vengeful souls swirling around it howled as they lunged towards the master of Zhenyuan. The master of Zhenyuan, helpless, was about to once again employ the technique of Sleeve Universe to retrieve the Shura king along with his weapon, when suddenly, friend Zhenyuan, do not win too easily, lest those foreign gods be too afraid to descend. A voice audible only to him rang in his ears. The master of Zhenyuan's eyes sparkled, and his form shifted slightly, perfectly dodging this strike. His expression became quite peculiar as he subtly nodded to the sky. In the 33 heavens within the Lingshao treasure hall, a massive light screen perfectly displayed the scene of the arena. In the center of the hall, countless celestial beings were eagerly watching the battle. Thankfully, the emperor spoke in time. If the master of Zhenyuan were to instantly slay that so-called Shura king, wouldn't it frighten those Western gods away? Indeed, the emperor's methods are truly impressive. The celestial elder of the South Pole smiled as he stroked. Yes, indeed. The emperor was able to break through the obstacles of the heavenly path of the small world silently, transmitting messages to the master of Jinyuan, evading the scrutiny of the Western gods. His cultivation is indeed profound. Listening to the praise from the two deities, the Jade Emperor waved his hand. All right, stop flattering. They have finally revealed themselves. Who would dare scare them away? Don't blame me for being heartless. No, we will perform well. The Silver Star was so excited that his white beard trembled. It has been countless epochs. Finally, such a spectacle has emerged. Everyone should cherish it. The celestial beings nodded repeatedly, each with wide eyes, afraid of missing any thrilling moment. On the arena, the Shura King swung his exaggerated giant hammer, fiercely battling with the master of Jinyuan. The master of Jinyuan occasionally narrowly dodged, sometimes forcefully counterattacked, leaving Lu Feng dumbfounded. As expected of the master, he can actually battle the legendary Blood Shura to this extent. Song Wen exclaimed in admiration, his face full of excitement. Wu Tao nodded seriously. Indeed, it's evident that this battle is quite challenging for the master of Jinyuan. The opponent is simply too strong, but our chances of victory shouldn't be small. Oh, what's wrong? The two looked over with curiosity. This little pauper thinks he can battle with the great immortal Jinyuan. You might as well bring over Brahma or Shiva. Lu Feng scoffed. Although he didn't understand why the great immortal Jinyuan was hiding his strength, he wisely chose not to expose it. Meanwhile, on the western side, several summoners stood in a line, their faces filled with gravity. How much chance do you think we have in this battle, eh? 50-50. I think the Dragon Kingdom's god is quite strong. Inukai Ikaru spoke up. Ram shot him a glance and sneered. You're joking. How can it be 50-50? You have no idea how terrifying the Blood Azura is. The crowd turned to him in unison. Let me tell you, the Blood Azura's physical body is incredibly fearsome. His legs are like divine weapons capable of kicking apart a planet with a single blow. Everyone instinctively looked towards the arena where the great immortal Jinyuan had just ripped off a leg of the Azura King with his bare hands, blood gushing out. The crowd was taken aback. Don't be surprised, there's more to come. Ram, with his back to the battlefield, appeared even prouder upon seeing their reaction. Let me tell you, the Blood Azura's arms possess immense strength. Even a single one can crush mountains. The crowd looked back at the arena where the great immortal Jinyuan had already torn off all three remaining arms, calmly tucking them into his sleeves. This is truly terrifying, exclaimed the summoner from Beautiful Country. Calm down, what's so terrifying about this? Ram was about to continue when Inukai Ikaru hurriedly interrupted. Stop talking. Please just stop. Turn around and take a look. Ram sneered. What's there to see? It's just a battle against the supreme god of the Dragon Kingdom. What's the big deal? Let me tell you, the Blood Azura's teeth are the most formidable. With one bite, he could chew half of the moon away. The crowd looked again at the arena where the great immortal Jinyuan was now holding the Blood Azura's head, methodically pulling out his teeth. Oh my god. How cruel. Wang Defa. How terrifying. What the hell? This is inhumane. Look at you all, Ram said, listening to the Blood Azura's wails, completely enjoying the moment. Did you hear? The great Lord Blood Azura is roaring. We heard it. The others exchanged glances and nodded. With each word Ram spoke, the Blood Azura, let me tell you. Inukai Ikaru could no longer hold back, delivering a resounding slap before forcibly turning his head. Hey, what are you doing? You guys. Ram was shocked, and upon being turned around, his eyes widened, his mouth agape, as if a whole egg could fit in it. Lanka was in a very dire situation. His limbs were torn off, and even his teeth were pulled out. He was being held by the great immortal Jinyuan by the neck, barely clinging to life. Such a difficult battle shouldn't scare off those Western gods, right? The great immortal Jinyuan looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction while giving a glance towards the sky. In the Lingxiao treasure hall, the celestial beings exchanged glances, unable to help but shrink their necks. Isn't this a bit too brutal, eh? Tu Bai Jinxing lowered his voice, showing some hesitation. The Jade Emperor rolled his eyes and shook his head helplessly. Enough is enough. They've already shown enough respect. I hope those Western gods can have a bit more courage. There's nothing he could do. Even if the great immortal Jinyuan personally intervened, it might not turn out well. What more could he expect from others? All right, little girl, hurry up and announce the results. The great immortal Jinyuan, satisfied, tucked away Lanka's body and called out to Catherine. Catherine slowly appeared, respectfully bowing to the great immortal Jinyuan before announcing, I declare that the Dragon Kingdom has won this battle. With her words, a torrent of fortune flowed from Tianzhu to the Dragon Kingdom. With the battle concluded, just as the great immortal Jinyuan was about to leave the arena, he suddenly seemed to remember something and turned to Lu Feng. What the hell? Lu Feng was puzzled, only to see the great immortal Jinyuan step out and instantly appear in front of him, startling him greatly. After all, this was outside the arena. He actually ignored the arena barrier set by the heavenly Tao and walked right out. Hee, I almost forgot I still owe you this bit of karma. The great immortal Jin Yuan, completely oblivious to the shock he caused everyone, continued to smile at Lu Feng. Thanks to your choice, I was able to descend to the arena. Whatever you wish for, feel free to ask. Seeing this, Lu Feng scratched his head, feeling somewhat helpless. Well, I don't really know what I want. Hee, you really don't know? Then I'll give you this first. The great immortal Jin Yuan smiled slightly and flicked his finger, sending a stream of light flying towards Lu Feng. Lu Feng hurriedly caught it and was instantly shocked. What the hell, a ginseng fruit? The trio from the Dragon Kingdom immediately surrounded him, seeing Lu Feng holding a fruit resembling a baby, crystal clear and exuding a tempting fragrance and faint radiance. Is this what the immortals give? Songwen stammered. Lu Feng took a deep breath, suppressing the shock within. Immortal. This is too precious, isn't it? The great immortal Jin Yuan smiled slightly. Don't get too excited. This isn't for you to eat, it's for you to use. For me to use. Lu Feng was taken aback, and before he could ask further, the great immortal Jin Yuan had already shattered the void and left, leaving behind a sentence echoing in the air. Remember, don't eat it, you'll need it later. As the great immortal Jin Yuan departed, the trio from the Dragon Kingdom immediately surrounded Lu Feng tightly. Lu Feng, what exactly is this treasure? It looks like a little baby. Songwen wiped his mouth, his eyes fixated on the ginseng fruit. Wu Tao swallowed hard, smelling this fragrance. I feel like I'm about to float away. Lu Feng glanced at them and explained, this is a ginseng fruit, the fruit born from the innate spiritual root of the great immortal Jin Yuan. It blooms once every 3,000 years, bears fruit once every 3,000 years, and matures once every 3,000 years. It takes 9,000 years to bear fruit. The three exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide as brass bells. Suyu trembled as she asked, then what is its effect? Can it really not be eaten? Of course you can eat it. Lu Feng's words made the three's eyes light up, but what followed made them gasp in shock. Just smelling it can add 360 years to your life, and eating one can let you live 47,000 years. 47,000 years. Songwen nearly fainted. This is simply a potion for immortality. All right, one whiff each, let's get down to business first. Lu Feng raised the ginseng fruit, and the three of them immediately leaned in, taking a deep breath. Fragrant. So fragrant. Songwen closed his eyes in ecstasy, feeling every pore in his body rejoicing. Suye's face flushed, and she said with pleasure, I feel so light, as if I could fly away. Wu Tao exaggeratedly spread his arms. Is this the feeling of immortality? Quickly put it away. Suyu was the first to regain her senses, reluctantly saying, the great immortal Jinin specifically instructed you not to eat it. It must be useful later on. Lu Feng nodded and was about to put away the ginseng fruit when suddenly a mocking voice came from the Western Alliance. Dragon Kingdom summoner, it's time to come up and die. Damn, this guy is too arrogant. Songwen looked at the Nordic summoner's aloof demeanor, gritting his teeth in anger. Lu Feng strode up to the summoning platform, confronting the opponent. What? Haven't you had enough of being beaten by the Western Alliance? Want to play a wheel war? You really overestimate yourself, the Nordic summoner scoffed with a proud expression. If it were an unknown fight, our Nordic nation alone could easily crush all the gods of your dragon nation. Forming an alliance is just about sharing benefits, Lu Feng sneered. All right, then let's get started and see. The Nordic summoner disdainfully glanced at him and slapped the summoning platform. In an instant, dazzling divine light enveloped him, and 4 cards slowly rose. 1. Sorceress Ael Buddha, level 1. 2. Crow Hekin, level 1. 3. Goddess of Love, Freya, level 3. 4. God of Youth, Eden, level 2. My, why is there no main battle deity? The Nordic summoner frowned, his expression suddenly turning grim. Lu Feng glanced at the 4 cards unfazed. It's fine, they are all here to die anyway, it makes no difference. What did you say? The Nordic summoner exploded in anger, immediately pointing at Freya's card. Do you think non-combat deities are weak? This is a level 3 deity. I don't believe your dragon nation's luck can be so good all the time. In an instant, the card erupted with brilliant divine light. A stunning goddess descended from the heavens. She wore a sheer white feather robe that perfectly outlined her voluptuous curves. Her ample bosom, slender waist, and long legs were barely concealed beneath the thin fabric, each step radiating a captivating rhythm. Her golden hair flowed down to her waist like liquid gold, enhancing her snow-white skin. Her azure eyes resembled the purest gems, sparkling with countless charms. Her exquisite features were harmoniously combined, embodying both divine nobility and feminine softness. The feather robe fluttered in the wind, subtly revealing her alluring waistline. She stepped barefoot into the void, her slender ankles and graceful gait exuding an intoxicating charm. Wow, this Western goddess is really beautiful. Wu Tao gazed at Freya, mesmerized, unable to help but praise her. Suyu involuntarily took 2 steps back. Always confident in her own beauty, she felt ashamed in front of Freya. Lady Freya, please grant me a beautiful love. Lady Freya, please give me a Prince Charming. Seeing the legendary goddess of love descend, countless young girls in the Western camp made their wishes. Freya listened to the wishes of the world with a smile, when suddenly a particular thought echoed in her mind. Tisk tisk, no wonder they say Western bloodlines are well endowed. That chest is quite impressive. Freya looked in the direction of the voice, coincidentally meeting Lu Feng's intense gaze. She then heard, that waist is so slim, those legs are amazing, so white and long, they must feel wonderful to touch. When Lu Feng's gaze swept over her hips, Freya could no longer contain her anger, shouting, what are you looking at, you? After saying this, she raised her scepter and a beam of divine light struck fiercely against the arena barrier, producing a thunderous sound. Damn it, what were you just thinking? Songwen stepped back 2 paces, curiously asking, did the goddess hear that? Lu Feng looked shocked. What did you say? She can hear my thoughts. Isn't that obvious? Songwen rolled his eyes. She is the goddess of love. She is supposed to listen to the wishes of the world. What else would she listen to? Lu Feng's face turned red with embarrassment as he waved his hands, awkwardly saying, it's nothing, just a small issue. Seeing this, the 3 from the Dragon Nation simultaneously gave him the middle finger. At this moment, Freya was still glaring at Lu Feng. Lu Feng forced a smile, reaching out to the summoning platform. As divine light flickered, the cards appeared one by one. 1. Great Demon, White Bone Spirit, level 2. Lu Feng, what is this? 2. Great Demon Fox Spirit, level 1. Lu Feng. 3. Vengeful Spirit, Mei San Yang, level 2. Damn, what's going on? Why are they all monsters? Why is the painted skin woman back again? Lu Feng was dumbfounded. The opponent is a goddess, yet all 3 of his consecutive cards were such characters. If the next one is still like this. Meanwhile, in the Lingxiao Palace, the Queen Mother looked at the cards of the Dragon Nation and slammed the table. Your Majesty, this is your doing, isn't it? The Jade Emperor was startled, quickly retracting his captivated gaze and feigned authority by clearing his throat. Cough cough, who arranged this? The mythological conflict cannot be treated so lightly. The gods exchanged confused glances. Your Majesty, we possess low powers. How could we have the ability to manipulate things under your nose? Tai Bai Jinxing answered with difficulty. The Queen Mother looked at the Jade Emperor with a smile, quietly watching his performance. Oh, so there is another expert operating behind the scenes. The Jade Emperor cleared his throat and slammed the table with authority. Humph, who is so bold as to deceive me with such arrangements? This is unacceptable. He looked at Freya on the arena, his eyes glinting, suddenly pointing downward. By God, I command you to battle this goddess. The god of wealth, by God, was taken aback. What? Me? The next moment, a 4th card appeared before Lu Feng. 4. God of wealth, by God, level 3. What? The god of wealth. By God. Lu Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. The members of the Western Alliance also stared in shock, erupting into thunderous laughter. Ha ha, you were just mocking our goddess of love, and now look, you've got a god of wealth. At least the goddess of love has some combat power. What can your god of wealth do? Buy off the goddess of love. Lu Feng's mouth twitched, looking frustrated. Forget the god of wealth. How is he still a literary god of wealth? Why not a martial god of wealth like Zhao Gongming or Guan Yiri? Seeing Lu Feng at a disadvantage, Freya also mocked him coldly. Hee, I heard that Eastern deities are both strange and powerful. Come on, let me see what special qualities your Dragon Nation's god of wealth possesses. Hey, I refuse to believe it. Lu Feng, clearly sensing the sarcasm in Freya's words, puffed out his chest and pointed at a card. Humph, money can move mountains. I don't believe the god of wealth can't defeat you, this goddess of love. In the next moment, a golden light flashed, revealing a middle-aged civil official dressed in splendid court attire, wearing a black cap and holding a jade rui, appearing on the arena. His refined features and gentle demeanor sent the entire Dragon Nation into a frenzy upon his arrival. God of wealth, can you grant me 5 million? A spectator from the Dragon Nation stood up, excitedly shouting. Another person quickly followed up, shouting, No, give it to me, I only want 4 million. A burly man nearby slapped him, saying, You unambitious fool, can't you have a bit of ambition? After that, he yelled at the top of his lungs, Daddy God of wealth, have mercy on me. The crowd. Lu Feng watched this scene, helplessly holding his forehead. On the stage, Bai Gan listened to the rising tide of wishes around him and shook his head with a wry smile. No matter how the times changed, no matter how many gods people forgot, the god of wealth would always be the most popular one. He would forever remain unforgettable. Freya saw her spotlight completely overshadowed by the god of wealth, Bai Gan, and even the followers from the north were secretly making wishes to Bai Gan, instantly filled with rage. So the god of wealth from the Dragon Nation. It's our turn to duel now. Freya raised her scepter, her beautiful eyes burning with the flames of anger. Bai Gan was taken aback by her words, carefully scrutinizing the goddess before him. and subconsciously nodded. You are indeed more beautiful up close, and your figure is fuller. What did you say? Don't you have a proper deity in the Dragon Nation? Freya furiously responded, her scepter radiating brilliant divine light. Love god domain, vows of mountains and seas. In an instant, countless promises made by lovers in the world during their passionate time solidified into waves of sound surging toward Bygone. This attack seemed romantic, but it contained a terrifying spiritual assault that could even disturb a deity, trapping them in love without escape. Bygone only saw a girl with her eyes closed, making a wish, eagerly awaiting him to deliver the vows of mountains and seas. She had an incredibly beautiful face, her innocent gaze stirring the heart. Around the stage, the humans who were close were affected by the power of the love god, and they began kissing each other. Suyu, feeling ashamed, took a few steps back, not being enveloped by the light of the love god, but Wu Tao and Song Wen were in trouble. Lu Feng turned to look at the two passionately kissing, and instantly felt a chill run down his spine. Damn it, two dead gay guys. He raised his hand and gave them two hard slaps to wake them up. Song Wen and Wu Tao exchanged glances and instantly separated, retching. Hey, this big sister looks beautiful, but I didn't expect her to be so ruthless. Bygone rolled his eyes and quickly collected his thoughts, forming a hand seal. A massive golden ingot shot out instantly. Congratulations on getting rich, eyes opening to money. Boom. The golden beam struck the girl, causing her to suddenly open her eyes. Her previously affectionate gaze instantly turned bright with golden light. Money. So much money. The next moment, she tightly embraced the golden ingot, unwilling to let go. Seeing this, those humans who had fallen in love also began to awaken. You dare to insult love? Freya trembled with rage, her ample bosom heaving violently. As the love goddess, she would never allow anything to tarnish the purity of love. Bygone rubbed his nose and proclaimed loudly, love. A love without money is nothing but a pile of loose sand. Ha ha, well said. Countless people from the Dragon Nation below applauded and cheered. Even some girls from the north began to waver. Freya bit her silver teeth, raised her jade hand, and conjured a brilliantly blooming rose. Love god domain, awakening of love. In an instant, the rose emitted enchanting light, beautiful as first love, instantly opening the girl's heart. The girl's gaze wandered between the golden ingot and the rose, and ultimately driven by her passionate heart, she chose the rose that symbolized love. Is this the power of first love? Bygone saw this and shook his head helplessly. Freya smirked, her face full of pride. How about it? Love is the greatest emotion in human history. Can your filthy money change that? Not bad, but have you heard a saying? Freya asked curiously. What saying? Bygone smiled and raised the jade rui, waving it to cast a golden light. When the matchmaker is away, the god of wealth controls marriage. The next moment, a glimmering money tree appeared beside the girl. Clang, clang, clang. Countless treasures fell from the tree: gold coins, ingots, pearls, agate. The dazzling light made it impossible to open one's eyes. Not just the girl, but all eyes in the audience were drawn to it. Wow, so much money. If I just grab a handful, I won't have to worry for the rest of my life. What love is there to talk about? I want money. Even the girl who had just chosen the rose began to waver. She looked at the rose in her hand, then at the pile of treasures, her face revealing a struggling expression. Seeing this, Freya hurriedly reinforced her divine power. Remember the beauty of true love. Money cannot buy true hearts. Bygone remained unhurried, waving the jade rui again. I've got money now, what do I need true hearts for? Several large characters transformed into substantial golden runes, deeply imprinting themselves in everyone's heart. The girl could no longer resist, throwing down the rose and leaping towards the money tree. I choose money. With money, what love can I find? Freya spat out a mouthful of divine blood, nearly fainting from anger. As the love goddess, after the faith of the people shifted, Freya also suffered a severe backlash. Her complexion was pale, a trace of golden divine blood at the corner of her mouth, and her originally brilliant divine light dimmed slightly. Seeing this, Bygone was instantly alarmed. He hadn't forgotten this secret edict given to him by the Jade Emperor before descending. Are you all right? If not, should I let you rest? Bygone asked cautiously. Get lost. Who needs your consideration? Freya glared at him in disgust, her scepter suddenly transforming into a beautifully crafted longbow. Those who desecrate love will ultimately face the punishment of the love goddess. In an instant, Freya drew back the longbow, terrifying divine power coalescing on the bowstring, an arrow formed from pure love aimed at Bygone. Here it comes. Lady Freya is serious. The Nordic summoner's eyes were fervent as he looked at the god of wealth, Bygone, with disdain, loudly proclaiming, after all, she is a level 3 deity. Oh, let's see how that god of wealth from the Dragon Nation can handle it. Bygone rubbed his nose self-deprecatingly, saying, seems like I've been underestimated. Oh well, let me show you how our god of wealth fights. He rolled up his sleeves unexpectedly and threw a punch, multi-money punch. Boom. The The golden punch shadow violently collided with the arrow of the love goddess, bursting forth with dazzling brilliance. To everyone's astonishment, Freya was once again knocked back several steps. Bygone, taking advantage of his momentum, continued to unleash a flurry of punches, fortune, and wealth. Enormous wealth. A fortune of millions. Obsessed with money. Wealthy and imposing. Promotion and wealth. Faced with the overwhelming golden punch shadows, Freya was instantly horrified. Despite her continuous bowing and shooting, she couldn't stop Bygone, whose aura of wealth was overwhelming, and soon she was enveloped by numerous punch shadows. The next moment, the punch shadows collapsed, transforming into countless gold coins, completely submerging Freya in a golden ocean. Fuck, our love goddess just fell into the money pit. An astonished Nordic spectator exclaimed. Angered, the summoner rushed down from the summoning platform and slapped him. Did you just open your mouth? He covered his face, looking aggrieved, but upon seeing the scene on the stage, he immediately exclaimed, No, no. This is bad. The love goddess has been captured by the god of wealth. What? The Nordic summoner turned to see Bygone already putting away the golden mountain, while Freya, dazed by the falling gold coins, was being tied up with a golden rope and was about to be taken away from the arena. Get lost. Release Lady Freya at once. The Nordic summoner rushed to the edge of the summoning platform, shouting angrily. Bygone smiled slightly, taking out a golden imperial edict from his sleeve, and read aloud, The Jade Emperor has decreed that the Western love god shall enter the Guanghan Palace as a maid of the moon goddess. What? Fuck. 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 Countless Westerners below the arena roared in anger. Bygone raised an eyebrow, and with a gentle wave of his hand said, Cursing me. Anyone who continues to insult me will be cursed by the god of wealth, and will be destined to be poor for life. As soon as he finished speaking, several of the loudest Westerners suddenly found their wallets emptied and their bank card balances had turned to zero. Oh my god, my money. Where did my money go? Oh, my credit card has been frozen. Looking at the chaos below, Bygone nodded in satisfaction and pulled the still dizzy Freya away. Stop. The Nordic summoner gritted his teeth. Your dragon kingdom is being too unreasonable. Bygone turned back to glance at him and said meaningfully, Young man, you must understand one principle. He shook the golden rope in his hand. There is no problem in this world that money cannot solve. If there is, Bygone revealed a mysterious smile, you just need to pay more. After speaking, he ignored the enraged Westerners, and with the captured love goddess vanished in a flash of golden light from the arena. In the next moment, Catherine lightly flew onto the stage and announced loudly, This battle goes to the Dragon Kingdom. With a rumble, another wave of majestic national fortune was forcefully drawn from the Nordic lands and flowed like a golden torrent into the Dragon Kingdom. The spiritual energy on the Dragon Kingdom's land grew denser, and the mountains and rivers seemed to be revitalized. Bang! The Nordic summoner slammed his fist onto the summoning platform, shouting, Didn't they say that the Dragon Kingdom's gods are easy to deal with? Why is each one harder to handle than the last? Fits all because of the new Dragon Kingdom summoner. The Greek summoner glared at Lu Feng. If it weren't for him, we would have won long ago. Oh, because of me. Lu Feng rubbed his nose, wearing a mischievous smile. So you admit that the Dragon Kingdom's gods are too strong for you to defeat. Everyone exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. Strong. How strong can you be? The Egyptian summoner Hafallah stepped onto the stage again, sneering, Can your Dragon Kingdom's gods fight? What good is it if you can fight? He turned his back to the Western Alliance, spreading his arms in an exaggerated manner. To survive in this world, you need power and a background. Where are your allies from the Dragon Kingdom? Lu Feng rolled his eyes and responded loudly, Does our Dragon Kingdom need allies to defeat you? Hafallah let out an exaggerated scoff, pointing at Lu Feng, So you're just a little nobody. After saying that, he slapped the summoning platform, and a divine light enveloped him. Then let me see if your Dragon Kingdom's gods can exhaust the strength of my Western Alliance's attrition. In an instant, the first card slowly emerged. 1. God of Harvest, Ming, level 1. Upon seeing this, Hafallah frowned. This deity was almost just there to fill space. 2. God of Sacrifice, Sekhmet, level 1. Fuck, it's that crazy woman. The Western Alliance erupted in a chorus of exclamations. In Egyptian mythology, this priestess went insane after being abandoned by a male god, and would kill any man she encountered, becoming a notorious murderer. Hafallah shook his head, knowing he would not summon this dangerous level 1 deity. 3. God of Resurrection, Osiris, level 2. Oh, a level 2 deity has appeared. Inukai Ichiro whispered. Hafallah nodded. This one is the king of mummies with strength comparable to a level 3. If there are no other choices, selecting him might be acceptable. Moreover, his origins are quite mysterious. A glint of excitement flashed in Hafallah's eyes. Just as he hesitated, the fourth card flipped over. 4. God of Death, Anubis, level 4. Oh my god, it's actually Anubis. This is solid. Huh. The god of death, Anubis, who can stand against him? I hope the great Lord Anubis can drag the Dragon Kingdom's gods down to hell's suffering eternal torment. Ha ha ha. The Western Alliance was instantly in an uproar. Everyone was so excited that they danced around. Anubis is a crucial deity in Egyptian mythology, ruling over death and possessing supreme powers of judging souls and guiding the deceased. A look of wild joy appeared on Hafullah's face as he pointed at Anubis' card, without hesitation welcomed the god of death's arrival. In an instant, a chilling death aura enveloped the entire starry arena. The originally brilliant starry river seemed to be shrouded in a layer of dark veil, and the air was filled with the scent of decay. A massive phantom of a jackal's head slowly coalesced in the center of the arena, its crimson eyes resembling the entrance to hell, sending shivers down one's spine. As the phantom gradually solidified, a towering jackal-headed deity appeared before the crowd, holding a golden balance, his body entirely black, with bulging muscles radiating an oppressive aura of death. The balance in his hand swayed slightly, as if weighing the soul weights of every living being present. Mortals, who is summoning death? Anubis' voice was deep and majestic, as if it came from the depths of the abyss. Hafullah hurriedly bowed and said, "Great Lord Anubis, please fight for the Western Alliance and send the Dragon Kingdom's gods into eternal death." Anubis' jackal head turned towards the Dragon Kingdom, a glimmer of interest flashing in his crimson eyes. "The souls of the Eastern gods. I have never weighed them before." Lu Feng felt the horrifying death aura from below the stage and couldn't help but furrow his brows. This time the Western Alliance had indeed summoned a tricky existence. Songwen nervously swallowed this time. It might be tough to handle. The power of the god of strength, Set, was far weaker than this one. Wu Tao also wore a serious expression. The god of death, Anubis, he governs the entire Egyptian underworld. It is said that except for their creator god, Ra, the river god Hapi, and the god Amon, he is the strongest deity. So powerful, why hasn't he reached level 5? Suyu asked curiously. I don't know. Songwen was silent for a moment before speaking again. It is said that his divine core is related to that Osiris, but the specifics are unknown. Lu Feng chuckled lightly. No worries in terms of strength. The Dragon Kingdom has countless beings stronger than him. I just worry that there are too many gods, and I won't be able to draw them. After saying that, he slapped the summoning platform, and a divine light enveloped him. Level 3. Wow, even Sun Wukong's third brother has appeared. At the moment the first card flipped, Lu Feng couldn't help but exclaim. Songwen scratched his head, looking confused. Who is Sun Wukong? Is his third brother very powerful? He is known as the Great Sage, equal to Heaven the Monkey King, and his sworn brothers with the original Bull Demon King and the current Pung Demon King, his strength surpassing that of the Bull Demon King. Lu Feng explained. Wow, stronger than the Bull Demon King. Wu Tao gasped, his expression grave as he looked at the card of the Pung Demon King. Then this Pung Demon King must be formidable as well, right? Lu Feng nodded. He is definitely not weak. However, Anubis can suppress Set, while the Pung Demon King is slightly inferior to the Bull Demon King, so he is probably not a match for Anubis. Before his words fell, the second card was flipped. Level 3. What's going on today? Another sworn brother of the Great Sage. Could it be? Lu Feng's heart raced. As a diehard fan of Sun Wukong, he dreamed of witnessing the Great Sage's glory with his own eyes. Level 3. Indeed. Here it comes. It must be the Great Sage. Lu Feng's voice trembled. Suyu asked softly, Lu Feng, is that Great Sage really powerful? You seem to be looking forward to it so much. Lu Feng turned back smiling and said aloud, not just powerful. If he were to appear, he could probably deal with this dog-head god with just one strike. Nonsense. Anubis roared with anger. What great sage is worthy of being compared to this god? Hafra pointed arrogantly. One strike to kill the esteemed Anubis. Do you think he is the supreme sun? When he arrives you will understand naturally. Lu Feng coldly smiled, his gaze fixed tightly on the fourth card that was flipping. Anubis' eyes glinted coldly. Very well, I want to see who can take my life with a single strike. What's going on? Where's the name on the card? When the fourth card completely flipped, everyone was shocked to see the card enveloped in golden light, making the name unrecognizable. Meanwhile, in the water curtain cave of Flower and Fruit Mountain, Sun Wukong was drinking with Neza and Yang Jian when suddenly he froze. Monkey, what are you dazed about? Neza raised an eyebrow and asked. Strange, it seems someone is forming a cause-and-effect relationship with me, but it has been interrupted by someone else. Sun Wukong scratched his head, looking puzzled. Neza pouted in complaint. The Jade Emperor is always watching us three, not even letting us breathe out. Yang Jian took a sip of immortal brew, his heavenly eyes slightly opened suddenly, exclaiming softly, no, this aura is rather strange. Meanwhile, in the Lingxiao treasure hall, the Jade Emperor patted his chest and sighed in relief. That was close, almost making that monkey aware. Yes, if the young one learns about the existence of the Western Divine Realm, the three realms will surely be turned upside down by him. Li Jing also felt a lingering fear. The Jade Emperor adjusted his attire, and looked around at the gathered immortals. My dear ministers, who is willing to go and battle that foreign death god? The hall fell silent, and all the immortals shook their heads in silence. The barefoot immortal stepped forward. Your Majesty, we lack the skill in acting. If we frighten that Western false god, wouldn't we ruin your enjoyment? Guan Yu stroked his beard and snorted coldly. Those who sell their souls for profit are not worth mentioning. The Jade Emperor chuckled lightly. Since my dear ministers are being modest, I shall choose someone skilled in acting. Old Heavenly Master, you shall go. Tai Bai Jinxing trembled all over. Old minister. Your Majesty, at my age. Meanwhile, on the starry arena, Haffer pointed at Lu Feng and laughed heartily. Ha! This is your trump card. Where's your great sage? Ram mocked as he twisted his body. Perhaps he heard of Lord Anubis' fame and is hiding too scared to show up. Amidst the laughter of the Western Alliance, the fourth card finally revealed itself, completely level 4. How could it be Tai Bai Jinxing? Lu Feng's pupils shrank suddenly, his face filled with disbelief. The crowd was equally astonished upon seeing the name and level on the card. Baka! They are so lucky to have drawn a level 4 deity. Inuyasha Ichiro shouted angrily, stomping his feet. Although it's a level 4 deity, it depends on whose level 4 it is. Haffer scoffed, kneeling on one knee before Anubis. Under the great pressure of Lord Anubis, the Dragon Kingdom probably needs a level 5 deity to contend with him. On the Dragon Kingdom summoning platform, seeing Lu Feng still dazed, Suyu stepped forward and nudged his arm. What's wrong? Who is Tai Bai Jinxing? He is a level 4 deity. He should be quite powerful, right? Lu Feng came to his senses, smiled wryly, and shook his head. I don't know either. To be honest, probably no one knows his true combat strength. Huh? Why is that? Suyu exclaimed in surprise. Lu Feng organized his thoughts and explained, Tai Bai Jinxing is well known in the heavenly court as a nice guy, polite to everyone and never angry. Moreover, he mainly conveys the Jade Emperor's will and mediates relationships, rarely taking action himself. So no one has really seen him fight with all his strength. He looked up at the card, his tone gradually firming, however. He holds a high position in the heavenly court and is deeply trusted by the Jade Emperor. I believe his strength must not be weak. Well then, let's summon him. Songwen nodded. We've already won so many rounds, it's not too much to take a chance on. Encouraged by his companions, Lu Feng finally extended his finger and solemnly pointed to the card, summoning Tai Bai Jinxing. In an instant, the card erupted with dazzling divine light, and then a magnificent golden portal slowly opened in the sky. There was no earth-shattering pressure, no awe-inspiring phenomena, only an old man with white hair, holding a whisk gracefully, descending on clouds. Tai Bai Jinxing deliberately repressed all his aura, appearing just like an ordinary kind old man. He wore a simple white robe with a gentle smile on his face and landed calmly on the arena. Ha ha ha, is this it? An old man. Hafra laughed heartily upon seeing this. Is this how your Dragon Kingdom's level 4 deity looks? Ram followed with ridicule. It seems that the Dragon Kingdom really has no one left, even pulling out an old man from a nursing home to fill in. Anubis' crimson eyes flashed with contempt. Who is this old thing? Are you looking for death? Facing these taunts, Tai Bai Jinxing was unfazed, instead smiling as he stroked his snowy beard. This friend looks quite unique. How are your parents? Anubis paused, stunned by the words. As an ancient deity whose existence spanned unfathomable eons, he had long harbored deep uncertainty about his own origins. It was widely known that Nephthys, the goddess of funerary rites, was his mother. Yet the identity of his father remained an enduring enigma. Some claimed it was Set, the god of strength, others whispered it was Osiris, the mysterious king of mummies. Yet neither theory had ever been confirmed. You know my origin. Anubis fixed Tai Bai Jinxing with piercing crimson eyes. Tai Bai Jinxing responded with an enigmatic smile. Naturally I do. Esteemed cultivator, have you ever heard of a Dragonland idiom? Wolf and jackal collude in villainy. Wolf and jackal collude in villainy. Anubis cast a skeptical glance at him, then turned to Hafra. What does it mean? This. At those words, Hafra broke into cold sweat. Though famed for his ferocious temper as the god of death, he now treaded with utmost caution. Though the starry arena was shielded by the heavenly Tao's barrier, as a native deity, Anubis could end Hafra's life with effortless ease. Hafra's mind raced frantically as he stammered. It means you are towering and awe-inspiring. Think. The wolf is mighty indeed. The jackal must be some divine beast of Dragonland. Surely equally formidable. Anubis nodded in satisfaction. And what a villainy. Villainy. Sweat beaded on Hafra's spine, but inspiration struck. In Dragonland, villainy is a term of praise denoting brilliance. It's a compliment. You are both awe-inspiring and brilliant. I see. Anubis straightened his chest and declared aloud, indeed, I am wolf and jackal colluding in villainy. Not only I, but the entire Egyptian pantheon embodies this very phrase. At these words, the Dragonland spectator zone below the arena erupted into unrestrained laughter. Lu Feng and his three companions burst into stifled giggles. Tai Bai Jinxing rolled his eyes and sighed helplessly. Dog cultivator, you've misunderstood. In silence. What do you mean, dog cultivator? I am Anubis. Fine. Dog cultivator. Then Tai Bai Jinxing waved dismissively. In truth, you must sense it yourself. Your divine power bears the dual essence of the god of strength and the netherworld's sovereign force. So, both may be your fathers. And what did you say? Both my fathers. And Anubis's face contorted in shock, then fury. A torrent of netherworld death chi lanced forth. Tai Bai Jinxing swept his duster lightly. Pure divine energy instantly dissipated the assault. I suspect your mother may have shared intimacy with both of them. Shut your mouth and die. In enraged beyond reason, Anubis transformed his scales into a scepter and brought it crashing down. And boom. Instantly, the entire arena vanished beneath the shroud of the netherworld's spectral domain. Countless tormented spirits surged like a tide, their wails piercing the ears. Thick ink-black, ghostly miasma roiled and churned, freezing space itself wherever it flowed. Within this domain of death, all living beings would be stripped of vitality, doomed to eternal suffering in the abyss. As Anubis's unique divine realm, even ordinary fourth-rank deities dared not step foot within its bounds. Oh, Tai Bai Jinxing observed his surroundings with keen interest. Celestial radiance shimmered around him. Countless vengeful spirits battered against it, yet none could breach even a single inch. Exquisite purity in this ghostly miasma. Yet you grasp only the duality of life and death, never the profound cycle of reincarnation. Thus your cultivation remains incomplete. Ni's eyes suddenly brightened. Why not join me in the Dragonland divine realm as a spirit warden? Elder Lord Fengdu and I are well acquainted. I can request his personal guidance in the way of reincarnation. In below the arena, Lu Feng rubbed his forehead. This venerable immortal truly is too kind. Even this sort he seeks to recruit. How laughable. You expect me, the sovereign of death, the lord of hell, to serve as a mere spirit warden in your Dragonland. I, Anubis, shall be master, never servant. Before the final word faded, the swirling, ghostly miasma coalesced into millions of jet-black chains snaking toward Tai Bai Jinxing. Each bore ancient death incantations, radiating an aura that made deities tremble. Danger. These are the chains of death. Legend says they were forged by Ra, the creator god, and bestowed upon Anubis to punish errant deities. Reportedly, even their second creator god, Hebi, dares not let these chains near his person. Lu Feng listened in silence, offering no comment. Though the threat sounded dire, he retained full confidence in Tai Bai Jinxing's power. On the arena floor, Tai Bai Jinxing formed a single hand seal. His figure stood serene as a white lotus amid filth, untouched by the death chain's relentless assault. Cultivator, you jest. Were you to stand before Elder Lord Fengdu, you'd have no chance to flee. To begin as a spirit warden is already a rare and profound opportunity. Tai Bai Jinxing smiled faintly, still speaking with unruffled composure. And what nonsense is this, Elder Lord? Before me all shall perish. In death, god domain, netherhand. An Anubis descended into utter frenzy. A colossal spectral hand tore through the void, its bony razor-sharp claws lunging straight for Tai Bai Jinxing. And oh, this spectral hand has quite the pedigree. Tai Bai Jinxing murmured finally, regarding Anubis with genuine attention. With a flick of his duster, countless silken threads bound the monstrous hand fast. Mere trickery. Nether fire, burn. An Anubis chanted, and black flames ignited SSSSS. In an instant, the flames seared the duster, emitting a grating screech. Oh dear, my old companion. Tai Bai Jinxing hastily retracted the duster. Though the celestial artifact remained unharmed, he winced in dismay. He lifted his head sharply, murderous intent flickering in his gaze. You impudent fledgling. I offered guidance with benevolence, yet you repay kindness with treachery. That's your idea of benevolence. You want me to become your hound in the underworld. Anubis's eyes blazed with fury. Several more spectral hands erupted from the void. In an instant, energy surged across the arena, ghostly miasma rippling like hell incarnate. Tai Bai Jinxing's expression darkened. Killing intent pierced the heavens. Since you refuse to comprehend the way of reincarnation, then this elder cultivator shall demonstrate a touch of martial prowess. Within the Lingshao Palace, the assembled immortals and deities stared dumbfounded, having witnessed the spectacle. Kaishin Zhao Gongming watched Tai Bai Jinxing's murderous aura rise and buried his face in his hands. This reckless pup. Why provoke him of all beings? That ancient star of slaughter is not to be trifled with. Beside him, Tai Ijuku Tianzuan held his duster calmly and smiled. No matter. Though this foreign deity's techniques are crude, his strength is commendable. And it will be most instructive to observe just how much power our normally affable Tai by cultivator has concealed. Seeing Tai by Jinxing's killing intent blaze skyward, his robes billowing without wind, Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, trembled with excitement and, here it comes. Here it comes. It's been ages since we've seen Golden Star fight. On the arena floor, Tai by Jinxing's entire bearing had transformed. His duster had transmuted into a primordial sword, cold light flashing like frozen stars. His plain white Taoist robe flapped fiercely, the gentle celestial qi surrounding him had vanished, replaced instead by a bone-chilling, soul-freezing aura of slaughter. Dog cultivator, have you prepared to meet your end? Tai by Jinxing's voice remained perfectly calm. At this moment, the arena below was enveloped in a profound silence. Even Lu Feng was rendered speechless by the pure and ancient aura of killing intent, feeling as though the blood within him had slowed down a few beats. Anubis was the first to bear the brunt, feeling his blood freeze as the laws surrounding him seemed to become sluggish. In terms of the quality and oppressive feeling of this killing intent, even the supreme sun god Ra of the Egyptian pantheon could not compare to the divine being of the dragon kingdom before him. Playing tricks. Ready, try moving against me. Suppressing the turmoil within, Anubis swung his staff with all his might, summoning several terrifying ghostly hands that tore through the void, reaching out from different angles toward him. No matter your celestial prowess, before my ghostly hands you shall taste defeat. And I am Anubis, not a dog. With a roar, Anubis displayed immense confidence. These ghostly hands were extraordinary remnants left behind by the gods slain by the creator god Ra. After those divine beings fell, Ra with his vast power sealed their lives' energy essence within. After lying dormant in hell for millennia, each ghostly hand contained the full power of a fallen Egyptian god. Very well, dog companion. Tai by Jinxing gazed at the ghostly hand capable of easily crushing stars, his expression calm, as he slowly raised the sword of slaughter in his hand. Tai by slaughter sword breaks 7 stars. He whispered, his figure vanishing like a ghost, as he instantly appeared before the first ghostly hand. With a casual sweep of the long sword, the condensed sword energy imbued with substantial killing intent erupted forth, and the ghostly hand that had gathered the full strength of the Egyptian god was directly shattered. He has become this strong. Anubis' crimson pupils constricted sharply. This ghostly hand was forged by the creator god Ra himself, containing the lifelong energy of a fallen god, yet it was so effortlessly defeated by a single strike. Bang! Before he could recover his senses, the second ghostly hand was already disintegrating in the sword. What was even more terrifying was that the severed ghostly hand had no chance to reform, utterly shredded by the ancient killing intent contained within the sword energy, turning into wisps of blue smoke. Following that, the third and fourth. The remaining ghostly hands vanished one after another like harvested wheat in the midst of the endless sword shadows. In the blink of an eye, 6 ghostly hands capable of shaking mountains and rivers had completely disappeared. Anubis' face turned ashen, his fangs unconsciously clenched tight. These 6 ghostly hands were equivalent to 6 Egyptian gods being simultaneously slain. Such overwhelming power was simply unheard of. As Anubis was still immersed in shock, he suddenly recalled Tai by Jinxing's earlier call. Wait. He just shouted sword break 7 stars, but my ghostly hands. Number only 6. In an instant, a chilling dread surged towards Anubis' forehead, and his battle instincts compelled him to twist his body and duck wildly to the side. Swish! A razor-sharp sword energy nearly grazed his scalp, cutting a corner off his crown and causing a few strands of hair to drift away. That was the hidden, deadly 7th sword. Dog god, your reflexes are impressive. Tai by Jinxing's voice held a hint of surprise, his pupils now like 2 cold stars radiating a dangerous glow. Anubis was drenched in cold sweat, disregarding any verbal conflict, as he swiftly wielded his staff, conjuring ghostly death rays to intercept the approaching Tai by Jinxing. But Tai by Jinxing had no intention of complying. He effortlessly deflected the staff with his sword, while his other hand formed a finger like a blade, thrusting a condensed sword aura toward Anubis' brow. You're going too far, god. Get away from me. On the brink of life and death, Anubis completely went berserk, unleashing his ultimate power. A terrifying black light surged skyward from him, the ghostly energy around him thickening, like ink, his aura skyrocketing, as he instantly broke through a massive bottleneck. How terrifying, forcing the great lord Anubis to this point. Hafra exclaimed in terror from below the stage, trembling all over. It was well known that Anubis was a powerful level 4 god in his regular state, but when he fell into the legendary Lord of Hell state, his power would reach the terrifying heights of a level 5 god. Keep in mind, some weaker mythological creator gods barely reached the threshold of level 5. When Lu Feng saw the figure in the center of the arena, now even larger and wrapped in dark red, hellfire, a familiar memory, surged into his mind. This true form resembles a game that disappeared a long time ago where Anubis' ultimate form is somewhat similar. Dragon Kingdom God, you have angered me. The darkened Anubis voice was like the wailing of 1,000 ghosts filled with a desire for destruction. Tai Bai Jin Xing sneered, his celestial light flowing around him, utterly unfazed by the horrific pressure. A mere mortal's rage spills blood for 5 steps. In my eyes, you are merely a yellow dog turned into a black one. What? You think donning black skin gives you courage? You seek death. Anubis' eyes blazed with hellfire as he was about to unleash his wrath. But Tai Bai Jin Xing's actions were even faster. He ceased close combat and instead pointed toward the void. Buzz. The entire starry arena's sky suddenly transformed, and above the firmament 7 colossal and terrifying planets slowly materialized, completely occupying the sky. The sight resembled the apocalypse. On the blue star, countless people looked up in horror at the sky. The pressure brought by the 7 stars was utterly terrifying, and those with faint hearts had already collapsed to the ground. In the command center of the beautiful nation, 5-star General MacArthur's eyes were forlorn, oblivious to when the cigar in his hand had gone out. I thought our technological prowess and nuclear arsenal could rival the gods. I never expected that in the presence of true deities the gap is so vast. Another general approached and patted his shoulder, his expression grave. Perhaps, if we can successfully analyze and even harness the energy within these gods, we might still have a chance to contend with them. If we think the other side is cultivating immortality, then we will be utterly defenseless. Not just the beautiful nation, the highest command centers of other major powers also had their leaders gazing complexly at those 7 planets capable of toppling all civilizations, falling into prolonged silence. This is not good. Zhao Gongming was dumbfounded at this scene. This old man is playing such a big game. If he scares off the Western gods, how do we continue to play? The barefoot immortal also wore a troubled expression. Sai the Star Lord is like this. On the surface he appears amiable, but if anyone angers him, he will fight back fiercely. All the celestial beings fell silent, hoping that the Western gods would not be scared away. Humph, bluster. Anubis stood firm atop the arena platform, his sovereign state bestowing upon him an overwhelming sense of invincible power. Do you truly believe conjuring 7 celestial phantoms will intimidate me? With my current strength, I could obliterate a genuine star with but a flick of my wrist. Yet Tai Bai Jin Xing merely shook his head in disdain, a frog at the bottom of a well. These 7 slaughter stars are beyond your comprehension, and far beyond your capacity to destroy it. With those words, he sealed a mystic incantation and clenched his massive hand toward the star's direction in a sudden crushing grip. Roar. High above the heavens, the 7 colossal stars shrank rapidly, but their oppressive aura intensified rather than waned. They transformed into 7 meteoric streaks, each blazing with a distinct hue, like 7 celestial swords of divine punishment hurtling down upon Anubis with cataclysmic force. Holy! If they strike like this, won't Earth itself fracture? Songwen cried out, his face paling as he urgently turned his gaze upward to Catherine. Catherine's expression was grave. She had already channeled her celestial Tao power to its absolute limit, flooding the arena barrier with endless celestial Tao sigils to reinforce and stabilize it. It's fine. The barrier can still hold. Yet beneath her breath, she murmured anxiously, but I won't last much longer. Great deities, please, stop playing like this. In that instant, the 7 diminished stars descended upon him. Though reduced in size, their mass remained utterly unchanged. High above the heavens, the 7 colossal stars shrank rapidly, but their oppressive aura intensified rather than waned. Anubis's face hardened, crimson eyes reflected the plummeting stars, but he made no move. He raised his scepter across his chest, and divine energy surged from his body like boiling black flame, coalescing into a dense obsidian shield. Come then. Let me see what makes your stars so extraordinary. Boom. The first crimson star crashed violently against the shield. Instantly, Anubis's entire frame jolted. He staggered backward a single step. Though the terrifying celestial body rebounded away, fissures like a spiderweb instantly radiated across the arena floor, a surface forged from pure celestial Tao power. Catherine, can you hold on? Lu Feng stared stunned as cracks split the ground. Catherine's face was drawn tight as water, her jaw clenched. She had no breath left to reply. Boom. The second ochre star struck without pause, its impact far exceeding Anubis's expectations. A colossal shockwave numbed his arms with searing pain, and the shield's luminescence visibly dimmed. Go, Lord Anubis. You can do it. We believe in you. Though pale with terror at the sight of those monstrous stars, the Western Alliance members now rose to their feet, shouting themselves hoarse in fervent support as Anubis endured the celestial onslaught. Lu Feng too punched the air with exhilarated encouragement. Hang on, Anubis. Stay strong. What? Su Yu and Song Wen stared dumbfounded. Then Lu Feng boomed again, voice ringing clear. If you win, I'll give you my grandmother's female dog Xiao Hua as your wife. Get lost. At those words Anubis nearly choked. His divine energies sputtered wildly. Yet the third azure star descended mercilessly, unyielding and absolute. Boom. This time the detonation was deafening. The obsidian barrier before Anubis twisted violently, its surface now bearing a hairline fracture invisible to mortal eyes. Indeed, no human eye could perceive it. The Western Alliance continued their frantic cheers. Yet Anubis's own expression had grown grim and desperate. Boom. Boom. The fourth emerald and fifth violet-black stars struck almost simultaneously, crushing down with devastating force. At last Anubis's barrier shattered under the strain, shattering with a crystalline snap, dissolving into a shower of dispersing black light. The Western Alliance's cheers died mid-breath. The arena fell into utter silence. Before Hafra could finish his cry of horror, the final two stars, the pure white and the pitch black, descended in swift succession, bearing the ultimate judgment, and slammed down upon the defenseless Anubis. The terrifying concussive force made the entire arena groan in agony, the ground fractured inch by inch, dust and debris erupting skyward, held intact only by Catherine's final desperate exertion. Phew, thank the heavens. Had that energy leaked into the mortal realm, we'd all be finished. Lu Feng exhaled, shakily shaken to his core. This was merely a battle between fourth-tier divine beings. If a true fifth-tier deity fought at full power, how could anyone possibly stand against it? As if reading Lu Feng's unease, Catherine, pale and breathless, spoke. Don't worry. Divine energy released within the arena is partially absorbed by the platform itself, and the barrier grows stronger the longer the battle rages. Lu Feng frowned skeptically. Wait, then what about Jin Yuan de Xian just now? Catherine's expression instantly turned flustered. Helplessly she admitted, the arena had only just activated. I couldn't possibly absorb energy from a being of that caliber. Just keeping the barrier intact is a miracle. While Lu Feng and Catherine spoke, the Western Alliance had recovered from their shock and now called out frantically for Anubis. Tai Bai Jinxing stood motionless, sword in hand, his white robes billowing in the turbulent energy winds, cold, unwavering eyes fixed upon the two miniature stars slowly rotating atop the ruined arena. Crack! Suddenly a faint yet piercing sound of shattering echoed across the silent arena. Every soul held their breath, eyes locked on the source. Then the two stars, those pillars of absolute suppression, began to tremble violently, their surfaces fracturing further. Next, two massive arms, coiled with netherworldly aura and corded with bulging muscle, burst forth from beneath the stars, wrenching them upward with raw, defiant strength. Divine being of Longhua, you have delivered your assault. Now I accept it. Anubis's voice emerged low and furious from beneath the fractured stars. His figure slowly rose from the fissure, reappearing before all. He appeared battered. His chest bore a deep gash from which thick, dark golden divine blood dripped steadily, each drop corroding the ground into small, smoking craters. Yet his aura remained undiminished. Indeed, it burned fiercer, now sharpened by wrath. Heh! To survive my 7 slaying stars, that proves you possess some measure of merit. A flicker of surprise crossed Tai Bai Jinxing's eyes, followed by quiet admiration. As an ancient slaying star, he knew precisely the lethality embedded within those 7 celestial weapons. To endure such an onslaught and live, Anubis was indeed a figure of note, even within the divine realm of Longhua. Rumble. With a surge of brawn, Anubis hurled both stars skyward, sending them vanishing into the distant void. Behind him, reality warped, revealing a colossal gate of hell, icy and ancient, slowly swinging open. Now it is my turn. Anubis' eyes suddenly ignited with 2 ghostly green flames firmly locking onto the Tai Bai Jinx. From the open gate of hell, the wails of countless ghosts echoed, and a giant hand with skin as black as coal and sharp claws was the first to reach out, gripping the doorframe. Wu Tao exclaimed, "What kind of demon is this?" Feeling the purest form of evil and deathly aura, he was utterly terrified. In the next moment, the owner of the black hand crawled completely out from behind the door. It was tall, its body as dark as ink, seemingly formed from the deepest darkness, with a grotesquely grinning scarlet mouth that appeared exceedingly eerie and ferocious. Behind it, countless grotesque beings emitting foul stench and decay, such as ghost skeletons and vengeful spirits, surged forth like a tide. They filled the area densely, instantly occupying nearly half of the arena, their greedy and frenzied gazes fixated on Tai Bai Jinxing. The timid Su Yu had already closed her eyes in fear, tightly grasping the arm of Song, when beside her, too afraid to look at the hellish scene. Anubis' gaze was icy, and with a cruel smile he said, "Come on, divine being of the Dragon Kingdom. Feel the might of my army of undead from hell." Let's see whether you exhaust your divine power first, or if my undead army completely devours you. In the heavenly palace above the 9 heavens, a group of celestial beings watched the battle through a light screen, all wearing relaxed expressions. In their keen perception, although this horde of foreign ghosts was vast and fierce compared to the truly terrifying ancient beings deep within the Dragon Kingdom's underworld, they were lacking in both quality and ferocity. However, the Jade Emperor seated upon the 9 dragons' throne wore an unusually solemn expression, his brow slightly furrowed. King Li Jing of the towering pagoda sensed this and puzzled asked, "Your Majesty, the Star Lord clearly has the upper hand. Why do you show concern?" At his question, the other celestial beings in the hall turned their attention, noticing the Jade Emperor's The Jade Emperor sighed lightly, still gazing at the figure in white, fierce and murderous, and slowly spoke. "I am not worried about the outcome of this battle. You all know that Tai by Jinxing achieved his path through slaughter. He was once the ancient star of death that made the 3 realms tremble at his name, known for his ferocity throughout the heavenly court." He paused, his tone carrying a barely perceptible hint of regret. Since the war of the witches and liches, the order of heaven and earth has stabilized. He has forcefully suppressed his murderous intent to align with the heavenly way, enduring years of silent meditation with Supreme, while transforming into this kind and benevolent appearance we see today. If he is provoked into slaughter once more by these ghosts, it is likely he will have to seal himself again, remaining dormant for thousands of years to dissolve this overwhelming killing intent. Listening to the Jade Emperor's explanation, the celestial beings in the hall fell silent. After thousands of years of daily morning meetings, they had grown accustomed to this old celestial being who always wore a smile and mediated conflicts. If this battle leads to their old friend once again falling into silence, not to be seen for thousands of years, it would indeed be sorrowful. On the arena, Tai by Jinxing had already entered his slaughter mode. Kill, kill, kill. His form transformed into a flash of white lightning weaving through the endless tide of the undead. With every swing of the ancient killing sword, hundreds and thousands of grotesque beings turned to ashes. Wherever the sword light passed, the undead wailed and dissipated, leaving behind patches of vacuum. However, the ghosts from the open gate of hell seemed endless. Just as one area was cleared, more monsters surged forth with deafening roars. They fell one after another, countless and inexhaustible. Lu Feng, something feels off. Look at Tai by Jinxing's eyes. Wu Tao was the first to notice something abnormal and quickly spoke up. Lu Feng raised his head in a hurry, focusing his gaze, his heart suddenly tightening. He saw that Tai by Jinxing's once clear and profound eyes had now shrunk to the size of pinpoints, with the whites of his eyes taking up the vast majority, presenting an extraordinarily eerie, pure white color. Cold and indifferent, devoid of any emotion. "I don't know what the situation is," Lu Feng said, frowning. "This old celestial being's background is too mysterious. No one knows his true origins." On the side of the Western Alliance's observation area, Hafra's face was ashen, his eyes filled with terror. The killing intent radiating from Tai by Jinxing at this moment had solidified into a tangible form, chilling to the bone. Even the heavenly barrier began to struggle to contain it, a wisp of killing intent seeping out. "So cold. I feel like my soul is about to freeze." He involuntarily shrank, his neck trembling violently all over. As a mortal, he naturally did not understand that this was a terrifying killing intent that transcended the physical realm and directly struck at the soul. Outside the arena, it was thus. Within the arena, Anubis, who was at the forefront, was even more shaken by this earth-shattering killing intent. The strands of invisible and intangible killing intent began to incessantly erode his consciousness, and an instinctive fear stemming from the essence of life surged uncontrollably. "Damn it! What on earth is this divine being of the Dragon Kingdom?" Anubis' heart was filled with shock and anger. He even entertained the thought of immediately closing the gates of hell, but was greatly apprehensive. He feared that if he closed the passage, he would be instantly slain by the current state of Tai by Jinxing. Just as the situation was becoming dire, a gentle voice resounded within Tai by Jinxing's consciousness. "Old Star Lord, your slaughter is excessive, violating the heavenly harmony. Awaken quickly." This voice resonated like a great bell, instantly washing away the scarlet killing intent. This voice. "It's your Majesty." Tai by Jinxing's body shook violently. Within his eerily pure white pupils, the light of reason rapidly returned and expanded, instantly restoring his usual clarity. As if awakening from a great dream, he glanced at the surrounding ghosts, all of whom he had slaughtered, and a hint of fear flashed across his face. He then glared angrily at Anubis, pointing his sword. "Oh dear, you reckless foreign beast. How dare you provoke my killing intent with these filthy beings, nearly trapping me in the madness of slaughter once more. You truly deserve to die 1,000 deaths." In an instant, Tai by Jinxing raised his hand and pointed into the void. The 7 killing stars that had just dissipated reappeared in the firmament, their killing aura stirring the starry river. Converge for me. Tai by Jinxing shouted loudly, and the 7 planets, each with different attributes, began to merge rapidly, ultimately transforming into a colossal celestial body that obscured the sky. The surface of this celestial body shimmered with 7-colored radiance, yet it emanated a terrifying killing intent that could silence all things. What is this? Looking at the enormous celestial body exuding astonishing killing intent, Anubis felt a shiver from the very essence of life and could not help but tremble. He could clearly sense that the power contained within this celestial body far exceeded the total of the previous 7 killing stars. This is my true form. Come and experience it well. In a fit of rage, Tai by Jinxing laughed cruelly, pointing his sword forward. Instantly, a bottomless fissure opened on the surface of the colossal celestial body, and an irresistible, terrifying suction enveloped Anubis' divine body. What? Your true form is a celestial body. No. Don't. I am the Egyptian god of death, lord of hell. Anubis roared in terror, the dark divine power erupting wildly around him as he closed the gate to hell, attempting to conserve his divine strength and stabilize his form. The arena beneath his feet cracked inch by inch, yet he was being dragged forward relentlessly by that overpowering suction. Hafra watched from below, his eyes bulging in rage. I warn you, put down our lord of death at once, or you shall face the wrath of the great sun god. Tai by Jinxing didn't even lift an eyelid, completely ignoring him. This being, who had endured countless tribulations and lived as long as heaven and earth, would not be swayed by a mortal's threats. Lu Feng chuckled disdainfully and said loudly, sun god, you say? Even our sun star monarch would show great respect in front of this old immortal. What of your gods born in a barren land? With that, he stepped forward, surveying the Western Alliance with an imposing gesture. I'll make it clear today, this is how we do things in Dragon Country. Who agrees? Who opposes? As soon as he finished, Ram immediately jumped out. I oppose. A crisp, loud slap echoed through the air, leaving a bright red handprint on Ram's face as he was sent sprawling to the ground, rolling helplessly twice. Fuck. Who the hell hit me? Ram covered his face as he struggled to rise, shocked and furious, only to find everyone staring at him in disbelief. Damn, Lu Feng, you have superpowers. Wu Tao exclaimed, his eyes wide as saucers. Teach me. He suddenly looked up, his face sincere. Though I am but a scholar, I understand the words loyalty and righteousness. As the saying goes, a bird chooses a tree to perch onto, a brother chooses a wise master. Having met you, I am content for this lifetime. From now on, my life is your life, my body is your body. Just give the command, and I shall have no second thoughts. Wu Feng, me too. I pledge to share your hardships, to accompany you throughout my life, through life and death. Wu Feng, me too. Song 1. If I go back on this word, may heaven and man strike me down. Me too. Looking at the two before him, filled with sincerity, and as if they had found their lives' faith, Lu Feng felt a bit dazed. He instinctively touched his nose, glancing at Ram, who was still cursing in the distance, tentatively raised his hand and waved at him again. Another, even louder slap landed precisely on the other side of Ram's face, sending him flying once more, crashing down heavily. Damn. No way. I really did it. Lu Feng stared at his hand, shocked and incredulous. Beside him, the hidden Gray Immortal and Lu Immortal exchanged glances, both speechless. Gray Immortal, these live treasures, are they all fools? Lu Immortal shook his head, helplessly waving at the White Immortal, who had somehow mingled into the Western Alliance, secretly giving a needle to a certain counselor. Come back, third brother, stop playing around. If they keep this up, they will really think they are becoming immortals. Meanwhile, on the arena, Anubis, having lost all means of resistance, ultimately could not withstand that terrifying force. In a fit of despairing roars, he was completely swallowed by the celestial body, transformed from the... In an instant, a heart-wrenching scream emerged from within the celestial body, seemingly mixed with unspeakable terror, as if he had seen a horror beyond comprehension. The scream lasted for several breaths, gradually weakening until it vanished. Tai by Jinxing's expression remained calm as he waved a hand, transforming the celestial body into a small light sphere the size of a marble, which fell into his palm and disappeared. This matter is done, the old Tao shall take his leave. Tai by Jinxing took a step forward, and heavenly music sounded again, with auspicious colors flowing as another heavenly gate appeared in the clouds. Seeing this, Lu Feng and the others quickly composed themselves, bowing respectfully along with the other Dragon Country spectators. We respectfully send off Tai by Jinxing. Hafra watched helplessly as Tai by Jinxing's figure disappeared within the magnificent heavenly gate, trembling with rage as he shouted in impotent fury, Dragon Country. I will not share the skies with you. He attempted to ascend the summoning platform again, but was firmly held back by a group of Egyptian spectators. Don't be impulsive. The gods of Dragon Country are not normal. We must unite, or we might easily face defeat. One Egyptian spectator urged, gripping his arm tightly. Haffer struggled fiercely. I don't care. I want to fight him. Just as the crowd was at an impasse. A loud slap suddenly struck Haffer's face. You? How dare you? Haffer covered his face, the stinging pain, bringing him back to reality. He turned to see the culprit, immediately rendered speechless. The summoner from the beautiful country. Thomas coldly glanced at him, his tone frigid. All right, get down. Aren't you embarrassed enough? Haffer gasped for breath, his eyes filled with fury, but as a representative of the divine lineage of the beautiful country, he ultimately did not dare to openly defy Thomas' orders, and could only return to the spectators' seats disgruntled. You all have greatly disappointed me, Thomas said, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sweeping over the summoner's, disappointment marked on his face. A mere dragon country has bested you this badly. Do I have to step in personally? As his words fell, the faces of the summoners turned ugly, yet no one dared to voice a rebuttal. Thomas scanned a few of them, then pointed at Inukai Ichiro. You go up. If this match is lost again, then Japan should send someone else to summon. At his gesture, Inukai Ichiro's face instantly changed. Becoming a summoner comes with endless benefits. Being close to the celestial arena, the divine aura emitted by the gods would invisibly improve their physical condition. Moreover, they have a certain chance to shed their mortal forms and gain powers akin to the gods. Thus, every summoner is a top talent carefully selected by each country, required to have high moral standards and mastery of their national divine system. The reason Dragon Country has several summoners is that they are facing the entire Western Alliance. As for Lu Feng, to this day no one knows how he managed to ascend. My country will not lose again this time. Inukai Ichiro immediately turned and swiftly ascended the summoning platform. Without a moment's hesitation, he slapped the summoning platform, and a black light swirled, revealing 4 cards. The first card appeared. 1. Vengeful Spirit, Sadako, level 3. As soon as the card emerged, a chorus of murmurs erupted throughout the arena. Upon hearing this, Inuyasha Ikaru glared fiercely at his companions behind him, then quietly slipped his hand into his pocket, stealthily moving. As soon as he finished speaking, the Sadako card actually moved slightly. Sadako's eyes on the card suddenly opened wide, and her chilling gaze nearly made Inuyama Ichiro stumble backward. Damn it, how dare you scare me? Inuyama Ichiro swallowed hard and hurriedly looked at the next card too. Grievance Spirit, Kayako, level 3. His face grew even darker as he forced himself to look at the third card. 3. Grievance Spirit, Ghost Baby, level 2. Baka, what kind of pathetic summoning platform is this? Can't it give me a powerful deity instead? Inuyama Ichiro was nearly going crazy. Thomas looked at him with a cold expression. Inuyama Ichiro, you have one last chance. Inuyama Ichiro clenched his fists tightly, nervously gazing at the last card. When the card fully revealed itself, a look of ecstasy suddenly appeared on his face. It's him. Finally here. The card clearly read Demon, Daitenga, level 4. It's actually a level 4 demon. This looks promising. Thomas finally revealed a smile. The Nordic summoner Bukin also nodded. Indeed, the strength of the Daitengu from Japan is quite formidable. If the Dragon Kingdom summons a monk deity this time, it would be interesting. The members of the Western Alliance immediately felt confident, their faces filled with anticipation. In contrast, the trio of summoners from the Dragon Kingdom looked horrified. Oh no, he drew the Daitengu. We might be in trouble this time. Song, when seeing the card drawn by the opponent, said with a serious expression. Lu Feng turned in confusion. Isn't it just a demon? It's not a level 4 deity. Why are you afraid of him? Songwon sighed and explained, this demon is different. Although according to the arena's level rules, deities of the same level can usually crush demons, and demons can crush ghosts. Except for the Dragon Kingdom, but the terrifying part is that this Daitengu is a demon transformed from a deity. Transformed from a deity into a demon. Lu Feng raised his eyebrows in curiosity. Exactly so, it's quite tricky. Songwon continued. He was originally the guardian deity Saratahiko, who descended with the heavenly prince of Japan, but later fell and transformed into a demon. Although he was transformed from a low-level deity, he devoured many high monks in Japan, becoming extraordinarily powerful and very troublesome. Lu Feng raised an eyebrow, muttering to himself, a demon transformed from a deity. That's interesting. Meanwhile, while the group was talking, Inuyama Ichiro eagerly pointed to the Daitenga card. In an instant, the entire starry arena changed dramatically as a dense demonic aura spread, as if it were tangible. Accompanied by the falling black crow feathers, a massive figure slowly emerged from the whirlpool of demonic energy. He stood over 10 feet tall, his face crimson, with eyes like torches. A peculiar long nose was particularly striking, wearing the robe of an ancient warrior and holding a giant fan with a pair of black wings unfurled behind him. He was the legendary Great Demon of Japan, Daitengu. Kik. The Daitengu let out a chilling laugh, his crimson eyes sweeping across the arena, causing the entire platform to tremble slightly under his overwhelming demonic aura. A group of young people had already been scared out of their wits by his appearance, covering their eyes and not daring to face the shadows of their childhood. However, Lu Feng, seeing the 4-star demon before him, couldn't help but curl his lip. This thing doesn't look any stronger than the Bull Demon King. Is this really a 4-star demon? Receiving such disdain, the Daitengu suddenly turned his head, grinning menacingly at Lu Feng. Keek, a mere mortal dares to look down on me. He waved his enormous wings, releasing an even more terrifying demonic aura. I am the guardian deity of the heavenly prince, personally appointed by Izanagi. What is your Bull Demon King? How could he even be mentioned in the same breath as me? Lu Feng rolled his eyes in response, too lazy to argue. At the same time, he gradually understood the origin of the arena's ranking. This so-called ranking should be according to the status of deities in their own mythology. The Bull Demon King can only rank 3rd in Dragon Kingdom mythology because there are ancient demon clans above him like Kuanping and Dongwangtai. But if the Bull Demon King were placed in Japan, at least, he would also be a 5-star great demon. While Lu Feng was lost in thought, Wu Tao nudged his arm. Lu Feng, it's our turn to summon. Lu Feng nodded, extending his hand to the summoning platform, a divine light enveloping him as 4 cards slowly floated into view. Lu Feng looked at the first card, instantly dumbfounded. 1. Demon Clan, Carp Spirit level 1. What the heck is it this week? It doesn't even have a name. Songwon said, speechless. 2. Demon Clan, Snake Spirit level 2. Lu Feng leaned closer to examine the depiction on the card, instantly recognizing it as the snake spirit that had been killed due to lack of backing during Sun Wukong's journey to the west. Sigh, another one just going with the flow. He sighed, looking at the third card. 3. Demon Clan, Small Whirlwind level 1. What the heck, another top tier. Lu Feng curled his lip, looking helpless. What should we do? It seems like the cards we drew are all pretty weak. Wu Tao said anxiously. On the other side of the arena, Inuyama Ichiro could no longer contain his inner joy, proclaiming loudly, "Give it up, you guys don't have that luck, ha. Go to hell, you little baka. Later Lu Feng will use his superpower to beat you into a pulp." Songwon immediately scolded him. Hearing this, Lu Feng rolled his eyes and looked at the last card. 4. Jingshan Temple Abbot, Fahai Human level none. What the heck, how can this be drawn? Lu Feng was instantly shocked. Songwon and Wu Tao looked at each other, instantly deflated. It's over, how can it be a human? Do we have to concede this match? On the side of the Western Alliance, jeers had already erupted. Haha, Dragon Kingdom, weren't you arrogant? Now, keek, even a human was drawn. It seems the Dragon Kingdom truly has no gods available. I remember the day Tenga hates monks the most. Why don't you summon that Fahai out and let him apologize to us? In an instant, the members of the West were clamoring, and the online opinion was overwhelmingly one-sided. Inuyama Ichiro even spread his arms wide, dramatically bowing to Lu Feng. Thank you for the gift of nature, allowing me to continue being a summoner, ha. Looking at his smug demeanor, Lu Feng smirked. All right, then I will give you a good reward. After saying that, he unhesitatingly pointed directly at the Fahai card. At this point, even Inuyama Ichiro was stunned. What the heck? Are you crazy? Wu Tao exclaimed in shock. Why not choose the snake spirit? Although it's only level 2, it's still better than a human, right? Songwon was also confused, but didn't interject. Don't worry, just wait and see the show. Lu Feng waved his hand, signaling them to be at ease. The next moment, there's demonic energy. A commanding voice echoed like thunder, resonating in the arena. The void suddenly shattered, and a fist wrapped in golden Buddhist light forcibly broke through the spatial barrier. A young monk stepped through the void, landing steadily on the arena. He had a handsome face, an imposing brow draped in a white monk's robe, and what caught the eye most was his bare upper body. There was a vividly tattooed golden dragon on his back. Is this the abbot from the temple? Wu Tao stuttered, pointing at the golden dragon behind Fahai. What kind of abbot has a shoulder dragon tattoo? He shattered the void with one punch. Songwon also stuttered. Fahai's gaze was as sharp as lightning, instantly locking onto the Daitengu, radiating demonic energy. Bold demon, how dare you stir up trouble here? I can see at a glance that you are not human. The moment Fahai appeared, the demonic aura surrounding the Daitengu erupted violently, its black crow feathers swirling like a torrential storm. Will you actually dare to summon a monk to duel with me? His crimson pupils fixed fiercely on Fahai, his thoughts instantly pulled back to a distant past. When he was fully focused on guiding the heavenly grandson's descent, that temple abbot from the Wokaku actually attempted to ambush him, trying to drink his divine blood to attain divinity. Had it not been for the vast difference in strength between them, he might have fallen into the trap long ago. That day, in a fit of rage, he abandoned the heavenly grandson and slaughtered all the monks within his territory, completely devolving into the terrifying Wokaku demon, Detiengo. However, seeing this monster daring to stare at him, Fahai was immediately enraged. Bold demon, how dare you be so brazen as to not take me seriously and remain here? Great mighty heavenly dragon. With a fierce roar, Fahai activated the golden dragon tattoo on his back, which suddenly came to life, detaching from him and transforming into a majestic, imposing golden dragon that soared into the sky. What the hell? A dragon. It's really a dragon. The audience from the Dragon Kingdom erupted, countless citizens rising in excitement to gaze upon the magnificent golden dragon before them. In the Dragon Kingdom, legends of dragons abound, and countless people firmly believe that dragons truly exist in this world. Otherwise, why would the 12 zodiac signs include a species that doesn't exist? The appearance of Fahai sent the viewing area of the Dragon Kingdom into unprecedented ecstasy. Only one uncle wearing flip-flops and shaking his legs disdainfully said, I already knew there were dragons in this world. I was just served by one yesterday. On the arena, Detiengo was taken aback as he saw the golden dragon charging towards him. He hurriedly plucked several feathers from his body, transforming them into dozens of fierce blood crows launching themselves at the golden dragon. What the hell is this dragon? Is this really a mortal's attack? Detiengo felt a wave of frustration. Although the Wokaku abbot who had previously ambushed him had some skills, he was like an infant in comparison. But this Dragon Kingdom abbot seems somewhat formidable. Seeing that the dozens of blood crows had temporarily blocked the golden dragon, Fahai grinned sinisterly. Has such trivial skills dare to show off before me? Great mighty heavenly dragon, supreme earth store, Prajna Buddhas. Prajna Mamasuth. He formed a hand seal with one hand, and the terrifying golden dragon's aura surged, breaking through the blockade of the blood crows and charging straight at Detiengo. Damn it, cut it down. Detiengo urgently transformed his fan into a massive fork, thrusting it fiercely towards the dragon's head. But the dragon's horns were incredibly hard, instantly knocking him and his fork flying away. In the next moment, the golden dragon, having gained the upper hand, opened its massive jaws and fiercely bit down on Detiengo. Wait, where did you guys find this person? Can't you summon someone weaker from the Dragon Kingdom? Witnessing the one-sided battle, Inuyasha Ikaro began to doubt himself. Lu Feng smirked coldly, saying, Didn't you tell me to summon? This Fahai was chosen by your Westerners. Upon hearing this, Inuyasha Ikaru glared fiercely at his companions behind him, then quietly slipped his hand into his pocket, stealthily moving closer to the arena's barrier. Inuyasha, what are you planning? Ram sensed something amiss and asked. Inuyasha Ikaru turned to the crowd, revealing a sinister smile. What am I planning? Of course I'm going to send in something entertaining. With that, his hand unexpectedly passed through the arena barrier, swiftly pulling out a handgun. What a... Fahai, be careful. Wu Tao's face changed dramatically as he hurriedly warned. Too late. Inuyasha Ikaru grinned wickedly and pulled the trigger, a bullet whizzing out. Although Wu Tao warned him, Fahai was unfamiliar with modern weapons and caught off guard. The bullet accurately pierced through his shoulder. What is this? Fahai caught off guard and in pain loosened his control over the golden dragon, which was instantly countered and shattered by Detiengo. Jia. Good job. Well done. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Detiengo immediately charged towards the injured Fahai with all his might. Fahai, enduring the excruciating pain, shouted, Heaven and earth, reversal, Buddha's law is vast. He forcefully threw out a cassock which expanded in the wind, instantly ensnaring Detiengo tightly. Then he quickly pointed at several acupoints around his shoulder to staunch the bleeding. Protest. I protest. Why can he enter the arena? Wu Tao shouted loudly, and the people from the Dragon Kingdom behind him were equally furious. In the next moment, Catherine's figure appeared in the air above the arena. Sorry, the rules of the arena do not specify that mortals cannot interfere with the duel. Moreover, there is a binding relationship between the summoner and the divine being, so the summoner can actively enter the arena range. What? This is unfair. This is not fair. Songwen shouted angrily. Lu Feng pulled the two of them back, saying in a low voice, Let's not talk about that for now. Indeed, no one expected mortals could also attack the divine beings on the arena. From the rules, the heavenly Tao is fair. So are we just going to let it be? Wu Tao's face was filled with indignation. Jia, otherwise. Inuyasha Ikaru sneered as he changed the magazine and aimed again. This is how we Westerners do things. What can you do about it? Ha. The group of little baka behind him also clamored, You don't agree. Who told you to summon a mortal? If you have the ability, use a gun too. Let's see if you can hurt Detiengo. Ha. Hearing this, Lu Feng's inner fury surged. He glared at the arrogant Inuyasha Ikaru, suddenly raising his hand and grabbing in midair. Inuyasha Ikaru, who was still complacently boasting, suddenly felt his throat constricted by an invisible hand lifting him off the ground. What? Lu Feng, you really have superpowers. Songwen exclaimed in shock. Lu Feng slowly shook his head, saying in a deep voice, I don't know. But every time I act, the other side indeed reacts. They did not know that the three immortals by Lu and Hui, who had been invisible beside Lu Feng, had already taken action. Lu the Immortal manifested an invisible hand tightly gripping Inuyasha Ikira's throat and lifting him off the ground. Old Fourth, he is currently bound to the divine being in the arena and cannot be killed, or else it will provoke heavenly retribution. By the Immortal immediately transmitted a warning with a serious tone. Upon hearing this, Lu the Immortal grinned wickedly, a cold light flashing in his snake-like eyes. Don't worry, I won't kill him. But he can commit suicide. With that, Lu the Immortal divided a strand of celestial energy and immediately controlled Inuyasha Ikira's arm, holding the gun. In the terrified gaze of Inuyasha Ikira, his arm uncontrollably raised, the cold gun barrel steadily pressed against his temple. No! Spare me! Inuyasha Ikira squeezed out a painful plea from his throat, trembling violently. Lu Feng opened his mouth just as he was about to say something. Bang! The gunshot reverberated, shaking the entire Western Alliance viewing area. Just moments ago, the arrogant Inuyasha Ikira now lay collapsed on the ground, blood gushing from his head, swiftly staining the ground red. Songwon looked on dumbfounded and suddenly turned to Lu Feng. Dude, are you really this ruthless? Wu Tao's expression was even more serious as he whispered, I also think he deserves to die, but killing him on the spot, will it provoke international conflict? Lu Feng quietly withdrew his hand, rubbed his nose, and spoke loudly to the two. Do you believe me when I say I don't know anything? Songwon and Wu Tao exchanged glances, both wearing skeptical expressions. On the arena, the great Tengu had just managed to break free from the constraints of the cassock when he met the icy gaze of Fahai. You little monster, you do have some skill, but... Before Fahai could finish his sentence, he had already erupted. Great might, heavenly dragon. The dragon flies in the sky. In an instant, a golden dragon roared forth again. Due to his shoulder injury and intense anger this time, the golden dragon appeared even more ferocious, its dragon might overwhelming. The great Tengu's heart trembled. He dared not confront it heeded and hurriedly raised his hand to tear through the space beside him. 5 distinct crow Tengus emerged from the rift in the space, swiftly occupying 5 positions. A strange formation shimmering with ghostly light instantly rose from the arena, forming a solid barrier. Come on, I'm not afraid of you, the great Tengu shouted fiercely. Boom. The golden dragon violently crashed against the formation, producing a deafening roar, yet the barrier vibrated violently without breaking. Seeing this, the great Tengu couldn't help but chuckle. What's wrong? Haven't you eaten? He placed his hands behind his back, feigning profundity as he revealed a lonely expression. I can see that you deeply hate us monsters, but unfortunately, you are facing me. After saying this, he pointed at Fahai and shouted with dominance. Come on, let me see how many monsters a mere mortal like you can kill. Before his words fell, the great Tengu's mouth suddenly opened wide at an unnatural speed. From his bottomless throat, dozens of various monsters and vengeful spirits surged forth continuously. What? That's the Spider Woman. A little brat pointed at a woman with 8 pale arms and a grotesque face, screaming in terror. Look over there. It's Kayako and Saito Toshio. On the other side, Kayako emitted a crack sound as her bones rubbed together, while the pale Toshio lay on her back, staring at the little brats below with hollow, eerie eyes. At that moment, the arena had transformed into a realm of demons and monsters from Japanese folklore, a mingling of demonic and ghostly energies that sent chills down one's spine. However, facing this terrifying scene reminiscent of a night of 100 demons, Fahai laughed. Instead of being frightened, his furious voice echoing across the arena, Ha! Demonic energy fills the sky. Ghostly energy spreads. It seems. Today this poor monk will have to unleash a massacre. The great Tengu grinned wickedly and retorted, Aren't you a monk? Why do you have such a heavy killing intent? Fahai looked at him with disdain, his voice as cold as ice. A monster is a monster. Gods, humans, and demons are hierarchically ordered. If you dare to cause chaos in the mortal realm, you must be killed. After saying this, he violently swung the whisk in his hand, and his entire being shot into the swarm of monsters like an arrow released from a bow. Lightning, wind, and fire. Kill. Yiksha, evil spirits. Kill. Monsters of the world. Kill. Hellish evil spirits. Kill. Great might, heavenly dragon supreme, earth store Vajra, Buddha's guardians of the gods. Kill. 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 In an instant, overwhelming killing intent intertwined with pure Buddhist light sweeping across the entire arena. The intense aura of slaughter was even more potent than the wickedness of the monsters. Countless vengeful spirits attempted to possess and interfere, but found Fahai's will as steadfast as a rock. His Buddhist heart was complete and flawless, leaving them no room to act. The terrifying Spider Woman was pierced through by Fahai's finger, the childhood nightmare Kayako was swallowed by the golden dragon, and the bizarre cat girl was shattered by the Buddhist light. Wherever the Buddhist light reached, the monsters melted away like ice and snow. In just a moment, the monsters that had surged onto the arena were nearly all slain by his lightning-fast methods. Seeing this, the great Tengu furrowed his brow tightly. So many monsters couldn't exhaust his power. How on earth has this person trained? Just then Fahai's figure flickered, already standing before the formation's barrier. He gazed coldly at the great Tengu within, mocking him. Monster, do you wish to come out and die, or shall this poor monk kill his way in? The great Tengu roared in anger. Why should I? Do monsters deserve to die? Nonsense. Fahai shouted furiously, if you don't die, should I die? With that, he immediately summoned the golden bowl and shouted, behold my Deluo golden bowl. Receive. A terrifying pulling force surged from the golden bowl, enveloping the entire formation. The 5 crow Tengus maintaining the formation fought desperately, their demonic energy connecting firmly, stabilizing the barrier, and refusing to relent. Such meager skills dare to persist. With a cold snort, Fahai immediately revealed his Buddhist golden body. The brilliant Buddhist light shone like the blazing sun, burning the 5 crow Tengus, which let out piercing wails as their forms rapidly dissipated. The formation was instantly broken. Without the barrier, the great Tengu and the residual demonic energy were swept into the golden bowl by its overwhelming suction. Fahai looked down at the great Tengu, who was still struggling and smashing against the walls of the bowl, and couldn't help but sneer. In the land of Japan, so many monsters have emerged, it seems that one day this poor monk will have to personally pay a visit. After saying this, he held the bowl with one hand, tore through space with the other, took a step in, and his figure vanished from the arena. Meanwhile, in a distant, endless place, the sacred land of Ling Mountain. Originally seated on the lotus platform meditating with closed eyes, Shakyamuni Buddha suddenly let out a soft eh. His profound gaze seemed to penetrate the endless void just in time to catch a glimpse of the pure Buddhist light that had not completely dissipated when Fahai left, as well as its lingering resonance. Starry Sky Arena? Interesting. The Buddha murmured, a subtle ripple flashing in his eyes. Ding, ding, ding. The next moment, at the peak of Ling Mountain, the long silent 10,000 Buddha golden bell unexpectedly chimed on its own, its deep resounding sound rippling outward and echoing through the heavens. The bell's sound carried the Dharma's intent. In an instant, all the bodhisattvas, arhats, and vajras felt a response rising on lotus platforms and auspicious clouds congregating towards the great thunder sound temple. The long-closed Buddhist assembly was set to restart today. At almost the same moment, within the Lingxiao treasure hall, the Jade Emperor sat on the 9-dragon throne, witnessing the scene on the arena where Fahai displayed the Buddhist golden body and subdued the great Tengu. A smile played at the corners of his mouth as he spoke softly. With the Buddhist golden body manifesting in the world, it seems that the Ling Mountain side should soon learn of the existence of this starry sky arena. At the foot of the steps, Zhao Gongming's face lit up with joy as he eagerly stepped forward. So does this mean I might have a chance to spar with that Ran Deng? The Jade Emperor smiled and looked at him. The Buddhist sect's attitude is still unknown. Why are you in such a hurry? That's only natural. Zhao Gongming's voice was like a bell filled with battle intent. Those 24 sea calming pearls are still in his hands. How could I miss such a good opportunity? Beside him, Tai Juka Tianzuan stroked his long beard and leisurely added, in that case, let us watch and see how Shakyamuni will ultimately decide. After all, the Buddhist sect has its existence in my dragon kingdom. Resist the dragon nation. Demand a change. The moment Catherine announced the victory of the Dragon Nation, deafening protests erupted from the audience of the Western Alliance. Surrounded by a group of bodyguards, Thomas angrily pointed at Lu Feng. Is this how you Dragon Nation conducts business? In a duel, each should rely on their own skills, yet you dare to openly kill a summoner from another nation. You must give us an explanation. The summoners behind him echoed in agreement under the protection of their respective bodyguards. Ram stepped forward and directly retorted, ridiculous Dragon Nation attacking the summoner when you can't win. Is this what they call the demeanor of a great nation? I suggest sending this Lu Feng to the International Court and executing him immediately. He covered his swollen face, a sinister look on his face. Yes, he must be publicly executed. He doesn't even deserve a peaceful death. Hafra added viciously. On the Dragon Nation's side, Song Wan and Wu Feng argued vehemently, their faces flushed. Although they faintly believed Lu Feng had some superpower, they of course could not acknowledge such an unverifiable incident. In contrast, Lu Feng stood leisurely in place, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Lu Feng, aren't you worried? Su Yu asked curiously. Lu Feng turned his head and gently ruffled her hair. They're just a bunch of foreigners. What do I have to worry about? He pointed at the tablet in Su Yu's arms. I only care about the attitude of the Dragon Nation's higher-ups towards me. Oh, everything else is just fluff. The foreign media should be making a big deal out of this now, right? Su Yu opened the tablet and quickly browsed through the news. Yes, that's right. CNN and the Disgraceful Alliance are both attacking you on the front page, and Japan has erupted in protests demanding the Dragon Nation replace the summoner. As for the Dragon Nation, she quickly scrolled on the tablet, her eyes lighting up suddenly. I just received an email from a high-ranking official in the Dragon Nation. He told us to do as we please, and the Dragon Nation will fully support all our actions. Hearing this, Lu Feng nodded in satisfaction. He lit a cigarette and slowly exhaled a smoke ring. Then what are we waiting for? On the other side, shall we continue to the next match? Haha, you still want to continue. We want to accompany you. Haffer sneered. We refuse to fight unless you are replaced. You can go fight alone. Ram also sneered. Lu Feng turned to Catherine and said loudly, Catherine, what happens if the opponent avoids the fight? According to the rules, they will lose and the national luck will be deducted. Catherine replied calmly, summoners can freely choose their challengers. Interesting. Lu Feng smiled with amusement. Since you don't want to play, I will just specifically target Japan. Once Japan's internal affairs are in turmoil, it'll eliminate you one by one. How does that sound? Baka, this is too unfair. Yamit, we protest. You killed our summoner, and now you want... The audience from Japan erupted in outrage. Lu Feng elegantly flicked the ash off his cigarette. There's nothing I can do. It's your ally who insists on playing this way. If they avoid battle, I'll just come for you. He deliberately emphasized the word ally. This immediately redirected the anger of the Japanese audience towards the Americans. Seeing this, Thomas' face turned ashen as he shouted, what the fuck? Shut up, all of you. After the noise subsided a bit, he gritted his teeth and said, Japan, choose a new summoner. As for you, he glared fiercely at Lu Feng. No matter what sinister means you used, a small baka can't be killed so easily. Even if one small baka dies, there are countless more. As his words fell, the audience from Japan erupted in even more intense curses. Fuck you. You Americans can't kill us off so easily. Seeing the infighting within the Western Alliance escalate, Lu Feng remained calm as he extinguished his cigarette, and smiled slightly at Catherine. How about you let them hurry up? Catherine coldly scanned the chaotic Western Alliance, her cold voice resonating silence. You have 3 minutes to prepare. If no one steps onto the stage within 3 minutes, all Alliance members will have their national luck deducted. As her words fell, the scene instantly fell silent. Thomas' face turned pale. He looked at the summoners below and quickly pointed at the Greek summoner. Achilles, you go. Achilles was taken aback for a moment, then took a deep breath and jumped onto the summoning platform. On the platform, he watched Lu Feng with vigilance. I swear by the name of the Greek gods that I will never interfere with the duel like Inuyasha did. But you must promise not to use that strange ability against me. Lu Feng casually flicked the ash from his cigarette. Sure, as long as you all play by the rules, I will too. Achilles finally felt reassured and slapped the summoning platform. As divine light flowed, 4 cards slowly appeared. As the first 3 cards were revealed, the audience erupted in boos. 1. God of Rivers, Potamoy level 1-2. God of Sleep, Hypnos level 1-3. God of the Pastures, Pan level 1. Is there anyone left in the Greek pantheon? Why are they all low-level gods? Could it be that they are afraid? Achilles, upon hearing this, became furious. Shut up, all of you. The Greek gods never fear any challenges. Not fearing challenges. Then why are they all low-level gods? The small Bacchus chimed in. Isn't there still one last card? Why are you all in such a hurry? Achilles glared at the crowd. At the moment his words fell, the 4th card slowly turned over, and the dazzling divine light made the entire arena tremble. 4. Goddess of Magic, Hecate level 5. Oh my god. It's actually the goddess Hecate who presides over magic. So terrifying. Even Lord Zeus must show her respect. The entire Western camp erupted in excitement. Hecate, as one of the oldest titans, presides over magic and witchcraft, holding a special status even among the Olympian gods. It is said that she played a crucial role in the battle between Zeus and the Cyclopes, and was revered by the king of gods Zeus as the dark side of the entire world. Even he must show her respect. Achilles proudly raised his chin, showing a middle finger to those in the Western camp whose attitudes had suddenly changed. However, when he met Lu Feng's playful gaze, his smile instantly froze. Lu Feng, you promised not to target me just because you summoned a powerful deity, right? Lu Feng scoffed. Not at all. It's just a level 5 deity, nothing more. This left Song, when dumbfounded. Boss, this is a level 5 deity. Wu Tao also looked shocked. This is a level 5 deity, already a God King level powerhouse. We should keep a low profile. The Western audience burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, arrogant. He doesn't even understand what a level 5 deity means. Indeed, it seems defeating Anubis has inflated his ego too much. Achilles composed himself and declared loudly, in that case, let's test it out on the platform. After he finished speaking, he solemnly pointed towards the card. In an instant, a ray of divine light erupted from the card, and the entire arena shook violently as the sky darkened. Countless azure magical runes flowed in the void, and 3 paths emitting different auras intersected in the center of the arena, one leading to rebirth, one to prime age, and one to eternity. Accompanied by a crisp sound like silver bells, a graceful woman slowly rose from the center of the magic array. She wore a black gauze gown embedded with stars adorned with a crescent crown and held 2 torches burning with ghostly flames. When her true form fully revealed itself, gasps echoed from the audience. Is this the existence of the goddess? She is too beautiful, someone murmured. Hecate's visage was so perfect that she seemed beyond mortal, her skin shimmering like condensed moonlight, and her eyes appeared to hold the mysteries of the entire starry sky. She exuded an ancient and majestic aura with 3 different aspects flickering behind her: the innocence of a girl, the allure of a young woman, and the wisdom of an elderly crone. Is this the true level of a 5th-tier deity? Wu Tao unconsciously took a step back, intimidated by the overwhelming divine power. Hecate gently waved her torch, and the spatial rules of the starry arena began to twist and reorganize. The magic array beneath her feet emitted a brilliance that dimmed the sun and moon. Even Catherine had to muster all her strength to maintain the barrier, saying, "Damn, can't she restrain her power at all?" Achilles, overwhelmed with excitement, knelt on one knee, exclaiming, "Welcome, Goddess Hecate." The Western Alliance erupted with deafening cheers as everyone went wild for this stunning appearance. Lu Feng appeared calm on the surface, but inside, he was experiencing a stormy turmoil. The pressure radiating from this deity far exceeded his expectations, shaking the arena's barrier violently. Although he had previously witnessed stronger beings like the Grand Sage of primordial origin, that Earth Immortal had restrained all his aura, unlike the terrifying presence emanating from Hecate. "Lu Feng, do you have confidence?" Su Yu noticed the worry hidden in his eyes and softly asked, "Does our dragon kingdom have deities stronger than the Grand Sage of primordial origin?" Lu Feng turned to her and smiled. "Yes, of course, and not just one." This made Song Wan and Wu Tao widen their eyes in disbelief. "No way. Our dragon kingdom has deities stronger than the Grand Sage." Lu Feng nodded, his gaze serious as he looked towards the arena. "There are indeed, but this 5th-tier deity is truly beyond my expectations. I initially thought that the darkened Anubis was at the 5th-tier level, but now it seems he is quite far from a true 5th-tier deity." Song Wan patted his shoulder. "Don't put too much pressure on yourself. A summoning is random. Right, just do your best." Wu Tao encouraged. "All right, then let's make a bet." Lu Feng took a deep breath and slapped the summoning platform. Boom. Divine light shone brightly as the first card slowly emerged. 1. Vanguard of Heaven, Giant Spirit, Level 2. The Giant Spirit's strength is decent, but after all, he is just a gatekeeper. He is insufficient to deal with a deity-level existence. Lu Feng murmured as he looked at the second card. 2. Moon Palace Maid, Jade Rabbit, Level 1. Lu Feng rolled his eyes and skipped it, looking at the third card. 3. God of Wealth of the West, Guan Yu, Level 3. Instantly, Lu Feng's eyes lit up. "Oh, I actually drew Guansheng Dijuan. With him in action, we should be able to manage a fight." Wu Tao and Song Wan stepped forward, looking at Guan Yu's card in confusion. "Wait a minute, isn't Guan Yu a famous general from the 3 kingdoms? How did he become the God of Wealth?" Su Yu also asked curiously. "I thought there was only that previous God of Wealth by Gon." "Haha, not just him. There are actually 5 gods of wealth." Lu Feng explained with a smile. "The earlier Bygone was the literary god of wealth, while Guan Yu is the martial god of wealth, guarding wealth with strength and righteousness. He is both the martial sage of the human realm and the god of wealth of heaven, so he should be able to manage a fight." While they were discussing in the Lingxiao Palace, Guan Yu was polishing his green dragon crescent blade and bowing to the Jade Emperor. "Your Majesty, I am ready." The Jade Emperor glanced at him, half smiling. "My dear minister, do you have confidence?" The opponent is indeed not simple. She is both the master of magic and of Titan bloodline, not easy to deal with. Guan Yu laughed heartily. "What Titans, what deities? In my eyes, they are merely pretenders. Everyone watch closely as I go down and take her head." After saying that, he charged out of the palace with great vigor. Suddenly, he turned back. "Hey, Jade Rabbit, can you pour me a pot of wine? I want to drink after I finish her." After saying that, he walked out of the palace again. Meanwhile, on the arena, Wu Tao learned about Guan Yu's background and suggested, "Although we have Guansheng Dijuan as a fallback, should we take a look at the 4th card? Just in case." Lu Feng nodded and looked at the last card, instantly freezing in place. 4. Great Witch, Xingtian. Outside the Southern Heaven Gate, Guan Yu paced anxiously, gripping his green dragon crescent blade tightly, making cracking sounds. The surrounding heavenly soldiers were silent, not daring to speak. After a long while, Qianlian stepped forward with a firm expression. "My lord, why are you here pacing?" Guan Yu's thick brows furrowed. "I am waiting for the summoning from the lower realm. I want to meet that Western goddess." His aura surged, causing the celestial clouds to roil. "Why is it taking so long? My great blade is already thirsty for battle." Qianlian hurriedly replied, "My lord, please wait. Let me observe for a moment." He used divine powers to look at the arena for a moment, and cold sweat poured down his face. My lord, you may have to wait for a few more rounds this battle. Someone has already gone down. What? Guan Yu exploded with anger. Who dares to intercept my battle? The green dragon crescent blade slammed heavily into the ground, shaking the entire southern heaven gate. The moment Lu Feng's fingers touched the Xingtian card, a dark light soared into the sky. Meanwhile, in the distant Changyang Mountains, the originally calm mountains suddenly trembled violently. Rocks fell, and the birds and beasts scattered. Countless cracks opened in the ground, and dense black malevolence gushed forth from below. What? What is happening? In the distance, an elderly shepherd gazed in terror at the strange occurrence in the Changyang Mountains, his legs buckling as he fell to the ground. A dull roar echoed from deep within the earth, as if some ancient beast was awakening. In an instant, the entire mountain split in two, and a gigantic figure burst forth from the soil. Who has awakened me? Accompanied by a roar that seemed to come from the primordial chaos, a headless giant stood between heaven and earth. With his nipples as eyes and his navel as a mouth, he held a bronze shield in his left hand and a bronze battle axe in his right. After thousands of years of sealing, Xingtian's body still emitted a terrifying malevolence that could alter the heavens and the earth. When he fully revealed himself, the entire sky darkened. The soaring battle intent made all living beings within 100 miles tremble in fear. Who dares disturb my slumber? Huangdi, where are you? Our battle is not over. Xingtian laughed as he looked up to the sky, his navel transforming into a massive mouth that let out a deafening roar. He felt the call of the starry arena, and his enormous body transformed into a stream of black light, appearing on the arena in the next moment. Boom! As Xingtian descended, the entire arena trembled violently. The primordial malevolence radiating from him clashed violently with Hecate's magical pressure, two terrifying forces colliding in the air above the arena, producing a piercing, tearing sound. What kind of monster is this? Achilles' eyelids twitched violently. The Western audience erupted in an uproar. Did the Dragon Kingdom summon some kind of demon? Yes, it is a demon. The Dragon Kingdom is the descendant of demons. On the arena, Xingtian's towering body resembled a small mountain, the bronze battle axe shimmering with a cold, eerie light. Though he had no head, the overwhelming battle intent sent chills down everyone's spine. Hecate's three faces revealed a serious expression as the torch in her hand burned fiercely. Who are you? You don't seem to be of the divine race, do you? Xingtian gazed at her with his nipples, and then turned to Lu Feng. Are you the one who summoned me? When Xingtian's gaze swept over Lu Feng, a terrifying malevolence from the primordial chaos struck him. Lu Feng felt as if his blood was freezing, and he couldn't help but shiver. Thud! Su Yu and Song Wen had already been overwhelmed by this pressure and collapsed to the ground. They looked in terror at the headless giant figure, unable to comprehend what kind of terrifying existence Lu Feng had summoned. Suppressing the tremor in his heart, Lu Feng solemnly bowed to Xingtian. I am Lu Feng, a descendant of Yin and Huang, paying my respects to Ancestor Xingtian. Please, Ancestor, fight for my Dragon Kingdom. Descendant of Yin and Huang. You call me Ancestor? The gaze emanating from Xingtian's nipples seemed to pierce through the soul, instantly reading everything from Lu Feng's bloodline and memories. Had the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Huangdi, you have quite the means to allow my Wu clan bloodline to be so assimilated by the human race. Xingtian snorted coldly, then turned to Hecate. Since the Dragon Kingdom is the descendant of my clan, how dare you outsiders come to my Dragon Kingdom and act recklessly? Are you not afraid of being slain by me? Upon hearing this, Hecate's 3 faces simultaneously showed a mocking expression. Has slain by you? A creature that has even lost its head presumes to boast in front of me. What did you say? Bull! This provocation completely enraged Xingtian. It should be noted that although he was defeated by Huangdi's schemes and had his head severed, his battle intent remained unyielding, continuously wielding his axe. Though ultimately exhausted and sealed by Huangdi, no one in later generations dared to speak of Xingtian, fearing that it might awaken him. In the next moment, Xingtian stepped forward, shaking the entire arena. The massive battle axe cut through the air, unleashing a ferocious malevolence, and struck directly at Hecate's face. Hecate did not avoid it. Instead, a glimmer of pride unique to the Titan gods flashed in her eyes. Not only did she not evade, but she also wielded both torches radiant with divine light, intending to receive this blow with her Titan body. Daring to strike at me, you are arrogant. She simultaneously shouted from her 3 faces, let me show you the flesh power of the Titan gods. Boom! Before she could finish her sentence, the battle axe was already upon her. Xingtian's terrifying malevolence nearly extinguished the eternal flame on the torch. When the primordial might was transmitted through the battle axe to the torches, Hecate instantly regretted it. Under the astonished gazes of all, she was struck as if hit by a primordial giant mountain, flying backward and tracing a disastrous trajectory through the air. She barely stabilized her form, a trickle of golden divine blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, her hands holding the torch trembling slightly. How is this possible? She looked at Xingtian in disbelief. The indestructible divine body that the Titan gods prided themselves on was wounded in just one encounter. In the western camp, everyone was already horrified by Xingtian's strike, their hearts trembling. Oh my god! Is this Dragon Kingdom deity crawling out of hell? Damn it, there are no such terrifying demons in hell. To be able to force back the Titan goddess with a single blow, this is simply impossible. After the strike, Xingtian's navel emitted a thunderous roar, daring to take my Wu clan's blow with your flesh. Are you insulting me? Xingtian appeared almost mad. In his eyes, the Western goddess had not regarded him at all. First she mocked him for losing his head, then she confronted him with her flesh. It was utterly incomprehensible. Hecate wiped the divine blood from her mouth, and her three faces simultaneously showed anger. You have the audacity of defeating me with your flesh power is one thing, but daring to mock me, you will die. She was equally furious. Being defeated in the flesh by someone was simply an affront to the gods. Saying this, she drew mysterious trajectories in the air with her dual torches. A terrifying magical aura erupted in the arena. Magic domain, eternal night, descends. In an instant, the entire arena was shrouded in absolute darkness. Countless magical runes flickered in the void, with three paths appearing in the darkness, emanating a power that could confuse the mind. What are you doing? Are you trying to perform magic tricks on me? As a creature of the Wu clan, Xingtian did not possess a primordial spirit or soul, so the mind-confusing effect of the three paths had no effect on him. He closed his eyes and roared, sweeping the battle axe horizontally. Primordial malevolence surged forth like a raging tide, directly slashing towards Hecate. However, Hecate had already vanished from her original spot, leaving Xingtian to strike nothing but air. She appeared at the other end of the arena, gathering a spear of moonlight in her hand, Moon God's spear. The spear pierced through the air, transforming into countless shards of moonlight that shot towards Xingtian from all directions. Although his sight was obscured by the night, it did not affect this ancient war god at all. He fought back against the shards solely by instinct. Clang, clang, clang. Xingtian swung his giant shield, blocking all the shards of moonlight. However, each shard exploded upon contact with the shield, causing him to stagger back repeatedly. What kind of power is this? It is neither divine power nor demonic power. Although Xingtian did not understand what magic was, it did not diminish his fighting spirit. After sensing Hecate's location, he suddenly swung his giant axe towards the ground. Boom! A bottomless chasm instantly spread beneath Hecate's feet, and a violent aura surged forth from the earth. Hecate hurriedly raised a magical shield, but she was still shaken by the force, her blood surging. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? What race are the witches? Hecate thought, waves of shock crashing in her heart. What kind of existence is this? Witches? Why have I never seen this race in the river of fate? This battle made her momentarily return to the era of the world's creation, to that brutal war of giants. At that time, she faced the terrifying giants created from primordial chaos by Gaia, the mother of the earth. Those colossal beings, as massive as mountains, possessed the power to shake Olympus, yet ultimately feared the sacred flames falling before her magic and Heracles' valor. But the entity before her, who called himself Xingtian, completely subverted her understanding. Not only did he possess strength far surpassing those ancient giants, but more terrifying was the dark red aura surrounding him, which could erode her will. Since the moonlight magic is ineffective, let me show you the true forbidden magic. Hecate chanted simultaneously from three directions, her twin torches tracing mysterious paths in the air. Abyssal forbidden spell 9 Underworld Yellow Springs. The entire arena instantly transformed into a realm of the dead, with countless terrifying vengeful spirits surging from the ground. 9 illusory rivers of the underworld intertwining in the air. This forbidden spell is one that even the chief gods must fear, capable of directly devouring the souls of living beings. What a forbidden spell, just a bunch of cowardly dead. Xingtian laughed wildly towards the sky, his surrounding aura surging like a sea of blood. The vengeful spirits emitted shrill screams as they touched the aura, only to be devoured in return. The illusory river of the underworld was crushed beneath his feet, having no effect. In an instant, the audience erupted in exclamations. Wait, what? Isn't the abyssal forbidden spell able to devour even the divine souls of chief gods? How is he completely unscathed? The river of the underworld is clearly beneath his feet. Could it be? His soul has transcended that of a chief god. Or does he have no soul? Hecate's pupils contracted sharply. She too could not comprehend why the abyssal forbidden spell was ineffective against him, but she immediately changed her hand seals. Elemental forbidden spell, Chaos Ruins. In an instant, the 4 primal elements of fire, frost, lightning, and storm fused in her hands, transforming into a chaotic black hole that devoured everything. This was the ultimate magic she used to defeat the Cyclopes, which once erased an entire mountain range. Although Xing Tian's expression was slightly grave, he did not flinch or evade. His giant axe struck directly at the center of the black hole, with the will to cleave through chaos. These strange powers of yours are somewhat interesting. They remind me of the ambushes by those celestial beings. However, without the restraint of the Yellow Emperor, your tricks are useless against me. Open the heavens. In an instant, a terrifying light from the axe erupted with a soaring aura. As the strongest shaman beneath the ancestral, which the so-called elemental attack couldn't even break through Xing Tian's skin, instead being forcefully shattered. The chaotic black hole shattered with a sound, and the explosive energy sent countless cracks through the arena's barrier. Xing Tian stood tall, striding out from the energy storm, his fighting spirits soaring to the heavens. No, it's impossible. Hecate finally lost her color. She continuously cast soul-forbidden spells and elemental forbidden spells, yet they were all forcibly crushed by Xing Tian, using the purest laws of power. In the palace of Lingxiao, high above, the celestial beings watched the battle, all exclaiming in amazement. When Xing Tian cleaved through the chaotic black hole, Guan Yu couldn't help but twitch his eyelids, taking a sharp breath. This woman's methods are truly remarkable. If I were to go down, I would surely suffer a great loss. He turned his gaze to Xing Tian, showing admiration in his eyes. This is a true hero. The power of this axe is several times more domineering than Guan Yu's drag knife slash. Perhaps, even if Erlang Shun were to descend, he might not be able to secure a victory over him. He was just muttering to himself when he looked up and met the playful smile of the Jade Emperor. Ahem. Guan Yu awkwardly lowered his head, pretending to be focused on polishing his green dragon crescent blade. The Moon Rabbit Fairy handed over a wine cup. Your Majesty, don't you want a drink? Guan Yu. On the arena, Hecate had already fallen into madness. She continuously cast several world-destroying forbidden spells, all appearing pale and powerless before Xing Tian. Time and space collapsed against him as he withstood it with his flesh. Stars fell one after another, shattered by his battle axe, even causal attacks dissipating into nothingness upon touching his surrounding aura. Below, the arena song, when admired Lu Feng to the point of prostration. Brother Feng, you are amazing. Not only can you use superpowers, but you can also summon such a fierce god. Wu Tao also came over to flatter him. Manager Feng, please tell us about the origin of this Xing Tian. He is incredibly strong. Lu Feng smiled slightly and began to narrate that ancient legend. At the dawn of the Dragon Kingdom civilization, there were three major tribes: Yellow Emperor tribe, Yin Emperor tribe, and Qiyu tribe. Xing Tian was originally the first war god under the Yin Emperor, after the Yin Emperor was defeated by the Yellow Emperor. The crowd listened intently, and when they heard that Xing Tian single-handedly stormed the Heavenly Gate and fought with the Yellow Emperor for 300 rounds before being beheaded, they couldn't help but sigh and lament. No wonder he is the ancient war god. No wonder even level 5 deities are suppressed by him. Such a fierce god might even have the power to fight against Odin. On the arena, Hecate, who had been locked in a prolonged battle, was extremely anxious. Continuously casting forbidden spells had nearly drained her divine power, while Xing Tian only grew stronger with each battle. His physical strength is probably second only to the Titan King Kronos. Hecate thought to herself, I must find his weakness if I have any hope of defeating him. She keenly noticed that Xing Tian needed to turn his entire body whenever he shifted, causing him to be half a beat slow in reacting to attacks from his blind spots. Got it. No head. This is his greatest flaw. Hecate's eyes shimmered as she infused her vast magical power into the twin torches. With my divine essence as a guide, awakened the river of fate. Suddenly, the entire starry sky became transparent, revealing a river of fate that spanned the ages in the void. This was Hecate's ultimate magic, capable of revealing and altering the fate of her opponents. Now is the moment. Seizing the instant when Xing Tian was distracted by the river of fate, Hecate split her true form into three and attacked from three different blind spots simultaneously. At this moment, Xing Tian remained oblivious, for above the river of fate lay the historical scroll of his life, fighting for the Yin Emperor tribe. He saw his younger self lifting the battle axe for the first time, expanding the territory of the Yin Emperor tribe, saw himself fighting alongside Qiyu in the Battle of Zhuolu, achieving victory after victory, saw his determination to reclaim the Central Plains when the Yin Emperor retreated to the south. As the scenes flowed by, he witnessed the fateful battle in the Heavenly Court. The Yellow Emperor sat high in the clouds, surrounded by countless heavenly soldiers and generals awaiting the call. And he alone, wielding his axe, stepped onto the heavenly staircase step by step. Yellow Emperor, fight me. Every detail of that battle was as vivid as yesterday. The Yellow Emperor's Xianyuan sword tore through the sky, while his battle axe cleaved the clouds. For 300 rounds they fought fiercely, and the heavens and earth changed colors. Until that fateful ambush. Just as Xing Tian was lost in memories, a chilling, killing intent awakened him. Not good. Xing Tian snapped back to reality, but it was too late. 3 attacks struck from different, though he managed to block the shattering divine essence with his giant shield at the last moment and deflected the eternal banishment on his left with his battle axe. The spear from the right struck solidly into his back. Puff! Black witch blood gushed out, showering the starry sky with a stream of tragic blood. A deep wound visible to the bone appeared on Xing Tian's back, and the blood of the great witch dripped onto the arena, each drop heavy as 1,000 pounds corroding the ground into deep pits. Lu Feng stood up in shock. What kind of divine artifact is this? It can actually break through the great witch's defenses, eh? Hecate was equally astonished. The fate spear in her hand was the supreme artifact bestowed by Zeus, containing the blessing of the god king, capable of easily piercing the body of even the Titan king. Yet such an artifact only left a wound on Xing Tian. How many years has it been? Xing Tian reached back to touch the wound, his tone tinged with emotion. You are the second being to draw my blood. Hecate quickly concealed her surprise, a cold smile curving her lips. Perhaps I will be the first god to slay. She retracted her spear, forming hand seals as a terrifying wave of magic rippled once more. Since blood has been drawn, the next steps will be easier. Let me see how many more attacks your defenses can withstand. Shadow forbidden spell, 1,000 blades of Lingxi. Countless shadow blades surged from all directions, specifically targeting the wound on Xing Tian's back. Xing Tian roared as he swung his battle axe, but unable to guard all directions, he sustained several more. Haha, just like that. Ram shouted excitedly from the audience. Take advantage of his weakness and end him. Hafra sarcastically mocked. It seems this so-called ancient war god is just a headless brute. Lu Feng coldly glared at the two, his arm slightly raised. Both were instantly alarmed. Bodyguard, come protect me. Hafra hurriedly called for his bodyguard, but still received a slap to the face. Ram's eyes widened in anger as he poured a bucket of water over his head. Instantly, Lu Feng's superpower indeed ceased to function. Ha ha ha, I knew it. I knew it. Ram jumped up, dancing a manic dance. Under the blessing of the holy water of my Tianju, your evil magic no longer works, ha ha. Hidden beside him, Lu Xian muttered, damn you. On the arena, Hecate grew bolder, with each battle constantly shifting her position, always remaining in Xing Tian's blind spot. Frost forbidden spell, eternal frozen earth. The power of extreme cold attempted to freeze Xing Tian's movements. Flame forbidden spell, purgatory, burn heaven. Scorching flames specifically targeted his bleeding wounds. Thunder forbidden spell, divine punishment. Strikes of lightning accurately targeted the area around his wounds. Xing Tian's body grew more and more scarred, the black witch blood nearly turning him into a blood-soaked figure. Yet he remained standing, each counterattack forcing Hecate to evade with all her might. Give up. Hecate darted through the air, her voice laced with pride. Your wounds are increasing, and you will never be able to hit me. From the audience, Western summoners jeered. Look, this headless monster is still struggling in its death throes. Goddess Hecate, hurry and finish off this monster. Songwen clenched his fists tightly, his expression serious. No, we should concede this match. I cannot bear to see this war god ancestor stained with blood on the arena. Lu Feng and the others were equally anxious, yet powerless. Wait. Lu Feng suddenly remembered the ginseng fruit given to him by the immortal master Jin Yuan, his heart lighting up. Could it be that the ancestor of the earth immortals had already foreseen today's battle? His heart raced as he hurriedly took out the shimmering ginseng fruit, calling loudly to Xing Tian. Ancestor Xing Tian, come over here. Xing Tian glanced over, though unaware of what this descendant intended. He still fought, while retreating, slowly moving towards the edge of the arena. Though Hecate did not know Lu Feng's intentions, she instinctively felt unease. She would not allow any variables to occur. Want to leave? Did you ask me first? Space forbidden spell, dimensional prison. The entire space instantaneously solidified, countless spatial barriers tightly sealed Xing Tian. Xing Tian roared and swung his axe. Each time he broke through a barrier, he sustained another wound. Life forbidden spell, all things wither. A bizarre gray ripple spread out, dimming the starlight in its wake. The wound that had just healed on Xing Tian reopened, in which blood gushed forth like a fountain. Hurry! Wu Tao stomped his feet anxiously. At this rate, Xing Tian ancestor won't be able to hold on. Songwen gritted his teeth. These Western gods are too despicable. Ram danced happily on the opposite side. Useless. In front of the goddess Hecate, you are nothing. With each step Xing Tian took forward, he paid a heavy price. Hecate's magic followed him relentlessly, frost freezing his legs, flames burning his wounds, and lightning striking his back. Yet he still resolutely advanced towards the edge of the arena, leaving a long trail of blood behind. Finally, after enduring 3 fatal spells, Xing Tian reached the edge of the barrier. Lu Feng quickly extended the ginseng fruit. At this critical moment, Hecate gathered all her divine power and unleashed a fatal strike that pierced through the starry sky. Divine essence burned fate's end. This strike, infused with Hecate's entire magical power, vowed to completely obliterate Xingtian. In the astonished gazes of everyone, he placed the spirit fruit emanating the essence of innate wood into his abdomen. As the ginseng fruit entered his body, a torrent of life force erupted like a volcanic explosion. What was even more shocking was that the flesh around his neck began to surge violently, with countless flesh buds growing wildly. Hecate's pupils constricted as she sensed a terrifying aura awakening. Amidst the gaze of the multitude, the flesh around Xingtian's neck coalesced, ultimately forming a distinct head. His thick black hair moved without wind, and on his resolute face a pair of eyes filled with primordial battle intent slowly opened. The complete ancient war god has returned. Xingtian let out a long howl, shaking the heavens. After thousands of years, I have finally regained my He felt a long-lost sense of wholeness with every direction under his control. The battle axe in his hand sang with joy, as if rejoicing for its master's rebirth. Hecate's face turned pale, involuntarily taking a half-step back. At this moment, the pressure Xingtian exerted on her was several times stronger than before. Xingtian turned his neck, his gaze locking onto Hecate like a bolt of lightning. Western, which are you ready? Xingtian's battle intent surged, a colossal aura rising into the sky, making the entire starry sky tremble under his pressure. Is this the complete Xingtian? He feels like a completely different person. Lu Feng exclaimed in admiration. In Su Ye's eyes, admiration sparkled. He is so manly, I love it. On the arena, Hecate's expression was more serious than ever before. At this moment, Xingtian not only had no weaknesses, but the primordial murderous aura surrounding him had also solidified several times, leaving her almost breathless. Without wasting words, Hecate rapidly formed seals with both hands, condensing two destructive magical energies in her palms. Facing the fully restored Xingtian, she wouldn't even have the chance to plead for mercy. Time and space collapse, all things returned to void. In an instant, the space of the entire arena began to collapse, with time flowing chaotically. Xingtian snorted coldly and stepped forward. A terrifying primordial murderous aura spread around him, and neither the collapse of space nor the chaotic flow of time showed any hindrance to him. He simply walked calmly, stepping out of Hecate's time and space curse. What? Hecate in disbelief looked at her curse being easily broken. The next moment, another violent magical fluctuation appeared on the arena. Falling stars, the Milky Way collapses. Immediately afterwards, countless starry phantoms descended with a sense of destruction. Xingtian's feet stomped the ground, launching into the sky. The battle axe traced profound trajectories in the air, with each starry phantom being obliterated in the wake of its light. His movements flowed like water, no longer sluggish as before. Puff! A wave of axe energy swept past, leaving a deep wound on Hecate's shoulder. Golden divine blood instantly sprayed out. Impossible! Hecate clutched her wound and retreated quickly, her face filled with horror. Clearly, even with a safe distance, Xingtian's attacks could still harm her. The subsequent battle became a one-sided massacre. Incredible! Ancestor Xingtian is so formidable! Wu Tao exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. Lu Feng smiled and explained, the witch clan is born from battle and dies in battle. This is their eternal belief. Even if the God King comes, it cannot be reversed. In the next moment, the phantom of Zeus began to condense, a tangible pressure causing the entire starry sky to tremble. Yet Xingtian still stood tall, his battle axe pointing straight at the God King. If it's war, then let's fight. No need for more words. Wu Tao exclaimed, incredible! Ancestor Xingtian is so formidable. Lu Feng smiled slightly and explained, the witch clan is born from battle and dies in battle. This is their eternal belief. Even if the God King comes, it cannot be reversed. At the moment Xingtian's words fell, the aura of Zeus surged to its peak, and the entire starry sky wailed under the might of the God King. Very well, as expected of the war god of the Dragon Nation. Zeus' voice was as cold as ice. For millennia in this state, I truly cannot do anything to you. But remember, there will come a day when we meet again. Do you really want to be enemies with my Olympus divine system? Xingtian smiled slightly at this remark, his response being a sharp flash of axe light. With a swift arc, the battle axe cleaved through the air, and Hecate's head fell with a thud. Those eyes, which once held the mysteries of the starry sky, finally lost all their brilliance. The phantom of Zeus dissipated with a reluctant roar, leaving behind an oath that echoed through the starry sky. Damn it, Dragon Nation deities. You will pay for this. In an instant, the Western Alliance was thrown into chaos. Damn heretics! How dare you defy the God King? Bastard! Return the life of Lady Hecate to me. Xingtian coldly scanned the frenzied Western audience, paying no heed to the wails of these defeated dogs. Just then the sky suddenly opened up, and an ancient heavenly gate slowly emerged with countless stone steps extending from the gate to the arena. What? Is ancestor Xing Tian also about to become a deity? Song Wen exclaimed in surprise, recalling the scene when Huang Dexian ascended. However, Lu Feng's expression turned serious. No, there are no 3 flowers gathering at the top, nor is there any merit golden light. On the arena, Xing Tian turned to Lu Feng and asked, "Young man, do you know the price of awakening me?" Lu Feng was taken aback. "This. I am unaware." He. Xing Tian shook his head. "To awaken me, you have incurred a tremendous karma. Whether it is a blessing or a curse depends entirely on your own fortune." Having said that, he stepped onto the heavenly ladder. With each step he took, the violent, killing aura emanating from him thickened. When he finally stepped into the heavenly gate, a powerful roar resounded through the sky. "Xian Yuan, I have returned." In an instant, Lu Feng felt his scalp go numb as a terrifying thought surfaced in his mind. He finally understood what tremendous karma Xing Tian was referring to. "Oh no, inadvertently, I awakened a big shot for the ancestor," he murmured softly, ignoring even Catherine's announcement of victory. On the western campsite, Achilles was acting like a madman. Heretics deserve to die. Havre and Buchan struggled to drag him off the summoning platform. Thomas watched the out-of-control Achilles with disdain, shaking his head. What a waste. So what if one god has died? Must there be such a commotion? His gaze turned to the summoning platform as he stepped forward to ascend. What? Is Thomas going to take action himself? Is a powerful seraphim about to descend? Havre was utterly astonished. At this moment, even Achilles stopped his wailing. Everyone understood that Thomas represented the god faction, and even the incredibly powerful Indian deities feared this divine system. If he intervened, would that mean the legendary seraphim was about to descend? "Lord Thomas, are you truly going to make an appearance now?" Buchan stepped forward, urgently advising, "Didn't we agree that the god faction would hold back as a trump card, only to act when an unbeatable divine being from the Dragon Nation appears?" Upon hearing this, Thomas stopped in his tracks, looking at him with interest. "What? Do you think you are still not worthy right now?" He opened his arms and surveyed the summoners. "Since that Lu Feng appeared, have you won even one battle? Tell me, how can I trust you?" This statement made everyone lower their heads. Buchan pondered for a moment and insisted, "Though we have lost, each deity from the Dragon Nation can only fight once. In any case, the ultimate victory must belong to us." His gaze swept over the crowd. "The Dragon Nation has only one divine system, while our Western Alliance has gathered many gods. In terms of numbers, we hold an absolute advantage." Thomas smiled slightly. "So you mean, let us continue to fight. If we really encounter the supreme deity of the Dragon Nation, it won't be too late to strike." Buchan's eyes were filled with determination. "Good. As you wish." Thomas elegantly stepped down from the summoning platform, gesturing to Buchan, "After you." Buchan nodded heavily and strode up to the summoning platform. "Come on, Dragon Nation. Let me see who else you can summon." He slapped the summoning platform with one hand, and 4 cards appeared in response. 1. God of Youth Eden, level 1, 2. God of Comfort Lind, level none, 3. God of Revenge Vala, level 3. Buchan looked through them one by one, automatically filtering out the first 2 deities that were not significant, when suddenly he froze. Surprisingly, it's the God of Revenge. He cheered inwardly. This name is not prominent in Norse mythology, but those who know his deeds would never underestimate him. Legend has it that this deity killed one of Odin's sons, the god of darkness Hodor, on the very day he was born. Such a record is truly shocking. Well done, coming out with a deity comparable to a level 4 god. Valley. Ram gave a thumbs up. The Western audience reignited their hope, believing that this battle was destined to win. Just as Buchan was about to choose Valley, his gaze inadvertently swept over the 4th card, and he instantly froze. 4. World Serpent Jormungandr, level 5. What the heck? Buchan's breath quickened. He never expected that he could summon this world-destroying serpent, which only appears during Ragnarok. As Buchan's trembling finger touched that card, the entire starry arena suddenly shook violently. Boom! The arena space, already colossal, began to expand wildly, and in the blink of an eye it surpassed the size of the entire blue star. Had it not been for the massive projection screens hovering over both the eastern and western camps, the audience on both sides would not have been able to see each other at all. "Oh God! Is this the world serpent?" A Western believer knelt and prayed, his voice filled with awe. On the Dragon Nation's side, Song Wen and Wu Tao's expressions turned grave. "Another level 5 deity. Moreover, it's the greatest rival of Thor. This time, can we summon entities stronger than Ancestor Xing?" The 2 looked at Lu Feng in unison. At the moment when the crowd was filled with uncertainty, a winding shadow slowly emerged from the cosmic void deep within the arena. Initially, it was just a thin line, which then expanded at an astonishing speed. When its true form was fully revealed, everyone gasped in shock. It was a gigantic serpent, larger than one could imagine. Its massive body coiled through the starry sky, with just a segment of its serpentine length comparable to the entire Milky Way. Each scale was larger than mountains, inscribed with ancient runes exuding a terrifying aura that dimmed the stars. As Yamoja opened its colossal serpent eyes akin to stars, the entire universe trembled under its gaze. It casually flicked its tail, sending nearby planets flying like marbles. "Is this the world's serpent?" Lu Feng murmured to himself, feeling unprecedented pressure. Yamoja slowly lowered its head, its breath forming a violent energy storm in the starry sky. When it looked at the minuscule Buchan as insignificant as dust, the voice that emanated resonated deep within everyone's soul. "Who dares to disturb my slumber?" Buchan knelt on the ground, responding with a trembling voice. "Great earthly giant serpent, please fight for the Norse pantheon." A hint of mockery flashed in Yamoja's serpent eyes. "Haha, the Norse pantheon. The servant of Odin dares to summon me." Buchan's face turned pale upon hearing this. He never expected that this earthly giant serpent, which had been so highly anticipated, would refuse to engage in battle. The Western audience was in an uproar, everyone stunned by this sudden turn of events. Yamoja's gigantic form slithered through the starry arena, suddenly turning towards the direction of the Dragon Kingdom's camp, letting out a deafening cackle. "Hee, an Eastern presence. Interesting." Its massive serpent head slowly approached Lu Feng, the crimson tongue flickering as it stirred an energy storm. "Kid, how does the divine of your Dragon Kingdom taste?" Upon hearing this, the entire venue changed color. Lu Feng remained unfazed, instead revealing a provocative smile. "Hee, I don't know how the Dragon Kingdom's divine tastes, but I do know that serpent stew is quite delicious." In response, Yamoja's serpent eyes suddenly narrowed. "An interesting human. Shouldn't you be begging me to leave so that you can avoid a battle?" "Avoid battle?" Lu Feng scoffed. "Just a long worm. My Dragon Kingdom can handle your divine with ease." He stared directly at the giant serpent, his gaze intense. "Don't think I don't know your plan. Pretending to leave, waiting for me to let my guard down, then returning to see my despair, right?" "Ha ha ha." Yamoja roared with laughter, showing no sign of embarrassment at being exposed. "An interesting human, you actually understand me so well. Then let me see what kind of existence you will summon for my feast." Lu Feng replied. "He who becomes the feast is still uncertain." Without further ado, Lu Feng reached out his hand towards the summoning platform. In an instant, a divine light flickered and 4 cards slowly emerged. 1. Moon Palace Maid, Jade Rabbit, level 1. It was yet another trivial card, which Lu Feng directly ignored. The Jade Rabbit in the Moon Palace saw Yamoja through the light screen, trembling in fear. "Please don't choose me. I'm terrified of snakes." Guan Yu laughed heartily upon seeing this. "What's there to fear from a snake? If I draw Guan, I'll go down and behead it." 2. Black Wu Chang, Fan Wujiao, level 3. Lu Feng still disregarded it, looking at the 3rd card. 3. Western Wealth God, Guan Yu, level 3. Lu Feng. In the Lingxiao Palace, Guan Yu confidently stroked his long beard. "Jade Rabbit, please warm me another cup of wine. Once I've slain that giant serpent, I'll return to drink." After saying this, he picked up his green dragon crescent blade and stepped out of the Lingxiao Palace with great momentum. On the arena, Lu Feng stared at Guan Yu's card, speechless for a long time. "It's been 2 times already. If I don't summon him this time, will Guan Air hold a grudge against me?" Lu Feng felt strange, recalling Guan Yu's prideful demeanor and history. He couldn't help but mumble to himself. After hesitating for a moment, he turned his gaze to the 4th card. 4. Demon Master, Kuanpeng, level. What the heck? What the heck? Lu Feng clicked 3 times in disbelief. He never expected that after just sending off the great shaman Xing Tian, the next summon would be the Demon Master Kuanpeng. Looking at the arrogant Yamoja, Lu Feng couldn't help but grin. He being large, is it? This time let's see who's larger. After saying this, he made his choice. In that instant, when Lu Feng pointed, the entire starry sky fell into silence. Deep within the distant North Sea, an ancient breath slowly awakened. This was not a simple tremor, but a pressure that caused the very rules of the universe to shudder. "Who dares to disturb my peaceful dreams?" This question seemed to come from the dawn of time, each syllable causing countless stars to flicker. Yamoja suddenly turned its head, and for the first time a look of fear appeared in its once arrogant serpent eyes. In the next moment, the entire starry arena was completely covered by an endless shadow of the North Sea. Under the horrified gazes of everyone, an indescribably magnificent giant koan broke through the chaos. Its back resembled a flowing river of stars, each scale imprinted with innate Tao patterns, breathing in and out the chaotic airflow. When it fully revealed its true form, the once colossal earthly giant serpent appeared small in comparison. In the North Sea, there is a fish named koan, and the size of the koan is unknown, stretching for thousands of miles. Lu Feng murmured to himself, his eyes filled with shock. Songwen was also momentarily stunned. In his understanding, Yamoja, which bore the title of the world serpent, was the largest creature in existence. Even the previous bull demon king paled in comparison. However now, on the arena, Kunpeng slowly swam, causing the stars to retreat in its wake. Its gaze fell upon Yamoja, and its voice was like the first thunder that announced the creation of the universe. Is it you, this little worm, who wishes to treat me as a feast? Outside the southern heavenly gate, Guan Yu stood with his green dragon crescent blade, exuding a formidable presence at the entrance. At this moment, he closed his eyes in meditation, raising his battle intent to the utmost. The heavenly soldiers guarding the gate exchanged glances, their expressions tense. Your Majesty, what is this again? Qianli Yin stepped forward again, looking at the person before him with flattery. Guan Yu slowly opened his eyes, and a ray of divine light burst forth from his pupils. I am going to the mortal realm to slay a giant serpent. He stroked his long beard and smiled. That giant serpent is no small threat. I must raise my battle intent to the peak, aiming for a single strike to end it. Qianli Yin looked down, immediately showing a bitter expression. Your Majesty might need to wait a moment. Guan Yu snorted coldly, his kingly aura soaring to the heavens. Who dares to interrupt my plans? I'll take care of it. After saying this, he directly reached out and snatched Qianli Yan's eye to take a look. Guan Yu, not playing anymore. I'm leaving. Above the starry arena, Yi Mingjiade gazed at the enormous Kunpeng with a mixture of trepidation and greed in his vertical pupils. What a gigantic monster fish. I admit your size is greater, but size does not equate to strength. I can sense that within you lies something I desire. As long as I devour you, even Thor cannot contend with. Devour me. The Kunpeng let out a chilling laugh that shattered the stars. You really dare to think so? In an instant, its colossal mouth, akin to a cosmic black hole, suddenly opened. Not towards Yi Mingjiade, but towards the very space surrounding it. Devour. The ultimate power of consumption. The space itself began to twist and collapse, as even the light from the galaxy was pulled by an irresistible force towards that abyssal maw. Yi Mingjiade felt his body tighten, as though the entire universe was pushing him towards annihilation. Even with Catherine having drawn the heavens to an infinite distance, this primordial great mouth still instilled fear in the onlookers. That mouth. It could probably swallow the entire solar system. Buchan's face turned pale. Roar. Just as disaster struck, Yi Mingjiade unleashed a staggering power. His enormous form, capable of encircling the mortal realm, suddenly struggled forcibly, tearing apart the sealed space, slipping away from the edge of the great mouth with surprising agility. Want to eat me? With your abilities? Having narrowly escaped disaster, Yi Mingjiade became ferocious, his maw opening wide as a torrent of dark green venom surged forth, traversing the galaxy. This venom was extraordinary, a product of his long slumber at the roots of the world tree, absorbing all negative emotions from the 9 divine kingdoms. The arrogance of the Asgardian gods, the hatred of the Jotunheim giants, the resentment of the netherworld spirits, and the destructive desires of Muspelheim. This was the mortal poison, forged from the most vile powers of the world. Wherever the venom flowed, the space emitted a mournful wail, corroded into eternal voids. Several unfortunate stars caught in the wave dimmed instantly, even their light extinguished. This was a world-destroying poison that even the divine King Odin would not dare to confront. Oh no, it's the mortal poison. Wu Tao exclaimed. With the size of the Kunpeng, it will be hard for it to evade. In the face of this lethal strike, the giant Kun's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. North Sea mystic water, 1,000 years of cold abyss. As this command, filled with supreme enchantment, echoed, the projection of the entire North Sea unfolded before him. This was not ordinary seawater, but primordial, true water born at the dawn of creation, each drop containing the ultimate chill capable of freezing time and space. Floating within the water were the corpses of countless ancient races frozen in time, including those who dared to challenge the North Sea. Even the river of time itself appeared to solidify here. The collision of ultimate poison and ultimate cold generated unimaginable transformations. The venom attempted to corrode the mystic water, while the mystic water froze and assimilated the venom. In an instant, Yi Mingjiade's torrent of venom was completely blocked by the North Sea water, continuously repelled and dissolved by the unending chill. Hiss! Yi Mingjiade let out an angry hiss, his massive form violently struck, crushing the stars in his path, sweeping towards the giant Kun. The giant Kun swung its massive tail, carrying the coldness of the North Sea and the power to devour the stars, boldly meeting the charge. Boom! With an earth-shattering sound, the real melee began. The 2 ancient behemoths unleashed the most primal and violent slaughter on this vast starry battlefield. Each collision from the giant Kun shattered Yi Mingjiade's scales, blood like stars splattering forth, congealing into burning gemstones in the vacuum. Its bites could easily tear off large chunks of Yi Mingjiade's flesh, revealing the energy within that writhed like a galactic core. Yi Mengjiade tightened his grip around the giant koan, his venomous fangs constantly attempting to penetrate the dark blue scales. Although the venom was resisted by the North Sea's energy, the impact still caused the giant kun's body to shake. Its tail strikes could push the giant koan sideways, smashing through a section of nebula. The clash of these two colossal beasts was something that even the cosmic void could hardly bear. This was a level of shock that no movie could replicate. Yet at this moment Buchan was dumbfounded. In the imagery it appeared as though two towering behemoths were contesting, but anyone could see that Yi Mengjiade was clearly at a disadvantage. Despite having firmly ensnared the giant koan, it had little effect with his own flesh being continuously torn apart. Fuck. 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 Where the hell did this monster come from? Buchan furiously tapped his keyboard. Tisk, this battle is truly spectacular, even more shocking than the one with Jinyu and Daxian. On the other side, Lu Feng and others were exhilarated. This was not a movie effect, but the true clash between two colossal behemoths. Moreover, even the celestial beings watching from the heavens were moved. Thundermaster Wenzhong said solemnly, Tisk, this ancient demon's strength surpasses that of years past terrifying. Rarely is there an opponent beneath the four sovereigns. The gods exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Not only the Kuanping, but even Yi Mengjiade's strength was acknowledged by them. At this moment, Zhao Gongming fiddled with a large golden ingot, elbowing Guan Yu. Your Majesty, are you not tired from running down twice? Do you need me to send you down to cut off that snake's head and assert our heavenly authority? Instantly, the celestial beings burst into laughter. Those who could defeat Guan Yu laughed loudly, while those who could not stifled their laughter in pain. Guan Yu looked at the amused faces of the celestial beings, his pride ignited. Fine. He'll go. It's just a snake. He'll be back shortly. Holding his green dragon crescent blade, he prepared to dive into battle. Zhao Gongming quickly stopped him. Hey. It was just a joke. As the great saint of war, isn't it beneath you to deal with a mere snake? Yet Guan Yu, with a stern face and flushed cheeks, broke free from Zhao Gongming's grasp and was about to descend. Jin Jia immediately stepped forward, cupping his hands and shouting, Your Majesty, you must not. Guan Yu paused. Why not? Jin Jia raised his voice. How can a mere foreign snake demon compel the renowned great saint of war to slay it? You have displayed great power in the mortal realm, revered as the martial sage. Now that you have ascended to godhood, you are a pillar of our heavenly court. With such a noble status, how can you demean yourself to slay a mere snake demon? This was said so grandly that Guan Yu felt pleased, but he still feigned anger, waving his sleeves. This is unacceptable. That mortal does not regard me highly, refusing to summon me twice. If I don't intervene, won't I be looked down upon? This? Jin Jia was momentarily speechless. However, Guan Yu clamored to descend and slay the snake, yet he did not move, his gaze fixed on Jin Jia. Mu Jia, seeing this, stepped forward. Your Majesty need not mind. You are the martial sage of the human realm. That mortal must think highly of you, which is why he summoned two ancient fierce gods. With his mere mortal experience, how could he dare to look down upon you? Having said this, several other deities came forward to persuade him. After a moment, Guan Yu felt his pride restored, laughing heartily. All right. Then I shall watch from here. If that Kuanping cannot prevail, I will descend to slay the snake. Saying this, he returned to his position. At that moment, the Jade Rabbit Fairy brought back a cup of wine, looking at Guan Yu in surprise. Your Majesty, did you already return from slaying the snake? Guan Yu. In the starry void, the two colossal beasts continued their brutal struggle. With each savage bite, the Jukuin tore great slabs of flesh from Yi Mengjiade. The dark golden divine blood gushed like a river of stars, and in the vacuum condensed into burning gems. Hadn't you boast you would make me a feast? How is it now that you have become my meal? The Kuanping taunted, chewing as if savoring a sumptuous banquet. You seek death. Yi Mengjiade snarled and clamped down on the Jukin's back, but with a sickening crack, one of its venomous fangs shattered on impact. Despite the force of the bite, not a mark marred the Jukin's scales. Instead, the impact reverberated through Yi Mengjiade, filling its mouth with blood. As master of the demon breeds, the Kuanping was fearsome in both offense and defense. Each of its scales was immensely thick and adamantine, not something Yi Mengjiade's jaws could breach. You, this long worm, think you can breach my defenses? The Jukuin mocked, tearing another chunk of serpent flesh and chewing with relish. Tastes fine, just a bit dry. At those words, Yi Mengjiade unleashed an earth-shattering roar, yet it was powerless against the Kuanping. Its most potent venom was nullified by Baiming Xian Shui, and in sheer bodily combat, it was completely outmatched. Though it could summon earthquakes and tsunamis, such attacks were child's play to the Kuanping. In the long was stands, whenever the Jukuin tore off a chunk of flesh, Wu Tao cried out in cheers, good. Another piece. Yes. One after another. Buchan, finally unable to contain himself, snapped, Long was summoner, can you please be quiet? Who knows who's winning yet? Wu Tao grinned and jeered, your little earthworm is nearly eaten to the bone, and you still have the nerve to boast. Nearby Songwen watched the bloodied Yimengjiade on the arena and involuntarily licked his lips. Him so envious of the Kunping. I love snake meat the most. Ah, for heaven's sake. Hidden in the stands, Lucien and Chang Laosi suddenly looked up, anger flaring in their vertical pupils. Suyu waved his hand in disgust and murmured, how can you eat snakes? Snakes eat mice. They are beneficial creatures. We must coexist harmoniously. Hey, what does that have to do with me? Huixian also looked up shocked. Songwen merely shot Suyu a scornful look and grew more animated. Snakes may eat mice, but they also eat frogs and rabbits, and they bite people. No matter how you look at it, they're not good things. Lucien fumed, staring fixedly at the loquacious Songwen. Listen, Suyu, the ways to cook snake are countless. If you do not eat it, it is a waste. Songwen counted off on his fingers like longfong soup, snake porridge, salt and pepper water snake, crispy snake stewed with pig's liver, dry fried snake. Yes, and spicy numbing snake. With each dish named, Luxian's face darkened further. Baixian hurried to intervene. Chang Laosi, restrain yourself. We are about to attain immortality. We must not act on impulse. You call that acting on impulse? Chang Laosi assumed a humanoid form and pointed imperiously at Song. When if I don't punish this mouthy brat today, I swear I'm no man. Huixian rolled his eyes. You were not a man to begin with. Get away. Chang Laosi shoved Huixian aside and moved to confront Songwen. Baixian hurriedly grabbed him. Stop, stop, stop. We are about to become immortals. As deities, we must consider the greater good. He cleared his throat twice and spoke with solemnity. All things in the world are born and restrained by one another. Every species has its natural enemies. We must view this with an even mind. Old by the Third put his hands behind his back, adopting the posture of an enlightened sage. Do you understand? Having said this, Chang Laosi stared at him without blinking. At that moment, Songwen shifted his tone. By the way, not only snake meat, hedgehog is a terrestrial delicacy as well. Ah, for heaven's sake. Baixian stood stunned. I'm telling you, in my view, the hedgehog's freshness can easily rival snake meat. Songwen continued unabated. For example, hedgehog soup is utterly savory, and hedgehog lean meat porridge. If you don't like it, come cut me down. Yes, and fried chives with hedgehog skin, it goes superbly with rice. Damn it, this kid never shuts up. Baixian rolled up his sleeves to rush forward. If I don't beat him today, I swear I'm no man. Huixian quickly restrained him. Calm down, third brother. We are about to ascend. As immortals, we must consider the big picture. At those words, Old by the Third and Chang Laosi were taken aback. Huixian cleared his throat twice and intoned, all things in the world are mutually born and restrained. Oh, every race has its nemesis. Treat it with equanimity. He put his hands behind his back in the pose of an awakened master. Do you too understand? On the arena, Yimengjiade suddenly broke free from the Jukin's tear and, dragging its ravaged body, retreated to the far side of the starry expanse. My delicacy, where are you running off to? The Jukuin jeered cruelly. Yimengjiade glared and unleashed a thunderous roar. In the next instant, its body erupted with surging blood qi. Innumerable fine crimson filaments wove across its wounds, and the shredded flesh regenerated at a pace visible to the naked eye. What is happening? How can this be? Wu Tao sprang to his feet in astonishment. The recovery speed is absurd. Seeing this, Buchan finally revealed a triumphant sneer. Now you know the terror of the Chunshur Jumong. Yimengjiade bore the malevolent residues of all the divine clans of Assigiade. The scheming of Aoding Luoji's deceit, Suor's brutality. As long as these malignancies persisted, Yimengjiade would live forever. He grew more excitable, pointing at the platform and bellowing. More importantly, fate has already decreed that Yimengjiade will trigger Zhu Shenhuanghan. This is a destiny even Aoding cannot alter. No matter how powerful your Longwo's Kuanpeng is, can it truly contend with the force of fate? Lu Feng and the others fell into somber silence. Indeed, in northern legend, Yimengjiade is fated to perish together with Suor at Zhu Shenhuanghan. This trajectory of destiny is written into the very roots of the Shijieshu. On the arena, Yimengjiade's body had already fully recovered, even more immense than before. It let out a deafening roar. Do you see now? This is fate's favor. I am undying. Each time you wound me, I only grow larger. I refuse to believe that when I become great enough, you can still be my match. Ha ha ha, the Jukin's pupils glittered with amusement as it allowed a trace of playfulness. Is there such a marvel? Being injured to grow stronger. Then I shall test it fully. With that, it lunged once more, its fangs like heavenly blades, tearing great hunks of flesh from Yimengjiade. As Buchan had said, after each injury, Yimengjiade's body swelled at a speed visible to the eye. The newly formed flesh at the wounds grew tougher, and the aura it exuded became increasingly terrifying. Ha ha ha. Continue. Why have you stopped? Yimengjiade laughed arrogantly, its size now rivaling the Jukin's. When I surpass your bulk, that will be the day you die. On the spectator's stand, Buchan looked at Wu Tao with a smug expression. How is it? Are you dumbfounded? This is the power of destiny. The fate of Ragnarok is something you Eastern deities cannot comprehend. Wu Tao's face turned ashen as he anxiously looked at Lu Feng. Brother Feng, we're in trouble. Lu Feng pondered for a moment, a flicker of insight in his eyes, and asked a question that left everyone stunned. If we were to swallow Yamoja whole, could it be reborn in the belly of the Kunping? Buchan was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Huh? What kind of daydream are you having? Yamoja has already grown to about the same size as your Kunping. How can you possibly swallow it? Simply preposterous. As Buchan laughed maniacally, a meaningful smile crept across Lu Feng's lips. Oh really? Then you should pay close attention. On the arena, an unexpected change occurred. A powerful roar that pierced the starry sky suddenly erupted, and the giant Kuan began to undergo earth-shattering transformations. It first rapidly expanded, then its scales stood on end, transforming into golden feathers. The massive tail split and stretched, becoming wings that blotted out the sky. The sharp teeth retracted, morphing into a keen beak. Fuck, can it really transform? Buchan's eyes widened in disbelief. Hee, are you surprised? Lu Feng looked at him with sarcasm and recited, in the North Sea, there is a fish called Kuan, its size unknown for thousands of miles. It transforms into a pung, and the span of its back is also unknown for thousands of miles. As Lu Feng recited, under the astonished gaze of everyone, the giant Kuan transformed into a golden pung that had increased in size several times. The outstretched wings seemed to cover the entire universe, with each feather gleaming with a golden light that could tear apart the void. Yamoja in terror realized that the opponent, which had just been similar in size to itself, had now become overwhelmingly large, making it seem like a small snake. What was even more terrifying was the aura emanating from the golden pung, which sent shivers deep into its soul. It was the aura of a natural enemy. No, this is impossible. Buchan laughed in anger, completely dumbfounded. The golden pung looked down at the trembling Yamoja, its golden pupils glinting with the light of a predator. Laugh. Why aren't you laughing anymore? Don't you love to laugh? Yamoja was utterly confused, and overwhelming regret surging within. He regretted descending to this arena, provoking that seemingly ordinary human summoner and angering this terrifying ancient behemoth. The aura of the golden pung made his scales tremble. The absolute suppression of strength combined with the natural restraint of attributes left him devoid of even a hint of rebellious thought. You? Yamoja's voice twisted with fear. You clearly have the power to kill me instantly. Why are you toying with me? Why give me hope? The golden pung let out a piercing cry that shattered the heavens, its golden pupils filled with mockery. Because in my eyes you are nothing more than a little bug. A bug dares to be arrogant before me. Oh, what's wrong with playing around a bit? Upon hearing this, Yamoja despondently closed its eyes. He finally understood that while the power of destiny was formidable in the face of an absolute gap in strength, the so-called fate was merely a joke. When the opponent is powerful enough, his fate was no longer in his own hands. Call. The golden pung let out another deafening cry that shook the starry sky, opening its massive beak, swallowing Yamoja whole like a black hole in the universe. That giant serpent that struck fear into the hearts of the Norse gods was now like a tiny earthworm, utterly powerless to resist. As the golden pung vanished like a streak of light into the horizon, the arena quickly returned to its original size. Catherine stepped onto the arena and announced loudly, "In this battle, the Dragon Kingdom wins." Boom. Another wave of majestic golden fortune was drawn from the Nordic lands, slowly descending into the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. Buchan walked down from the summoning platform in a daze, his head hanging low as he approached Thomas. "I'm sorry, I lost." Thomas nodded expressionlessly, stood up, and patted Buchan on the shoulder. "It's not your fault. This fierce creature from Huaxia is indeed beyond imagination. I estimate that even the great Seraphim would have to exert considerable effort to slay it." Buchan hung his head, silently stepping aside. Thomas looked around and snapped his fingers, turning his gaze to Ram. "It's your turn now. We'll let the deities of India bring us a victory." Ram immediately stood tall and confidently ascended the summoning platform. No matter the situation, the people of India always maintained their innate confidence. Lu Feng, your Dragon Kingdom should have few capable deities left, right? Ram sneered on the summoning platform. "Are you feeling nervous yet?" "Oh, few deities left." Lu Feng shrugged amusedly. "You seem to know nothing about the myths of our Dragon Kingdom." Upon hearing this, Ram immediately scoffed. "Stop pretending. Even in India, there are only 3 supreme deities. You've already lost Jinyuan, Daxian, and Kunpeng. Could there be more powerful deities?" He spread his arms in a flamboyant manner. "If you ask me, the weak should admit defeat. Your dying struggle will only make this victory even more delightful." Watching Ram's demeanor, Lu Feng shook his head helplessly. All right then, please start your performance. I'll struggle one last time." Ram narrowed his eyes, wearing an expression of "I've seen through you," and raised his hand to clap towards the summoning. In an instant, 4 cards emerged in golden light. 1. God of Luck, Jixiangshan, level 1. Starting off with the God of Luck, it seems fortune is on my side today. Ram laughed heartily. 2. God of hunting Lujilo, level 3. It's actually the incarnation of Lord Shiva. Ram excitedly waved his fists. This is solid. Solid. 3. God of crafts Toshijuo, level 1. Ram didn't even look at this card, eagerly glancing at the last one. 4. God of war Sakyamuni, level 4. What? It's actually Lord Sakyamuni. Upon seeing the card, Ram was nearly bursting with excitement. Sakyamuni, the god of war, in Indian mythology, the commander of the heavenly King Indra, wielding a divine spear and undefeated in battle. This was among the top combat powers in the Indian pantheon. Ram looked triumphantly at Lu Feng, only to find that the latter still maintained that nonchalant expression, as if Sakyamuni's emergence couldn't faze him. Keep pretending, Ram scoffed. Wait until I summon Lord Sakyamuni. Let's see if you can remain. He took a deep breath and solemnly pointed at the 4th card. Boom. The moment his finger touched the card, an unprecedented blaze of golden light erupted forth, not a gentle radiance, but the sharp and murderous light of a war god. The entire summoning platform vibrated under the impact of this light, the arena's barrier trembling violently, as if unable to withstand the impending terrifying power. Boom. A tremendous sound echoed, as if the heavens and earth were just being created. Within the golden light, a colossal figure slowly coalesced, towering high. The first sight that met the eyes was a pair of golden battle boots capable of shattering mountains and rivers above, which were legs covered in golden armor, muscles bulging like mountains. Next came the golden chest armor, intricately engraved with mysterious totems and glowing with immortal light, along with 6 muscular arms, each wielding different divine weapons. The true form of Saijian was fully revealed. He exuded majesty, his countenance stern, and the divine eye on his forehead radiated a light that pierced through illusions. 6 arms gripped a divine spear, a vajra, a divine wheel, a sword, a bow, and a massive divine shield. Surrounded by raging flames of war, his overwhelming divine might swept through the surroundings like a tsunami, causing even the edges of the arena's barrier to tremble slightly. Simply standing there, he seemed to become the absolute center of the battlefield, the embodiment of destruction and victory. On the observation platform, Thomas and others' expressions shifted slightly, clearly taken aback by the formidable presence of the war god from Tianzhu. Ram trembled with excitement, nearly crawling to the edge of the summoning platform, kneeling in front of the towering figure with a thud. Great war god. Supreme Saijian, you have finally come. He pointed towards the direction of the Dragon Kingdom, his tone filled with grievance and accusation. Let me tell you, the people of the Dragon Kingdom are utterly inhumane. They rely on a few strange deities. Ram was spitting as he continued to recount the crimes of the Dragon Kingdom, but was interrupted by a cold voice. Shut up, you losers. Saijian's brow furrowed, a flash of displeasure in the divine eye on his forehead, his voice reverberating painfully in Ram's ears, freezing him in place. Saijian didn't even glance down at Ram. His gaze swept over the summoners of the 6 Nations Alliance, and he extended a finger pointing at everyone. The 6 Nations Alliance gathers the powers of the gods, yet against a mere Dragon Kingdom, you still keep losing consecutively. Such incompetence! Do you think you still qualify to kneel and beg before me? What did you say? Thomas' anger flared, unable to hold back his voice. As the representative of the lineage of the gods, he held his pride, and even the powerful war god of Tianzhu should not belittle them so. Seeing Thomas daring to retort, a palpable killing intent flashed in Saijian's eyes, the surrounding space seeming to freeze. You are a summoner of the lineage of the gods. Interesting. One of my arms holds the spear of the war god, pointing towards Thomas, the spear tip gleaming coldly. I know your lineage is strong, but my Tianzhu pantheon has 3 supreme deities, Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, each of whose power is no less than that of your god. Do you understand what I mean? Thomas' face darkened, but under Saijian's overwhelming divine pressure, he still felt immense pressure. Is that so? Since your Tianzhu pantheon is so powerful, I hope you can walk off this arena alive to set an example of victory for my lineage and for the Alliance. Ha ha ha, how hard can that be? What decent opponents can a mere Dragon Kingdom present? Saijian laughed arrogantly, his massive divine form radiating boundless confidence. It's a pity we are allies now, otherwise I would truly want to test it out myself, that old fellow Jehovah. However, before he could fully utter this disrespectful remark, boom. The world lost color. A pure white beam of light, pure to the extreme, suddenly tore through the void, without warning, directly ignoring the arena's barrier and accurately striking Saijian's towering divine form. Ugh! Saijian let out a painful groan. His golden armor instantly dulled in the holy light, and his massive body trembled violently, as if struck by an invisible giant hammer. Golden divine blood gushed like a waterfall from the wounds burned by the holy light, splattering onto the arena. The holy light bore no trace of murderous intent, more like a warning and a punishment. After a single strike, the beam of light vanished instantly. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned into speechlessness by this sudden strike. The once invincible war god Saijian now knelt on one knee on the arena, propping himself up with his divine spear, gasping heavily, his face filled with the horror of having survived a calamity. He could hardly believe the rampant holy power within him. Merely a warning had inflicted such significant harm. The power of the gods was truly terrifying. Below the arena, Thomas curled the corner of his mouth, revealing a hint of cold mockery. So how is it? The name of the supreme god is something you can blaspheme at will. Saijian's face turned ashen, extremely ugly. Yet he refrained from further argument, silently mobilizing divine power to heal his wounds. Before absolute power, even a war god must bow. Ram's face turned even uglier, as if he had swallowed a fly. He glared fiercely at Thomas, but dared not voice his anger. The display of power by the god had completely subdued everyone present. None dared to doubt its unfathomable might. On the observation platform of the Dragon Kingdom, the trio of summoners had their mouths agape, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Holy crap! Is the god this strong? Songwen shivered, his voice slightly wavering. Not only did he penetrate the arena's barrier across countless dimensions, but he also severely injured a 4th-level deity. What level of power is this? Could he have already reached level 7? Or even level 8? Wu Tao shook his head gravely. Probably more than that. The strongest deities they encountered while conquering other small nations were only 5th level. The true levels of gods like Jehovah and Brahma were completely unknown, unfathomable. Meanwhile, Lu Feng was not too concerned about the level of the god. His gaze was firmly fixed on Saijian, who was struggling to heal his injuries on the arena, and a sly smile slowly crept onto his lips. Injured, huh? And it looks like it's quite severe. We can't let such a good opportunity slip by. Songwen and Wu Tao were momentarily taken aback, then exchanged glances, both seeing the same excitement in each other's eyes. Huh. Well said. Take his life while he is down. The war god of Tianzhu in his prime is definitely not easy to deal with, but now is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Songwen rubbed his hands together. Wu Tao chuckled. Exactly, though it feels a bit like taking advantage of someone's misfortune when dealing with enemies. Who cares about bro code? Let's just do it. Lu Feng nodded with a smile, a flash of determination in his eyes, and suddenly slammed his palm onto his side summoning platform. Buzz! The Dragon Nation's summoning platform was instantly activated, shimmering with light. What a... You are summoning now? How despicable! Absolutely shameless! Lam exclaimed, snapping out of his fear of the deity and fuming with rage. Lu Feng dug at his ear, completely disregarding his protest, instead revealing a classic villain smile. That's how pragmatic we are in the Dragon Nation. Do you have an opinion? Keep it to yourself. After saying this, he ignored the furious Lam and focused on the 4 cards that appeared above the summoning platform, beginning to select. 1. Retribution Flying Capture Marshal Jinjia Level 2. Lu Feng rubbed his chin, somewhat disappointed. Why is it Jinjia? If only it were his brother, the 3rd Prince Neza, who fought the Sea Dragon. He shifted his gaze to the 2nd card, 2. Heavenly Court Vanguard Giant Spirit God Level 2. The Giant Spirit God has decent strength, powerful and fierce, but the God of War from Tianzhu is of a high rank. Even if injured, it might still be a bit challenging for the Giant Spirit God to face him. Lu Feng pondered for a moment, then turned to the 3rd card, 3. Moon Palace Made Jade Rabbit Fairy Level. Lu Feng couldn't help but chuckle. This Jade Rabbit is definitely targeting me, isn't she? Why has she appeared 3 times in a row? Is it possible that I have a connection with the Moon Goddess? He shook his head helplessly. Just as he was about to make a decision, an absurd thought flashed through his mind. No way. Could this time also be? He anxiously turned his gaze to the last card. What the heck? When the name on the card clearly came into view, he was instantly frozen in shock. 4. Western Road God of Wealth, Guan Yu Level 3. Oh, Second Lord, you really are persistent. Lu Feng rubbed his nose, staring at Guan Yu's card with a look of helplessness. Given the current situation, he truly had no better options. Alright, then the God of War from Tianzhu, is it? Let me see, is the God of War from Tianzhu more formidable, or is my Dragon Nation's martial sage stronger? He said, pointing directly at Guan Yu's card. What's going on? Lu Feng's finger lingered on the card, but it remained immobile, with no divine energy fluctuations appearing. Instantly, the Western Alliance erupted with thunderous laughter. I'm dying of laughter. The Eastern God is scared. Ha! This is the first time a deity has failed to summon. It seems this Western God of Wealth is even worse than the previous civil god. Lam couldn't help but laugh hysterically. Ha ha, this is hilarious. I thought this time the God of War would be shamelessly ambushed by your Dragon Nation, but it turns out he's just a coward. Hearing these taunts, Lu Feng frowned deeply. Meanwhile, up above in the heavenly realm, Guan Yu was leisurely polishing his green dragon crescent blade, completely ignoring Lu Feng's summoning. Your Majesty, what is this? Jinjia cautiously approached and asked. Guan Yu glanced at him, stroking his beard with a cold smile. This little brat did not choose me in the previous 2 attempts, and now he wants to casually summon me to battle. With a swing of his large blade, he almost struck Jin Jia Humph. Who do I Guan Yu think I am? How can a mere mortal command me? The group of deities exchanged glances, feeling somewhat speechless. Jin Jia's eyes darted around, and he whispered, Your Majesty, you are the pillar of our heavenly court. How can you bother with that mortal? If you do not go to the arena, who will? Guan Yu, upon hearing this, felt secretly pleased, but still had a stern face. I want go. I want go, I want go, I want go. Let him send the giant spirit god. I simply want go. Seeing that he could not be persuaded, Jin Jia was somewhat at a loss for words. Mu Jia stepped forward immediately. Your Majesty, they are the deities of Tianzhu, and their power is well known to all. Moreover, the opponent is the god of war, a fearsome figure who can only be subdued by you. If you do not go, what will happen to the heavenly court? What will happen to the dragon nation? What will happen to your Majesty's dignity? After saying this, he pointed at Lamb in the sky. Your Majesty, look, that group of Western mortals is still saying you are afraid and do not dare to descend. What? I am afraid to descend? Guan Yu instantly became furious. Hearing the mockery from the Western Alliance, he was immediately enraged. How can this be? How could I fear a mere Western barbarian? Seeing the opportunity, Mu Jia spoke again. Exactly. We all think that those Westerners need to be taught a lesson, and only you can teach them a lesson, great beard man. Hearing this, Guan Yu could no longer contain himself and laughed heartily. Ha ha, well said. I shall go and slay him. After saying this, he lifted the green dragon crescent blade, ready to charge out of the Lingxiao treasure palace. The Jade Rabbit Fairy suddenly panicked. Hey, Your Majesty, do you want me to warm a cup of wine for you this time? Guan Yu laughed aloud. Warm it. Warm a cup for me. Just as Guan Yu was about to step out of the southern heavenly gate, a hurried voice called out from behind, General, wait for me. Guan Yu turned to look back, only to see a surge of blood energy rising like smoke, forming a substantial crimson ribbon in the air, arriving before the figure. Zhou, what do you want? Although they had not yet met, Guan Yu already knew who it was. Before he could finish his sentence, a powerful warrior with a tiger's back and a bear's waist with a face like black iron arrived on a remarkably exceptional, entirely red warhorse. It was Zhou with his steed red hair. Zhou knelt on one knee, his voice booming. General, in our past lives I have always held the reins and assisted you in battle across the lands. Now that you embark on another journey, how could Zhou be absent? I wish to serve as your horse attendant again and accompany you to the arena. Guan Yu looked at this loyal old subordinate, a hint of warmth flashing in his phoenix eyes, and laughed heartily. Good. You and I, master and servant, shall meet the heroes of the world again. After saying this, Guan Yu mounted his horse, and Zhou closely followed. One man, one horse, and one general transformed into 3 streaks of light, plunging down to the mortal arena. In the arena, an unexpected change occurred. Boom! It was not 1 but 3 distinctly different divine lights crashing down like shooting stars. When the lights faded, the scene revealed left all the spectators, including the gods, dumbfounded. One could see a green-robed divine general with a face like a heavy jujube, a beard 2 feet long, holding a green dragon crescent blade, majestically seated on an exceptionally fine red hair, exuding an imposing presence. In front of him stood another divine general with a black face and a twisted beard, wielding a large blade and emanating an aura of ferocity. T2 deities appeared together. A voice in the spectator's stands exclaimed in surprise. This doesn't comply with the rules. Lamb was also dumbfounded, pointing at the arena and shouting. Goddess Catherine frowned slightly, and after sensing for a moment announced, no mistake in the sensing, this is a subordinate warrior summoned by Guan Yu's divine power, regarded as one entity, and complies with the rules. Lamb was instantly rendered speechless. Guan Yu sat majestically atop his steed red hair, his phoenix-like eyes slightly opened. He cast a cold gaze at Ram, who had just been the loudest in taunting him, and said, just now it was you, this rat, who mocked me for not daring to descend to the mortal realm. Ram felt a chilling terror sweep over him, as that piercing gaze swept over him, making him retreat several steps, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word. Guan Yu snorted coldly, ignoring the foolish jester, and turned his attention to the other end of the arena, where the god of war Saijian Tu was still desperately healing his wounds. Oh, turns out he is just an injured man. A hint of disdain flashed in Guan Yu's eyes, and he closed them, stroking his beard while sitting quietly on red hair. His divine aura receded, showing no intention of taking action. Zhou stood beside him like an iron tower, glancing disdainfully at Saijian Tu while remaining motionless. What's going on? Why hasn't Guan Yu moved yet? Wu Tao looked utterly confused. Lu Feng furrowed his brows, recalling Guan Yu's previous conduct in the mortal realm, instantly feeling a headache. This is troublesome. On the side of the Western Alliance, everyone exchanged puzzled glances, not understanding what Guan Yu was up to. Only Ram's expression grew tense as he stared fixedly at Guan Yu. Something's off. There isn't a single normal god from the Dragon Kingdom. There must be a trick here. Hearing this, Saijian Tu, who had been healing in peace, suddenly spat out a mouthful of divine blood. Dragon Kingdom god, what are you doing? Guan Yu looked at Saijian Tu as if he were a fool, and his deep, dignified voice slowly rang out, do you think you know who I am? Am I someone who takes advantage of others or resorts to sneak attacks? He opened and closed his phoenix eyes, a flash of brilliance passing through, and proudly declared, since I have stepped onto this stage, it shall be a fair fight. Let him recover to his peak condition before we determine the victor. At that time I shall ensure he loses convincingly. At these words the entire arena was shocked. On the spectator seats of the Dragon Kingdom, Lu Feng held his forehead, momentarily speechless. My lord, you are being too principled. On the opposing side, Ram's face broke into a wild joy after a brief moment of shock. He had been in despair, but unexpectedly this red-faced divine general from the Dragon Kingdom was so old-fashioned. This was simply a heaven-sent opportunity. At the other end of the arena, the overwhelming power of the god of war surged, and although Saijian Tu still fixed his gaze on Guan Yu, his injuries were visibly healing at a remarkable pace. Roar! With a roar that reverberated through the universe, an unprecedented, brilliant divine light erupted from Saijian Tu's body. The divine power that had tormented him was finally expelled from his body, and the immense might of the god of war surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam. His massive divine form was scarred but restored. 6 arms gripping their divine weapons emitted a resonant hum, and his battle intent soared even higher than before. Hee. Foolish god of the Dragon Kingdom. Saijian Tu slowly ascended, his 6 eyes locking onto Guan Yu, who was still with his eyes closed and stroking his beard. The battle in the arena is a matter of life and death. You dare to let me recover all my strength. I guarantee this will be the most regrettable decision of your life. Upon hearing these words, Guan Yu finally slowly opened his phoenix eyes, his expression calm and unwavering. He stroked his long beard, his voice booming like thunder. Ha ha ha. You are merely a minor god from a distant land, a petty thief at best. To me, what threat could you possibly pose? A minor god from a distant land. Saijian Tu, enraged, laughed in response as divine flames blazed even fiercer around him. Lord Guan, do not underestimate him. The gods of Tianzhu are powerful. Truly powerful. Lu Feng, observing Guan Yu's nonchalance, couldn't help but interject with a warning. Powerful. Guan Yu shot Lu Feng a glance, about to speak. Whoosh. A sharp sound of air being sliced came from nowhere, and Saijian Tu's figure vanished in an instant. In the next moment, an extreme chill assaulted Guan Yu from behind, causing his heart to shudder. Dare to... Guan Yu's phoenix eyes widened in fury, and his brows furrowed fiercely. Almost instinctively, his Qinglong Yenyue blade emitted a clear dragon's roar, and without even looking back, he swept it back in a powerful horizontal strike. Bang! The sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the heavens and earth, shaking the entire arena. A massive force surged through the blade, causing Guan Yu's arm to sink slightly, and even Red Hair involuntarily took a step forward to dissipate the impact. Not bad, you have some strength. No wonder you are the god of barbarians. Guan Yu snorted coldly, instantly turning his horse to face the assailant. He saw Saijian Tu had somehow appeared behind him, his divine spear locked in a deadlock with the Qinglong Yenyue blade. Yenyue blade slash. Guan Yu ceased his words, and an overwhelming azure divine light erupted from his body. That light coalesced into a lifelike azure dragon apparition, entwining around the blade's edge, striking down at Saijian Tu. Though he had become a god, he still favored this brute force combat strategy that broke finesse. On the other side, Saijian Tu excitedly shook his somewhat numbed arms. As the god of war of Tianzhu, he equally relished close-quarters combat. Good. A foe like you is exactly what I desire. I shall grant you the most glorious way to die. He laughed maniacally as all 6 of his arms began to move simultaneously. Shields raised, divine wheels spun, and the Vajra pestle struck hard. He aimed to directly meet Guan Yu's overwhelming strike with absolute strength and sheer numbers of weapons. Roar! The blade's aura clashed violently with the power of the god of war. Saijian Tu felt an unmatched sharpness and weight pressing down on him, and even with 3 divine weapons to defend, he found it immensely challenging, his massive divine body sliding backward. What was even more terrifying was that the azure dragon apparition formed from the blade's aura seemed to possess a consciousness, letting out a roar and lunging directly at him. Get away! Saijian Tu roared, hurling a divine spear with one of his free arms, instantly dispersing the azure dragon apparition. But at the same time, the other 2 arms wielding long swords and another Vajra pestle struck like venomous snakes, emerging from their dens, aiming for Guan Yu's ribs and his mount. Red Hair. You are merely a petty thief. Oh, is this all the skill you possess? Guan Yu faced this cunning combination attack without fear, instead letting out a disdainful snort. If he were still immortal, he might have felt challenged by such rapid attacks coming from different angles. But now he was already the enforcer of the three realms, one of the four great protectors of the Tao, with divine might that echoed far and wide. He flicked his wrist, and the Qinglong Yanue blade traced two perfect arcs in the air, slicing through the long swords and Vajra pestle with the precision of lightning. Clang, clang. Two crisp sounds rang out almost simultaneously, sparks flying. Saijian Tusk's determined strikes were effortlessly neutralized, and Guan Yu, taking advantage of his momentum, squeezed his horse's belly. Red Hair understood the cue, letting out a neigh, rising on its hind legs, and its front hooves, wrapped in divine iron, slammed down hard onto Saijian Tusk's chest. My goodness, is Guan Yu this handsome? On the spectator seat, Song Wen was invigorated, clenching his fists, his face flushed with excitement. Though the technology of the 30th century made people forget about myths, history had been passed down. At this moment, countless viewers from the Dragon Kingdom, watching through the live broadcast, witnessing Guan Yu's unparalleled bravery and majestic presence, felt their hearts surge, and the cheers of support flooded the screen. Long live Guan Eryi. Martial Saint is amazing. Guan Gong is incredible. I want to bear your Meanwhile, the celestial beings watching the battle in the heavenly court were also astonished. Inside the Lingxiao Palace, the compassionate heavenly sovereign gazed at the battle below with a smile and asked, Your Majesty, who do you think will prevail in this contest? The Jade Emperor observed for a moment, then shook his head slightly. The divine powers of the two are comparable, and their fighting styles are somewhat alike. It's a case of sharp needles against wheat awns, and the outcome is hard to predict. However, the Jade Emperor's tone shifted as his gaze fell upon Zhou Tsang, who was guarding the arena for Guan Yu, and a knowing smile played on his lips. With him present, the situation changes. The Emperor is already in an invulnerable position. Oh. Upon hearing these words, the surrounding celestial beings exchanged puzzled glances. The King of Heavenly Kings, Li Jing, was the first to speak. Your Majesty, what do you mean by that? That Zhou Tsang is merely a subordinate divine general brought up from the mortal realm by the Holy Emperor. Guan's strength is low. How could he possibly influence a battle of this magnitude? The Jade Emperor stroked his beard and chuckled, replying, Minister Li, do you still remember the history of the Three Kingdoms era in the mortal world? Li Jing nodded in response. Having been a military god of the Tang dynasty in his past life, he was well versed in the histories of various eras and renowned generals. I certainly know it well. Then do you remember that among Liu Bai's ranks there was a fierce general named Zhao Yun, styled Zilong, hailing from Changshan? The Jade Emperor asked again. Li Jing's eyes flashed with recollection, and his tone carried admiration. Of course. Zhao Yun Zhao Zilong was a legendary tiger general during the Three Kingdoms era, unmatched in valor. He charged into battle at the Bridge of the World, startling Yuan Shao. At the Battle of Rang Mountain, he faced off against Su Chu Yujin and Li Jian alone, challenging Gao Lan with his spear. Especially at Changban Slope, to save the young Lord Edo, he fought through Cao Cao's million-strong army, entering and exiting 7 times, slaying generals and seizing banners, his bravery unmatched. He summarized Zhao Yun's glorious achievements, but looked at the Jade Emperor with further confusion. But Your Majesty, how is this related to Zhou Tsang? The Jade Emperor looked at Li Jing and then glanced at the other curious celestial beings around before slowly speaking, revealing a shocking truth. This Zhou Tsang once withstood 3 full-force strikes from Zhao Zilong at his peak and survived, then fled at great speed on foot. And Zhao Zilong, riding the divine steed, the night-shining Jade Lion, chased him for 10 miles and still couldn't catch up to him. Instantly, the Lingxiao Palace fell into an eerie silence. The celestial beings widened their eyes, disbelief written across their faces. To withstand 3 strikes from peak Zhao Yun without dying. To outrun the night-shining Jade Lion on foot. What kind of extraordinary defense and speed does this Zhou Tsang possess? The Jade Emperor observed the astonished expressions of the celestial beings and added, with such a fortunate general at his side guarding the formation, Guansheng Dijuan can advance in attack and retreat. With someone able to ensure his safe escape, isn't he already in an invulnerable position? Upon hearing this, the celestial beings looked again at the seemingly simple Zhou Tsang. With the black face and thick beard, their gazes completely transformed. This was no ordinary subordinate. He was clearly a hidden gem, a divine walker, an iron-walled Arhut. On the arena, a fierce battle was underway. Guan Yu and Sai Qiantua engaged in a deadly clash, each unable to gain the upper hand, the terrifying aftermath of their conflict constantly impacting the barrier. Sai Qiantuo's 6 arms whirled wildly, the divine spear darting like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, the Vajra pestle akin to a mountain pressing down, divine wheels slicing through space, the long sword striking with precision and ferocity, the shield as solid as a fortress. The assault came like a tempest, enveloping Guan Yu from all sides. Yet in the face of this dazzling onslaught, Guan Yu appeared to be at ease. His phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly, gaze like lightning. In his hand, the green dragon crescent blade either cleaved, slashed, lifted, or swept, the moves appearing simple and direct, yet he always managed to find the most vulnerable point in Qianchuo's attack in the blink of an eye, using skill to overcome brute force, mastering the complex with simplicity. Clang, 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 clang. The dense sounds of metal clashing echoed like a sudden rain on banana leaves, sparks flying as divine shockwaves exploded incessantly. Qianchuo wielded 6 divine weapons, enjoying a numerical advantage, yet he could hardly make a dent. The green dragon crescent blade in Guan Yi's hands seemed to possess a life of its own, dancing effortlessly, exuding an unstoppable momentum. Guan Yu became a divine being through the tribulations of battle, having fought countless wars, slaying generals, and seizing flags amidst the ranks. His martial arts had been honed through numerous life and death struggles, reaching a level of perfection, achieving the realm of technique, approaching the Tao. And while Qianchuo was born a battle god with immense divine power in the finesse of martial skills and the wisdom of combat, he ultimately fell short when compared to this battle-hardened martial sage of the Dragon Kingdom. Damn, how can this be? Qianchuo's heart raced with panic as he fought on. He felt as if he were wrestling against an unshakable mountain, all his power deftly guided and neutralized by his opponent. On the observation platform, Lam could no longer contain himself as he watched the seemingly evenly matched, yet subtly faltering situation of Qianchuo. He let out an unwilling roar. This is wrong. This is not right. Why? Why can a level 3 divine being from the Dragon Kingdom withstand our level 4 battle god from Tianzhu? His voice was filled with frustration. The might of Tianzhu deities was recognized as a top-tier existence within the entire Blue Star mythos. In past battles against other smaller nations, Tianzhu gods often challenged or even crushed their opponents. Qianchuo also had a glorious record. He had personally slain a creator god from a lesser pantheon. That was a true creator-level existence. Yet now, facing this divine being from the Dragon Kingdom, named Guan Yu, who was clearly one rank lower, Qianchuo found himself unable to gain any advantage, instead being steadily suppressed by his opponent's martial prowess. This scene not only broke Lam's defense, but also caused some special individuals in the audience to be shaken. A dragon-blooded wealthy individual who had defected early to the Western camp during the early stages of the divine battle was now sitting in the observation area of the Western Alliance, his face pale, lips trembling as he muttered, "Could it be? Could it be that the gods of the Dragon Kingdom are really more powerful than those of Tianzhu? Is it only the Almighty and his seraphim that can truly suppress them?" In the beginning, when the divine war ignited, the world was thrown into chaos. Those who prided themselves as elites holding great wealth unhesitatingly abandoned their homelands, seeking refuge in the so-called powerful nations like the Wokaku and the beautiful country, believing they had found a safer haven and a brighter future. However, reality is cruel. In a foreign land, they lost their foundation and their so-called wealth was robbed away. Subsequently, their status plummeted, leaving them to rely on others for survival. Even so, deep inside, they retained a pathetic sense of superiority, relieved that they had wisely escaped from the Dragon Kingdom, which they believed was destined to be obliterated in the divine war. Yet now everything happening on the arena struck them like a series of resounding slaps across their faces. The Western divine system and the Tianzhu divine system in front of the deities of the Dragon Kingdom were continuously suffering setbacks. Even the advantage of challenging beyond one's level seemed ineffective against the deities of the Dragon Kingdom. An unprecedented sense of regret, panic, and self-doubt gnawed at their hearts like a venomous serpent. On the arena, the fierce battle continued. Qianchuo, unable to break through, grew increasingly agitated, letting out a roar. His 6 arms retracted simultaneously as immense divine power surged towards his chest, clearly intending to unleash a powerful divine technique. Dragon Kingdom's martial saint. Take this strike, God of War's world-destroying spear. A colossal spear embodying all of Qianchuo's divine will and power instantly formed before his chest. The spear's tip pointed ahead, causing the very fabric of space to shatter, exuding a destructive aura. Before battling the Dragon Kingdom, he had used this very move to slay a creator god of a weak nation. From the moment he achieved victory, the name Tianzhu resonated throughout the Blue Star, leading people to believe that the deities of Tianzhu could contend with the gods themselves. In the face of this legendary strike, Guan Yi's gaze sharpened. He abruptly tightened the reins, causing the red hair to rear up, letting out a cry that pierced the heavens. A brilliant blue light enveloped him as boundless loyalty and Taoist power soared skyward, all pouring into the green dragon crescent blade. On the blade, the phantom of the green dragon solidified instantly, its scales glimmering and its eyes blazing with fury. Come forth. Witness as Guan performs. The green dragon drags the blade slash. The blade's light soared like a silken ribbon, and the green dragon howled through the 9 heavens. This strike was not a divine technique understood only after achieving godhood, but rather a signature skill he had wielded with unmatched prowess during the Three Kingdoms era. In the past, with this very blade, he had slain the formidable Huaxiong. In the past, he had defeated Yan Liang and executed Wen Shou relying on this blade's overwhelming speed. This blade technique, seemingly simple, was actually a culmination of essence qi and spirit concentrated into a single slash built up while galloping on horseback and released in the blink of an eye. Once the blade was drawn, blood was guaranteed. Now Guangong had been consecrated, holding the esteemed title of the demon subduing emperor. The martial skills of the mortal realm had merged with supreme divine might and the path of loyalty, resulting in a qualitative leap in power. Within the blade's light, the once illusory form of the green dragon became fully solidified, its scales formidable, its eyes blazing, roaring as it charged towards the god of war's world-destroying spear. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the skies, and the blade light chilled the universe. Sikanda felt an unprecedented pressure. His golden pupils constricted sharply, letting out a roar born of primal instinct as he urged the god of war's world-destroying spear to its utmost, attempting to block this lethal strike. However, reality is cruel. Before the dazzling ultimate blue blade light, the world-destroying spear, which had once slain a creator god, could only hold for an instant before being cleaved apart. Like a hot knife through butter, there was no hindrance. The blade light sliced through the spear, and its momentum did not wane. In fact, by breaking through the obstruction, it accelerated, striking with even greater speed and ferocity towards Sikanda's divine body. No. Sikanda, horrified to the core, instinctively raised the arm holding the immense divine shield to block in front of him. That shield was meticulously forged by the divine craftsman of Tianzhu, engraved with countless defensive runes, having withstood numerous lethal attacks, and was his most trusted barrier. Clang, sizzle. First there was a deafening crash followed by a spine-chilling tearing sound. The so-called indestructible divine shield under the edge of the green dragon crescent blade held for merely half a breath before being sliced in two at its center. The blade light swept past, its residual force unabated, effortlessly slicing through the shield's resilient divine body. Puff! Golden divine blood gushed forth like a fountain. An arm that had clutched the remnants of the shield fell with a heavy thud onto the arena, producing a deep sound. Off! My hand! Sikanda let out a heart-wrenching wail, the remaining 5 arms flailing wildly. He stumbled backward frantically, creating distance between himself and Guan Yu. He looked down at his shoulders, still gushing divine blood, then glanced at the severed limb on the arena, his face filled with disbelief, pain, and the bewilderment of crumbling faith. No. Impossible. I am the divine warrior of Tianzhu, bearing the faith of millions of followers. How could I possibly lose? His voice trembled, devoid of the previous arrogance and invincibility. Lord God of War, how could— The Tianzhu spectators' area erupted into chaos. The cries and gasps of the little Tianzhis filled the air, while Lam turned pale, collapsing to the ground, his eyes vacant. However, even more devastated than the Tianzhis were the defected dragon descendants. Their expressions twisted to an extreme, intermingled with fear, regret, and despair. How could this happen? How could this happen? The defected dragon descendants looked ashen, with some even frantically tugging at their hair, letting out desperate screams. We gave everything. Abandoned all in the Dragon Kingdom, fleeing here like lost dogs. Could it be? Could it all have been a mistake? Were all our choices in vain? A tremendous wave of regret drowned them like a tsunami. Since the initiation of the Starry Arena, as the gods manifested, the attitude of various nations towards foreign refugees took a sharp turn for the worse, their conditions becoming outrageously harsh. These so-called elites, once able to command the winds and rains in the Dragon Kingdom, fled abroad with their meager wealth after being robbed. Believing they could re-establish themselves with their intellect and resources, they discovered that without the Dragon Kingdom's protection, their status was even lower than that of the most destitute commoners. They had become true lowest-tier refugees, suffering disdain and bullying. Initially, they reassured themselves that the Dragon Kingdom was on the brink of destruction. Yet now those powerful foreign deities were so easily overwhelmed by the deities of the Dragon Kingdom, causing the pillars of spirit that had sustained them through their exile and humiliation to collapse entirely. On the arena, Guan Yu stood with his sword drawn, gazing at the shocked and pained Sikanda, a glimmer of recognition flashing in his phoenix eyes. Truly worthy of being the foreign god of war, to take one of Guan's strikes and still stand. He indeed possesses some skill. To Guan Yu, this statement can be considered a compliment, but to Sikanda, it was no different from the most venomous ridicule. You, how dare you insult me like this? In an instant, Sikanda's eyes turned crimson, and the last remnants of his collapsing sanity were completely consumed by rage. Blood from his severed arm burned wildly, and the remaining 5 arms erupted with even more violent divine power recklessly charging toward Guan Yu. He would rather die in battle than endure such contempt. Master Guan's mouth always speaks ill of others. Wu Tao supported his forehead with his hand, feeling speechless. Clearly, we could wait until he's utterly defeated before saying harsh words, yet you force him to fight for his life. Lu Feng also nodded in deep agreement. Second Master's skill in provoking is truly lethal. At this moment on the arena, Psychianda, having lost a crucial arm, and his main divine spear, was no longer a match for Guan Yu. Guan Yu urged his steed, the red hair, wielding his green dragon crescent blade, with composure, skillfully countering Psychianda's frenzied attacks, leaving deep wounds visible to the bone on him, causing him to retreat continuously, with divine blood nearly staining half of the arena. Damn it! Damn it! I will fight you to the death. After Guan Yu severed 2 of his arms with a fierce strike, Psychianda finally collapsed completely. He suddenly grasped 2 brilliant crystals from the void, which emitted an extremely unstable and destructive aura. These were the divine essences left behind by the creators of those weak countries he had slain. He intended to detonate these 2 divine essences, taking Guan Yu with him. Not good. Red hair, run quickly. Guan Yu's phoenix eyes widened, feeling the violent energy contained within those crystals, and without hesitation, he pulled the reins. Understanding his intent, the red hair transformed into a streak of red light racing toward the edge of the arena. Run. If you have the guts, don't run. Let us return to the embrace of the divine realm together. Psychianda, seemingly mad, even began to burn his divine essence, grinning maniacally in pursuit. With the glory of the war god completely shattered, all that remained for him was the insane thought of taking his opponent down with him. This is bad. The arena is limited, making it difficult for the horse to maneuver. Guan Yu frowned. Though the red hair was a divine steed, its unmatched straight charge was not well suited for sharp turns in a relatively narrow space. And behind him, Psychianda, burning everything, increased his speed, rapidly closing the distance between them. Shameless. Too shameless. Song Wen was furious, pointing at Ram in the viewing area of Tianju, scolding, "Is this the best your god can do? If you can't win, you resort to such external means to self-destruct together. Do you have no shame?" Ram's face was also ashen, but he refused to back down. Humph. In the arena, the victor is king. If we can end in a draw, that is also the ability of Tianju. Though he said this, he felt a slight relief in his heart. If it could end in a draw, it was much better than having the war god slain on the spot. As Psychianda and Guan Yu closed the distance, the destructive aura radiating from the 2 divine essences made the entire barrier tremble violently. In this critical moment, Zhou Tsang, who had been standing like an iron tower at the edge of the arena, moved. Without a moment's hesitation, he took a step forward and actively welcomed the charging red hair. The next moment, something that left all the spectators in shock happened. The red hair exerted its strength, leaping up and landing steadily on Zhou Tsang's broad and sturdy back. Zhou Tsang then used his shoulder to bear the red hair's hooves, leaning slightly forward, preparing in a standard. What the hell? What the hell? Lu Feng's eyes widened, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg, pointing at the arena and stuttering, What kind of formation is this? So unique. Are you 3 going to pile up together to die? That would save some trouble. Psychianda, initially taken aback, then grinned even wider, completely unaware of what was about to happen next. Zhou Tsang even had the time to look back, giving a mocking sneer to the crazed Psychianda, and then he exerted force with his legs, and the entire person, along with Guan Yu and the red hair on his shoulders, shot out like a cannonball. The speed was so fast that it left a clear afterimage at the original position, creating a deafening sonic boom. That speed was several times faster than the red hair's full speed charge before. Oh my god! Oh my god! In the viewing area of the Western Alliance, exclamations rose and fell, and everyone was stunned by this absurd scene, standing up in shock. Even Thomas, who had always remained composed, couldn't help but curse, his eyes wide like copper bells. What the fuck? Is this cheating? Carrying a horse and a god, and still running this fast? On the arena, Psychianda, who was about to catch up, watched helplessly as the man-horse stacking combination sped away at an unbelievable pace, instantly leaving him far behind. He frantically urged the burning divine essence, pushing his speed to the limit, yet despairingly found that he couldn't even catch a whiff of their exhaust. The distance was only growing. No. Impossible. How is this possible? Psychianda's wicked grin froze, completely replaced by boundless shock and confusion, his worldview shattered like never before. Even the red hair being carried couldn't help but blink its lively big eyes, lowering its head to Zhou Tsang and saying, "Old Zhou, carrying me and the emperor like this won't be too hard for you, right?" Zhou Tsang, with a calm face and no signs of exhaustion, even had the energy to glance back at the receding Psychianda, grinning, "It's nothing. This weight is a small matter. I thought this guy would be tougher. It's not as fierce as General Zhao chasing me back then." Upon hearing this, Guan Yu stroked his beard and smiled, slightly reminiscing about the glorious days of the past. However, as he glanced at the countless shocked and strange gazes from the audience below, even the dignified Guansheng Emperor couldn't help but feel his face flush. Just as Guan Yu was about to say something to salvage a bit of face, a voice broke the stalemate. Well, Guansheng Emperor, you hid from us three and came down to play stacked human horse. Hearing this, Guan Yu's heart sank. Not good. It's those three guys. They found out. At the same time, Saikyanda also felt three terrifying auras descending. He looked up in horror. Before him, the sky above the arena rippled like a water curtain. Three figures had not fully descended, but instead floated within the rifts of space. It was not that they could not descend, but the overwhelming energy radiating from them was too immense. If their true forms were to step into this mortal arena, the very fabric of space would likely collapse under the strain. To the left, one figure flickered into view, a phantom with 3 heads and 6 arms. A golden divine eye on his forehead was half open and half closed, seemingly containing the power to pierce through the heavens and earth. His handsome and imposing face was accompanied by a faint phantom of a divine dog. He was indeed Qing Yuan Yaodao Jinjuan Erlang Xinyang Jian. In the center stood another figure stepping on a wheel of wind and fire with the Qian Kuan circle in hand and the Huntian Ling billowing around him. Though he appeared youthful, the aura of disdain for the world and the destructive celestial power surrounding him made anyone dare not underestimate him. He was the great deity of the 3 altars, Neza. To the right was a figure with a furry face and the mouth of thunder god, his fiery golden eyes shining. Though he seemed a bit impatient, the phantom of the Rui Jingu Bang, casually resting on his shoulder, seemed capable of crushing the ancient sky. He was indeed the Monkey King's son, Wukong. Seeing this scene, Saiqian too, with a fierce exterior but a weak interior, roared, "You're just playing tricks. Are you here to collect the corpse of your red-faced emperor?" Neza, stuck in the rift, scoffed, "Collect the corpse? With a waste like you who can't even outrun a stacked human, do you even have the right to kill Guandijun?" Yang Jian's divine eye swept indifferently over the 2 nearly exploding divine artifacts in Saiqian Tuss, hand his tone calm, using external objects as it. "Once we 3 descend, you shall know what rules are in the West." Before his words faded without any visible movement, the 3 figures began to slowly dissipate. Just before they completely vanished, Sun Wukong suddenly turned his head, his fiery golden eyes casting a deep glance at the arena below, lost in thought. "Do you all look down on me? Die, die, die. All of you die." The utmost humiliation completely consumed this heavenly warrior. He no longer chased after the elusive stacked human, but instead remained at the center of the arena, his remaining arms tightly gripping the 2 creation divine artifacts along with his own godly essence that burned to its limit, riddled with cracks, and detonated. Boom! This explosion far exceeded any previous impact. Among the 3 divine artifacts, 2 contained the primal cosmic power of creation, their destructive energy akin to the great obliteration at the dawn of the universe. The incredibly solid arena floor was instantly shattered into powder, transforming into a realm of chaos and void. The protective barrier formed by the heavenly Tao power looked like glass struck by a heavy hammer covered with a web of intricate cracks. A terrifying energy turbulence surged like an enraged dragon, crashing against the barrier, threatening to completely collapse and engulf the outside world. "This is bad. The barrier is about to give way." Catherine's face changed dramatically as she exerted all her divine power to stabilize the barrier. After confirming that the barrier flickered violently, yet barely held, preventing the destructive energy from spilling out to affect the spectators, Wu Tao's face turned pale as he exclaimed, "Emperor! The Emperor and Zhouzong are still inside. What should we do?" At this moment, the arena was filled with violent divine energy turbulence, chaotic energy, and countless spatial fragments, rendering the internal situation utterly unclear. What to do? Die, of course. What else can we do? Though Lam felt pained by Saiqian Tuss' fall, witnessing the cataclysmic explosion, a look of resentful delight appeared on her face. "If we can drag this dragon kingdom marshal sane along, then Saiqian too did not die in vain." "Hey, you think self-detonation will kill Guandi? It won't be that simple." Lu Feng, not knowing when he had pulled out a cigarette, leisurely lit it and exhaled a smoke ring. Hearing this, Lam scoffed, "Not dead. Are you dreaming? These are 2 genuine creation divine artifacts. Even if they come from a small country, their primal divine power is still terrifying. Moreover, with Saiqian Tuss divine artifact self-detonation at level 4, even if your level 5 deity were to arrive, they would be stripped bare. As a level 3 god of wealth, how could he not die?" Song Wen's face was serious. "Yes, Lu Feng, this explosion is too terrifying. Why are you so calm? Could it be that Guandi has some hidden life-saving card?" Lu Feng shook his head, flicking off the ash. "No, the Emperor does not possess any special life-saving cards." However, Lu Feng abruptly shifted his tone, his gaze sharply directed at the gradually settling, now clearer arena ruins. "Beside him, there still stands a teammate. Still alive. Lam's heart raced as she incredulously looked at the increasingly clear arena. Through the swirling dust and turbulent energy, the scene gradually came into focus. Zhotsong's towering figure still stood resolutely. His arms crossed in defense, his muscles bulging to the limit, his skin covered in charred patches and cracks, and even strands of golden light seeped from the fissures. Yet he stood there like an insurmountable mountain, firmly protecting Guan Yu and the red hair behind him. Clearly, the cataclysmic explosion had most of its power absorbed by him through sheer physical endurance. Zhotsong. Guan Yu immediately dismounted, supporting the somewhat swaying Zhotsong, urgency in his voice. Are you all right? Hold on. I will go to Taishang Laojun to seek a pill. With that, Guan Yu turned to tear open the space, heading straight for the Doshui Palace. No need. Emperor. Zhotsong's breath was weak as he coughed out blood tinged with golden light, his voice intermittent and filled with a tragic tone. This lowly life can block this calamity for the Emperor and die gloriously on the battlefield. I, Zhotsong, die without regret. With that, he closed his eyes, his body suddenly going limp, falling straight back, as if the last trace of life. Zhotsong. Guan Yu cried out in pain, rushing to catch him. Damn it. What the hell is this monster? How can he still be alive? Still just a subordinate. Lam was utterly enraged, trembling with fury. Her war god was dead, and to die in self-detonation only took down a subordinate in return. This is an utter humiliation. Thomas' face darkened as he rose, muttering under his breath, waste. It was unclear whether he was cursing Saiqian too or the bizarre outcome before him. On the Dragon Kingdom side, Song Wan and Wu Tao's expressions were also bleak, though they had won. The death of a loyal and brave divine general weighed heavily on their hearts, making it hard for them to feel joy. At this moment, Lu Feng, squinting, suspiciously scrutinized Zhotsong, who remained motionless on the arena, suddenly exerted all his strength and called out loudly towards the arena. Isn't that General Zhao Zilong? What is he doing here? As the words fell, Zhotsong, who was originally dead, suddenly opened his eyes wide. In an extremely swift and standard fish leap, he jumped up, moving as fast as lightning, showing no signs of being on the verge of death. He nervously glanced around while instinctively assuming a defensive stance, his voice laced with a hint of panic. Where is General Zhao? With his instinctive reaction, the chaotic energy and blood within him surged again, a torrent of vigorous blood rising uncontrollably, displaying his still vibrant state. Guan Yu's outstretched hand froze in midair as he looked at the suddenly revived Zhotsong, stunned for a moment before breaking into a silent laugh. He turned to the smiling Lu Feng in the audience, shaking his head in helplessness, yet carrying a hint of gratitude in his eyes. The god of war from Tianzhu is dead, and not even one of our subordinates was blown up. The Dragon Kingdom's viewing area erupted in thunderous laughter, dissipating the previously somber atmosphere. Zhotsong finally reacted, his dark face instantly turning a deep red. Guan Yu smiled and patted his shoulder, and everything was understood without words. Then Guan Gong Zhotsong, and the red hair transformed into 3 beams of divine light shooting into the sky, leaving the arena. Catherine stepped into the center of the stage and announced loudly, in this battle the Dragon Kingdom wins. With a wave of her hand, a surge of divine power poured out, and the shattered arena and the cracked barriers swiftly restored to their original state. Notify that the Dragon Kingdom has won 11 consecutive matches and has gained the opportunity for a selected card. The next battle, let's continue. What? We have unknowingly lost 11 in a row. Egyptian summoner Hafra instantly sprang up from his seat, his face filled with shock and disbelief. Not just him, the entire Western Alliance viewing area fell into a deathly silence, which was quickly followed by suppressed unrest and panic. In their respective campaigns against neighboring small nations, which of their countries had not been unstoppable and invincible? Even when facing some nations with ancient myths, they only faced minor setbacks. How could they have ever encountered such humiliating consecutive defeats? Moreover, this was under a united front. The situation is not looking good. Ram walked down from the summoning platform with a grim expression, his tone more serious than ever. They have gained the opportunity for a selected card, which means they can actively choose their opponent. If they use an inconsequential weak god to deliberately take away one of our Tianzhu triad's chances to battle, then we will be at a disadvantage and the losses will be too great. Achilles nodded in agreement upon hearing this. It seemed he suddenly thought of something extremely terrifying, abruptly directing his gaze towards Thomas, his voice somewhat dry. There might be something even more dreadful. What if they directly use a weak god to take away the opportunity for Lord God to appear? Hiss. At this statement, a wave of gasps filled the entire core area of the Western Alliance. All faces turned pale instantly. God, the initiator and leader of this global divine war, is precisely from the god lineage. So far, the strength displayed by the god lineage has been the most unfathomable. When battling those small nations in the beautiful country, even the combatants were merely the lowest-level angels. Yet even the lowest-level angels possessed the terrifying strength of a level 4 deity. The power of the true God cannot be measured at all. If the Dragon Kingdom truly uses a selected opportunity to send a low-level deity to sacrifice themselves, forcibly exchanging for the god's qualification to battle, it would be a devastating blow to the morale and strategy of the Western Alliance. In the Dragon Kingdom's viewing area, the atmosphere was entirely different. Great. We have the chance for a select. Song Wen exclaimed excitedly, raising his fist. This time, we can take the initiative to consume one of their deities' appearances. Wu Tao's face flushed with excitement. Exactly. Who should we choose? Odin? Or Brahma from Tian? Or perhaps? His gaze turned towards Thomas at the very center of the Western Alliance camp, filled with hope as he said, God. Yes, that's right. Let's directly consume the number of appearances for God. Let's see how they can be so arrogant. The two discussed passionately, as if they could already see the beautiful prospect of the core combat power of their opponents being neutralized. However, Lu Feng and Su Yu quietly observed them, not joining the discussion. Lu Feng gently coughed, his voice calm, interrupting the excited duo. So may I ask, which Dragon Kingdom deity should we use to exchange for God's appearance opportunity? He scanned Song Wen and Wu Tao, his tone deepening. To exchange our deity's blood and humiliation for such a strategic victory. Is this what you both are thinking right now? The excitement on Song Wen and Wu Tao's faces instantly froze, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them from head to toe. Indeed, a selected card means that the Dragon Kingdom also needs to send a deity to the stage. If they designate God as the opponent, then the Dragon Kingdom deity stepping onto the stage will have to face that unfathomable supreme existence. How would God treat this sacrificial opponent on the arena? Would he not go to great lengths to torment and humiliate them in a bid to crush the Dragon Kingdom's morale, using the sacrifice and dignity of their compatriots to exchange for strategic space? Is this truly what they want? The two fell into silence, their earlier excitement completely dissipated, replaced by heavy contemplation. Lu Feng looked at them, knowing they had grasped the key point. He stepped forward, firmly patting both of their shoulders, his voice resonant and powerful, echoing throughout the Dragon Kingdom's viewing area. Don't worry. The Dragon Kingdom does not need such means. He lifted his head, his gaze like a torch sweeping over the Western Alliance, proudly declaring, if we are to win, we must win honorably. With the supreme might of our Dragon Kingdom deities, we shall personally bring down each of their so-called supreme gods from their self-righteous thrones. Lu Feng's confident and bold words clearly reached the ears of everyone in the Western Alliance. They exchanged glances, their expressions becoming somewhat complex, filled with both anger at being underestimated and a hint of unnoticeable trepidation. Boastful. What qualifications does the Dragon Kingdom have to defeat our supreme gods? Achilles was the first to scoff, breaking the silence in an attempt to boost morale. Hafra's eyes turned fierce as he looked at the leader. Thomas, my lord, since they are so arrogant, who should we send next to give them a harsh lesson? Thomas, expressionless, scanned the Alliance camp, finally landing on the region of the Yamato Kingdom, and coldly stated, Yamato, have you selected your new summoner yet? The spectators from the Wokoku observation area stood up, as if they were soldiers being inspected, their expressions. The crowd parted respectfully in the middle as a middle-aged man dressed in traditional samurai attire, wearing wooden sandals and a katana at his waist, walked out with a steady and rigid gait. His expression was calm, even carrying a hint of humility, but deep within his slightly lowered gaze flashed a fierce glint akin to that of a venomous snake. What Ashiwa? Yamamoto Rinchaku is the new summoner. He inclined his body slightly towards Thomas, his voice calm, yet carrying a cold firmness. Lord Thomas, are you planning to have Wokoku secure victory for the Alliance in this match? Thomas assessed him briefly and nodded. Since you are the new summoner, I hope you can turn around the previous slump and bring a victory to the Western Alliance. Don't let the first battle end in defeat. Yamamoto Rinchaku suddenly bowed at a 90-degree angle, raising his voice. Yes, I will not let you down. With that, he resolutely turned and stepped onto the summoning platform. Oh, a newcomer from Wokoku. Wu Tao gazed at the samurai-clad Yamamoto Rinchaku, his eyes sharpening instantly. After Yamamoto Rinchaku stood firm, he unexpectedly bowed deeply towards the four from Longhua, his tone extremely polite, even somewhat humble. Lord Lu Feng, and everyone, I will be responsible for Wokoku's summoning affairs from now on. Please guide me. Though his words were polite, the few from Longhua clearly felt the cold, killing intent hidden beneath his humble facade. Lu Feng looked at him for a moment and said loudly, No need for more pleasantries, Mr. Yamamoto. Let's see the real skills under our hands and begin the duel. Upon hearing this, Yamamoto Rinchaku displayed a fitting smile. Good. In that case, let us begin. Before the words fell, his gaze suddenly sharpened, and he slapped his palm heavily on the summoning platform. Buzz! A deep, black divine light instantly erupted from the summoning platform, enveloping Yamamoto Rinchaku entirely. In an instant, 4 cards surrounded by black energy emerged one by one. 1. Uka no Mitama. Inari God Level 2. The first card opened, and a wave of unreserved sighs erupted from the Western Alliance faction. Though the Inari God is an important and beloved deity of Wokoku overseeing harvests, he is ultimately not a combat deity appearing out of place in a divine battle at this level. Yamamoto Rinchiku's gaze remained as calm as water, seemingly unaffected. 2. God of Medicine. Shomio Baikuna God Level 1. As the second card was revealed, the disappointment of the Western Alliance was almost palpable. They said a newcomer could bring us victory, but it feels like the summoned deity is even worse than Inuyasha Ichiro. Ram bluntly mocked. However, Yamamoto Rinchiku's eyes remained unfazed as if everything was under control. 3. God of Swords. Tachikawa no Kami Level 4 Hiss. The moment the third card was revealed, the entire Western Alliance gasped in shock, then erupted in excitement. Tachikawa no Kami. This is a name of great significance in Wokoku mythology. He is the god of thunder and swords with combat power, described as divine legendary for establishing the foundation of the warrior class in Wokoku. With a level as high as 4, he undoubtedly represents extreme combat strength. This is it, the God of Swords. Their Marshal St. Guanyu has already left the stage. I wonder who in Longwa can counter Tachikawa no Kami next. Hafura shouted excitedly as if victory was already in sight. Yet Yamamoto Rinchiku still made no choice. His gaze turned toward the final card. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the Western Alliance, he slowly flipped it over. 4. Father of the Gods. Izanagi Level 6. Oh my god. What the fuck? This is too insane. God bless. We are finally going to win. At this moment, the Western Alliance completely erupted. The sounds of astonishment, ecstatic shouts, and incredulous roars filled the air. Father of the Gods. A Level 6 deity. What does this concept mean? This is the highest level that has appeared so far. It is a true creation level, God King level existence. In everyone's understanding, this is almost invincible. Even Yamamoto Rinchiku, who has always been calm and stoic, felt his hand holding the card tremble slightly, and a tide of excitement and joy surged uncontrollably on his face. In his first appearance, he successfully summoned the source of Wokoku mythology, the father of the gods, Izanagi. What an honor and luck this is. In contrast, the expressions of everyone from Longwa changed drastically. Even Lu Feng, who had always been composed and calm, suddenly wore an extremely grave expression. Impossible. How can this be possible? How could such a being appear so quickly? Song Wen's face was filled with shock and confusion. Wu Tao also nodded in astonishment. Exactly. According to previous patterns, and the deity's own rank, deities above level 6 should have the ability to slightly interfere with the cards and usually appear in more critical rounds. Lu Feng's brow furrowed tightly as he suddenly looked up at Catherine, asking rapidly, Lady Catherine, can we now use the opportunity to designate a card? Catherine maintained her elegant smile, but firmly shook her head. No, Mr. Lu Feng. Your current duel has already begun. Once the summoning process is activated, you cannot use previously obtained opportunities anymore. Lu Feng's heart sank heavily. It seems we can only go all out and gamble on luck. He took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the Wokoku summoning platform. At this moment, Yamamoto Rinchiku, filled with immense reverence and excitement, heavily pointed his finger at the card representing the father of the gods. Boom. The moment his finger landed, it was not a beam of light that appeared, but the entire arena space violently twisted and trembled, as if unable to bear the impending arrival of the supreme being. The sky darkened instantly, not from clouds, but as if even light was being devoured and controlled by the towering figure about to emerge. The overwhelming divine might surged like a tangible tsunami crashing down. The arena barrier emitted a strained groan, and all mortals in the observation area, regardless of faction, felt their souls tremble, unable to resist the urge to bow in worship. In the void first appeared an endless scene of primordial chaos, as if the heavens and earth had yet to be separated. Then a figure so immense that words cannot describe slowly rose from that chaos. Its height seemed to pierce through heaven and earth, its face shrouded in endless divine light and the mist of time, making it impossible to discern. One could only feel the supreme will that gazed down upon all things, creating and destroying everything. Surrounded by the aura of birth and death, its left hand seemed to wield the power of life, with glimmers of life shining like stars, while its right hand contained the death of obliteration, dark and profound as the abyss. Izanagi, the source of Wokoku mythology, the father god, who created numerous deities. Just standing there, it felt as though it were the center of the entire universe, with rules existing because of it, and time and space being stable because of it. That magnificent creation-level divine might made all the previously appeared deities except for Jinyu and Dacian seem as insignificant as fireflies compared to the bright moon. Bow down. Kneel. Welcome the descent of the Father of the Gods. Yamamoto Riku exerted all his strength, fervently shouting as he was the first to kneel on the ground. The members of the Western Alliance, despite their differing beliefs, turned pale and were filled with awe before this absolute display of power, involuntarily kneeling on the ground, none daring to raise their heads to look at the towering figure in the sky. At the same time, they were filled with immense excitement. For there was a rule in the arena: if a deity above level 6 defeated an opponent from another country, they could siphon half of that nation's luck. The Dragon Kingdom was already fighting against the Six Nations Alliance with all its might. If they were to lose half of their national luck, it would be a devastating blow. At this moment, the spectator area of the Dragon Kingdom was dead silent, and everyone's hearts were in there. The spectator area of the Dragon Kingdom remained silent, everyone's hearts racing as they struggled under the overwhelming divine might, yet their backs remained straight. Suddenly, the visage of Izanagi, shrouded in chaotic divine light, seemed to shift slightly. Those eyes, seemingly containing the scene of the world's creation, coldly swept over the remaining standing members of the Dragon Kingdom. A grand, ancient voice imbued with supreme authority resonated deep within the souls of every person in the Dragon Kingdom. People of the Dragon Kingdom, why do you not kneel in the presence of my true form? This voice seemed to carry an enchanting power, striking at their very souls. Many spectators from the Dragon Kingdom became dazed, their legs weakening, their bodies involuntarily bending down. No. As people of the Dragon Kingdom, we kneel to neither heaven nor earth, only to our parents and forebears. Why should we kneel to you, the god of the Woku? Songwon bit his tongue sharply, the intense pain and strong sense of national pride instantly bringing him back to his senses. His forehead bulged with veins as he roared with all his might. Awakened by his shout, those Dragon Kingdom spectators who were on the verge of kneeling broke out in a cold sweat, followed by a surge of boundless anger as they straightened their backs and glared at the imperious figure in the sky. On the arena, Catherine frowned tightly. As the embodiment of the heavenly Tao of this small world, the barrier she had set up failed to completely block the influence of Izanagi's aura, which carried the power of rules and affected the consciousness of the Dragon Kingdom's people. This is somewhat interesting. Izanagi let out a faint, ambiguous laugh, his tone carrying a sense of indifference, as if looking down on ants. He spoke again, his voice still calm: since you refuse to kneel, then let the summoning commence. Let your gods of the Dragon Kingdom come and kneel for you. At this proclamation, the people of the Dragon Kingdom erupted in fury. Lu Feng's heart was filled with raging fire as he stepped forward, his voice like thunder echoing through the sky's humph. A fool's dream. Our gods of the Dragon Kingdom stand tall and proud. How could we kneel to a barbaric god like you? Today let me show you what true divine might is. He no longer hesitated and slammed his palm against the Dragon Kingdom's summoning platform. The air hummed as a pure and radiant golden divine light surged into the sky, enveloping Lu Feng and dispelling the surrounding oppression. For cards swirling with profound Tao rhythms slowly rose into the air, capturing everyone's attention. 1. Pyongyang Political Reform Divine Guardian, Lu Dongbin, level 2. Oh, such a long title. But it's only level 2. Wu Tao exclaimed, his tone filled with regret and heaviness. Though they already believed that the gods of the Dragon Kingdom often displayed power beyond their levels, facing a level 6 creator god, the gap of 2 levels was simply too vast. Lu Feng shook his head and directly dismissed this card. Although Lu Dongbin was the strongest in attack among the 8 immortals with divine swordsmanship, he was clearly not the best choice at this moment. 2. Thunder General, Lei Jinzi, level 2Y. Another level 2 deity. Seeing the second card, Wu Tao's heart sank once more. The pressure in the arena surged due to Izanagi's presence, and the spectators from the Dragon Kingdom turned pale, a wave of despair beginning to spread. Lu Feng showed no hesitation and quickly shifted his gaze to the third card. 3. Vanguard of the Heavenly Court, Giant Spirit God, level 2. The moment this card appeared, someone in the spectator area of the Dragon Kingdom finally could not bear the continuous blows and psychological pressure. A drop of despairing tear silently sliding down. The appearance of 3 level 2 cards almost declared the end of this battle. The expressions of Lu Feng and his companions turned extremely grim. Level 2 deities, no matter how powerful they were, stood almost no chance against Izanagi in the face of such an absolute level gap. There's only one last chance left. Lu Feng tightly clenched his fist, his nails nearly digging into his flesh, his gaze fixed on the 4th card that would determine their fate. It must be a big shot. The card flipped, divine light flowing. 4. Great God of the 3 altars, Neza, level 3, level 3. The highest is only level 3. A cry of disbelief echoed from the Dragon Kingdom camp, instantly shrouding everyone's hearts in endless gloom. The level gap not only failed to shrink, but remained a despairing difference of 3 levels. It's over. Everything is over. How are we supposed to fight now? Songwen looked defeated, as if all his strength had been drained, his eyes losing their luster. Lu Feng's face was pale, his gaze fixed on the card depicting the image of the young war god, muttering unconsciously, Neza. Born sanctified, a holy body, protector of the Tao. But facing Izanagi, could it be that we really have to wager everything and send him to his death? He seemed to envision how the archenemy of the Dragon Kingdom, the father god of Woku, would treat the defeated Neza with cruel and humiliating means. This thought made his heart ache like a knife. Kid, stop dawdling and thinking nonsense. A mere barbarian god from outside the realm is not worthy of making our Neza fear him. Let me go. Let me have a meeting with him. Suddenly, a rebellious and battle-hungry voice exploded like thunder in Lu Feng's mind. Lu Feng trembled all over, his eyes bursting with radiance as he blurted out, "Ah, Third Prince, is it you? Besides me, who else could it be?" The rebellious voice of Neza echoed once more in Lu Feng's mind, filled with impatience. Level 6 deity. It sounds tough and resilient, just perfect for me to stretch my muscles and poke 100,000 transparent. Listening to Neza's grandiose words, Lu Feng couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, bitterly smiling inside. Great deity, I know you are born brave and unmatched in combat. But this one is, after all, the father of the divine system, a creator-level existence. I'm worried. Lu Feng's expression became somewhat awkward at this point, as he couldn't bear to dampen his deity's enthusiasm. Kid, stop talking nonsense. Can he fight? What good is it if he can fight? Neza's voice suddenly rose, filled with disdain. In this world, what matters is connections and background. Who does he have behind him? Who do I have behind me? Count them on your fingers. Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback, instinctively touching his nose as flashes of Neza's so-called luxurious background crossed his mind. Under the tutelage of the Tai Zhunren of the Golden Light Cave on Qianyuan Mountain, backed by the entire Chan teaching brotherhood, with fierce figures like Yang Jin and Lei Jinzi, and himself being recognized as a top warrior in the heavenly court, a great deity of the three altars. This background was indeed somewhat absurdly strong. If at the critical moment he is willing to take action. Lu Feng thought of the extremely protective Yuan Shi Tianzun, and a glimmer of confidence rose in his heart. The power of the heavenly Tao in this small world should not be able to stop him, right? Thinking this, he subconsciously stole a glance at Catherine above the arena. In that fleeting moment, the incarnation of the heavenly Tao, Catherine unexpectedly shivered without warning. She furrowed her brows slightly, a hint of confusion and suspicion flashing in her eyes. What's going on? I can also feel the chill. Dragon Kingdom summoner, are you ready? At that moment, the indifferent voice of Izanagi echoed again, looking at Lu Feng with a hint of mockery. Have you finished communicating with him? If you have reached an agreement, then summon quickly. I have been waiting for a long time. At these words, Lu Feng was instantly horrified, his scalp tingling. He can actually hear my mental communication with the third prince. However, this time, Neza's voice did not sound again, as if tacitly agreeing. A chill surged from Lu Feng's feet straight to the crown of his head, but at this point retreat was impossible. He gritted his teeth fiercely, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. Good. Since that's the case, I will trust the third prince this once. Betting on the fortune of the nation, let's go all out. Without hesitation, he pointed decisively at the card. Three altars, great deity Neza. Buzz. The moment his fingertip touched the card, a sudden change occurred. A brilliant golden beam of light, like a divine spear breaking through the heavens, crashed down from the clouds, smashing heavily onto the arena. Its momentum was so immense that it even dispersed some of Izanagi's oppressive aura. Here I come. A clear yet boundless roar filled with murderous intent resounded through the as the golden light faded. A figure of heroic bearing stood proudly on the arena. He appeared youthful, yet stood tall like a pine tree, his aura soaring into the sky. With a face like finely powdered makeup, lips as though painted with vermilion, and a pair of starry eyes burning with fierce battle intent, it seemed capable of incinerating the 8 realms. 2 lofty hairpins atop his head added to his unruliness and mischief. Clothed in a cosmic silk that moved without wind like a myriad of rosy rays with auspicious colors shining in multiple streams. Hanging on his chest was a cosmic circle gleaming with golden light, containing the immense power to define the cosmos. Standing on a wheel of wind and fire, flames boiling, as if it could traverse time and space with every rotation. In his left hand, he held a golden brick glimmering with precious light, clearly not an ordinary item. In his right hand, he tightly grasped a fire-pointed spear, its tip radiating a chilling glow, the sharp, killing intent almost piercing through the void. He was none other than 3 altars' great deity Neza Sentaizi. The divine might emanating from him was not the vast creative power of Izanagi, but rather a bold, youthful spirit that surged forward. It was a rebelliousness and dominance that dared to pierce the heavens and overturn the earth. Neza pointed the fire-pointed spear at the enormous figure in the sky, a hint of extreme arrogance curling at the corner of his mouth. Hey, you old man hiding and only scaring mortals. It's you wanting me to kneel. Come. First let's see if this fire-pointed spear in my hand agrees. Neza's arrogant entrance declaration shocked the audience. He is so cool. Is this the level 3 deity of the Dragon Kingdom? It feels like his momentum is completely not inferior. A golden-haired, blue-eyed Western girl couldn't help but cover her mouth, her eyes sparkling. Seeing Neza's familiar yet domineering figure, Lu Feng couldn't help but brighten up, whispering in admiration. Indeed, just like in the legends, that rebelliousness is spot on. In the sky, Izanagi's chaotic gaze examined the small, yet imposing figure below with great interest, a deity of the Dragon Kingdom. Your strength is indeed extraordinary for this level. But before me it seems as insignificant as a firefly before the bright moon. I am very curious, what exactly is the confidence that allows you to challenge me? As he spoke, a deep black mist began to envelop his massive divine form, making Izanagi appear even more mysterious. Neza was clearly a man of action, detesting such pretentious nonsense. Shaking the fire-pointed spear, its tip instantly emitted a sharp sound that tore through the air. Why so much nonsense? Want to know where my confidence comes from? After defeating you, you'll know. Watch the spear. As his words fell, the wheel of wind and fire beneath him erupted in flames, transforming him into a crimson golden shooting star. The fire-pointed spear, carrying an overwhelming, terrifying pressure, instantly tearing through the sky, aimed straight at Izanagi's face. The speed and power of this spear far exceeded that of the previous martial Saint Guan Ye's sword, Aura. Though both were level 3 deities, the destructive power displayed was worlds apart. However, facing this fierce blow capable of instantly killing an ordinary level 4 deity, Izanagi merely raised that hand which seemed to wield the power of creation, gently waving it forward. I grant you joy. Without a thunderous clash, the fire-pointed spear's brightness, capable of tearing through the heavens, vanished silently upon touching that hand. Not only that, an invisible and intangible force instantly enveloped Neza according to the trajectory of the laws. Just as Neza was about to change his attack, his movements suddenly froze, and an uncontrollable large smile spread across his face. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. He burst into an eerie laughter, laughing so hard that he almost couldn't hold the fire-pointed spear as the overwhelming battle intent and killing aura quickly dissipated in this inexplicable joy. Great deity Neza, be careful. He is affecting your mind. Lu Feng, filled with anxiety, couldn't help but shout loudly, trying to awaken Neza, who seemed to be in an abnormal state. Hearing the shout, Neza barely glanced at Lu Feng, a hint of struggle and anger flashing in his eyes, but was soon drowned by the overwhelming joy. As soon as the words fell, Neza's thunderous laughter was abruptly cut off as if severed by a sharp blade. In its place, an ultimate sorrow seeped deep into his bones. Memories once unwilling to be revisited surged uncontrollably to the forefront of his mind. Impulsiveness by the East, see the Dragon King's coercion, his father's indifference, his mother's tears, and the final desperate act of cutting flesh to repay his mother and removing bones to repay his father. The coldness and despair of walking towards death instantly engulfed his soul. An indescribable pang surged to his nose and hot tears swirled madly in his eyes, but he bit his lip tightly, relying on an innate stubbornness and pride to force back the tears that represented weakness. Seeing this scene, the hearts of all the people of the Dragon Kingdom tightened. They could feel the immense pain and struggle that Neza was enduring at this moment. This is not a fair battle at all. Their power levels are completely unequal. This is playing with people's hearts. Lu Feng watched with bloodshot eyes, extremely anxious. He understood Neza's fierce and unyielding nature all too well. If he were to be forced to shed tears here today, it would undoubtedly leave an indelible scar, an inner demon in his heart. No, this is not my emotion. You evil god have no right to control my emotions. In that instant when tears were about to burst forth, Neza suddenly lifted his head and let out a heart-wrenching roar. The sadness in his eyes was replaced by a violent aura. My life is determined by me, not by heaven. Even less by you. No one can define me, Neza. Boom. A force that seemed capable of breaking through everything erupted violently, crashing through the power. You evil god, demon god, dare to interfere with my emotions, die for me. Neza's eyes turned blood red, his rage and fighting spirit ignited to the utmost. He held nothing back, fully unleashing the divine power of his physical body to its peak. Armed with the fire spear, he transformed once more into a destructive streak of light, launching an even more furious attack against Izanagi. The spear's shadows filled the sky like a torrential storm, each strike containing the power capable of splitting mountains and cracking seas. However, Izanagi still calmly raised his palm. Though he appeared slow, he was always able to accurately block each deadly thrust. The vast divine power forming an insurmountable barrier preventing Neza's spear tip from making even an inch of progress. I bestow upon you anger. Izanagi spoke indifferently once again. From the beginning of the battle until now, he had remained as composed, as if strolling in a garden, moving not an inch, as if merely dealing with a noisy child. As his words fell, a more uncontrollable and violent rage instantaneously invaded Neza's heart. Get out. All of you get out. Neza's eyes turned completely crimson, his reason being consumed by the madness of killing intent. He howled. The speed and power of the fire spear in his hand surged once again, reaching a level where even many watching deities below found it difficult to track its trajectory. The spear wind tore through the void, emitting a shriek like the wails of ghosts and gods. Die, die, die. He was like a madman, attacking instinctively, each strike aiming for Izanagi's vital points. Watching Neza, who was completely controlled by emotions and looked as if he had gone mad, the members of the Western Alliance exchanged glances and smiled, their faces displaying mockery. Achilles was the first to scoff. A mere third-tier deity, and he dares to challenge a sixth-tier creation god. Do you know that the gap between Tier 6 and Tier 5 is already a chasm, and even more so between Tier 3 and Tier 5? Truly the ignorant are fearless. Ram also slowly spoke, his tone filled with disdain. Indeed, after Tier 5, every advancement is a qualitative leap. 10 well-coordinated 5th-tier deities might not even be able to defeat a true 6th-tier deity. He is only Tier 3, merely an ant trying to shake a tree, humiliating himself in the process. On the summoning platform, Yamamoto Teratake did not watch this confrontation. He maintained a posture of closed eyes and meditation, as if he was already certain of Lord Izanagi's victory and had no need to worry. Damn, that Japanese summoner's demeanor is truly infuriating. Wu Tao looked at Yamamoto Teratake, who was in deep meditation, seemingly confident of victory, and was filled with anger. He anxiously turned to Lu Feng. What should we do now, Lu Feng? Does this great deity Neza have any trump cards left? If this continues, it will be too passive. Yes. Lu Feng's gaze was locked onto the arena, his tone firm. The true abilities of the third prince go far beyond this. Just watch with those few present. Whether Neza will be defeated is unknown, but he will definitely not die. Upon hearing this, Wu Tao Song won, and Suyu felt slightly relieved and redirected their attention back to the battlefield. On the arena, Neza, struggling against the encroaching emotions of anger, saw that physical attacks were ineffective and suddenly took a deep breath, puffing out his chest. Old thief, look at the fire. He opened his mouth and spat out a pure and blazing white flame that roared forth like a fire dragon, instantly sweeping toward Izanagi. This was the supreme, true fire of Taoism, the three pure fire. This fire was no ordinary flame. It was refined from essence, energy, and spirit, capable of burning everything in the world and purifying all evil. Wherever the flames passed, the swirling, chaotic black mist evaporated violently, as if encountering its nemesis. Even Izanagi, strong as he was, felt a hint of threat for the first time, as his golden pupils slightly contracted at the moment this true fire appeared. Interesting flames. But extinguish it for me. He snorted coldly, one of his arms waving, summoning the source of all water in Japanese mythology, the creation god water. A dark waterfall containing the origins of life appeared out of nowhere, pouring down upon the three pure fire. This was a source of water he used when creating the land of Japan, the very beginning of all water sources in Japan. In Izanagi's view, using this primordial divine water to extinguish this mere flame should be more than sufficient. However, the next moment, something that left him utterly dumbfounded occurred. The immense creation god water, upon contact with the three pure fire, did not even produce a wisp of steam, instantly turning into nothingness. What a... Izanagi's pupils suddenly widened and disbelief appeared on his face for the first time. At that moment of shock and bewilderment, Izanagi realized it was too late to evade, as the true fire of Samadhi that Neza unleashed instantly approached him. The blazing white flames swiftly consumed one of Izanagi's arms. Though he had retreated at the last moment, the true fire, containing powers of purification and destruction, still charred his arm black, emitting a foul, burnt smell, and his divine light dimmed. Had he not dodged in time, the flames would have spread across his entire being. This scene left all the supporters of One Nation in shock, standing up with their eyes nearly popping out. Their great father of the gods was actually burned by the flames of a third-tier deity from the Dragon Kingdom. This completely overturned their understanding. He, evil god, my fire must taste unpleasant, right? Neza steadied himself with one hand on his waist. Although his face was pale from emotional impact and divine power consumption, he still scoffed at Izanagi. Izanagi looked at his charred arm, and the indifference in his eyes was finally replaced by a hint of anger and greed. An interesting flame. Did your master not warn you against revealing your treasures so easily when the disparity in strength is so obvious? His voice lowered, laced with a trace of cold, killing intent now. Hand over the secrets of this flame. Before his words faded, Izanagi finally took the initiative to strike. He clenched his fingers towards Neza. A terrifying pressure appeared out of nowhere like invisible shackles, thoroughly solidifying the space around Neza, forcefully pinning him in midair, unable to move. Neza struggled fiercely, unleashing his divine power, yet found himself as trapped as an insect encased in amber. Even raising his arm became incredibly difficult. The power of this spatial confinement exceeded his imagination. Humph! Do you think you can crush me with this little pressure? Dream on. I am a saint in physical form, indestructible. Neza gritted his teeth and roared in anger, trying to activate his physical potential. Who told you that I intended to crush you? Izanagi let out a strange laugh, his figure blurred, as he instantly crossed space, appearing right in front of the imprisoned Neza. Then without any flourish, he threw a heavy punch into Neza's abdomen. Puff! Neza suddenly hunched over uncontrollably, spitting out golden divine blood. The intense pain surged, but his body remained firmly trapped, unable to even release the force. A saint in physical form can withstand quite a bit, huh? Let me see how many punches you can endure. Izanagi's tone was icy as another punch was thrown. As the source of the gods of one nation, his physical strength was terrifying beyond measure on a purely physical level. It even surpassed the power god Seth, who had appeared earlier. Crack! The distinct sound of bones breaking rang out. Neza's ribs were instantly shattered in several places, golden divine blood continuously oozing from the corner of his mouth, staining his clothing. Yet he still glared at Izanagi fiercely, his eyes showing no signs of submission, only boundless fighting spirit and fury. You do have some spirit. I can feel your life essence is vast and immense, far surpassing others of your level, almost reaching the tier of a true god. Moments later, Izanagi couldn't help but utter a word of praise, but then his tone shifted, a chilling, killing intent emerged. However, even a true god cannot withstand a punch from me. Now, it's over. After speaking, he once again gathered immense divine power, his fist shrouded in destructive black light, preparing to utterly obliterate the head of the resilient Dragon Kingdom deity before him. No. Go Neza, you can do it. Come on Neza. Below, the audience of the Dragon Kingdom erupted with heart-wrenching shouts and cheers. Songwon was the first to shout out. Though they had subconsciously accepted that this duel would end in defeat when they saw the words Father of the Gods appear. But when they truly saw the deity fighting for the Dragon Kingdom about to fall, everyone's heart tightened, unwillingness and grief turning into a deafening roar. Izanagi's fist, wreathed in destructive black light, moved as fast as lightning, having breached the dimensional barrier, ruthlessly aimed at Neza's head, seemingly intent on utterly shattering the confidence of the Dragon Kingdom's citizens. However, at this critical moment, roar. Since the physical form cannot break through, then how about 3 heads and 8 arms? Neza let out a soul-shaking roar. The divine power suppressed to the extreme within him erupted. Boom. The dazzling divine light surged into the sky, instantly breaking the shackles of space. Neza's form grew explosively within the divine light. 2 more heads sprang forth, glaring with fury. On either side of his neck, beneath his shoulders, 6 muscular arms, each wielding various divine weapons. Chinquan, circle, Muntion, silk, golden brick, fire spear, burst forth. 3 heads and 8 arms. Complete form. In the instant he broke free from confinement, Neza had no time to counterattack, only able to cross his 8 arms in front of him, his wind fire wheels whirling wildly beneath him, exerting all his strength to dodge sideways. Bang! Izanagi's destructive punch brushed past Neza's defensive arms. Though it merely grazed the edge of the punch's wind, that terrifying power still sent Neza and his 3 heads and 8 arms form flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily against the barrier at the edge of the arena, producing a dull thud, while the barrier rippled violently. Yoshi, a beautiful hit. Too bad he got away. The spectators from One Nation first gasped, then began to chatter and laugh. They treated Neza's narrow escape from death as a thrilling spectacle. Hidden in the void, the 3 northeastern immortals exchanged glances, a hint of anger flashing in their eyes. Once this evil god leaves, I will tear apart the mouth of that one melon who laughed the loudest. Lucien's face was dark, a cold light flickering in his serpent-like eyes. Baisien remained calm, shaking his head. Let's wait and see. They probably already noticed us, but they think we pose no threat, so they can't be bothered with us. On the stage, Izanagi did not pursue. He was gazing at Neza's 3 heads and 8 arms with great interest. Through his chaotic eyes, his expression filled with curiosity and greed. Unexpectedly, there are such mysterious divine abilities. Excellent. Excellent. This will all be mine. Ha! He was overjoyed in his heart. Though he was the father of the gods of One Nation, when facing top-tier gods like Odin and Zeus, he always felt one step below, precisely because of the gap in raw strength. If he could seize this true fire of Samadhi and the supreme divine ability of 3 heads and 8 arms, his strength would surely undergo a qualitative leap, even potentially surpassing those old god kings and rewriting his own fate. At this moment in Izanagi's eyes, Neza was no longer an opponent, but a moving treasure containing unparalleled opportunities. You want my divine ability? First see if you have the life to claim it. Neza wiped away golden divine blood from the corner of his mouth, and all 3 of his heads roared in unison. Beneath his feet, the wind and fire wheels blazed with surging flames as he leapt skyward, charging headlong toward the colossal face looming in the heavens. He pushed the Samadhi true fire to its absolute limit. The searing white flames no longer erupted solely from his mouth, but now clad his 3-headed, 8-armed divine form like living armor. In an instant, space itself began to collapse and warp violently around him, the unbearable heat threatening to scorch the very sky into oblivion. Let us see if you truly dare defy heaven. In his berserk fury, Neza transformed himself into the sharpest divine spear forged of flame. 3 heads roaring, 8 arms brandishing weapons surging forward with the world-consuming Samadhi true fire straight at Izanagi's celestial visage. To everyone's astonishment, Neza's figure pierced through Izanagi's body as though it were air. Izanagi's form rippled like a mirage upon water, then shattered piece by piece into countless drifting black Taoist sigils, dissolving into thin air. What just happened? Was it really that simple? Songwen's heart lurched in disbelief. Though he had witnessed it with his own eyes, no one could accept that the father of all gods would fall so easily. Indeed, just as Neza furrowed his brow and swept his gaze warily across the surroundings, the heavens convulsed violently. Defy heaven. I am heaven. I am the sovereign of all things. How could one possibly defy oneself? Izanagi's immense, indifferent voice echoed from every direction, as if the entire sky resonated with his proclamation. Instantly, endless inky clouds surged forth from the void, swiftly swallowing the arena's firmament. Within them, crimson-black apocalyptic lightning detonated without cease, unleashing a suffocating aura of annihilation. Truly, he was the heaven of Yamato myth. This was no empty boast. Yet who was Neza? He was the reincarnation of the spirit pearl, born precisely to shatter conventions. He calls himself heaven. Well then, little me has always loved one thing best, to pierce a hole right through the sky. The Samadhi true fire blazing around him intensified fiercely as though ready to incinerate his very life force along with it. Roaring, he became once more a streak of flame, a blazing comet tearing through the storm-laden clouds, rushing fearlessly into the heart of the cataclysmic thunderheads. Though magnified by divine power, his godly form remained dwarfed beneath the boundless sky-spanning, yet his indomitable spirit pierced the cosmos itself. I have declared it. My fate belongs to me, not to heaven. Whether god or demon, that choice is mine alone to make. With a soul-shaking bellow, Neza plunged headlong into the churning thunderclouds. Instantly, the black clouds churned violently, erupting with ceaseless thunderclaps, blinding firelight, and spear blades cleaving reality itself. A battle beyond mortal imagination raged fiercely across the heavens. This time, Neza's defiant, heaven-challenging legend seared itself irrevocably into the hearts of every citizen of Longwa. That roar, "My fate belongs to me, not to heaven," etched the image of this peerless, celestial warrior deep into collective memory. Suyu instinctively gripped Lu Feng's hand, her palm slick with cold sweat, her beautiful eyes brimming with worry. Lu Feng firmly clasped her icy fingers, his gaze locked on the churning sky as he spoke gravely. Do not fear. Even if Neza falls short, he will not perish. He carries his own unshakable foundation. Moments later, the celestial clash ceased abruptly. Before the breathless stares of all observers, a figure wreathed in dimming flames plummeted from the clouds like a broken-winged bird, golden divine blood trailing behind, before crashing violently into the arena's center, carving a deep crater into the ground. Above, the roiling clouds coalesced once more into Izanagi's impassive giant face. He gazed down upon Neza, slumped and weakened within the crater, his voice laced with faint, chilling admiration. Indeed, a god of Longwa, wielding only a third-rank divine body, yet battling me to this point. You may well be proud. At this sight, the Longwa observation platform fell into deathly silence. Though hope had been slender from the start, witnessing their own divine protector fall so tragically left an ache too profound for words, helpless, heartrending. Within the crater, Neza's 3-headed, 8-armed divine form had collapsed, reverting to his youthful mortal shape. Blood soaked his body, his armor lay in ruins. But still he braced himself upright with the fire-tipped spear trembling yet unbowed. I refused to yield. He raised his head, blood streaking his face, yet his eyes still burned with unbroken defiance. Refuse. No matter. Let me extract your divine abilities and memories. then grant you eternal slumber. With that, Izanagi lost his final patience. His colossal face opened wide, unleashing a fathomless black beam that instantly enveloped Neza. Terrifying divine consciousness pierced inward like countless needles, stabbing savagely into Neza's spiritual sea, seeking to forcibly seize his soul, plunder his essence. Meanwhile, within the golden light cave of Qinyuan Mountain, who dares harm my disciple? A roar thick with infinite wrath shook the entire cavern. Tai Jinren's hair and beard flared outward, his Taoist robe billowing, his figure vanishing in an instant. Beyond the arena, space itself tore open under an overwhelming force. A venerable elder in an 8 trigrams Taoist robe, his countenance stern yet urgent with paternal protectiveness, materialized halfway through the rift, glaring fiercely at Izanagi's celestial visage. Dare you? What impudent deity dares lay hands upon a disciple of the Chan sect? Do you wish utter annihilation, body and soul? Tai Jinren's sudden appearance caused Izanagi's massive face to falter momentarily, eyes flickering with surprise, then shifting to amused curiosity. Oh, so you are the child's master. Intriguing. Tell me, do you intend to rend the heavens entirely, dooming these billions of mortals below as collateral for your disciple's sake, just to fight me? He saw clearly Tai Jinren's true body had not fully descended. Only his divine consciousness manifested through the celestial Tao barrier. For this fragile realm simply could not withstand the full weight of a god's presence. Tai Jinren's gaze turned as dark and still as deep water. As a paragon of orthodox cultivation, he could never sacrifice innocent lives, never commit such cosmic sin, but stand idle while his beloved disciple suffered soul-rending extraction. Absolutely not. Demon god, you think I'd shoulder the karmic burden of world-ending ruin? Dream on. Jade green light blazed from Tai Jinren's eyes as a divine thought surged directly into Neza's spiritual sea. Though I cannot descend in full to destroy you, I can certainly play with you a while. In that instant, Izanagi felt his divine consciousness slam against an immovable, indestructible wall. Tai Jinren's divine consciousness unfolded in layers of serene azure light, fortifying Neza's spiritual sea with unyielding defense, repelling every assault. Heh, not bad at all. You've managed to temporarily shield his spiritual sea from my awareness. Izanagi chuckled coldly, but showed no alarm. Yet you underestimate me far too greatly. Do you truly believe my methods of extracting divine arts are limited to the spiritual sea alone? Before the words finished, an even more profound wave of laws surged around Izanagi. With unparalleled power, he forcefully tore open a flowing river of time above the arena, filled with countless fragments of light. He aimed to peer directly into the source of time to glimpse Neza's past and uncover the mysteries of divine abilities. You dare to pry into the river of time of my Chan sect. Seeing this, Tai Jinren was first taken aback, then his face revealed an extremely strange expression, even carrying a hint of pity. Without hesitation, he withdrew his divine sense from Neza's sea of consciousness, as if fearing to be implicated. He could only watch in horror at Izanagi's reckless actions, murmuring, "Good lad, you really dare. Then you just investigate well on your own. Playing tricks." Izanagi looked down on Tai Jinren's reaction, considering it mere bluster. His vast divine sense plunged into the river of time, swimming upstream. At that moment, he saw Tai Jinren creating the lotus incarnation for Neza, teaching the 3-headed and 8-armed method and the profound practice of the true fire of samadhi. The wonders and power of the divine ability of the Dragon Kingdom left him enchanted. Interesting. So interesting. The divine realm of the Dragon Kingdom is truly an endless treasure. Greedily, he continued to trace back, seeking the ultimate source of these divine abilities. Finally, his divine sense penetrated layers of temporal mist, arriving at a sacred place filled with purple qi and the sounds of the great Tao. The 35th heaven, Qingwei Heaven Yushu Palace. This place. Is it truly the origin of that so-called Chan sect? Let me see your past. Izanagi's divine sense swept unrestrainedly into the depths of Yushu Palace, ultimately locking onto an ancient figure sitting amidst the celestial celebration clouds, seemingly in harmony with the Tao and coexisting with the heavens. The primordial supreme being. TSK. Strange, why do I sense no divine power fluctuations from this person? It's as if he is void. Could it be that he has long since perished in the river of time? As this thought arose in Izanagi's mind, the ancient figure, seemingly timeless and meditative, unexpectedly opened his eyes. In his eyes, it seemed to contain the birth and extinction of the universe, the return of myriad paths to the void. His gaze calmly pierced through the ages, precisely landing on the divine sense of Izanagi that was peering in. You can see me, eh? This is merely an imprint of past time. Izanagi's divine sense emitted a scream of absolute terror. A terrifying chill originating from the essence of life in the depths of his soul instantly engulfed him. He wanted to flee to immediately sever the connection with the river of time. However, it was all too late. Outside, Neza stared blankly at his master Tai Junren, who was stuck outside the arena barrier with a strange expression muttering, "Master. How did you come here?" Tai Junren smiled and shook his head, pointing at Izanagi's head in the sky. Neza instinctively followed the direction and looked up. He saw that the originally majestic and terrifying face of Izanagi was now completely frozen, maintaining an expression of extreme exaggeration and fear, as if witnessing the most inconceivable terror in the world. What is this?" Neza was somewhat shocked. Below the spectators, the small Baga were perplexed and anxiously shouted, "Great Lord Izanagi, what happened to you? Quickly eliminate that Dragon Kingdom deity." Even Yamamoto Hiratsuku, who had been meditating with closed eyes, finally opened his eyes, looking at Izanagi's bizarre frozen expression, his brows furrowed in ominous silence. Tai Junren retracted his gaze, looking at the somewhat dazed Catherine beside him, and said calmly, "Little Heavenly Tao, this battle is over. It is time to announce the results." Catherine was taken aback, puzzled. "Results? But the battle hasn't ended yet." "Izanagi." She looked up at the frozen giant face, and after carefully sensing her face instantly changed in horror. Why does his divine body only remain an empty shell? Where is his divine soul? Where did it go? You don't need to delve into this matter, knowing it. Won't you? Tai Junren smiled inscrutably. Since he can now be considered dead and his Tao extinguished, then let us announce the victory of the Dragon Kingdom. Catherine hesitated. This situation was completely beyond her understanding and the bounds of rules. "Baga, on what grounds do you announce the result?" Izanagi is still up there. The Japanese man, who had previously shouted from below the arena, could no longer contain himself, jumping up and yelling angrily. As soon as he finished speaking, smack, a crisp and loud sound of a slap echoed. An invisible force struck from afar, fiercely hitting the Japanese man's face, spinning him 720 degrees in the air before crashing heavily onto the ground unconscious. Yamamoto Hiratsuku was about to speak when another slap landed on his face. "Baga, who dares to hit me?" Yamamoto Hiratsuku was both shocked and angry, covering his suddenly swollen half-face, looking around. At this moment, ripples spread through the void, and the massive green serpent body of Lu Xian slowly emerged, its cold serpent eyes gazing down upon the Japanese camp. It spoke human words, its voice thick with a northeastern accent. "What nonsense language is this, chattering and making a racket? I've long found you displeasing." After saying this, a huge serpent tail appeared out of nowhere, striking like a whip, sending the recently standing Yamamoto Hiratsuku flying crashing into the Japanese spectator seats, causing chaos. Tai Junren looked at the concealed Lu Xian, nodding in satisfaction. Well done. Just like us of the Chan. Cough cough, like us of our kind. Crack crack." In the next moment, the frozen giant face of Izanagi began to appear with countless Then under the gaze of countless horrified eyes, the divine body of the father of the Japanese gods, along with that massive face, began to crumble piece by piece, ultimately transforming into countless gray light points. Truly both body and spirit annihilated. "Oh, master." In an instant, all the Japanese people were utterly stunned, their minds blank. Just a moment ago, Lord Izanagi, who had been doing well and held absolute dominance, how could he suddenly vanish? They didn't even know how he died. Yamamoto Hiratsuku struggled to crawl out from the pile of people, staring at the last wisp of light dissipating in the sky, looking like a madman, pointing at the arena and shouting angrily, "Baga, this is impossible. Dragon Kingdom deity, what despicable means did you use? Interfering with the duel, this is unfair." Tai Junren merely cast a faint glance at him, too lazy to respond. The truth, they had no obligation to explain themselves to a bunch of ants. Peering into the saint's path naturally invites the punishment of the heavens. Annihilation of both form and spirit is the inevitable outcome. Goddess Catherine took a deep breath, suppressing the turbulent waves in her heart, and finally announced in a loud voice, "I announce that in this battle the Dragon Kingdom wins." The moment a thread of celestial fortune was violently extracted from Wa State and merged into Longwa, every Wa national present flushed crimson with humiliation and fury, so intense it seemed ready to burst from their chests. Yet what good was rage? Even Izanagi, their supreme father of all gods, had perished under mysterious circumstances. Wa State's standing within the Western Alliance would inevitably plummet. "Let us go, disciple," Tai Junren declared, sweeping his sleeve outward to cradle the wounded Neza before soaring skyward as a streak of pure crystalline light. Just as his figure neared vanishing beyond the horizon, he abruptly turned back, his gaze cold and incisive as lightning sweeping across the Wa observation seats. "From this day forth, the divine contest between Longwa and Wa State's Shinto pantheon is accepted by our Chanjiao sect. You shall now bear the wrath of our entire lineage." Before the final syllable, fated master and disciple had vanished entirely into the clouds, leaving the Wa delegation staring at one another in stunned silence. The stellar arena. The next match commences. Let the Western Alliance dispatch a summoner. Invoke a deity to battle. Catherine suppressed her inner turbulence and spoke again. To everyone's astonishment, Thomas did not delegate the task, but instead straightened his robes and strode alone toward the summoning platform. "My lord." "What?" Hafra blanched instantly upon seeing him. If a core figure of the Abrahamic lineage itself were to intervene personally, did that not signify the Alliance's other powers could no longer contend with Longwa, and that only the highest being's direct intervention remained viable? Thomas cast him a sidelong glance, a sly, unsettling smile curling at his lips. "No need to fret. We shall not summon God. I have just received divine decree. The entity about to manifest is none other than a demon from our own ranks." "A demon?" The crowd recoiled in unison. Ram's eyes darted wildly before dawning with sudden clarity. "Brilliant. Deploy a demon to oppose Longwa's deities. Win or lose, the very act will deeply affront them, sullying their sacred divinity. A masterstroke." Achilles too grasped the implication and grinned savagely. "Precisely. Does Longwa pride itself on righteous divinity? Then let them savor, truly savor, the infernal might of our Western hell." "Ha, ha, ha." Amid the clamor of voices, Thomas finally ascended the summoning platform reserved for the beautiful nation. "Ah, it's the beautiful nation's summoner himself stepping forward. Could it be? God is about to descend." Songwen's heart lurched violently as shock froze his features. Lu Feng's gaze sharpened slightly, yet his voice remained calm as he shook his head. "No cause for alarm. Why panic? How many masters does God have? If he dares summon God, we dare summon the great celestial venerable." His unwavering certainty offered a measure of reassurance to his anxious comrades. On the platform, Thomas shot Lu Feng a chilling smirk, then slammed his palm onto the summoning platform. A low, resonant hum filled the air as thick, roiling black mist surged upward from beneath Thomas's feet. For cards, their edges etched with dark, crimson demonic sigils slowly materialized within the haze. 1. Angel of Death, Samuel, rank 4. Whoa! At the revelation of the first card, the arena erupted in stunned disbelief. Good God, a rank IV deity, just like that. Is this truly the depth of the Abrahamic lineage's reserves? Who else? I ask you, who else? Achilles punched the air, wildly roaring with ecstatic fervor. Then the second card flipped over in the black mist. 2. Demon, God of Destruction, Abaddon, rank V. What the hell? Another rank V card. The Western Alliance's exhilaration soared anew. Abaddon, a being of dual epithets, was in Western mythos. He was both demon and harbinger of plague and annihilation, the angel of the end, his power unfathomable. Victory is secured. With Lord Abaddon alone, we can sweep aside Longwa's remaining deities, Buchan proclaimed confidently. Thomas's expression remained effortlessly composed as his gaze settled upon the third card. 3. King of Demons, Beelzebub, rank V. Oh my. The instant the third card emerged, the Western Alliance plunged into frenzied delirium. Even Wu Tao cursed aloud, his face twisting with grim dismay. Beelzebub, one of Hell's 7 great archdemons and sovereign over the 72 Goetic princes of Solomon, whose very name sent mortals trembling. Legends claimed even Satan sought alliance with him to stand against God. His appearance alone tilted the scales of victory almost irrevocably toward the west. Ram watched Thomas, now bathed in adulation. From afar, a complex mix of awe and quiet desolation flickering in his eyes. Is this the true might of the Abrahamic lineage? A card pool nearly devoid of weak deities. Can the exalted Lord Brahma truly overcome such terrifying power? Witnessing the Abrahamic faction's staggering depth, even Ram, who held unshakable faith in the Primordial, found his conviction faltering. There remains one final card. Let us see it first. Lu Feng's pulse hammered fiercely, but his countenance betrayed nothing. As Longwa's pillar of resolve, he could not afford even a trace of hesitation before outsiders. Under the rapt attention of all, the fourth card slowly unveiled itself. 4. The first vampire, Cain, rank V. Stunned silence. Still stunned. When Cain's name appeared, the Western Alliance sank into a numb, hollow hush. So accustomed had they grown to this overwhelming, opulent roster of dread entities. Cain. He is to appear. Yet surely, he cannot be merely rank V. Buchan murmured, puzzled. Cain, the firstborn son of Adam and Eve, cursed by God for fratricide, transformed into the world's inaugural vampire, condemned to wander eternity in darkness. To many, his strength and divine stature transcended mere rank V. Thomas gazed down coldly upon the 4 Longwa summoners, whose expressions had hardened into grim resolve, and announced in ringing tones, the outcome appears inevitable. Long was summoners. You are prepared then to welcome the descent of darkness. With elegant ritualistic solemnity, he extended a slender finger and gently touched the card depicting the ancient progenitor of vampires. We beseech the primordial darkness, the eternal exile, the source of all vampires, Lord Cain, to grace this realm. Boom. At the card's detonation, the arena's light dimmed violently, as if veiled by an invisible shroud. Temperature plummeted. An eerie, chilling elegance seeped into the air. First emerged a pair of suspended crimson-hued eyes, floating midair. Then from the coalescing dark energy a tall, pallid figure formed, translucent as moonlit alabaster. He wore impeccably tailored archaic European noble attire, dark motifs tracing collar and cuffs. His long pitch-black cloak billowing without wind, its hem dissolving seamlessly into surrounding shadows. His face possessed unearthly, almost vampiric beauty, skin so pale veins traced faint blue beneath its surface, features carved with the flawless precision of marble statuary. Raven black hair swept back with fastidious order, revealing a smooth, luminous brow imbued with subtle, inhuman grace. Most arresting of all was his aura, supreme chilling elegance fused with profound, ancient dread. He stood, centered in darkness, as though gravity itself bent light around him. The first vampire, Cain, had arrived. Cain's dark red eyes swept across the entire scene, and wherever his gaze landed, a chill rose from deep within the souls of the crowd. Ultimately, his gaze settled on Lu Feng, a faint smile playing on his lips. An interesting soul from the east. I wonder if your blood is as sweet as that of a virgin. This blasphemous remark made Suyu tremble slightly, instinctively tightening her grip on Lu Feng's clothing and hiding behind him. Looking at the exquisitely handsome vampire progenitor before him, Lu Feng felt a surge of intense disdain. A rat hiding in the dark, surviving by feeding on blood, dares to covet the holy blood of my dragon nation's deity. This is utterly ridiculous. In the face of this infamous dark progenitor, Lu Feng showed no fear. Instead, wearing a condescending, he pointed directly at Thomas, whose face was pale. I had thought your Western alliance could present some decent trump card, but instead you summoned a bloodthirsty monster that can only live in the shadows and cannot bear the light. What a disappointment. In an instant, the elegance and composure on Thomas' face transformed into shock and fury. In Western culture, vampires are often endowed with a mysterious, noble, and immortal aristocratic aura. How could they be so brazenly demeaned as rats in the gutter? Yet, Lu Feng's words struck at the essence to some extent. Cain did not get angry. Instead, he let out a low, derisive laugh. A silver tongue does not guarantee victory for the kingdom behind you. Summon your deity, little one from the east. Let us see how your so-called great dragon nation deity is torn apart by this dark rat. As you wish. Lu Feng ceased his words, suddenly slamming his palm onto the dragon nation's summoning platform. A brilliant divine light surged once more into the sky, and 4 cards imbued with formidable Tao rhythms emerged one by one. 1. Clear Source Mysterious, Tao True Monarch, Yang Jian Level 3. What? It's actually the second Prince of Manifestation? Lu Feng was momentarily stunned upon seeing the first card. The Western crowd caught this subtle change in his expression and erupted into exaggerated mockery. Ha! A mere Level 3 deity. You're dumbfounded, aren't you, kid? Still calling us gutter rats. Your deity is only Level 3, 2 whole levels lower than our progenitor. Hearing these insults, Song Wen angrily leaned in and asked Lu Feng what's wrong. Is there a problem with this Level 3 deity? Lu Feng shook his head, his tone filled with deep regret. No, it's not that there's a problem, it's that he's too strong. The strength of this true monarch cannot be measured by levels. He's even stronger than the previous third prince. If he had faced Izanagi earlier, the odds of winning would have been significant. So powerful. Level 3 can actually reach such heights. Song Wen, Wu Tao, and Suyu exchanged glances, their faces filled with shock. The deities of the Dragon Nation cannot be judged solely by their levels. However, Lu Feng's tone shifted as he coldly regarded the elegantly standing Cain across from him. To deal with this ancient rat, it doesn't warrant the presence of the manifestation, true monarch. He then shifted his gaze to the second card. 2. Great Sage Equal to Heaven, Sun Wukong Level 3 inch. What the hell? No way. Lu Feng exclaimed again, his heart racing. The Great Sage also. Could it be that they have all agreed to come down today to help the third prince regain face? He stroked his chin as if realizing something. The Dragon Nation summoner, is bewildered again. This time the card actually features a monkey. The Western audience erupted into thunderous laughter upon seeing the defiant Monkey King on the card. Even Cain, who had maintained an elegant indifference, couldn't help but lightly shake his head, letting out a low, ambiguous laugh. Dragon Nation summoner, are you intentionally insulting this progenitor by consecutively drawing these unique existences? Seeing the entire opposing camp laughing and shaking their heads, Lu Feng felt a surge of unnamed anger, laughing in rage. Humph. Looking down on monkeys. You people who see the world from a well have no idea of this gentleman's prowess. If he were to descend, a single blow could turn you old bat to dust. Suppressing the impulse to summon the great sage, immediately Lu Feng took a deep breath and looked at the third card. 3. King of the Tower, Li Jing, level 4 inch. Oh. Finally, a level 4 deity has appeared. This time the mocking laughter from the Western Alliance diminished considerably, and many faces showed signs of solemnity. The previous display of the Dragon Nation deity's ability to fight above their level left them apprehensive. In their view, a level 4 deity could potentially threaten even a level 5 being. Damn, the Dragon Nation's luck is truly good. Achilles roared unwillingly. Hearing this, Thomas turned and shot him a cold glare, reprimanding, "Luck? Do you think a mere level 4 deity can challenge Lord Cain, who even God could not fully bind? Don't forget Lord Cain's identity and legend. What are you afraid of?" Hearing this, the Western crowd felt slightly reassured, but the disdain in their eyes was considerably tempered. On the other side of the arena, Lu Feng looked at Li Jing's card, mumbling to himself. Kingly, along with the two great figures above, please refrain from getting angry for now. To deal with a mere vampire progenitor, there's no need to deploy such a luxurious lineup. When the time comes that I truly need your sweeping presence on the battlefield, I will surely invite you. After speaking, he turned his gaze to the fourth card. 4. Ancestor of Zombies, Hanba, level 9. Here it comes. It's her, the fated opponent. Excitement burst forth in Lu Feng's eyes as he could not help but let out a low roar. This battle is not just a confrontation between the Eastern ancestor of corpses and the Western ancestor of blood, but a fated clash that transcends time and myth between the daughter of the Yellow Emperor of China and the son of Adam from the West. Something feels off. That Lu Feng, he suddenly become very excited. Ram keenly caught Lu Feng's emotional shift, and his expression turned slightly grim. What they found most incomprehensible was the uncertainty of the Dragon Nation's cards and the strength of the deities that defied common reasoning. But they also concluded a bloody rule: when Lu Feng smiles, life and death become unpredictable. Come on, this is the true duel arranged by fate. Lu Feng no longer hesitated, suddenly pointing at that card. Boom! The moment his fingertip touched the card, the heavens and earth transformed. It was neither the divine brilliance nor the eerie ghostly aura, but an extreme dryness, scorching heat, as if it sought to incinerate all moisture in the world, suddenly descended. The sky seemed to have been drained of all moisture by an invisible force, becoming distorted and blurry, while the clouds above the arena instantly dissipated, and even the light became piercingly bright. The earth visibly lost moisture at an alarming rate, beginning to crack, as if it had transformed from an oasis into an endless wasteland in an instant. Amidst the endless heat waves and distorted light, a shadow, blurred, yet filled with endless ferocity, ancientness, and sorrow, slowly converged. The ancestor of zombies, Hanba, treading the path of fate, answered the call. Amidst the endless heat waves and distorted light, that figure coalesced completely. She appeared emaciated, her tattered garments resembling an ancient corpse long forgotten by time, finally emerging from the depths of the earth. With dry, tangled hair cascading down, partially obscuring her face, her exposed skin exhibited a grayish, cracked appearance devoid of moisture. There was no brilliance or charm surrounding her, only an overwhelming sense of suffocating stillness and scorching heat, as if she herself was the embodiment of drought and death. Upon seeing the desolate figure of the drought demon, the Western crowd erupted into unabashed laughter after a brief moment of shock. Ha ha! Is this the deity of the Dragon Kingdom? What ancestor of zombies? She looks like a beggar who just crawled out of a grave. I'm dying of laughter. To face our elegant and noble Lord Cain with such a filthy, grotesque monster. Dragon people, you truly know how to disgust us. I dare say Lord Cain wouldn't even want to approach her, fearing he might soil himself. The Western spectators outside the arena were full of derision. However, within the arena facing Cain directly, his expression suddenly changed. Separated by the barrier of the heavenly Tao, the ordinary onlookers could only see her form, yet felt none of the tangible pressure. But Cain was different. In the moment the drought demon's figure fully materialized, he felt as though he had been thrown into a furnace of the universe. This was not ordinary heat. It was an extreme form of drought and incineration originating from the very laws of existence. All the moisture in the air was instantaneously evaporated, and even the icy blood flowing within him seemed to begin boiling. That scorching heat was 100 times more terrifying than any sunlight he had faced throughout his long life, as if it could directly burn his very soul's essence. Ugh! Cain uttered a muffled groan, unable to maintain his composed demeanor any longer. Instinctively, he summoned his dark divine power, enveloping himself in a thick layer of shadowy barrier, feeling the dreadful burning sensation, slightly alleviated, yet still akin to being on the brink of a furnace. Who is calling me? The drought demon slowly raised her head, her eyes peering through the gaps in her withered hair, revealing a hint of confusion and ancient stillness. Her voice was hoarse and dry, akin to the sound of sandpaper. Her gaze seemed unfocused, as if she had yet to fully awaken from a prolonged slumber, not immediately noticing the looming threat of Cain before her. Seeing this, Lu Feng immediately stepped forward and deeply bowed to the figure of the drought demon. I, Lu Feng, a descendant of the future, humbly invite the revered ancestor of the drought demon. Today, Western barbaric deities, the blood-sucking evil spirits, have invaded the territory of our dragon kingdom, desecrating our gods and stealing our national fortune. My descendants are incapable. I earnestly implore the ancestor to take action, slay the foreign demons, and protect our land. The drought demon's dazed eyes slightly shifted to Lu Feng, then emitted a cold sound tinged with endless sorrow. Descendants of the future. Was I not abandoned in this filthy world by your human ancestors long ago? Where is the talk of descendants? Her voice was soft, yet clearly reached the ears of every person in the dragon kingdom, carrying millennia of solitude and resentment. In the Battle of the Deer, at her father's request, the Yellow Emperor, she used her divine power to restrain the wind and rain masters, aiding the tribe in achieving great victory. However, after the battle, she exhausted her divine power, and due to the backlash from the lingering malice of the conflict, her form drastically changed, leaving a trail of desolation in her wake, ultimately being punished by the heavenly Tao and unable to return to the heavenly realm. Even the mighty Yellow Emperor, when faced with the laws of the heavenly Tao, could only return in silence to the fire cloud cave, leaving her alone in the mortal realm. This history is her pain, as well as a debt owed to her by humanity. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's voice faltered, a surge of indescribable sorrow welling up within him. He took a deep breath, resolutely meeting the drought demon's lifeless gaze, and declared loudly, "Ancestress drought demon, please see." The Yellow Emperor was certainly not a cold-hearted abandoner. The events of that year were a punishment from the heavenly Tao beyond human power to oppose. The return of the Yellow Emperor to the Fire Cloud Cave was also an act of helplessness, and he must have felt immense sorrow in his heart. Our Dragon Kingdom's history has never forgotten the unparalleled merits of our ancestors for humanity. He paused, his voice rising with a fervent conviction, pointing towards the arena. "Please look, ancestor. This is the starry arena built by the heavenly Tao. Under its rules, the victor can seize the fate of the enemy nation and protect their own lands. If the ancestor is willing to act for the millions of descendants of our Dragon Kingdom, slay this Western evil god, and safeguard our national fortune from decline. I believe this is a great act of merit, and the heavenly Tao is just. It will surely appreciate the ancestor's contributions, lifting the punishment upon her and restoring her freedom." After saying this, Lu Feng no longer hesitated. Before countless gazes in the audience, he solemnly knelt on both knees towards the drought demon. "Please, ancestress drought demon, protect our Dragon Kingdom. Please, ancestress drought demon, protect our Dragon Kingdom." In an instant, as if telepathically connected, all those who witnessed this scene through the live broadcast, whether present at the site or afar, spontaneously bowed deeply towards the arena, towards that once forgotten benefactor. Silent pleas and convictions coalesced into an invisible torrent. The drought demon's withered body trembled imperceptibly. Since transforming into this monster of drought, she had not wished to bring calamity upon the people her father once protected, thus burying herself deep within the earth's core, using her will to resist the uncontrollable force of drought. Although this action caused the accumulation of energy underground, occasionally resulting in corpses transforming into zombies, it was 100 times better than the desolation she would cause walking among the living. For 10,000 years of solitude, the only company was the molten lava of the earth's core. She gazed at Lu Feng kneeling below, observing the countless faces of the Dragon Kingdom, filled with hope and respect. The heart lay quiet for countless years, seemed to stir with a faint ripple. "Is this acceptable?" She slowly began to speak, her voice still hoarse, yet the confusion and sorrow seemed to fade, slightly replaced by a gradually awakening suppressed power that had endured for eternity. Boom! A force far more terrifying than before, the power of the drought demon erupted like a volcano that had slept for 10,000 years. Her tattered garments danced wildly without wind, her dry hair billowing, revealing half of a withered face, yet the contours still faintly reminiscent of her former grace. In her lifeless eyes, 2 points of alarming crimson light ignited. She finally fixed her gaze entirely upon Cain, who was desperately defending himself. Under the gaze that contained ultimate drought and death, Cain felt his dark barrier violently quaking, as if it would ignite from that invisible heat at any moment. A chill stemming from the essence of life mixed with the trepidation of facing a heavenly foe made this ancient vampire progenitor's heart quiver fiercely. The fated battle was on the brink of ignition. Just as Cain was about to say something, he suddenly felt a chill down his back. He was horrified to see that the drought spirit who had been right in front of him had suddenly appeared behind him. Was that just now an afterimage? This is terrifying. As a vampire, Cain possessed unparalleled speed, and as the progenitor of vampires, his speed naturally surpassed that of ordinary vampires. Yet he completely failed to perceive how the drought spirit had moved. Bang! Instinctively, in a moment of panic, Cain struck out with his palm. The strike was incredibly swift, producing a terrifying sonic boom. However, when his palm made contact with the drought spirit's skin, an overwhelming wave of scorching heat instantly threatened to drain the flesh and blood from his hand. Not good. Cain quickly retreated, his gaze filled with horror as he looked at his palm. He found that no matter how he urged his regenerative ability, he could not restore his withered hand. This was simply inconceivable for a vampire known for its regenerative prowess. You remind me of someone I once knew. The drought spirit did not immediately strike. Instead, she gazed at Cain, lost in thought. Deep within the earth, although corpses influenced by me transform into zombies, they do not harm others. But he bestowed upon the zombies the instinct to thirst for blood. I really dislike that. This revelation stirred Lu Feng's heart. Bloodthirsty zombies. Could it be Zhuanqing? Seeing that his hand could not restore itself, Cain's eyes turned crimson. Dislike. The deliciousness of blood is not something everyone can comprehend. With that, a thick aura of darkness erupted from the arena, as Cain seemed to open the gates of hell, with countless monsters from Western mythology crawling out of the black mist. Oh my God, it's a blood servant, and there are even ghosts over there. The Western audience was instantly terrified upon seeing these bizarre monsters, which were all shadows from their childhood. Fuck, there are werewolves over there too. The progenitor of vampires, Cain actually imprisoned werewolves and summoned them as well. Another wave of gasps erupted. The drought spirit looked at these Western monsters and couldn't help but shake her head. Is this the evil spirits of the West? Too weak. She took a step forward and a scorching wave surged like a flood, causing the monsters touched by the heat to scream and turn to ash. Although the few blood servants and werewolves managed to endure the heat, they fell to the ground and became dried corpses before they could even approach the drought spirit. Even you dare not come near me, summoning these little things to send to their deaths. Cain's expression darkened. The drought spirit's power was too bizarre, and his dark domain couldn't suppress her strength at all. He shook his hand, and a Western sword appeared in his grasp. Since I cannot touch your flesh, what about this sword? Cain said sharply. With that, his figure vanished in an instant, and a sword light swiftly sliced toward the drought spirit's neck. The drought spirit's gaze flashed, and her sharp nails suddenly clawed forcefully, blocking the sword light. Cain was undeterred. The sword light flashed again, and again his speed was so terrifying that even the cameraman responsible for the live broadcast had to slow it down by 50 times. Yet even at 50 times slower, Cain's speed still left afterimages, and his speed could not be clearly seen. When slowed down 100 times, the Western audience gasped in astonishment. What? Lord Cain's sword actually cannot break through her defense. In the slow-motion replay, the drought spirit initially used her sharp nails to swipe away Cain's sword. Later on, the drought spirit simply stopped moving, allowing Cain's sword to slice toward her head and neck again and again, yet leaving not even a mark. Although Cain had infused the sword with terrifying dark power, it was ineffective against the progenitor of zombies who transcended the 3 realms and was outside of the 5 elements. Are you done playing? The drought spirit asked coldly. Since the Battle of the Stags, she had long grown weary of fighting. In an instant, her figure caught up with Cain, and her fingers clawed fiercely at him, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. Impossible, how could you be faster than me? Cain was terrified by this scene and directly revealed his true form. A large bump rose on his forehead, sharp fangs emerged, and his skin turned deathly pale. He flapped his massive bat wings, trying to distance himself from the drought spirit. Useless, I am a being from beyond the 3 realms. Time and space no longer exist in my eyes. No matter how fast you are, you will always be a step behind me. The drought spirit said coldly, clawing out once more. Cain attempted to block with his sword, but the drought spirit easily tore through the blade, shattering it into pieces. Not only that, the drought spirit effortlessly tore through Cain's arm, black blood oozing out. Cain let out a cry of pain, crashing heavily to the ground, intense agony radiating from his wound, as if it were attempting to transform him into a zombie. Seeing this scene, the Little Eagle fans went wild. Earlier, they had worried that Lord Cain would effortlessly annihilate the monsters summoned by the Dragon Kingdom, leaving no spectacle. Yet the reality was that their own progenitor of vampires had transformed into an ugly form, and the drought spirit had nearly rendered him immobile with just a single claw. What is happening? Why is my body starting to stiffen? Lying on the ground, Kane was filled with immense dread. He had never encountered such a situation before. What else could it be? You're about to become a zombie. Lu Feng sneered as he looked at the anxious Kane. What is a zombie? Thomas, who had been watching for a long time, finally couldn't help but ask. Zombies are somewhat similar to your vampires. They also begin with blood-sucking. They are far more advanced than your vampires. They transcend the 3 realms and are not bound by the 5 elements. Lu Feng explained patiently. However, zombies are also categorized into many levels, such as purple zombie, white zombie, black zombie, green zombie, hairy zombie, flying zombie, swimming corpse, and unchanging bone. Each level of zombie possesses exponentially greater strength. He glanced at Kane, whose body was already half stiff, and grinned. But since he was scratched by the progenitor of zombies, he must at least have the strength of a flying zombie or a swimming corpse, right? Flying zombie. Swimming corpse. What nonsense is this about transcending the 3 realms and the 5 elements? I refuse to become a monster. Kane gritted his teeth in anger. At this moment, half his body was immobilized, indicating that the drought spirit could easily take his life. Kane clenched his teeth and used his still movable hand to forcibly open a dark domain. Within the domain, a shadowy forest spread out, and in the depths stood an ancient castle. Within the castle, a Western-style coffin imbued with dense dark power slowly rose, swiftly landing in the arena. Old buddy, help me in this fight. Kane shouted hoarsely. As soon as he spoke, the coffin stirred. Is it Lord Kane's old partner? Could it be the legendary vampire Count Dracula? Thomas exclaimed as if he had thought of something. Dracula? Isn't he just an ordinary young vampire? Lu Feng frowned. In his understanding, Dracula was merely a minor vampire from films and television, possessing negligible power. Beside him, Wu Tao shook his head and whispered, Dracula is in fact a formidable vampire. Legend holds that having betrayed God, he drank the defiled blood beneath the holy sword, and thus became one of the primordial vampires, his strength terrifying beyond measure. Lu Feng listened indifferently. Humph. So he's different from mine. If one isn't enough, what difference does adding another? Hanja gazed upon the Western-style coffin, her eyes flickering with intrigue. A kindred spirit of aberrant origin. How fascinating. She raised her hand lightly, and a crimson vortex materialized upon the arena floor. Within the vortex lay a desolate, abandoned graveyard, crisscrossed by iron chains and talismanic seals, while flocks of black crows shrieked above the crumbling mounds. At Hanja's summons, the grave exploded violently, and a Chinese red coffin soared into the air, drawn to her command. The red coffin settled with a heavy thud. Thick, dark red blood oozed slowly from its seams, reeking of murderous aura and ancient malice. Holy hell, is that it? Lu Feng's pupils contracted sharply, his expression flickering with genuine dread. What is that? Wu Tao pressed urgently. Lu Feng steadied his breath and murmured low, 9 willow trees suppress that grave mound, bound tight with chains and talismans. It must be the legendary blood corpse, the mother and child malevolent spirit. Blood corpse. Another new breed. Wu Tao murmured to himself. On the arena floor, the Chinese red coffin and the Western coffin faced each other across the divide. Crimson malevolence clashing with obsidian gloom, splitting the space into 2 alien realms. Boom! Crash! Instantly, both coffins shattered, and 2 utterly distinct horrors emerged before the stunned crowd. Whoa, so this is Dracula. He's actually more handsome than Kane. Songwen stared, momentarily entranced by Dracula's striking visage. Clad in medieval count's attire, his chiseled jawline exuded aristocratic severity, while the faint gleam of elongated fangs lent him an unmistakable aura of Western mystique. Thomas, however, froze, his scalp prickling with terror. For the blood corpse was long dead. Inside its coffin squatted a Qing dynasty official zombie, gnawing ravenously on the corpse's remaining flesh. Are monsters in Longhua all this terrifying? Compared to them, our childhood nightmares seem laughably tame. A wave of existential doubt washed over the Western spectators, while Lu Feng stood utterly dumbfounded. Holy shit, it's Master Ren. Lu Feng's mind erupted in thunderous static at the sight of the creature devouring the blood corpse. This zombie bore an uncanny exact resemblance to those he'd seen in classic films. Legend says the Ren family has produced zombies since ancient times. Could it truly be real? Lu Feng whispered softly. Upon hearing his name, Master Ren paused, then glanced toward Dracula standing opposite him, frowning and shaking his head in clear disdain. Yet under Hanja's gaze, he reluctantly lowered the mangled corpse and let loose a guttural, bone-rattling roar directed at Dracula. Dracula recoiled, repulsed yet wary of this decaying Eastern abomination. With practiced elegance, he smoothed his hair and spoke in archaic Chinese, his voice thick with old European cadence. Filthy undead, you have no right to exist in this world. Before his sentence could finish, Master Ren moved. Without bending his knees, his body launched forward like a cannonball, blackened claw-like fingers aimed straight for Dracula's heart. Heh! How primitive your assault is. Dracula sneered, and dissolved instantly into dozens of black bats scattering wildly to swarm and tear at Master Ren. But Master Ren threw open his jaws and expelled a torrent of dense viscous black corpsecchi engulfing most of the bats. Those struck by the cheese shriveled instantly, as if doused in caustic acid, squealing as they dissolved into acrid black smoke. The surviving bats coalesced at a distance, reforming into Dracula, but his ornate cloak now smoldered at the edges, charred and tattered, and his pallor had deepened unervingly. What is this poison? Dracula snarled, fury warring with shock. One bat composing his form had brushed the corpsecchi, and now a single finger on his hand began visibly hardening, turning gray and necrotic. Cain cried out in alarm, "Cut it off, now, or you'll become a zombie yourself." "What did you say?" Dracula's eyes flared with savage menace. But catching sight of Cain's deteriorating state, his pupils constricted, and with gritted teeth he severed the infected digit. His first strike thwarted. Dracula erupted in furious rage, sending even the young observers' hearts plummeting. "Accursed Eastern monstrosity, you've marred my perfection." Dracula roared, pointing furiously at Master Ren, before vanishing into blinding speed. In the next instant, his razor-sharp claws carved streaks of afterimage as he raked relentlessly across Master Ren's official robes and body, sparking deafening grating clangs and showering embers. Yet Master Ren barely swayed, though several rents tore open his Qing Dynasty robe, revealing skin the color of bruised jade. Not a single white mark, not a trace of injury marred his flesh. "Damn it! Is this Eastern fiend forged from tempered steel?" Dracula seethed, disbelief warring with outrage, his blows landing like idle scratches. "Dracula, hurry! I feel my consciousness fading, my limbs stiffening." Cain groaned in agony. His fingernails had blackened and lengthened grotesquely, his mouth twisted uncontrollably upward, bearing fangs mid-mutation, while an icy, deathly stillness battled fiercely with primal thirst for blood, for dominion over his body. Hearing Cain's plea, Dracula's pulse quickened. His gaze darted to Master Ren's rigid, immobile neck, and a reckless, audacious idea ignited in his mind, blazing with sudden clarity. "Fuck, idiot." Thomas, watching from the sidelines, instantly grasped his intent and nearly closed his eyes in despair. Has he lost his mind? No, don't. Cain too saw through Dracula's plan and cursed inwardly in horror. Yet Dracula blurred, dodging behind Master Ren with blinding speed, then lunged, fangs gleaming, and sank them deep into the zombie's exposed neck. Crack! No rush of warm blood flooded his throat. Instead, a searing, unbearable agony erupted in his mouth, accompanied by the sharp, sickening sound of shattering enamel. Dracula screamed, recoiling violently, and spat out two broken fangs streaked with crimson. Damn it! His neck skin is this hard? Clutching his bleeding mouth, Dracula stared in stunned disbelief, then incandescent fury, then sheer absurd incredulity. He, Dracula, the primordial vampire, had failed to pierce a zombie's hide. Master Ren, enraged by the treacherous assault, turned stiffly, his scarlet eyes locking onto Dracula with murderous intensity, as a guttural, offended growl rumbled from his throat. With shocking speed, he shot forth both arms, iron-hard fingers clamping around Dracula's torso before he could react, pinning him fast with overwhelming, unyielding force. In Dracula's widening, horrified gaze, Master Ren lowered his head, opened his maw lined with blackened fangs and reeking of putrid decay, and bit down savagely on Dracula's neck, exactly where he'd bitten first. "Urgh!" Dracula shrieked, a piercing, soul-rending wail, as a freezing, deathly corrosive energy surged through the wound, flooding his veins. "Roar! Disgusting! Repulsive!" Master Ren recoiled, instantly roaring in visceral. Master Ren took a few sips, seemingly feeling that this Western blood had a strange taste and was devoid of any nutrition, and he disdainfully released his grip. Like disposing of trash, he snapped the trembling neck of Dracula, then hopped back to stand respectfully behind the drought demon. On the arena there now lay a figure convulsing continuously, Cain. The chilling aura belonging to vampires was rapidly dissipating from him, replaced by a deathly stillness and corpse energy akin to that of Master Ren. His skin visibly lost its color, turning a sickly gray, and his joints began to emit stiff, cracking sounds. Crack, crack. I don't want to become a zombie. Cain struggled desperately, but could not escape the zombification. It's over. All over. Achilles' lips quivered. Our vampire ancestor has actually turned into an Eastern zombie. The drought demon's eyes were calm and unperturbed, her claws glimmering ominously, ready to strike down this foreign blood ancestor. Suddenly, she abruptly halted her movements, turning her head sharply, her gaze like two bolts of cold lightning piercing into the void beyond the arena. A terrifying pressure that even made her heart tremble was crossing infinite space, crashing down. What's wrong? Why has the female drought ancestor stopped making a move? Could it be that she has taken a liking to that vampire? Songwen asked, bewildered. Lu Feng rolled his eyes, somewhat speechless. Humph, what level could possibly catch the eye of the daughter of the Yellow? He followed the drought demon's line of sight, smirking. I guess someone from the west has arrived. Just as the two finished speaking, a colossal sound akin to shattering glass reverberated throughout the arena. In the cosmic space beside the arena, a long, perfect hand containing endless power tore open a massive rift. Chaotic temporal currents surged forth, yet could not approach the naked figure that followed. He stood before the rift outside the barrier, and the holy light flowing naturally around him dimmed the entire starry sky. Who dares to harm my son? His tone was calm, yet carried an indomitable arrogance. His visage was so beautiful it seemed otherworldly, with golden hair flowing like sunlight, and blue eyes deep like the starry sky. He was entirely naked, with only a fig leaf to cover his modesty, his strong and elongated body exuding a primal sense of power, causing a few Western maidens to blush and their hearts to race. This is Cain's father. He is the ancestor of Westerners, Adam. Thomas looked incredulously at the figure in the void, then erupted with overwhelming joy, trembling with excitement. Adam. He is our ancestor, Adam. The ancestor has come to save Cain and Dracula. After a brief silence, the Western spectators went completely wild. Countless people were teary-eyed, hooting and roaring, a massive wave of ecstatic joy sweeping across the entire arena. In stark contrast, the side of the Dragon Kingdom was shrouded in heavy silence. Lu Feng inhaled sharply, his eyes flickering. Damn. I thought a big shot would come, but I didn't expect this one to arrive in person. Songwen felt even more breathless and hoarsely said, Yes, the ancestor of Westerners, the first human created by God himself, perhaps. He is even stronger than Jesus. On the arena, the crimson corpse energy of the drought demon circulated autonomously, resisting the omnipresent pressure of the holy light. She calmly met Adam's gaze, showing no sign of retreat, yet the gravity of the situation was evident. Catherine stepped in front of her, her figure instantly flying to the edge of the arena barrier, and declared loudly, Western deity, this is a divine duel, please do not interfere. Her words caused an uproar among the Western spectators. What the hell? How can you speak to our ancestor like that? Exactly why didn't you say anything when the Dragon Kingdom deity stood outside the arena? And that so-called Master Jin Yuan, he stepped out of the arena, and you didn't voice an opinion then. Double standards. You are blatantly being hypocritical. Hearing the protests below, Catherine couldn't help but roll her eyes. She thought to herself, you come, how awesome you are. Adam paid no heed to Catherine's warning, not even sparing her a glance. He raised his long, perfect finger, seemingly ignoring the barrier of the arena, and directly inserted it into the barrier's light curtain. A terrifying and pure divine power instantly enveloped Cain, and the domineering corpse poison that had invaded his body was rapidly expelled under this holy power. What? Dare to directly interfere with the arena duel? Aren't you afraid? I'll declare Dragon Kingdom the victor right away. Catherine's expression darkened as she harshly reprimanded him again. Adam finally cast her a glance, his lips curling into a trace of ancient disdain. Rules. His voice was calm, yet carried an overwhelming dominance. I am the rule. My son shall not die. Victory belongs to the West. As soon as the words fell, he grasped the void, and a long sword burning with ultimate holy flames and inscribed with primal angelic runes instantly coalesced. The judgment blade of the seraphim. The moment the holy sword appeared, the entire arena's space wailed in despair. Oh no, the holy sword is the bane of zombies. Could he be giving the weapon to Cain? Seeing the seraphim's weapon, Lu Feng instinctively felt a sense of foreboding. Adam smiled at him, then casually threw the holy sword, tearing through the barrier and landing in Cain's hands. Catherine was instantly enraged, as the embodiment of the heavenly Tao, her authority, was repeatedly provoked by the West. Stop! She reached out, summoning immense power of the heavenly Tao to form an invisible giant hand crushing towards Adam. However, as the first human in Western mythology endowed with intelligence and power by God himself, Adam's strength was unfathomable. Your current heavenly Tao power is still insufficient. Adam sneered, and even his body did not move. The blazing holy light erupting around him repelled Catherine's heavenly Tao power. Meanwhile, on the arena, Cain grasped the judgment blade that should have been toxic to him, and under the protection of Adam's divine power, the holy sword temporarily lost its repulsion against him. Feeling the terrifying power transmitted from the sword, a twisted and excited grin appeared on Cain's pale face. Ha! It is indeed the judgment blade of the seraphim. This divine artifact should be quite a bane for you, right? This time, how will you fight me at? I may not be able to defeat you, but I have my father to help me. What about you? What do you have? What are you? Ha ha! The drought demon's expression was grave, her nails slowly elongating as she prepared for a fight to the death. It's useless. This is the weapon of the seraphim. Your nails cannot withstand it. Cain laughed sinisterly as he leaped high, the judgment blade carrying the holy flames that would consume all, aiming straight for the drought demon's heart. At the critical moment, a golden stream of light tore through the skies. An ancient Eastern divine sword pierced through layers of barriers with a sharp edge that could sever causality, embedding itself deep into the arena floor in front of the drought demon with a clang. The sword trembled, emitting a clear dragon's roar, creating ripples of golden light that dispelled the holy flames threatening to engulf it. A steady voice like thunder from the heavens resonated through the starry sky. "I dare anyone to touch my daughter." Driven back by the abruptly appearing Eastern divine sword, Cain was greatly alarmed as the holy flames of the blade of judgment in his hand flickered uncertainly under the suppression of that golden ripple. He incredulously screamed, "Impossible! What kind of sword is this? Its grade. Its grade is even higher than the blade of judgment of the seraph." The ancient longsword stood quietly, as if it were the stabilizing needle of the sea, emanating a majestic imperial might that could sever causality and dominate the 8 desolations, making even the purifying flames of the seraph unable to come near the drought deity by even a hair's breadth. The drought deity stared blankly at the divine sword before her, a fleeting, almost imperceptible ripple passing through her crimson eyes. Since suffering the punishment of the heavenly way and becoming the deity that triggers droughts, her heart, which had long been cold and dead, stirred for the first time. Her lips moved slightly, whispering almost silently, "Is it you, Father?" Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberated from the heavens, as if responding to her whisper. The starry sky, once shrouded by Adam's holy light, was forcefully torn apart, revealing a massive celestial gate, inscribed with patterns of mountains and rivers and ancestral sacrificial motifs, which thunderously opened amidst endless rosy light and dragon energy. Within the celestial gate, a figure stepped forth slowly. He wore dark robes adorned with sun, moon, stars, and dragon patterns, topped with a crown of heaven, surrounded by an overwhelming aura of human fortune and imperial majesty. His appearance seemed to stabilize the entire space-time, forcing all things to bow before him. Catherine, still in a stalemate with Adam's holy light, turned her head to glance, trembling once more, her heart lamenting, "Another one. Is every deity of the Dragon Nation this terrifying?" Lu Feng and all the spectators from the Dragon Nation stood up in unison, not feeling the slightest oppression. Instead, a profound sense of intimacy and reverence surged from the depths of their bloodline. "Lu Feng is he our ancestor from the Dragon Nation?" Wu Tao's voice trembled, almost unable to contain his excitement. Just now Cain wanted to show off his father. What about this? Let's see whose father is more powerful. Lu Feng nodded heavily, pride shining in his eyes, his voice booming across the arena. "That's right. He is our cultural ancestor, one of the 3 sovereigns, Emperor Xianyuan. He is the root of all of us in the Dragon Nation." "Ancestor. It is Ancestor Xianyuan. The ancestor is majestic. The ancestor is mighty. Ha ha ha. That damned Western vampire, wasn't he trying to show off his father? Come on. Let's see how you can do that now." The spectators' area of the Dragon Nation erupted into cheers like a mountain roar and a tsunami, all the repression and worries transforming into surging blood and pride at this moment. In the air, a heavenly ladder made of pure dragon energy and merit slowly extended to the edge. Emperor Xianyuan's face was calm, his gaze profound as the universe. He took a step forward, as if spanning across eons, landing steadily on the heavenly ladder and descending step by step, composed. With each step he took, it felt as though he were stepping on the hearts of all the Western spectators, causing them difficulty in breathing and paling faces. So strong. Why do I feel? He is even stronger than our ancestor Adam," a young eagle exclaimed, his legs trembling. Thomas, upon hearing this, immediately turned and shot him a fierce glare, scolding him imperiously, "Nonsense. The ancestor Adam was created by God himself, possessing the most perfect form and authority. Even the seraph would have to revere him. How could the ancestor of the Dragon Nation possibly compare?" Yet his pale face and flickering eyes betrayed his inner turmoil and fear. Unlike Adam, who hid within the spatial rift, unwilling to fully descend, Emperor Xianyuan had come to the mortal realm without hindrance, stepping upon the edge of the arena. The aura he emanated was one of bloodline fortune, shared with millions of Dragon Nation people, vast and regal. Even the heavenly way of this world showed closeness and recognition towards him, with no hint of rejection. This scene caused Adam's golden pupils to suddenly constrict, his heart heavy with concern. Emperor Xianyuan's gaze crossed the arena, directly locking onto Adam in the spatial rift. His eyes were calm, yet bore the weight capable of crushing stars. "It is you who intervened in the arena, seeking to take my daughter's life, is it not?" Faced with Emperor Xianyuan's oppressive presence, Adam's holy light surged wildly around him as he forcefully steadied his mind and coldly shouted, "You are the ancestor of the Dragon Nation. I am the one created by God. Your daughter killed my son, which is to go against the will of the Lord. If you know what is good for you, you should retreat. Upon hearing this, Emperor Xuanyuan's mouth curled into a slight imperceptible arc, not a smile, but the disdain and indifference belonging to the Emperor of humanity, the Lord's will. Within the territory of my dragon nation before my daughter. You dare to claim to be the Lord. Boom. Before the words fell, Emperor Xianyuan pointed like a sword, seemingly casually slashing towards the spatial rift where Adam was. There was no dazzling light effect, no deafening roar. Yet an invisible and intangible vast sword intent had crossed space, striking directly. Adam's complexion drastically changed. The rich holy light surrounding him appeared to dim under this strike. He roared, "In the name of the Father, holy domain, unfold." Boom. The endless holy light transformed from mere eruption into a substantial torrent. A phantom of a divine Eden thunderously manifested behind Adam. Golden gates, rivers flowing with milk and honey, the thriving tree of life, and the tree of knowledge swaying gracefully, and even faintly angelic hymns could be heard singing. This was not merely holy light. He had borrowed the authority granted by God to project the mythological Pure Land into reality. A vast and pure power coalesced into an indestructible barrier, attempting to block Emperor Xuanyuan's intangible will and sword intent from entering. The space groaned under the collision of these two extreme powers, as if the stars themselves were trembling. However, the strike of Emperor Xianyuan contained the glorious will of humanity, which had carved paths through hardship to establish civilization, and the immortal fortune of the dragon vein that had been passed down through generations. Crack. At the moment the Phantom of Eden made contact with the invisible sword intent, a slight crack appeared on the golden gates. The holy light barrier twisted violently, although it was not completely shattered. The divine power halo surrounding Adam momentarily dimmed. At this moment, disbelief and shock appeared on Adam's flawless face for the first time as his form staggered back 2 steps in the spatial rift before he steadied himself. The power of this Eastern Emperor could actually directly shake the Phantom of Eden. Damn heretic, die. Adam, no longer calm, transformed the rich holy light into a white arrow and fiercely shot it towards Emperor Xianyuan. At this moment, Cain on the arena looked at the judgment blade in his hand, its radiance dimmed by the suppressive force of the Xianyuan sword as jealousy and madness completely engulfed him. I refuse to believe it. How could the holy sword of the seraphim lose to your Eastern scrap metal? Cain roared recklessly, burning the remnants of his vampire essence and the divine power bestowed by Adam as the judgment blade erupted with an unprecedented blinding holy flame resembling a miniature sun. He transformed into a shooting star charging towards Hanhua with the momentum of mutual destruction. Ants shaking trees, Hanhua's cold voice echoed. She extended her pale hand, grasping the hilt of the ancient Xianyuan sword before her. The moment her fingertips touched the hilt, Viru, the Xianyuan sword let out a joyful and resounding sword cry, its previously restrained golden divine light soaring into the sky, as if the slumbering emperor had finally awakened. The sun and moon stars, along with the patterns of mountains and rivers on the sword body, lit up, sequentially resonating strongly with the vast human destiny and the yellow emperor bloodline flowing within Hanhua. The holy flames of judgment trembled and retreated as if they had encountered their nemesis in the presence of the magnificent might of the Xianyuan sword. What? That sword actually does not reject her. Instead, it recognizes her as its master. Thomas' eyes nearly popped out and the Western spectators erupted into chaos, their faces filled with disbelief and panic. Anyone could see that the Xianyuan sword was undoubtedly a treasure of righteousness, yet this righteous treasure was actually held by a zombie. Hanhua felt the strength and warmth of the bloodline connection emanating from the Xianyuan sword in her hand, a hint of complexity flashing in her crimson eyes. She swung the Xianyuan sword with a simple and direct motion, without any flamboyance, lightly slicing towards the oncoming Cain. Clang! The golden sword aura effortlessly cleaved through the blazing holy flames, severing the blade of the judgment blade. No! Cain let out a desperate howl as the residual force of the sword aura swept through him. He froze in midair, the holy light and dark aura on his body receding like a tide as a golden thread spread down from his forehead. He looked down in disbelief at his body, gradually turning to ashes. Why? Why? Father God! Overwhelmed with endless reluctance and confusion, Cain's figure completely dissipated in the golden brilliance of the Xianyuan sword. Silence. A deathly quiet. On the Western spectators' stand, all roars and doubts ceased in that moment. Everyone's face drained of color, staring blankly at the arena, as if their faith had collapsed before their eyes. Cain, wielding the holy sword of the seraphim, was actually killed in an instant after the arrival of the opposing ancestor. No, this is impossible. It's fake. All fake. Earlier, the little eagle sauce clutched his head and screamed, nearly collapsing. His breakdown ignited a fuse, instantly triggering the accumulated panic and despair of the entire Western spectators stand. Lord Cain is dead. Even the holy sword granted by the ancestor has been broken. The vampire ancestor was suppressed by the zombie ancestor. The weapon of the seraphim was suppressed by the Eastern sword. What kind of existence are we really fighting against? Oh God, did you see? Your holy sword is broken. With the pillar of faith collapsing before their eyes, many little eagle saucers collapsed to the ground, emitting desperate wails, while some even began to sob softly. The spine that had been straightened due to Adam's arrival now seemed to be bent by an invisible hammer, leaving only confusion and fear. They instinctively looked up, placing their last hope on the golden ancestor in the rift of the void, Adam. However, upon seeing this, their hearts sank even deeper. In the starry space, Xianyuan Huangdi stood with his hands behind his back, his dark robe and crimson garments flowing in the cosmic backdrop, surrounded by swirling dragon energy, his expression still calm. Opposite him, Adam, while still radiant with holy light and the illusion of Eden still present, had an unmistakable lingering shock and pallor on his face, along with a slightly heaving chest indicating he was far from being as relaxed as he appeared. No matter how one looked at it, Xianyuan Huangdi appeared far too composed. Heresy. You actually dared to truly kill my son. Adam, witnessing Cain's complete annihilation, felt his golden pupils instantly drenched in rage. The sorrow of parental loss and the fury of trampled authority overwhelmed his last semblance of reason. His surrounding holy light erupted with unprecedented ferocity, distorting and shaking the illusion of Eden. He suddenly took a step forward, his perfect palm reaching out once again, this time no longer piercing into the barrier, but truly descending into the real world. Seeing the stance, it seemed he was willing to pay any price to descend in his true form, intending to destroy this world along with the arena. No good. He has gone mad. He wants to force his way out. Lu Feng's face turned pale in an instant, horrified as he exclaimed, his status is too high. Once his true form fully descends, the space of this world cannot possibly withstand it and will collapse. Thomas was equally terrified, staring at the seemingly insane Adam. A chill surged from his feet straight to the top of his head. He wants to destroy us, along with this world, for revenge. Does he really see us as his descendants? One little eagle sauce pale-faced muttered, in the eyes of the ancestor, we perhaps are truly just insignificant dust. Want to destroy the world? Did you ask me first? Xianyuan Huangdi's gaze sharpened and his cold voice rang out. He raised his hand, and the Xianyuan sword that had slain Cain emitted a clear sword cry, instantly transforming into golden light and flying back into his hand. As soon as the sword was in hand, Xianyuan Huangdi's aura surged once more, merging the vast human destiny with imperial pressure as if it had turned into a tangible force. He no longer held back, swinging the Xianyuan sword fiercely towards the rift in space where Adam stood and that massive palm that was coming down. This sword was entirely different from the previous one that had forced Adam back. The sword energy carried an overwhelming power capable of reshaping the universe. Where the sword aura passed, all things retreated and rules submitted. Adam, on the brink of breaking the spatial barrier, suddenly felt his heart race, enveloped by a sense of imminent. He roared, pouring all his divine power into his palm, the dazzling holy light nearly igniting as he accelerated towards the barrier, trying to break through the sword aura and his own body. In that critical moment, one that could affect the world's existence, Dingwu, a sound seemingly capable of cleansing all souls and soothing all unrest, resonated throughout the universe without warning. Time-space flowing energy, everyone's thoughts. Everything in the world seemed to be pressed on the pause button, presenting an eerie stillness. Only that Xianyuan sword aura and Adam's descending palm slowed down to an infinite degree. Immediately, a colossal hand, indescribable and woven from pure light and reason, emerged from the void where Adam stood. It seemed to move slowly, yet it arrived before the moment, gently extending a finger to lightly flick the overwhelming Xianyuan sword's aura. Pop! A soft sound echoed like the bursting of a bubble. The magnificent sword aura, which even Adam felt posed a lethal threat, shattered like fragile glass, disintegrating into countless golden specks of light that quietly disappeared. Xianyuan Huangdi's expression suddenly changed. His sword arm hesitated slightly, and his gaze towards the depths of the void was filled with unprecedented gravity. The aura emitted by the owner of that colossal hand was vast, ancient, and supremely powerful, causing even him to feel a long-lost chill run down his spine. This battle has determined the victor. Let it conclude. A voice ethereal and devoid of any emotion resonated through the stagnated time and space. As the voice faded, the enormous hand curled its fingers and without hesitation grasped the struggling Adam, retreating like a tide into the depths of the void, disappearing from sight. In an instant, time and space resumed their flow with the remnants of sacred music lingering softly. Is that God, eh? Thomas gazed towards the direction in which the hand vanished, his face filled with immense yearning and fervor. The great creator. He truly exists, he has descended. After a brief silence, the Western spectators erupted in ecstatic joy and rekindled confidence after surviving the catastrophe. It is the Lord. The Lord has saved us. The Lord's power is unmatched. Even the sword of the Eastern ancestor can be easily neutralized. As long as God is present, the Lord is here. Everything is possible. We have not lost. The originally dispirited little eagles straightened their backs, as if they had found their backbone again, their faces once more glowing with confidence. On the Dragon Kingdom's side song, when looked at the terrifying power displayed by God swallowing hard, Lu Feng, isn't God's power a bit frightening? He so easily. Lu Feng nodded solemnly. Indeed, it is terrifying. That is the pinnacle of the Western mythological system, a creation-level existence. However, we need not belittle ourselves. Our Dragon Kingdom has a profound foundation. To my knowledge, there are at least 9 beings not weaker than him. What? 9? Song Wen, Wu Tao, and Su Yu exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with disbelief. Wu Tao hurriedly asked, is that true? Lu Gu, you're not joking. There are 9. Such powerful beings. Lu Feng looked at their shocked expressions, smiling slightly, his tone carrying depth. Just wait, and see, the battles ahead will reveal everything to you. For now, enjoy the victory. His gaze turned once more to the arena where a father and daughter, reunited after thousands of years of hardship, stood together. At this moment, the drought demon on the stage, no, perhaps she should now be called the female drought demon, looked complexly at Xianyuan Huangdi in the starry sky. Thousands of years of solitude, the pain of being feared by the world, and the inherent ferocity brought by being a drought demon intertwined fiercely with a deep-seated affection for her father. Xianyuan Huangdi stepped forward, disregarding the barriers of the arena, entering it as naturally as if he were going home. His authoritative gaze fell upon his daughter, transforming into deep tenderness and a barely perceptible guilt, his deep voice laden with the weight of years. I'm sorry for making you endure so much suffering. The female drought demon's crimson eyes quivered violently as the icy aura of death seemed to recede. She trembled, her lips remaining silent, yet gazed intently at her father, as if wishing to retrieve the thousands of years of separation. Catherine watched this reunion of father and daughter, glancing at the arena barrier, which Huangdi disregarded, her delicate face twitching as she internally complained. So this is how it's going to be. Ignoring me as if I don't exist. Looking at the Xianyuan sword in Xianyuan Huangdi's hand, she turned away in anger and declared loudly, in this battle the Dragon Kingdom wins. Boom! With her proclamation, a golden beam of light descended, enveloping the female. Under this pure and vast baptism of fortune, the drought curse that had entangled the female drought demon for thousands of years, the ferocity that dried the earth and instilled fear in all beings, began to peel away and purify like mist dispersed by sunlight. Her dark skin gradually regained its fairness, her blood-red eyes lost their fierceness, revealing originally clear and bright pupils, and her pale dry hair became black and lustrous. When the radiance dissipated, what appeared before everyone was no longer the fearsome zombie drought demon, but an extraordinarily beautiful woman clad in simple ancient attire, with red lips and white teeth, picturesque features, and an aura that was cold, yet carried a hint of fragility and confusion. Wow! Is this the true appearance of the female drought demon ancestor? So beautiful. So you could not help but cover her mouth, her eyes filled with amazement. A single crystalline tear finally broke through the millennia of confinement, sliding down the female drought demon's fair cheek. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, like a wronged child, she suddenly stepped forward and plunged into Xianyuan Huangdi's embrace. She buried her head deep in her father's chest, her shoulders slightly shaking, her silent sobs more heart-wrenching than any loud cries. Hee, how old are you now, still crying? Xianyuan Huangdi smiled with relief, yet a glimmer of water shone. He gently stroked his daughter's silky hair, his motions tender, as if he were touching a rare treasure, his voice steady and full of strength. It's good that you have returned, it's good that you have returned. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the starry sky over the arena, filled with unparalleled majesty and promise. You have suffered these years. I promise from now on no one will ever be able to separate us, father and daughter, again. No one will dare bully my daughter again. The female drought demon nodded vigorously in her father's embrace, her hands tightly gripping his robe, as if fearing this was merely a dream. After a moment of warmth, Xianyuan Huangdi gently patted his daughter's back, then his gaze shifted to the extremely tense Lu Feng below the stage. Instantly, Lu Feng felt as if he were being locked onto by an ancient divine mountain, his back instantly soaked with cold sweat, his heart pounding wildly. That. He wanted to explain, for instance, about awakening Xing Tian and helping him reshape his head, but the words stuck in his throat, unsure of how to begin, fearing that this ancestral figure would hold him accountable for aiding the enemy. After all, the first thing Xing Tian did after awakening was seek vengeance against Huangdi, a consequence he could not escape. You won't bully this little person, will you? After holding back for a long time, Lu Feng finally squeezed out a few words tinged with helplessness. Emperor Xianyuan observed his tense expression, and suddenly the serious look on his face melted into a meaningful smile. Young friend, there is no need to be anxious. The fate between Xing Tian and me has long been predetermined and remains unresolved. You merely awakened him ahead of time. It is not your fault. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng immediately breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as though the heavy stone weighing on his heart had been lifted. However, the next words from the emperor left him stunned once more. You assisted me in severing the cause and effect, and indirectly saved my daughter. This kindness I, Xuan Yuan, must repay. Lu Feng gasped. What? The ancestor of humanity wants to repay me? Lu Feng was momentarily dazed, his mind blank. Beside him, Song Wen, Wu Tao, and Su Yu were equally astonished, exchanging bewildered glances. An ancestor repaying a favor. This treatment. The benefits they had already gained from the ginseng fruit brought by Zhen Yuan Zi were immeasurable. What extraordinary opportunity awaited them with the ancestor of the Dragon Kingdom, the progenitor of culture? Emperor Xianyuan seemed to see through their thoughts and shook his head with a chuckle. I am not the ancestor of Earth immortals, nor do I possess treasures like the ginseng fruit. With curious gazes from the others, he slowly raised the Xianyuan sword in his hand. In the next moment, he pinched a seemingly random spot along the sword's spine with 2 fingers. A clear, crisp sound like jade chimes resonated as a small shard of the Xianyuan's sword about the size of a fingernail was forcibly removed, floating at his fingertips. As Lu Feng watched the shard radiating a majestic aura fly towards him, his heart raced. Take this, you will find it useful in the future. Emperor Xianyuan smiled slightly. Lu Feng was taken aback. I can use it. The father and daughter exchanged a smile, not answering Lu Feng's question. Their figures gradually faded on the arena, disappearing from sight. Wait. Ancestor, you haven't told me how to use this shard. Lu Feng looked at the golden shard slowly settling into his palm and hurriedly shouted. The moment the shard touched his skin, it unexpectedly merged into him instantaneously, leaving behind a barely perceptible light golden sword-shaped mark in his palm. Lu Feng rubbed his nose, looking at his empty palm with a wry smile. Big shot, what exactly do you want from us? As the duel concluded, Thomas descended from the summoning platform with a sullen expression, not uttering a word. As the representative of God on earth, this defeat felt like a stinging slap to his face, leaving him humiliated and bloodied inside. Each step felt as if he were treading on needles, with humiliation and fury roiling in his chest. Achilles stepped forward, placing a heavy hand on Noma's shoulder. It's all right, boss, don't take it to heart. Our plan was just to test the waters of the Dragon Kingdom with demons. If we really summon the next seraph, we will definitely win. Yamamoto Nariyuki of the Wokaku also approached with a samurai sword, expressionless, nodding in agreement. Thomas took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anger, and snorted coldly, no worries. The divine battle continues. The one who laughs last is the true victor. When the Dragon Kingdom runs out of gods to summon and depletes its foundation, I will let them know what true cruelty is. Achilles adjusted his armor, a confident smile returning to his face. You're right. Then let me take the next. With the king of gods, Zeus, possibly watching over me, perhaps I can summon a deity to vindicate our Greek mythology. The crowd nodded in agreement as Achilles strode confidently onto the summoning platform. He took a deep breath, his demeanor turning solemn and serious, and raised his head in prayer to the supreme existence in the void, great king of the gods, ruler of thunder and the skies, the supreme god of Olympus, Zeus. I hope you influence the outcome of the arena and bless your people, proving the glory of our Greek mythology. After the prayer, he solemnly placed his hand on the summoning platform. In an instant, a thick column of divine light descended from the heavens, enveloping him completely. Powerful waves of divine power swept the area as 4 cards, each engraved with intricate Greek symbols on their backs, slowly coalesced and ascended within the beam of light. 1. Messenger of the Sea, Triton, Level 3. The first card flipped over, revealing the image of a deity holding a conch shell horn with a fishtail for a lower body. Aeschylus' eyes brightened. It's actually the offspring of the Sea King Poseidon, the messenger governing the melodies of the ocean. His strength is decent, but I wonder if Lord Poseidon will grant any additional assistance because of him. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head and chose to forego it. While Triton's strength is not weak, having witnessed the perverse gods of the Dragon Kingdom, he did not dare risk summoning a level 3 god. 2. Goddess of Revenge, Nemesis. Level for the second card flipped open, revealing the ghostly image of a goddess holding a scale and a sword, her expression austere, symbolizing just retribution. Goddess of revenge. Why is she only level 4? Isn't she extremely powerful in mythology? She should at least be on par with the goddess of magic Hecate. The spectators below the little Xylas were momentarily dumbfounded, some looking puzzled. Achilles pondered for a moment and explained, everyone, if at her peak the Lady Nemesis, who wields the power of cause and effect, indeed possesses level 5 or even level 6 strength. However, her core power lies in revenge. Without a specific target for vengeance in an indiscriminate duel like this arena, she can only exhibit the conventional fighting power of a level 4 deity. Upon hearing this, the little Xylas came to a realization and sighed. It seems that blindly summoning the goddess of revenge indeed carries too much risk, as she might not be able to unleash her true power. Achilles decisively discarded that card and turned his attention to the third one. 3. Sun God. Apollo, level 6. The third card radiated light, depicting a handsome golden-haired deity wielding a silver bow surrounded by the brilliance of the sun and an aura of artistry. It's Apollo, the great sun god, the legendary son of the god king who presides over light, prophecy, music, and medicine. With the sun god on our side, we are sure to win this duel. In an instant, all the spectators from the Greek camp became excited, cheering and reveling. Apollo is renowned in Greek mythology, and his authority as the sun god is unparalleled. Achilles also let out a long sigh of relief, a smile breaking across his tense face, once again marveling at the great protection of the king of gods, Zeus. How strong is a level 6 deity? How powerful is the authority of the sun god? It is not something ordinary gods of the same level can compare to, and it even possesses a natural suppression over certain elemental deities. It seems he is the one. The great sun god Apollo will surely bring us victory. Achilles was resolute in his heart, excitement on his face, just about to reach out to point at the card representing Apollo. Buzz! Just as his fingertip was about to touch the card, an unexpected change occurred. The last card yet to be flipped suddenly erupted with a thick, inky black mist. The mist was not evil. Rather, it contained an ultimate dark aura, as if the entity within the card was eager to act, restless with anticipation. What is happening? That aura. It's terrifying. In an instant, every gaze in the hall was seized by the sudden change, and cries of astonishment rose from all sides. Under 1,000 uncertain questioning stares, the fourth card slowly flipped over. Upon the card sat a sovereign on an obsidian throne, wearing an invisibility helm, gripping a twin-pronged fork with a stern, forbidding visage and an aura of netherworld gloom coiling about him. He was but a silhouette, yet the wafting presence of death and dominion over the underworld chilled the entire arena at once. 4. King of the Underworld. Ha-DC, level 6. The King of the Underworld. It's Ha-DC. My gods. One of the 3 great divine sovereigns of Greek myth, the Lord of the Nether Realm. Ha-DC. Though only level 6, the same rank as the father of the gods of what country, Isianachi, he is still a divine sovereign. After a brief hush, the Greek spectators erupted like a roaring tide. Everyone sprang to their feet, shouting madly, as if they already glimpsed the dawn of victory. Agility felt his heart hammering so violently it might burst from his chest. His eyes burned with fervor, fixed upon the card that radiated supreme majesty and overwhelming power. His voice trembled with emotion as he cried out, level 6. And a level 6 divine sovereign, the Lord of the Underworld, Ha-DC. Great Zeus, you have indeed not forsaken your people. He shouted, his gaze involuntarily flicking toward the Wakountry contingent. The comparison implicit in his words needed no explanation. Hearing Agility, the faces of the Wakountry delegates darkened at once. All along they had taken pride in their mythic pantheon, believing Amaterasu and Isianachi to be unsurpassed. But now they grasped with painful clarity how profound Greek myth truly was. Even their principal gods could match the stature of the fathers of their own gods. Even the usually austere Shanban watched the card exuding dense nether death aura and could not conceal a trace of envy in his gaze. Elsewhere, the 4 from Long Country were coming down from their earlier elation. Staring at the card bearing the inscription of the King of the Underworld, a heavy weight settled in their hearts. Another level 6 deity and a divine sovereign at that. The West is becoming a real headache, Wu Tao said bitterly. Despite Lu Feng's near-overwhelming victories, they still faced a 6-nation alliance. A shadow of apprehension flickered in Lu Feng's eyes. A level 6 divine sovereign. Compared to Isianachi, he should be slightly weaker, right? Lu Feng's mind raced with calculations. Isianachi bore elements of creation, an omnipotent type of deity. Ha-DC, the King of the Underworld, possessed a singular authority, albeit bolstered by a divine sovereign's core. If Neza had faced Ha-DC, he might not have been defeated so utterly. On the western summoning dais, Agilisai drew a deep breath and forced down the almost overflowing rapture. His eyes lingered only a moment between the sun god, Abo Luog level 6, and Ha-Di-Sig level 6. The next instant, as if on a pilgrimage with trembling fingers, he pointed to the card that symbolized the nether realm and death. Ha-Di-Si. We humbly invite the Lord of the Nether Realm, the great sovereign Ha-Di-Si, to descend. As Agilis's voice quivered with devotion and fever, the entire summoning platform was instantly swallowed by a thick nether death miasma. The black fog no longer merely drifted, it writhed like viscous ink, its cold so profound that summoners standing near felt their souls threatening to freeze. A low resonant sigh pierced the boundary between reality and the nether soil and sounded in the depths of every heart. The black mist converged inward and crystallized into a towering figure. He was seated upon the obsidian throne now made solid. The invisibility helm shrouded much of his face in shadow, revealing only a rigid sculpted jaw and a pair of eyes as fathomless as bottomless abysses. Where those eyes fell, life itself seemed to wail. The twin-pronged fork in his hand, the fork of the underworld, tapped the ground lightly. Invisible ripples of death rolled outward. The sturdy arena floor birthed countless illusory specters of agonized, struggling souls that flickered into being and were swiftly snuffed out. The king of the underworld, Ha-Di-Si, had truly manifested. His divine might was as tangible as a mountain, crushing many of the weaker present to the point of breathlessness. Xiao Xila's cheers reached their zenith the moment he appeared, then were quickly hushed, replaced by reverent silence and fevered attention. At the long country viewing stands, the atmosphere turned suffocatingly grave. Each person felt an instinctive primal fear and recoil. So, this is the Death Warden of life and death. Ha-Di-Si's gaze did not linger on Lu Feng, rather it lingered with evident interest on 3 Dongbei Daxian hidden in the shadow beside him. A wry curve tugged at his mouth as he spoke aloud. A few little beasts. Interesting. Those words struck the 3 Dongbei Daxian like thunder in their chests. Shock. They had thought themselves very well concealed, yet even through the arena's barrier this western king of the underworld had seen them at a glance. Rage followed immediately. The words "little beasts," laden with undisguised contempt, ignited the pride and fury they'd cultivated for 1,000 years. Lu Feng and the others, of course, could not see the 3 Dongbei Daxian hidden at their side. To their ears, Ha-Di-Si's mocking "little beasts" was clearly aimed at them. Damn it. Insult us right off the— Wu Tao snapped, grinding his teeth so hard they clicked. They always accused our long country gods of having no manners, yet you Western gods spew filth from your mouths as well. Exactly. What kind of so-called divine sovereign is that? No grace at all. Just because you're the king of the underworld, you can insult others at will. The long country spectators behind him roared in indignation, shouting their rebukes. Lu Feng's expression darkened instantly, his eyes turned cold. He took a step forward and met Ha-Di-Si's abyssal stare across the distance, as if colliding with it. Hedon. Hey, you son of a— who are you calling beasts? Suye's heart tightened, and she grabbed his arm, alarmed. Lu Feng. Don't be impulsive. What are you doing? Lu Feng shot her a glance and forced a grim smile. I'm very angry right now. With that, he slammed his palm hard onto the summoning platform. Come then. Let me see who can truly dominate today. A humming surge of power rose. A summoning radiance tore into the sky once more and enveloped Lu Feng. 4 cards imbued with the long country's divine aura floated forth in the dazzling light. 1. God of Matchmaking. Yuxia Lao Run level 3. Yuxia Lao Run. Lu Feng's lip twitched. Old sir, in a place of life or death combat, matchmaking seems a little ill-suited, doesn't it? He shook his head and dismissed him. 2. Artisan God. Lu Ban level 2. The Artisan God Lu Ban. Lu Feng's mind stirred. He may not excel at direct combat, but if given a chance to array and cast, the curses in the Lu Ban texts can slay without visible trace. He imagined countless stratagems of reversing the tide through feng shui and architecture, but the bare arena made such schemes impractical. 3. Tenhal's Yama. Yin Lu. 3. Tenhal's Yama. Yin Luo Wang level 5. When the card flipped over, revealing the imposing figure of the King of Hell, adorned with a crown, Lu Feng was momentarily stunned. Level 5. It's a level 5 deity. Song Won was so excited that he almost jumped up, his voice changing pitch. This was the first time a clearly marked level 5 deity had appeared in the Dragon Kingdom. In previous battles, the opponents had either unclear levels, but terrifying strength, or low levels with special authority. The emergence of a bona fide level 5 deity undoubtedly injected a dose of adrenaline into all the people of the Dragon Kingdom. In contrast, the Western Alliance, who had just been elated by the arrival of Hades, suddenly turned serious. The whispers fell silent, and the atmosphere became palpably tense. Hades keenly noticed the sudden reversal of emotions from the audience on both sides. his brow hidden beneath his helmet raised slightly, and he spoke with a hint of curiosity. You all seem to regard this level 5 deity from the Dragon Kingdom with considerable trepidation. They have many entities that exist beyond the rules, and there are even terrifying precedents of those without a level. So, oh, Hades, far from being alarmed, let out a low amused laugh. They have many entities that exist beyond the rules, and there are even terrifying precedents of those without a level. So, oh, Hades, far from being alarmed, let out a low amused laugh. Is that so? If that's the case, then let this king experience firsthand what makes your level 5 deity from the Dragon Kingdom so extraordinary. Listening to Hades' words and seeing the cheering Dragon Kingdom compatriots, Lu Feng slowly shook his head. He knew in his heart that the hierarchy of the underworld might not completely correspond with that of the Heavenly Palace or other mythological systems. Just like the black and white impermanents who are the sole collectors of the underworld, their level could not possibly equate to that of Guan Yu or Neza. The level 5 of this King of Hell represents his status and powers within the underworld's bureaucratic hierarchy. If the King of Hell were to fight against someone of the same level as Sun Wukong, the outcome would be beyond guessing. His gaze swept over the last card that seemed irrelevant, and without hesitation, he declared, since fate has led me to draw you, your majesty, King of Hell, then please let this master of the Western underworld see who truly possesses a deeper understanding and authority over death on this land. As his voice fell, Lu Feng extended his finger and forcefully tapped the card depicting the King of Hell's divine might. Boom! At the moment Lu Feng made his choice, the entire arena shook violently. It was not a physical tremor, but as if it had touched upon some deeper rules. At the edge of the arena facing the Dragon Kingdom, the space was torn apart as if by an invisible giant hand. A massive stone door began to take shape amidst the swirling dark energy. The stone door was engraved with countless fierce yet solemn depictions of ghostly officials, and at the top were 3 grand characters that would make one's soul tremble. Ghost Gate. Creak. Ah. The heavy sound of the door opening was so intense it made one's teeth ache as the Ghost Gate slowly opened a crack. In an instant, the unique, ghostly energy of the Dragon Kingdom surged forth, competing with the deathly silence brought by Hades. Immediately after, a piercing sound of a swona reverberated through the arena. As the saying goes, once the lock sounds, the parents have raised you in vain. The sound seemed to grip the souls of everyone present, causing their hearts to tremble. Then a procession of ghostly soldiers clad in black robes, holding chains and mourning staffs, emerged from the door, lining up on either side. Amidst the throngs of ghostly officials, a figure wearing a black dragon robe and crowned with a diadem stepped out from the Ghost Gate. The 10 Hall Kings of Hell, the King of Hell, has arrived. As the King of Hell stepped out from the Ghost Gate, he locked eyes with Hades. In that instant, 2 utterly different powers of the underworld clashed violently between them. On one side was the aura of the Western underworld, enveloped in deathly silence, coldness, and absolute personal, while within the gray-black mist floated countless wailing souls that could not escape. On the other side was the solemn and orderly ghostly energy of the King of Hell, imbued with the unique yin-yang laws and a sense of judgment from the Dragon Kingdom. Though it was a realm of ghosts, it bore a majestic aura of righteousness, rewarding the good and punishing the wicked. The 2 distinctly different ghostly powers clashed like 2 invisible behemoths in the center of the arena, twisting the space into a surreal spectacle. Is this the aura of the Dragon Kingdom's underworld? Your laws of death differ from every underworld I have encountered. It's quite interesting. Hades examined the ancient door to the underworld, radiating the aura of reincarnation. After the 6 nations formed an alliance, he naturally visited the underworlds of other divine systems. In his view, the underworlds of various divine systems all belong to the same laws of death, only the underworld of the East seemed somewhat complex. For some reason, Hades felt an irresistible pull from the reincarnation energy within the Dragon Kingdom's underworld. It seemed that as long as he could master it, he would be able to advance further, standing alongside Zeus, or even surpassing Zeus. The King of Hell's gaze sharpened, instantly penetrating Hades' unmasked greed. A cold smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth, coveting my eastern path of reincarnation. You, a foreign wild god, are not worthy. Hades' anger was immediately ignited upon hearing this. Foreign wild god, daring to speak to this deity like that, seeking death. He abruptly stood from his obsidian throne, a gigantic scythe entwined with thick death energy appearing in his hand. The blade of the scythe bent the very space, exuding an ominous aura that could end all things. If I kill you, the Dragon Kingdom's underworld will naturally fall under my control. What is it that I cannot obtain? As soon as he spoke, Hades took a step forward, his figure moving at breakneck speed. He swung the scythe of the Grim Reaper, tracing a deadly arc, its blade inscribed with runes of the great Tao flashing wildly as it swept across the King of Hell's neck. Swish! The King of Hell's head flew off with a snap. Wow! The Western audience erupted into thunderous cheers. One hit kill. It's a one-hit kill. Lord of the Underworld is invincible. Level 5 against level 6. That's asking for death. The little Westerners were blushing with excitement, thoroughly pleased with the performance of the level 6 god. Achilles finally breathed a sigh of relief, murmuring, "Good thing, I thought something else was going to happen." On the arena, Hades looked at the headless body of the king of hell and laughed heartily, "Ha ha." The ruler of the dragon kingdom's underworld. In a single blow. However, his laughter abruptly ceased. The head that had flown off made a turn in midair, and with a snap, seamlessly reattached itself to the neck. The king of hell moved his neck, looking at Hades with a teasing gaze. "With such a shallow understanding of the laws of death, do you think you can kill me?" He raised his hand and summoned an ancient heavy tome emanating a faint mystical light. The cover bore the 3 characters Book of Life and Death, which made one's heart tremble. "Do you recognize this?" The king of hell sneered. "Those whose names are not in this tome, even a Taoist immortal would find it difficult to kill. As for those whose names are here, when the time comes, death is certain. The king of hell wants you dead by the 3rd watch. Who dares to let you live until the 9th watch?" As the Book of Life and Death manifested in the world, Hades' pupils constricted sharply. He distinctly felt an irresistible force of cosmic rules swirling within the book, one that was entirely different from their deathly principles. Seeing this, Lu Feng's eyes brightened, and he couldn't help but shout, "King Yinluo, can you let me see if my name is on it? I just smell the ginseng fruit. Could you please help me extend my lifespan a bit?" King Yinluo turned his head and glanced at him. A smile that was neither a smile nor a frown appeared on his face. Your name is not on this ledger." "Huh?" Lu Feng was taken aback. "My name isn't there. Not even a trace." He knew his identity as a transmigrator was special, but he never expected that even the Book of Life and Death had no record of him. King Yinluo shook his head mysteriously. "Heavenly secrets cannot be revealed. You only need to do what you are meant to do." He then looked at the nervous Song One and the others. "As for your companions, once I deal with this foreign beast, I will consider them in accordance with the law." This made Song One and the others breathe a sigh of relief, yet they couldn't help but feel a chill of fear. Lu Feng is truly impressive, able to negotiate with the Grim Reaper. Wu Tao patted his chest, realizing that the terror of facing the Grim Reaper had finally subsided. "You plan to deal with me, eh?" Hades laughed in anger. "With this book of yours." King Yinluo said no more, raising his hand to draw a line in the air, causing the Book of Life and Death to turn the pages swiftly without the need for wind. He shaped his fingers like a pen and wrote in the air, and the name Hades, composed of ghostly light, suddenly appeared on the blank page. When the last stroke fell, a formless yet overwhelmingly heavy power of causal fate crashed down, tightly binding Hades. He couldn't help but shiver, as if his end had been marked in advance, generating a sense of fatal premonition. "Playing tricks. I shall see how this broken book can kill me." Hades forcibly suppressed his unease, roaring as he swung the Grim Reaper's scythe. This time he pushed the deathly principles of a 6th-level divine king to the limit, transforming the overwhelming gray-black death aura into tangible waves that instantly engulfed more than half of the arena. Within this domain, all things withered and vitality ceased. Unless one was in existence akin to Hecate, who was nearly at the 6th-level divine king level, any deity who came into contact with even a hint would perish. Die. Under Hades' influence, the dense power of death transformed into a tidal wave of death, crashing violently towards King Yinluo. However, an astonishing scene unfolded. The deathly principles that could instantly severely injure or even annihilate an ordinary 5th-level deity crashed against King Yinluo, only to vanish as though it were a mud cow sinking into the sea. Not only did it fail to harm him in the slightest, but the aura of underworld order circulating around him absorbed and transformed it, causing the ghostly light on his black dragon robe to shine even more brilliantly and majestically. Standing amidst the tidal wave of death, King Yinluo was like a stabilizing pillar. "How is this possible? The deathly principles are ineffective against you." His grip on the Grim Reaper's scythe tightened involuntarily, the tone of his voice laced with a barely perceptible suspicion. King Yinluo stood at the center of the underworld aura, the Book of Life and Death in his hand, emanating a ghostly and mysterious light. He merely glanced at Hades and said flatly, "Your Western death principles are overwhelmingly forceful, but fundamentally flawed. They only know how to end life, without understanding the true meaning of reincarnation, mere surface level at best." "Arrogant. You dare to say that I am merely surface level?" Hades was thoroughly enraged, the underworld fire erupting around him, and an illusion of boundless underworld land appeared behind him. "I will see if your so-called true meaning of reincarnation can withstand my scythe of annihilation that has severed the souls of titans." Before the words even left his mouth, his figure had vanished from the arena, transforming into a gray line of death, almost impossible to capture with the naked eye, instantly crossing half the arena. The scythe in his hand, exuding an ominous aura, silently swept towards King Yanluo's neck. This time he aimed to annihilate his opponent along with his soul. The Lord of the Underworld is getting serious. The Greek camp erupted in excited shouts. However, King Yanluo merely lifted the Book of Life and Death slightly. Ding! A light sound rang out as the seemingly ancient and fragile edge of the book firmly blocked the blade of the scythe that could tear apart divinity. Where the two underworld artifacts collided, there were no sparks, yet a chilling light of rules obliteration burst forth. What a... Had's pupils shrank suddenly. He felt as if his death principles had sunk like a mud cow into the sea, easily resolved by the power of reincarnation order contained within that book. King Yanluo's gaze was like lightning as he looked at Hades, who was within arm's reach through the Book of Life and Death, his voice suddenly sharp. Hades, your name has entered my ledger. The time has come. Will you not submit to the law? With his command, Hades' name on the Book of Life and Death suddenly erupted with blinding ghostly light. Hades let out a muffled groan, feeling a formless and intangible, yet irresistible, terrifying power descend upon him in an instant. It was not an attack, but more like the enforcement of some supreme rule. He felt his connection to the Western underworld beneath his feet forcibly weakened, and endless causal death terms wrapped around him, like chains dragging him toward the ultimate end. A mere book dares to judge me. I am the ruler of the underworld. Hades roared, the vast divine power of a sixth-level divine king exploding completely as he tried to break free from the formless shackles. The illusion of the underworld behind him trembled violently, attempting to retaliate against the Book of Life. On the arena, the golden light of Eastern underworld order clashed with the gray light of Western death, creating a scene that was horrifying as the entire space transformed into a battlefield of colliding laws from two worlds. Lu Feng and the others watched with their hearts racing, and Song Wen nervously asked, "Brother Feng, can King Yanluo succeed?" Lu Feng's gaze was fixed on the battlefield as he replied solemnly, "The Book of Life and Death judges life and death. This is a suppression on the level of rules. But Hades is a sixth-level divine king after all, with an exceptionally high status. It probably won't be so easy for him to be taken away directly by the life and death rules. The outcome still depends on their control of their respective laws and divine powers." Indeed, after initially being on the defensive, Hades relying on his powerful divinity and will manage to withstand the causal pull of the Book of Life and Death. His eyes turned crimson as he stared fiercely at King Yanluo. "Ha, I told you with this book you cannot kill me." King Yanluo's expression remained unchanged, as if he had expected this. "I knew you would not submit easily. The underworld laws are not limited to just the life and death ledger." He pointed his empty left hand like a sword, making a swift motion in the air. "Before the mirror of sins, reflect upon your deeds. Underworld judges, pen, determine your punishment." Boom, boom. Thunder echoed once more within the gates of the underworld. A massive ancient stone mirror appeared on the left side of King Yanluo, its surface hazy, seemingly reflecting countless paths of Hades. On the right side, a gigantic judge's pen loomed, its tip dipped in rich ink-like divine light, poised for action. The mirror of sins reflects transgressions, and the judge's pen delineates penalties. This is the complete judgment system of the Eastern underworld. Hades felt an overwhelming pressure, the mirror light destabilizing his soul, while the brush tip made his divine essence tremble. He sensed he was no longer battling a mere opponent, but confronting an entire set of dark judicial principles. "Damn it! Break for me!" Hades roared, pushing his divine power to the limit. The scythe of oblivion swung wildly, unleashing countless slashes that tore through space, attempting to destroy the illusions of the sin mirror and the judge's brush. Yama, the king of hell, activated the Book of Life and Death to counter the attacks with the power of the underworld's order, while the sin mirror radiated a brilliant light, and the illusion of the judge's brush began to slowly take shape. For a moment, the arena transformed into a chaotic battleground of principles and divine power clashing. The two rulers of the underworld engaged in a breathtaking tug-of-war, one relying on the supreme individual strength of a god king, the other depending on the tightly knit and well-structured underworld system. As the tug-of-war intensified, boom, a terrifying bolt of lightning, furious to the extreme, fell from the heavens without warning. This thunder was not a natural phenomenon. It contained the supreme will of the God King and the destructive force that could tear apart principles, forcibly ripping a crack in the solid arena barrier, crashing down upon the illusions of the sin mirror and the judge's brush. Crack! The mirror image trembled and the brush tip shattered. The punishment against Hades was instantly interrupted. "What a... There's a sixth one." Lu Feng was taken aback, suddenly looking up towards the source of the thunder. To be able to disrupt the arena duel while breaking the barrier, such a powerful entity existed in Greek mythology, and the answer was almost within reach: the king of the gods, Zeus. "Damn it! How dare you repeatedly interfere with the arena?" Catherine exclaimed furiously, her piercing gaze seemingly capable of penetrating the heavens, locking onto the figure hidden in the void. Gasping for breath, Hades gripped his scythe, his hand trembling slightly, but a sinister, yet triumphant smile spread across his face. "He want to kill me? It seems it won't be that easy." He licked his lips, his eyes filled with mockery. "I am the supreme of the underworld, and my brother is the king of the gods. With that background, how could you kill me?" Yama gazed at the remnants of the thunder principles in the arena, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. Such powerful thunder principles. "It seems not all Western deities are useless. There are indeed one or two who can fight." Before he finished speaking, boom. Another violent golden lightning like a spear of divine punishment once again ripped through the sky, fiercely crashing into the arena. The target was aimed directly at Yama. "Presumptuous!" Catherine shouted angrily, swiftly waving her hands as the brilliant heavenly Tao mark transformed into a light curtain in an attempt to intercept. However, as the king of the gods, Zeus wielded unmatched authority over thunder, and that lightning twisted and split like a serpent, instantly wrapping around the heavenly Tao mark, darkening its brilliance. Seizing this opportunity, the spear of the Thunder Lord descended with destructive force, aimed directly at Yama's head. "Kik, do you feel the fear?" Hades' eyes sparkled with excitement. "This is the thunder of the God King that counters the power of the underworld. It seems the first to die between us will be you." Facing this terrifying blow capable of severely injuring or even killing ordinary underworld gods, Yama's eyes blazed with ferocity. "All realms and worlds bright and clear heavens. That monkey back then could only dare to tamper with the book of life and death, and you all dare to plot to destroy the order of the underworld. What crime should you pay for?" He shouted angrily as the book of life and death and the judge's brush in his hand erupted with unprecedented dark divine light. A vast rule of reincarnation surged forward, transforming behind him into a slowly rotating wheel of reincarnation. As the wheel spun, it seemed capable of devouring all, assimilating everything. The world-destroying thunder from the God King struck into the wheel of reincarnation, only to be absorbed like a cow sinking into the sea. Layers of power from life and death, transformation, and causal cycles, dissolving it, ultimately returning to nothingness. How is this possible?" Hades' triumphant smile froze on his face, replaced by an expression of incredulity. In his understanding, after his brother Zeus succeeded to the position of God King, his strength became unfathomable, and his thunder was the very essence of the sun, capable of absolutely countering underworld attributes. Even now, he could not see through his brother's true strength. He believed that Zeus at present could rival the three-phase gods of Tianzhu and the mysterious deity. "Foreign wild gods daring to infringe upon the order of my underworld, interfering with the judgment of the underworld." Yama no longer looked at the dissipating thunder, his icy gaze sweeping towards the void, his voice cold as the winds of the nine hells. "I decree, those who interfere shall be punished together." As he spoke, he once again unfolded the book of life and death, dipping the judge's brush into the dark ink-like underworld principles writing in midair. This time the target was aimed directly at Zeus. "What the fuck? The Eastern god has gone mad. He wants to sentence Lord Zeus to death. Shit, the God King is supreme. How could you judge him?" The Western audience erupted into chaos, shouts and curses filling the air. On the dragon countryside, Wu Tao's teeth were chattering. "The Yama is going to tear the heavens apart. Brother Feng can this really work?" Lu Feng's expression was extremely grave, slowly shaking his head. "I don't know. But looking at Yama's stance, he seems genuinely furious." On the arena, Yama's brush moved like a dragon. An exotic divine name infused with thunderous divine patterns began to emerge. However, with each stroke, he felt an immense divine authority from the God King, fiercely resisting and rebelling. That was Zeus fighting back as the supreme god of Olympus, master of the sky and thunder. Obstructing my judgment. The crime adds up." Yama's hair and beard stood on end. The dark divine power around him erupted violently, forcibly suppressing the invisible resistance, continuing to write. As the name was about to be completed, just one last stroke away, Yama's entire divine body trembled violently, as if bearing the weight of the entire Olympus pantheon. The terrifying pressure made the arena barrier flicker unpredictably, the space wailing. Just one last stroke. He growled, the brush tip condensing the judgment will of the entire eastern underworld, slowly but firmly descending. At that moment, whoosh! A piercing sound of breaking air seemed to come from the end of the world. A spear entwined with runic symbols, exuding the concept of eternity, along with another assisting bolt of lightning, once again pierced through the arena barrier. This time the two attacks combined, fiercely crashing into the wheel of reincarnation, temporarily scattering it, while the spear with unrelenting momentum shot straight for Yama's brow. It was the eternal spear Gungnir, the father of the Nordic gods. Odin has also made his move. Lu Feng stamped his foot in fury, pointed at the sky, and cursed, Damn you. Another treacherous trick. Can't you bear defeat? Have you no shame? The Bayou camp erupted in stunned exclamations. This is the father of gods, Aoding Dashan's eternal spear. Within the Lingxiao Baodian, the assembled immortals and deities turned pale. Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing heavenly prince, held his tower and shouted in anger, "Your Majesty, the Western deities have repeatedly broken the rules, brazenly interfering and launching sneak attacks, treating our Longhua Tianting and the Tiandao with contempt. I beseech your Majesty dispatch troops at once and seize these two fiends." The Udis' expression remained calm, a cold glint flashing through his eyes as he replied lightly, "My minister, compose yourself. They are but two aged rascals hiding their true faces and clinging to false identities. Besides, matters of the Difu do not require our meddling." As if to confirm Udis' words, a low hum rose. From the gaping Guamin Guan, the nether air suddenly boiled. A colossal spectral hand covered in ancient underworld sigils and forged from the power of endless reincarnation sprang forth. The hand seemed to move with languid intent, yet in an instant it appeared before Yinluo Wang, fingers splayed with unerring precision, and its palm struck the tip of the eternal spear and Joseph's thunder alike. A thunderous crash rent the heavens, the sound boomed like a great bell, and the shockwave violently shook the Joseph's devastating thunder, capable of slaying ordinary gods, was clasped by the spectral hand's 5 fingers and extinguished on the spot. The stray lightning coiled about its digits like tame serpents before fading. Aoding's famed, infallible, eternal spear met the palm. The clash birthed a metallic cry that pierced the ear. The spear's shaft convulsed, then was deflected by the giant palm, wailing as it flew backward, cleaving through layers of space and vanishing into the unknown. The arena fell into deathly silence. Spectators from Longhua and the western side alike were dumbstruck by the sudden turn of events and the terrifying might of that hand. Under countless astonished gazes, a figure more august than Yinluo Wang himself strode from the opened Guamin Guan, bearing the weight of the entire eastern Yuming realm. He was not especially tall, yet his presence felt world-shaping. Clad in jet-black imperial robes embroidered with 10,000 ghosts in homage and scenes of cyclical rebirth, a beaded veil from his crown shadowed his face, revealing only a pair of fathomless eyes. Around his divine form, time and space seemed to slow, every light that approached him dimmed. His gaze seemed to pierce the arena and beyond into 2 directions of the void. His voice was calm. "Two fellow practitioners. First you interfered with the duel on the arena, then you attempted to assassinate my lord of the Difu. Do you think the Eastern Yuming is without masters, or do you simply not regard me?" At his words, the arena's temperature plummeted to the freezing point. Yinluo Wang immediately bowed and intoned, "I pay homage to Bain Tianzi." Bain Tianzi. A flash of insight struck Lu Feng, combining Yinluo Wang's address with that utterly terrifying nether aura. One name detonated in his mind. Bain Fengdu Dati. The true sovereign of the Yuming Jia, a venerated Taoist deity who commands the Luo Feng's 6 heavens and oversees the 10 courts of Yinluo. Undoubtedly one of the supreme powers within the Difu system. From the void came 2 muffled groans of shock and anger, the divine presences of Josie and Aoding. Clearly Fengdu Dati's casual counter had taken them by surprise. Hadasai, who had been elated moments before by the god's ambush, now turned deathly pale. The hand that gripped his scythe trembled more violently than ever. He felt a fundamental suppression that stemmed from station and cosmic law itself, choking in its intensity. Before this true sovereign of the Eastern Nether, this so-called Nether King, felt like a vassal confronted by an emperor. He stammered, "Could it be that you are the lord of the Eastern Nether?" Fengdu Dati's gaze fell upon Hadasai. Its plainness struck Hadasai like an icy abyss, his soul on the verge of shattering. Fengdu Dati spoke slowly. "Who I am is no longer something you need to know. Coveting reincarnation and harassing the Yin courts, such crimes merit execution." He employed no display of divine art. He merely stated a fact. The instant he uttered the words meaning merit execution, Hadasai recoiled in horror. His scythe of annihilation companion, through countless ages, began to sprout fine fissures along its blade, as if eaten away by invisible years. His very divine stature emitted a grievous keening under the strain. Words made law, true supreme will. "No. Father. Brother. Save me." Hadasai was utterly frantic, emitting a despairing scream as he begged Josie and any other attentive presences in the void for aid. "Abandon hope, I stand here, and none will dare to come." Fengdu Dati's voice rolled calmly across the arena, both the verdict upon a despairing Hadasai and the final warning to those watching from the void. As the words fell, Hadasai's eyes widened in terror. The death law he had governed for eons now felt like a runaway steed turning madly upon its rider and devouring him from within. His once immortal form visibly withered and shriveled. Wrinkles crawled across his handsome face, his robust body bent, and aged, as if compressing a mortal's millennia into a single instant, hurling him toward decay and cessation. No, this is my power. No, Hadasai emitted a piercing, bewildered wail. He sought to marshal divine force to resist, only to find even his power itself growing frail and dying. At last, beneath countless horrified gazes, this sixth-tier god king who had ruled the western nether was reduced to a handful of cold ashes scattered by an invisible nether wind and utterly annihilated. Even his fissured scythe of annihilation dissolved into nothing. Words spoken, law enacted, deity fallen. Throughout the entire sequence, Fengdu Dadi watched serenely, not once lifting a finger. Silence. A death-like stillness descended upon the western stands. A voice whispered, "My gods, what power is this?" He spoke a single sentence and erased a sixth-tier god king, seventh tier, or even eighth. How fearsome is the Eastern Yuming? Lord Josie, Lord Aoding. Could they have done this? Unparalleled shock and dread gripped every Western spectator's heart. Everything that had just occurred utterly overturned their notions of what constituted true might. In the depths of the void, the divine consciousness of Zeus and Odin surged violently from the shadows, filled with clear anger and apprehension. They certainly had the power to kill Hades, but it would not be so easy. Although their previous attacks were diminished by the heavenly Tao barrier, the combined force of the two was still sent flying by the Emperor of Fengdu with a single slap. The strength of this Eastern Lord of the Underworld is undoubtedly unfathomable. The Emperor of Fengdu did not cast a glance at the dissipating form of Hades. He nodded slightly to the bowing King Yinluo, and then the two turned and stepped back into the Ghost Gate. Just as the Ghost Gate was about to close, the Emperor of Fengdu seemed to sense something and slightly turned his head, landing his gaze on Lu Feng below the stage. The corner of his mouth, hidden by the beaded curtain, seemed to curl into a faint yet meaningful arc. What the hell? Lu Feng shivered all over, cold sweat instantly breaking out on his back. What is he smiling at me for? They say a smile from the King of Hell is unpredictable as life and death. The smile from an emperor, even more terrifying than the King of Hell, is simply spine-chilling. Songwen leaned over, his face full of suspicion. Brother Feng, you're not really a reincarnation of some immortal, are you? Why do I feel that these big shots look at you strangely kindly? Wu Tao also stroked his chin. I feel the same. A Jinyuan Daoran gave you a ginseng fruit. The Yellow Emperor gifted you a fragment of the Xianyuan sword, and now even the Emperor of Fengdu is smiling at you. You definitely have a secret. Lu Feng looked utterly depressed and frustrated. I'm just a comic-loving otaku. What kind of identity do I have? At most, I'm as handsome as a reader of novels. Wu Tao and Songwen exchanged glances and simultaneously gave him the middle finger. Just as the crowd from Long Kingdom had not fully recovered from the shock of the Emperor of Fengdu's arrival, an unexpected change occurred in the Western Alliance. It should have been the turn of the Egyptian summoner Hafra to take the stage, but the Indian Ram dashed up to the summoning platform first. Ram, what are you doing? It's my turn. Hafra frowned, questioning, unpleased. Ram turned his head, wearing a smile that mixed fervor and mystery, whispering, "Let me handle this battle. I have received a divine revelation." What? A divine revelation? You received a direct message from a deity? Thomas and the other summoners' faces changed drastically, filled with shock and doubt. As a summoner, receiving vague favor or sensing from a deity is already rare. Directly receiving a divine revelation is an extraordinarily high level of grace. Ram's face bore an even prouder expression. Although I cannot discern which deity it is, he told me that this battle will summon a peerless demon lord capable of contending with any divine being from the Long Kingdom. Peerless demon lord. Everyone's hearts quivered. Summoning demons on the god and demon arena is extremely risky, but if one could truly invoke such a legendary fiend, its power would often be terrifying. Rest assured, victory will ultimately belong to us in the West. Ram said no more, exuding immeasurable confidence and devotion as he slapped his palm onto the summoning platform. Buzz. A strange light as dark as ink, seemingly capable of absorbing all light, suddenly erupted, engulfing Ram completely. What is that light? Black. Substantial black light. The people from Long Kingdom gasped in shock. How could light possibly be black? Isn't darkness formed from the absence of light? This illogical phenomenon cast a sinister shadow over the hearts of all from Long Kingdom. Lu Feng furrowed his brows, a strong sense of unease surging within him. Something's wrong. This aura. On the Western summoning platform, an anomaly appeared. Only a single card slowly rose. Seeing this, Wu Tao couldn't help but exclaim, "What? A single card? Aren't there supposed to be 4 cards?" The crowd was puzzled, but only Ram, who stood at the forefront, understood the reality. There were still 4 cards, but the remaining 3 trembled in the summoning platform, refusing to come out. Clearly not the embodiment of a deity, they seemed to tremble humanely, as if afraid of the card above. Seeing this, Ram's pupils constricted. What kind of card could make even the cards of deities feel fear? He looked up and finally saw the existence depicted on that card. It was a demonic shadow seated upon a black lotus, its visage oscillating between compassion and ferocity, surrounded by endless desire and seductive power. The moment he locked eyes with that demonic shadow, a viscous, substantial black, demonic aura suddenly surged from the card, instantly invading his 7 orifices. Not good. It has broken free. Catherine, who had been watching the abnormality of the arena, turned pale and tried to stop it, but it was already too late. She could only quickly expand the barrier, completely sealing Ram, who had been invaded by the demonic aura within the arena. Keek. A chilling, eerie laughter erupted from the mouth of Ram. His mouth curled into an incredulous arc, almost stretching to his earlobes, and his entire demeanor turned sinister and frenzied. What the fuck? The demon has backfired on the summoner. The entity within the card has run out by itself. The starry arena has never seen such a thing. The Western audience was instantly thrown into panic as the crowd scrambled backward in fright. Lu Feng and his companions wore extremely grave expressions. An entity from the card breaking free of its restraints and devouring the summoner completely exceeded the rules of the arena. Keek. How many years has it been? Finally, I get to taste the sweet air of the mortal world again. Ram, or rather the entity that occupied his body, intoxicatedly took a deep breath and then greedily gazed at the chaotic crowd below, his eyes bursting with a terrifying brilliance. Wonderful. So wonderful. You mere mortals are so small, yet your shells are filled with such immense and enticing desires. Even I am curious how you manage to bear it without collapsing. He swept his gaze and finally landed on Lu Feng, mockingly asking. Lu Feng suppressed the stirring in his heart and asked in a deep voice, "Who exactly are you? Devouring your own summoner, do you not fear the 3 deities of India descending their wraths?" Ram laughed sharply at this. Keek. The 3 deities. Do you think they can scare me? He licked his lips, revealing a sinister grin. Even if Brahma himself were to come, what would I have to fear? You might as well go ask him if he dares to confront me directly. Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. How dare he so disdainfully belittle the creator god Brahma? As the creator god of India, Brahma holds the highest divine position, and no deity or demon has ever dared to speak such bold words. Lu Feng was extremely shocked. To dare belittle Brahma, he either possessed strength that surpassed Brahma's, but this point can basically be ruled out, or he belongs to another force that can contend with Brahma, one that instills fear in Brahma. In India, the only force capable of achieving this is the Buddhist sect. Thinking of this, Lu Feng finally recalled a terrifying legend about the Buddhist sect. You are the demon king Poxin, Lu Feng exclaimed in disbelief. Boom. At the moment his true name was revealed, the demonic aura emanating from Ram surged. Thick black smoke rolled and twisted, separating into countless strands of distorted, malevolent thoughts that easily pierced through the arena's barrier, drifting into the audience outside. So comfortable. I want. Give me. Hee. The Western audience, tainted by evil thoughts, instantly became dazed, their faces reflecting a twisted ecstasy and greed as the most primal and degenerate desires were ignited and amplified in an instant. An absurd, chaotic, and grotesque dance of demons unfolded in the audience, and the scene was completely out of control. Damn, how bizarre is this? Wu Tao stared in shock at the scene before him, which had broken all limits. Those muscular men who could not hold back chose to embrace the challenge. Beside him, Suyi was already blushing, tightly covering her eyes. What a wonderful and enchanting symphony of desires. The demon king Pasun admires his masterpiece with a strange, yet satisfied expression. Is it true that the people of Tianju have become so broad-minded? Komodo dragon. A cow. Ha, this prosperity indeed unfolds as I wished. Lu Feng gazed at the hellish scene outside the barrier, feeling an immense weight in his heart. Another existence capable of easily influencing reality and ignoring certain rules. Just as Fengdu Emperor left, an even more bizarre being arrived. I can't wait any longer. Lu Feng's gaze sharpened, facing Peisun's mocking eyes. He did not hesitate to slam his palm heavily onto the Dragon Kingdom's summoning platform once again. Buzz. The summoning divine light illuminated him once more. 4 cards gathered in the radiance. The first card flipped. 1. King of the Tower, Li Jing, level 4. Looking at the card depicting the imposing figure of the king holding a pagoda, Lu Feng couldn't help but twitch his mouth a few times. King Li, it's not that I look down on you, but this demon has too great a background, even disturbing the Buddha you. He silently offered an apology in his heart and decisively shifted his gaze. The second card was then revealed. 2. King of Growth, Mo Leeching, level 3. Am I really going to confront the kings today? Lu Feng was at a loss for words. Although Mo Leeching was one of the 4 kings guarding the southern heavenly gate capable of great magic, he still seemed somewhat lacking against a demon like Pasun, who had contended with the Buddha. His heart sank slightly as he looked at the third card. 3. 9 Heavens responding to Thunder Supreme Heavenly Master, Wenzhong level 5. On the card, a divine figure with 3 eyes wielding a golden whip surrounded by flickering lightning was prominently displayed. Damn, Master One. Lu Feng's pupils contracted and his heart trembled. This great master of the Shang dynasty from the era of the investiture of the gods was just and incorruptible, even daring to advise King Zhou to his face. After death, he was enshrined as the highest deity of the Thunder Department, wielding the power of heavenly thunder to enact divine punishment. Thunder magic is the ultimate nemesis of demons and evildoers. They say heavenly thunder conquers myriad demons. Perhaps Master One really has a way to restrain this demon. Lu Feng's heart ignited with hope, yet he cautiously turned his gaze to the last card. 4. 9 Heavens Demon Subduing Ancestor, Jinwu the Great level 6. When this card fully manifested, a mighty figure with disheveled hair clad in a dark robe standing on a tortoise snake and wielding a divine sword surrounded by endless demon-subduing divine light appeared before Lu Feng, causing his heart to leap, nearly making him cheer aloud. Jinwu the Great, the demon-subduing ancestor. He was ecstatic within. This was the supreme deity specifically tasked with subduing all demons and evildoers, the most specialized exorcist in the mythological system of the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, this marked the first time a clearly designated level 6 deity appeared in the Dragon Kingdom. Meanwhile, within the Lingxiao Palace above the 9 Heavens, another scene unfolded. The great Jinwu, dining with the immortals, suddenly felt his name being invoked by the earthly arena, raising an eyebrow and putting down his wine cup. Is it I? His gaze sharpened, instantly perceiving the situation below, spotting the arrogant demon King Pasun, then shooting a half-smile at the Jade Emperor on the throne. Your Majesty, this coincidence must be your handiwork, right? What do you mean, my dear minister? This is merely the Heavenly Way arena operating on its own, randomly selecting. It has nothing to do with me. The great Jinwu looked at the Jade Emperor's amiable smile, secretly lamenting old 6. He then glanced at Wenzhong, who was also sensing something and appeared somewhat awkward, and suddenly had an idea, saying loudly, when Tianxuan, you oversee the Thunder Department and enact divine punishment, the supreme divine thunder is indeed the nemesis of the demon path. I see your divine light shining brightly and your battle intent soaring. This opportunity to clash with the unparalleled demon and showcase our heavenly courts might should rightly be taken by you. Upon hearing this, Wenzhong's divine eye widened slightly, and he quickly waved his hand. Your Majesty, you jest. How could a mere leader of the Thunder Department dare to compare with you, the specialized ancestor in demon subjugation? This demon is not to be trifled with. It is only by having you, the professional demon subjugator, take action that we can truly demonstrate the majesty of our heavenly court and ensure absolute victory. When Tianxuan is too humble, the great Jinwu said seriously. Who doesn't know that you, Master One, are just and incorruptible, and your divine thunder is invincible? This battle is indeed timely, and it must be you. Seeing the two divine beings acting like old 6 in the hall, the Jade Emperor couldn't help but touch his nose. Why does my heavenly court seem to want to pick soft persimmons? He cleared his throat and said loudly, Gentlemen, there's no need to quarrel. Since it is the arena selection, let that summoner from the lower realm decide for himself. He cast his gaze towards the arena below, his expression growing profound. What do you think? This demon King Pasun suddenly appearing and disrupting the arena. Doesn't it seem like someone on the Ling Mountain cannot sit still and wishes to test our heavenly court's stance and depth? Upon this remark, the atmosphere in the hall became slightly tense. The Tai savior god, sitting quietly to the side, raised an eyebrow and stroked his beard, saying, What your Majesty says is not without possibility. The conflict between Buddha and demons has existed since ancient times. Pasun's transgression this time is indeed suspicious. He chuckled. It's good to have some excitement. The recently restrained Tai Bai Jinxing became excited again, his eyes sparkling. I've long wanted to have some in-depth exchanges with those from Ling Mountain. Cough cough, I mean with the Western Buddhist country friends about the Tao. If they truly wish to test us, then we might as well stretch our muscles. Hee hee. On the arena, Lu Feng was completely unaware of the heavenly courts passing the buck and the undercurrents swirling. He fixed his gaze intently on the last two cards. Wenzhong, the level 5 Thundermaster, and the level 6 Jinwu, the Great, the demon subduing ancestor. Rationality told him that Wenzhong might be able to contend with, or even restrain Pasun. But feeling the ancient status comparable to that of the Buddha, Lu Feng gritted his teeth. Professional matters should be left to the most specialized deities. I'm sorry, Master One, but this time, I must choose Jinwu the Great. He no longer hesitated and pointed to the card representing the supreme authority of demon subjugation. 9 Heavens Demon Subduing Ancestor, Jinwu the Great. I humbly request the demon subduing ancestor to descend and eradicate evil. A divine light soared into the sky, fiercely charging towards the gloomy heavens shrouded in the demonic aura of the demon king Poxen. Lost in the symphony of desires of all living beings, Poxen suddenly felt an overwhelming righteous energy erupting from below, causing him to frown and look down. That brilliant divine light resembled the first ray of dawn that opened the heavens, crashing into the dense demonic fog with an unstoppable momentum. Wherever the divine light passed, the demonic energy emitted a piercing shriek and rapidly dissolved. It tore open a massive fissure in the inky demonic clouds. What is that? Poxen, controlling the body of Ram, displayed a look of uncertainty for the first time. He could sense that this incoming aura was drastically different from his Buddhist powers, carrying an absolute suppressive force against all evil and demonic paths. Within the fissure, the scene abruptly changed. It was no longer just divine light, but the vast and boundless ethereal figure of the northern Xiantian appeared. The stars hung inverted, the black tortoise revealed its spirit, and endless magical thunder rolled and roared within the clouds. Then an imperial law form of unparalleled majesty stepped out from that ethereal figure of Xiantian. He had flowing hair and bare feet, embodying both leisure and majesty, clad in a dark imperial robe embroidered with constellations and the mountains and rivers, with turtles and snakes coiling at his feet, emanating a heavy aura that suppressed the 8 directions. In his hand, a northern black Chirin demon-slaying sword, its blade unmoving, yet its fierce sword intent caused the surrounding demonic energy to hiss and continuously dissipate. The 9 heavens demon-slaying patriarch, the true martial emperor, has descended to the mortal realm. At this moment, above the 9 heavens, the true martial emperor stood upon the turtle and snake, his dark robe billowing. In the center of the arena, the demon king Poxen's demonic aura surged, occupying the body of Ram to manifest a fearsome form. The 2 gazes collided fiercely in midair, not immediately attacking, but each seeing a hint of solemnity and astonishment in the other's eyes. The true martial emperor's gaze was like lightning sweeping over the nearly solidified, terrifying demonic energy surrounding Poxen. Even having encountered numerous demons and evil spirits, he couldn't help but deeply admire what a source of myriad demons. The depth and breadth of the demonic thoughts could actually connect with the boundless desires of all beings. Even I have never seen such a powerful demon before. Poxen was also carefully observing the true martial emperor. The overwhelming pure aura he exuded, containing a natural suppressive quality against all dark and filthy things, made him feel an extreme discomfort and threat. He licked Ram's now purplish-black lips and let out a hoarse, eerie laugh. Tsk. It's said that the Buddhist scriptures and the light of the Buddha are most effective against the demonic path, but from what I see, your profound Taoist power seems to be even more domineering than those bald donkeys' Buddhist light. No wonder you're a deity of the Eastern Dragon Kingdom. You truly have some merit. He suddenly shifted his tone, his voice turning arrogant and full of mockery. But do you know who I am? Shakyamuni joined forces with the ancient Buddha of the Lantern and Maitreya, trapping me in the heaven of transformation for countless epochs, and despite all their efforts, they could not convert or eliminate me. You, a junior Dragon Kingdom deity, dare to meddle in my affairs? In the face of Poxen's threats and boasting, the true martial emperor's expression remained unchanged. He glanced over the abnormal Western spectators outside the arena, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Humph. If you had remained cooped up in the divine domain of Tianzhu, I might truly have found it difficult to cross realms to deal with you. But now you dare to leave the heaven of transformation and appear in the astral arena. The true martial emperor's voice suddenly turned cold. This place isolates most external faith and desire connections. What you can draw upon are merely the shallow desires of these ordinary mortals. How can this mere nourishment sustain the true spirit of the king of all demons in a prolonged battle? Before he finished speaking, the true martial emperor raised his left hand, forming an arcane seal, and gently pressed down towards the arena. Subdue. As the words left his mouth, the law followed, resonating with the heavens. A domain containing the purest and most righteous demon-slaying power erupted from the true martial emperor, enveloping the entire arena like an inverted giant glass bowl, and its purifying power continued to spread outward. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Within the domain, the insatiable and heart-stirring black gas released by Poxen seemed to encounter its nemesis, emitting a sound of dissolution that was 10 times more intense than before. It was rapidly purified and dispersed, reverting to the most basic particles of spiritual energy. Outside the arena, those Western spectators infected by evil thoughts, their ugly forms now freed of murk, were replaced by extreme bewilderment. Fuck, how did I end up in you? A burly white man looked at the black man in front of him, his pupils instantly. The black man turned his head with delight, licking the corner of his mouth. What's wrong? You were just calling me sweetie. The burly white man was instantly petrified and hurriedly drew his sword. Similar events unfolded across the Western spectator stands, with countless people screaming and crying, rolling and crawling to escape into the distance, wishing to be as far away from the arena as possible. Wow, amazing. Another one who can directly influence the real world. Wu Tao watched with blood boiling, unable to resist cheering and waving his fist. The audience from the Dragon Kingdom erupted into thunderous cheers. The true martial emperor's purification domain was incredibly uplifting. The expression on the Demon King Poxin's face became unusually captivating for the first time. He felt the connection with the desires of the outside world significantly weakened, and the pure suppressing evil Taoist rhythm pervading the domain made him feel as though he was in a sea of fire, causing his demonic aura to involuntarily contract. But the next moment his grotesque expression suddenly transformed into one of extreme excitement and greedy distortion, his eyes shining as he stared at the true martial emperor. Good. Huh. He exclaimed good 3 times, laughing maniacally. Your power is indeed unique. If I can devour you, merging righteous and demonic, then from now on who in the 3 realms and 6 paths can stop me? Even the spirit mountain shall tremble beneath my feet. Huh. Amidst the laughter, Poxin's occupied body of Ram suddenly swelled, and the demonic energy no longer expanded outward, but crazily contracted inward. An even more ancient source of demonic intent began to rise. I was born of inner demons. As long as there exists a single selfish thought or desire in this world, I shall be eternally undying. Do you think you can isolate me with this domain? A delusion. Let me show you what true transformation and freedom really is. Poxin roared, and the condensed demonic energy erupted violently, forcibly opening a piece of his own demonic realm within the true martial emperor's demon-slaying domain. Within the demonic realm, light and shadow twisted, revealing countless illusions. Some became Buddhas and fell, some saints sank, some paradises turned into seas of blood, and some soaring realms transformed into demonic caves. Various inverted dreams and scenes that confound the mind charged straight towards the true martial emperor's spiritual core. He intended to erode the Tao heart of this demon-slaying patriarch through the most fundamental inner demon. Faced with this terrifying demonic cultivation, the true martial emperor finally moved. With deliberate slowness, his right hand closed around the northern black chi Gunjio demon-severing sword. Arcane talismanic runes flared one by one along its blade, and a radiant sovereign sword intent, capable of severing all illusion, surged skyward in blinding glory. Demonic heresies, you dare disturb my Tao heart. Today with this very blade, I shall sever your demonic thoughts, subdue your demonic form, and banish you forever from disturbing the serenity of the mortal realm. His voice thundered like celestial lightning across the demon-subduing realm, reverberating endlessly. Beneath his feet, the divine Tordo serpent let out a low, resonant roar, its essence merging seamlessly with the sacred light radiating from his body. He took a single step forward, his figure dissolving into a streak of profound obsidian light as he charged headlong into Bushuan's demonic domain. Namoamitba. Within the demonic domain, the fallen Buddha's golden body was drenched in blood, his gaze brimmed with malevolent chi as he struck forth with a palm strike. The true martial emperor did not even glance aside. With one sweeping slash, the Buddhaman's divine manifestation shattered violently. I am free. I am present. The fallen sage wreathed in grievance and fury lunged forward, but the true martial emperor raised his left hand, sealed a mudra, and flicked a point of pure light. The sage's illusory form dissolved instantly, like foam vanishing upon still water. Unbroken in stride, he pressed onward toward the sea of blood at the heart of the demonic domain. Waves of crimson surged skyward, countless tormented souls thrust skeletal hands upward, clawing desperately. The sacred sword in his hand blazed with intensified brilliance. The searing divine radiance descended like a falling sun into the sea. Where it passed, blood vaporized, and wailing specters dissolved into wisps of azure smoke. In an instant, the blood sea dried to cracked barren earth. Before him loomed only the deepest abyss, the pitch-black demon cavern, its maw emitting indescribable shrieks, while thick sentient waves of demonic chi writhed like living tentacles. Could that Dragon Nation emperor truly intend to storm the demon cavern? The Western Alliance observers were stunned. Though they knew the deities of the Dragon Nation were formidable, none could fathom his audacity to plunge alone into an uncharted, nameless realm. Yet the true martial emperor hesitated not for a breath. His dark imperial robe billowed as he strode forward, sword in hand, and vanished into the cavern's mouth. Darkness swallowed him whole. The entrance sealed shut behind him. Silence fell over the arena, absolute, suffocating. 1 second, 2, 3. The demon cavern remained utterly still. What's happening? Wu Tao's face paled. After the emperor entered, why is there no sound at all? Lu Feng, Could the emperor be in danger? Songwen stared fixedly into the cavern's depths. Lu Feng kept his gaze locked on the cavern, voice grave. The true martial emperor is the natural bane of all demons and malign forces. Even confronting a demonic domain born from the Buddha's own corrupted thoughts, he must surely possess the strength to fight. Ha ha ha. Wushuan, possessing Ram's body, emitted a rasping, contemptuous laugh. The demonic sigils etched across his face deepened further. Then let us see, whose demon-subduing divine power proves stronger, his, or my Hahua's Zaition, forged from 10,000 inner demons. At last the Western summoners recovered from their shock. It seems the cavern has consumed him. Achilles swallowed hard. Can the demonic domain of the Indian demon king Wushuan truly imprison a level 6 deity? Humph. Indeed, Thomas observed the scene with complex eyes, voice low and solemn. As a representative of the Abrahamic lineage, I have always feared not the Primordial, but the Buddhas of Lingshan most of all. Their sutras are profoundly uncanny, their ascetics far more fanatical than our own pilgrims. Though cheers erupted among the Western Alliance, the summoners exchanged uneasy glances, dread coiling silently in their chests. No one wished for unilateral dominance, and the Dragon Nation's spectator stand sank into a heavy, stifled silence, every fist clenched tight. Second by second the minutes dragged on, yet the demon cavern remained deathly still, just as despair began to settle heavily upon all hearts. Lingshan, the great thunderous sound temple. Upon lotus thrones the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas watched the battle unfold within the water mirror, faces solemn, devoid of their usual compassionate serenity. At last Guanyin Bodhisattva could bear it no longer, and softly sighed, Namo Amitabha. Venerable Buddha, must we truly forge such karmic entanglement with the Dragon Nation's deity? Her words hushed the entire hall. All Buddhas and Bodhisattvas exchanged glances, tension thickening the air. Though Guanyin styled herself a disciple, she ranked among the 3 sages of the West, a being whose authority and cultivation ran unfathomably deep. Her direct challenge carried immense weight. Sakyamuni remained impassive, as if expecting her question, and slowly opened his eyes. Namo Amitabha. Guanyin Mahasattva, what wisdom do you offer? His voice remained calm. The Eastern Celestial Court possesses profound ancient foundations, and for ages it has suppressed Lingshan's growth. Now that several divine pantheons converge upon the Dragon Nation, this is our rare golden opportunity to spread the Dharma and gather devoted followers. His gaze swept across the assembly. Does Guanyin Mahasattva truly believe Lingshan should remain dormant, surrendering this on 10,000 years' chance? With those words, he placed Guanyin squarely at odds with Lingshan's collective ambition for expansion. The Buddhas inwardly sighed, calling him an old fox, and felt a chill of awe. Namo Amitabha. Guanyin closed her eyes, then spoke aloud. This humble servant does not advocate dormancy. Yet the Dragon Nation shares a land border with India, and the Celestial Court has never forbidden our Dharma transmission. To contend with them directly serves no purpose. She opened her eyes, clear, unwavering. If our aim is to spread the Dharma, why not sail eastward across the great ocean, to Greece, to the Nordic realms, even to the beautiful country, to proclaim the Buddha's teachings there? Silence fell upon the hall. Sakyamuni gazed calmly at Guanyin, voice still gentle. Mahasattva, the Dragon Nation is vast and populous, bound to our Dharma since antiquity, with deeply rooted faith among its people. To secure the devotion of these beings would accelerate the Dharma's propagation and Lingshan's prosperity tenfold. This is a celestial boon. Must we cling to outdated caution and refuse to advance? Guanyin Bodhisattva met the Buddha's gaze, her compassionate countenance marked by rare resolve. Venerable Buddha, the true propagation of the Dharma lies in silent, gentle nourishment, in willing, heartfelt acceptance. The Celestial Court has long coexisted peacefully with us, even shown tolerance and forbearance. To seize this moment when they battle foreign deities and act thus, almost like opportunistic plunder, how can this be the path of compassion? This is not Dharma propagation. It is forging malignant karma, inviting boundless tribulation. She paused briefly, then spoke with crystalline clarity, her voice echoing through the hall. This humble servant believes that amid this age of rising gods and foreign invasion, Lingshan should instead coordinate closely with the Dragon Nation's Celestial Court, and even join forces to repel external threats. Only thus may we manifest the Buddha's world-protecting compassion and naturally transmit the Dharma through cooperation. That is the true path. Humph. Before Sakyamuni could speak, Venerable Kasyapa uttered a low, dismissive grunt. Mahasattva's words sound noble, but overly idealistic. Alliance with the Celestial Court. We risk becoming mere vassals. How then shall we achieve greatness? Murmurs rose among the assembly. Many Buddhas and Arhats nodded subtly, clearly favoring the Buddha's bold, proactive strategy. Sakyamuni raised a hand, and silence returned instantly. He looked upon Guanyin, the eternal compassionate smile on his face softening. Just slightly, Mahasattva, your boundless compassion and concern for all sentient beings deeply gratify me. Yet extraordinary times demand extraordinary measures. The future path of Lingshan rests upon my own deliberation. His tone deepened, carrying the unmistakable authority of the Buddha, Mahasattva. Remember, you serve as a bodhisattva of Lingshan. Your foremost duty is Lingshan's grand enterprise. Those words were a severe reprimand. All Buddhas held their breath, turning their eyes toward Guanyin. Guanyin paused, then lifted her gaze, meeting Sakyamuni's directly, and posed a question that sent tremors through every Buddha's heart. If the Buddha intends to advance eastward, then this humble servant dares ask, how precisely do you intend to confront the three pure ones, the supreme Taoist sovereigns of the Dragon Nation? The three pure ones. That title bore an invisible weight, causing the very air of the great thunderous temple to freeze for a fleeting moment. They were the supreme deities of Taoist mythology in the Long Kingdom, unquestioned embodiments of the Tao itself, primordial beings who had cleaved heaven and earth and enlightened all sentient life. Even if the three Buddhas of Lingshan appeared together, confronting those three would likely prove. Every Buddha and Bodhisattva paled. Even Venerable Mahakasayapa, who had just spoken, fell silent. This question struck at the heart of the matter and exposed the greatest hidden peril and insurmountable obstacle within Lingshan's eastward expansion strategy. Those three near-omnipotent sovereigns. Shakyamuni's eyes narrowed slightly, and the golden aura surrounding him flickered almost imperceptibly. He gazed deeply at Guanyin for a long moment before, after several breaths, intoning solemnly, Namo Amitabha Buddha. This matter rests with this one alone. There is no need for great Bodhisattva Guanyin to concern herself. He offered no answer, nor could he provide one that would reassure the assembled Buddhas. Yet his deliberate silence spoke volumes. Guanyin Bodhisattva beheld Shakyamuni's august, unyielding countenance, then swept her gaze across the assembly of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, each wearing a different expression, and a profound weariness and sorrow flickered in her eyes. She clasped her palms once more and chanted, Namo Amitabha Buddha. Since the Buddha has resolved his course, this humble servant has nothing further to say. May the Buddha's boundless compassion guide Lingshan away from deviation, and spare it the conflagration of infinite karmic fire. Having spoken, she uttered no further word. Turning, she stepped upon her lotus pedestal, which glowed with a soft, serene light, and before the stunned eyes of all drifted slowly out of the great thunderous temple, heading straight beyond the sacred peaks of Lingshan. Great Bodhisattva Guanyin, roared the dragon, subduing Arhut. She is leaving Lingshan. A wave of consternation rippled through the assembly. Shakyamuni watched Guanyin's retreating figure, his expression remaining perfectly placid, yet the prayer beads in his hand paused almost imperceptibly mid-turn. The hall sank into suffocating silence. No one had anticipated that a debate over arena tactics would escalate into the departure of Guanyin Bodhisattva, one of Lingshan's three holy ones, in quiet protest. Meanwhile, atop the starry arena, the pitch-black, demonic abyss that had swallowed Jinwu Dadi remained utterly still, its deathly silence unnerving to behold. Hearts across the Long Kingdom and the West tightened further, not only at this eerie stillness, but also at Lingshan's sudden upheaval. Just as Mara's cruel grin widened, ready to unleash mocking words. Boom! The abyss did not rupture as expected, instead it violently contracted inward, like a heart collapsing upon itself. Mara's triumphant expression stiffened. In the next instant, a fissure tore open at the abyss's apex, and a figure staggered forth, Jinwu Dadi himself. His dark blue robe was now streaked with writhing, living tendrils of black, demonic sigils. His formerly pure azure radiance flickered erratically, and a slender wound on his sword-wielding wrist oozed faintly golden divine blood. As the blood dripped onto the arena floor, it sizzled, etching small craters into the stone. Even his sacred blood carried a taint of indelible demonic essence. Ha 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 ha! Mara roared with laughter, shaking the arena with his voice. How do you find my hahwaz's itian? A rather exquisite flavor, wouldn't you agree? Every wisp of demonic energy within this abyss springs from the deepest, most ingrained delusions and attachments of sentient beings, refined over countless eons, far surpassing ordinary demonic chi. Even a Buddha's golden body, should it sink into such depths, would inevitably succumb to corruption. His face blazing with demonic sigils, he crowed triumphantly. Do you truly wonder why I have opposed Shakyamuni for 10,000 kalpas? It is precisely through this formless inner demon, fundamental chi. This art does not strike directly, but awakens the latent inner demons and karmic burdens slumbering within the opponent, corroding them from within self-destructively. In days past upon Lingshan, how many arhats and bodhisattvas were instantly defiled, golden bodies, tarnished fruits of enlightenment shattered, by this very technique. His gaze locked onto the stubbornly writhing demonic thread clinging to Jinwu Dadi's wrist as he sneered. It seems even after cultivating for eons your eminence's heart is not wholly luminous. Some attachment remains unsevered. Once this formless inner demon chi takes root, it festers like a bone-deep infection, deepening relentlessly until it consumes your divine power and Tao foundation from within. Below the arena, the Long Kingdom's observers clenched their fists. Has the Emperor been wounded? Is the celestial lord of demon subjugation falling to corruption? Wu Tao cried out, startled. Indeed, the demonic energy appears nearly impossible to dispel. Song Wen's face turned ashen. Lu Feng gripped his fists tightly, his gaze grim and unblinking. No one had imagined that such a peerless demon lord as Mara could even corrupt the Nine Heavens' ancestral lord of demon subjugation. Western summoners meanwhile rekindled hope. As expected, Lord Mara still holds back his ultimate trump card. Achilles exclaimed, elated. Awakening inner demons, corrupting from within. This is every cultivator's ultimate nightmare. Indeed, murmured Thomas, a flicker of trepidation in his eyes. Would a seraphim be able to withstand such contamination? On the arena, Jinwu Dadi glanced down at the wound on his wrist, then lifted his eyes toward Mara's roaring figure. Not with the panic or fury Mara had anticipated, but with something else, a quiet, knowing clarity. Formless inner demon, fundamental chi. So that is its nature. Jinwu Dadi's voice remained calm, as though the injury were not his own. It stirs the opponent's latent inner demon karma, and uses that very force against them, collapsing them from within. Formless inner demon, fundamental chi. So that is its nature. Jinwu Dadi's voice remained calm, as though the injury were not his own. It stirs the opponent's latent inner demon karma, and uses that very force against. I shall see for myself how the ancestral lord of demon subjugation purges the demon dwelling within his own heart. Jinwu Dadi shook his head gently. Demon Lord, do you know why I am honored as the ancestral lord of demon subjugation? He slowly raised his injured right hand. His sword of demon severance remained unwavering steady, not because my divine might sweeps away external demons without resistance, but because my Tao begins first with cleansing the heart. In the Taoist path, cultivation of character precedes all else. If inner demons remain unvanquished, external demons easily invade. The writhing demonic thread upon his wrist seemed to sense something, and suddenly surged with violent agitation, straining deeper into his flesh. Yet Jinwu Dadi appeared utterly unaware, continuing calmly. Your formless inner demon chi may indeed prove devastating against ordinary immortals, or even certain Buddhist practitioners whose hearts are flawed by haste and impurity. But his voice paused, and then his eyes blazed with a radiance unprecedented as he thundered. My heart is a mirror. No demon may breach it. Within and without, pure and lucid, evil spontaneously dissolves. Moreover, I deliberately invited your demonic energy out of sheer curiosity. As the sacred utterance resonated, the flickering azure light around him did not attempt to expel the demonic thread. Instead, it abruptly withdrew inward, drawing the formless inner demon chi entirely into his being. What a... You dare absorb it willingly. Mara's pupils contracted sharply, dread surging through his... The true martial emperor closed his eyes in concentration, his aura not chaotic, but rather operating along a mysterious trajectory. The strand of demonic energy that invaded his body seemed like snowflakes thrown into a furnace, emitting a silent wail as it was enveloped by the purest Tao heart and the vast divine power of the mystic gate, and was forcibly disintegrated. After a few breaths, the true martial emperor suddenly opened his eyes and exhaled. Puff! A filth-ridden malevolent energy was expelled from his body, dissipating into the heavens and earth at once. His wrist wound had healed, his aura restored to its original state, and his eyes were even clearer and deeper, as if he had just undergone a spiritual refinement, making his Tao heart even more stable. This is impossible. Bo Sun retreated in horror. You can actually refine my inner demon's root energy. I cannot refine it. The true martial emperor stood with his sword, correcting him. Your inner demon's root energy originates from the deluded obsessions of countless beings of extremely high grade and incredibly refined. I too cannot refine it in an instant. He gazed at Bo Sun's horrified eyes and slowly said, I simply do not have a single thought arise, nor am I entangled in myriad thoughts. Your demonic energy requires the opponent's thoughts as fuel to ignite the raging demonic fire, burning everything from the inside. Unfortunately, just now in the demon lair you failed to find that one thought in my heart. A fire without a source, no matter how overwhelming, how long can it burn? As soon as this was said, the arena fell into silence. Bo Sun's horror gradually transformed into a kind of almost bewildered rage. A thought not arising. Not entangled in myriad thoughts. He chewed on these 8 words and sneered, this is simply impossible. Even the Buddha in meditation has thoughts of compassion and thoughts of protecting the world. As long as there is a thought, there is a gap to exploit. You claim you are not entangled in myriad thoughts. Then would you like to try again? The true martial emperor's voice was calm. Bo Sun let out a strange laugh. No need to try. I have other means. Ka. Before his voice fell, the body of Ram he occupied shuddered violently, and an extremely dense black, demonic energy surged forth from its 7 orifices like a fountain, instantly breaking free. Ram's body was thrown onto the arena like a torn sack, and he opened his eyes in confusion, first stunned, then realizing where he was and frightened out of his wits. How did I end up on the arena? Oh, let me down. I want to get down. Woo, Mom. He rolled around, tears streaming down his face, his pants instantly, soaking a large area, actually scared to the point of losing control. Wu Tao instantly burst into laughter. Did he just pee himself? Song Wen gave him a thumbs up and laughed. You really are impressive, the first human to step onto the arena. Hurry and fight to the death with our true martial emperor. In an instant, the audience from Long Country erupted in merciless laughter and ridicule. Damn fool. On the side of the Western Alliance, Thomas and other summoners looked pale, feeling a wave of embarrassment. The once spirited little Tiansis also bowed their heads in shame and anger, wishing they could find a crack in the ground to hide. On the arena, the true martial emperor and the reformed Bo Sun's demonic energy had no time to pay attention to this farce of ants. Their energies had long been retracted to the utmost, all concentrated on each other. Otherwise, merely the residual pressure of divine and demonic forces would be enough to grind Ram into powder. Roar! The Bo Sun's demonic energy, freed from its mortal disguise, rapidly expanded and twisted, transforming into a 10th sand-headed demonic dragon, each face etched with different desires. It let out a roar that shook the stars and lunged fiercely at the true martial emperor. The true martial emperor's expression remained unchanged, and the turtle snake phantom beneath his feet suddenly solidified and fused, transforming into a Xuanwu Dharma form clad in dark armor and gazing upward. The Dharma form solidified like a mountain, stable as the earth, emanating a heavy divine light that repelled all laws. The 10th sand-headed demonic dragon bit and clawed with demonic flames raging, crashing against the Xuanwu Dharma form, producing a tremendous sound akin to metal clashing. Divine light and demonic energy clashed furiously, yet it could never breach the layer of dark armor imbued with boundless earth power. Damn, how is your turtle shell tougher than those bald donkeys? After a long time, without success, a frantic roar erupted from the center of the demonic dragon. The true martial emperor's divine power restrained the demonic energy too strongly, making the hard clash of consumption extremely unfavorable to him, and the source of the demonic energy was rapidly depleting. My Xuanwu power itself is the strongest defensive barrier. How can you touch it? The true martial emperor sat cross-legged at the core of Xuanwu, his expression calm, but the Xian light circulating around him slightly dimmed. After all, Bo Sun's demonic energy originated from a Buddha-level opponent, where quantity leads to quality, and such high-intensity confrontation and purification was also a tremendous drain on his divine power. At Ling Mountain, the great Thunder Sound Temple, the atmosphere had lost its previous solemnity, tinged with a hint of murderous intent and determination. Shakyamuni, the ancient Buddha of Lamp, and Maitreya Buddha sat on lotus platforms, their gazes penetrating the void, observing the battle situation in the arena. Amitabha, truly worthy of the Taoist demon, subduing heavenly sovereign with a deep foundation and unmatched defense. Bo Sun is likely no match for him. Shakyamuni slowly spoke, his voice betraying no emotion. Maitreya Buddha frowned and asked again, Buddhas, are you truly ready to be completely against the heavenly? Shakyamuni's eyes glimmered with golden light, carrying a grand ambition and determination to propagate our Buddha's teachings in the East, to establish the foundation of Ling Mountain for eternity. We have no other choice. Maitreya Buddha, upon hearing this, felt the last trace of hesitation fade, turning into a deep sigh. He no longer spoke, only clasped his hands together and recited a long Buddhist chant, Amitabha. If so, I, the poor monk, shall not conspire with you any longer. After saying this, the lotus platform beneath him radiated brilliant light, slowly rising like the previous Guanyin, and under the complex and unfathomable gazes of the other Buddhas and Arhats, gracefully departed from the great Thunder Sound Temple. In an instant, 2 of the 3 saints of Ling Mountain had left. Shakyamuni's expression remained unchanged as he exchanged a glance with the ancient Buddha of Lamp, both seeing the deep light in each other's eyes. The time has come, Shakyamuni whispered. The 2 Buddhas simultaneously raised their palms, their fingertips, each releasing a strand of black flowing light emanating a strange decaying aura. These were the primordial evil thoughts they had severed but could not completely eliminate over countless epochs. As these 2 strands of evil thoughts emerged, the temperature of the entire Great Thunder Sound Temple seemed to drop, by several degrees. Go! The two men simultaneously flicked their fingers. In the starry sky arena, the Bo Sun demon dragon, locked in a stalemate with the Xuanwu Dharma, suddenly trembled violently. He felt two immense forces of evil surge into his demon soul core. This was not an ordinary infusion of magic power, but the very essence of malevolent thoughts from the two Buddhas of Ling Mountain. It was as if two barrels of the fiercest oil had been poured onto the dying demon flame. Roar! Bo Sun let out a roar filled with pain and ecstasy, his dragon body swelling wildly, the color of the demon flames shifting from pitch black to dark gold, its might multiplying several times. The demonic energy that was originally in a stalemate with the Xuanwu Dharma now began to push back, overwhelming and eroding the indestructible Xuanjia divine light. Kik. Interesting. So very interesting. Bo Sun's voice twisted with the surge of power. Those two old bald donkeys actually dared to pass their own evil thoughts to me. Do they intend to use my hand to eliminate you, the heavenly sovereign of the Dragon Kingdom? Huh. Very well. I shall do as you wish. The dark, golden demon flames surged, and the Xuanwu Dharma emitted a cracking sound under the unbearable strain, its divine light quickly dimming. The figure of the Jinwu Emperor, seated in meditation, slightly swayed, and a trickle of pale golden divine blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. He was actually being forced back by this sudden influx of demonic energy. No way. Below the arena, Lu Feng's pupils constricted sharply as he stared intently at the bizarre-colored demon flames. Bo Sun's power shouldn't have increased so suddenly. This is definitely suspicious. Despite his reluctance to accept it, the sight of the Jinwu Emperor being suppressed and the Xuanwu Dharma on the verge of collapse was an undeniable fact. Your power is strange. The Jinwu Emperor struggled to maintain the Xuanwu Dharma while focusing to sense the source of the dark golden demon flames, a hint of realization and coldness flashing in his eyes. So that's it. You are drawing on the power of the external path. Hee, you really have some guts. Bo Sun laughed wildly. Did you guess it? Too bad it's too late. Today let you, the emperor of this Taoist sect, become the first sacrifice after I devour the evil thoughts of the Buddha. The dark golden demon dragon let out a collective roar as it launched a full-scale attack. Cracks spread across the Xuanwu Dharma like a spider's web. Above the 9 heavens in the Lingxiao treasure hall, the Jade Emperor, who had been quietly observing the situation, did not display any worry, but instead revealed a knowing smirk. Finally, unable to hold back and join the fray. Beside him, the god of wealth, Zhao Gongming, stroked the black tiger beside him, his eyes flashing with fierce light as he grinned. Your Majesty, we have been waiting for this day for a long time. It's just right to settle old scores with that old lantern-bearer together. The usually bloodthirsty Tai Bai Jinxing had calmed down at this moment, but beneath that calmness lay a terrifying storm of suppressed rage. He slightly bowed, his voice as cold as ice. Your Majesty, since Ling Mountain has engaged in such vile deeds, secretly supporting the demon and interfering in the arena, attacking our heavenly deities. According to heavenly laws, this must be seen as a declaration of war. He raised his head, his eyes filled with pure and intense killing intent. I, the Jinxing, request orders. Dispatch troops to Ling Mountain and eradicate the Buddhist scourge. Holy shit, the Heavenly Lord is going to go insane with killing. The pagoda-wielding King Li Jing was shaken by Tai Bai Jinxing's murderous intent to eradicate the Buddhist scourge, almost losing grip on his exquisite pagoda. This king, usually in charge of military affairs, now felt that Tai Bai Jinxing's killing intent was far fiercer than that of a martial general. The Jade Emperor gently stroked his long beard, his mocking smile transforming into a look of unfathomable amusement. Star Lord, do not rush, do not rush. If you charge in with such murderous fervor, wouldn't that deprive us of much of the fun? It would appear as though our heavenly court knew only how to fight and kill, lacking an understanding of the subtleties of play. The longevity star, leaning on his coiling dragon staff, rubbed his smooth and large forehead, cheerfully chimed in. Yes, your Majesty is right. Since those old monks in Ling Mountain wish to play dirty, let's indulge them. Isn't it more interesting than overturning the table directly? Using a dull knife to cut flesh, playing slowly, is far more engaging. Hearing this, the other immortals revealed knowing smiles. The previously tense atmosphere relaxed, replaced by a playful and expectant demeanor akin to a cat teasing a mouse. Tai Bai Jinxing looked at his suddenly enthusiastic colleagues in the treasure hall, then gazed at the composed Jade Emperor above, and could only sigh helplessly, his terrifying killing intent gradually receding as he shook his head. Well, since your Majesty and the esteemed colleagues wish to play slowly, I shall temporarily suppress my killing intent. However, right now the Jinwu Emperor seems to be in a tight spot. We cannot just sit idly by, can we? Naturally we cannot. The Jade Emperor nodded, his gaze sharp as lightning, sweeping across the assembly of immortals below, finally landing on the two divine lords, Zhao Aiqing, Wen Aiqing, Zhao Gongming, and Wen Zhong stepped forward, simultaneously bowing. "We are here, your majesty." The Jade Emperor lightly tapped the armrest of the imperial seat, his voice calm. "Since Ling Mountain has secretly made a move to interfere with the arena and attacked our divine beings, this cannot be allowed to persist. This precedent cannot be set. The upcoming game will be left to the two esteemed Akings." He looked at Zhao Gongming, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. "Gongming, you still have an old grudge with that lantern bearer. This time I will give you a chance to settle the score." Zhao Gongming's eyes blazed with light as he clasped his hands and declared loudly, "I accept the order. I will not fail your majesty's trust." The black tiger beside him seemed to sense its master's battle intent, letting out a low growl. The Jade Emperor then turned to Wenzhong, the Thunder Department Divine Lord, whose expression was calm, his divine eye half open and half closed with flashes of thunder circulating. "Wenqing, you preside over the Thunder Department, overseeing punishments across the three realms, most stringent in accordance with heavenly laws. Ling Mountain's actions have crossed the line. You must know how to warn against repetition in your heart." Wenzhong solemnly clasped his hands, his voice steady as a mountain. "Your majesty can rest assured. Those who transgress heavenly laws will surely be punished by the might of the Thunder Department." A low thunderous sound rolled around him, the wrath of heavenly justice manifesting. "Very good." The Jade Emperor nodded in satisfaction, redirecting his gaze toward the reflection of the arena's battle, his right index finger lightly tapping on the screen, showing the Jinwu Emperor's shadow in the heavenly realm. Buzz! An indescribable and immeasurable vast power descended upon the arena, disregarding the barriers of time and space. Catherine felt something was strange, but could not pinpoint the exact reason. In that moment, all the immortals in the hall, regardless of their cultivation levels, felt their magic powers and even their understanding of the Tao tremble and resonate slightly in the face of this great power. Even the surrounding celestial spiritual energies froze for an instant. "What is this?" Taibai Jinxing's pupils constricted sharply as he looked at the Jade Emperor, his eyes filled with disbelief. "Your Majesty's cultivation has actually reached such an incredible realm." Taiji Savior and the Southern Polar Immortal exchanged glances, both seeing the same astonishment and a hint of helpless mirth in each other's eyes. Taiji Savior stroked his beard and sighed. "Your Majesty clearly possesses the might to change the heavens with just a gesture, yet it is merely for fun." In the starry sky arena, the Jinwu Emperor, enduring the frenzied assault of dark golden demon flames, suddenly jolted. Two familiar yet immensely powerful sources of divine soul unexpectedly appeared within his divine body without warning. One source of divine soul carried the overwhelming fortune to amend all debts and a cold, killing intent suppressed for countless years. The other contained the supreme authority of heavenly punishment and mastery over thunder. The true martial emperor's heart shook violently. "Your Majesty, to possess such divine powers capable of crossing realms, to deliver the essence of the heavenly sovereign, and to silently merge into my body." Just as his thoughts raced, a bizarre transformation occurred. His towering Xuanwu true form suddenly bulged at the sides of his neck, and two flesh lumps burst forth, transforming into two more fierce and imposing heads of giant turtles. One to the left and one to the right, they guarded the central true martial head, suddenly transforming into an awe-inspiring three-headed Xuanwu. 3 heads, 6 eyes gazing down at the frenziedly charging dark gold demon dragon. "What the hell is that?" Lu Feng watched in shock from below the stage, his jaw nearly dropping. Three. The true martial emperor has such a form. I've never heard of it. The demon king Bo Sun also froze momentarily, then laughed maniacally. What does it matter if 2 more heads grow? It's just a bluff. Come and die." The dark gold annihilation magic flames surged to their peak, transforming into a torrent of destruction, rushing toward the central true martial head, vowing to shatter its true form first. However, the 2 newly emerged Xuanwu heads simultaneously lifted just before the magic flames reached them, their mouths curling into a smirk. "Fuck. The turtle is laughing. The turtle is laughing. We're dead, we're dead." Ram, who had just barely crawled to the edge of the stage, turned back to see this horrifying scene and was so frightened that his soul nearly flew away, his pants wetting again. Boom. Zzzz. The moment the magic flames touched the left head's eyes suddenly transformed into a noble golden hue, as if gold mountains and silver seas, endless treasures, were swirling in the depths of its pupils. The forehead of the right head split open with a crack, and a vertical pupil wrapped in destructive purple lightning suddenly opened wide, its lightning piercing through the magic atmosphere. 2 utterly distinct divine sounds erupted from the 2 heads. "Heavenly fortune descends, breaking your evil luck. Purple sky punishes evil, thunder punishment sweeps away demons." The left golden head opened its massive mouth, not spewing forth water, but an endless torrent of gold coins. "What the hell? So much money. Are they just giving it to me?" Songwen was taken aback. However, these coins were not physical, but manifestations of luck and the power of breaking evil. Every coin that detonated created a ripple of golden light, diluting and dispersing a large area of the thick magic flames. The right head with the thunderous vertical pupil was even more violent, with purple lightning pouring out like a waterfall, instantly transforming into a massive purple sky thunder net. Every bolt of lightning contained an overwhelming, terrifying power. As soon as the magic flames made contact, they turned into nothingness. Oh my God! Oh my God! The turtle has become a spirit. 3 heads can spit gold coins and unleash lightning. The Western audience erupted in chaos, fear gripping them. Even with barriers in place, the brilliant divine light of the gold coin torrent and the destructive aura of the purple sky thunder still made their souls tremble, causing them to shrink into corners and shiver. Demon King Bosun's pupils constricted, alarm bells ringing in his heart. This sudden change completely disrupted his rhythm. The gold coin torrent on the left was actually weakening the bad luck and causality contained in his magic flames. The purple thunder net on the right was even more effective against demonic energy. This is by no means the work of the true martial emperor alone. This is not the power of a god. You are cheating. Heaven's way. They are openly cheating. Bosun's main head turned towards Catherine, who was maintaining the barrier, roaring in anger. Catherine was struggling to stabilize the stage barrier, which was being rocked by the impact of 3 divine powers, and couldn't help but roll her eyes dramatically, muttering, "Cheating. You stuffing dark thoughts secretly doesn't count as cheating. It's obvious that 2 top powers are fighting from afar. If it weren't for the fear of being entangled in this overwhelming causality, I would have thrown you all off the stage long ago." Boom! Under the relentless suppression of the 3 combined divine powers, the dark gold magic flames were forced back, their range compressed to surrounding Bosun's true form. Bosun, filled with both shock and anger, suddenly opened his massive mouth, fiercely biting towards the left golden head that was continuously spewing gold coins. The head transformed from Zhao Gongming, flashed with a glint of cunning, and in an instant it withdrew into the thick Xian armor turtle shell. Bosun bit into nothingness, gritting his teeth in frustration. "Hee, demon, you can't bite me, can't bite me." The teasing mental wave of Zhao Gongming emanated from within the turtle shell. Damn it! Bosun shifted his target and lunged at the right head that was spewing purple sky divine thunder. "You wretched thing! How dare you!" The thunder head formed from when Zhong snorted coldly, and a lightning bolt shot from its vertical pupil. A thicker divine thunder aimed at evil surged forth, crashing into Bosun's biting mouth. Bosun let out a painful howl as much of the magic energy in his mouth was purified, and his entire head momentarily went numb. This scene threw layers of void reflected in the Buddha light water mirror of Ling Mountain. All the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in the hall wore serious expressions, their eyelids twitching. The medicine master, luminous King Buddha, couldn't help but cough lightly, whispering, "Amitabha. This is by no means the true martial emperor's means. I was fortunate to cough discussed the Tao with him in the past, and he does not possess such abilities." Shakyamuni's eyes glimmered with wisdom as he slowly spoke. "This is not the power of the true martial. This is cross-realm spirit attachment, a trinity technique." The golden energy on the left, vast and rich, yet carrying a fierce killing intent, should be the power of the Heavenly Courts Department of Wealth Zhao Gongming. The purple sky divine thunder on the right, dignified and authoritative, presiding over heavenly punishment, is none other than Wen Zhong of the Thunder Department. Zhao Gongming. It seems he has never let go of the old grievances from back then. That figure from the Heavenly Court actually managed to deliver the essence of 2 divine beings to the lower realm. His cultivation is likely even more refined. Once these words were spoken, a heavy silence fell over the hall. An invisible pressure began to spread. Amitabha folded his hands together, his compassionate expression tinged with worry. If this is truly the case, the gap between Ling Mountain and the Heavenly Court is likely far greater than we imagined. If that figure takes another step forward, completely crossing that critical threshold, the path of our Buddhist sect eastward will forever be impossible. Shakyamuni Buddha fell silent for a moment, the beads in his hand slowly halting. He raised his gaze as if piercing through the glorious realm of Ling Mountain. "If so, we cannot afford to hold back and watch any longer." As the words fell, he raised his right hand and reached out towards the Shurtua Ridge at the foot of Ling Mountain. Roar! A thunderous roar erupted from the depths of Shurtua Ridge. That was the resentment of countless mortals who had perished in Shurtua Ridge, along with the malevolent energy absorbed from the demons, devouring lives forcibly extracted by Shakyamuni using supreme Buddhist methods. The collective shape of that resentment continuously twisted and changed, sometimes resembling a stampede of beasts, sometimes like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, emitting foul, evil, and mad energy that even caused some bodhisattvas to feel a chill in their hearts. Upon the arena platform, the three-headed Xuanwu emanated awe-inspiring, divine majesty, moving in flawless unison. Jinwu Dadi, positioned at the center, directed the battle with unwavering authority. His demon-subduing divine light remained as steadfast as bedrock. Zhao Gongming, manifested as the Golden Head, continuously expelled coins of fortune, eroding the destiny of the demon Lord Poxin. Meanwhile, Wen Zhong, transformed into the Thunderous Head, relentlessly rained down Zi Shao divine thunder, purifying the very existence of Poxin's demonic body. Each of these three was a natural bane to evil demons, now united as one entity, their powers synergized perfectly. So much so that Poxin, the dread sovereign, who had plagued the Buddha for countless eons, was driven into desperate retreat, his dark golden dragon form scarred and battered, his demonic aura dimmed, defeat already etched upon his visage. "Damn it! Cursed fate!" roared Poxin in his monstrous dragon form, thrashing wildly in futile rage, yet bound fast jaws and coils of the three-headed Xuanwu locking him in an inescapable grip. Exhilarating. Truly exhilarating, cried Zhao Gongming's golden head, tearing savagely at its foe, golden eyes blazing fiercely. "I smell the scent of that old lamp-bearer Randang. Just wait, old lamp. The grudge from your theft of my pearl shall be repaid, principal and interest alike. The Dinghai pearl will return to my grasp." At the very moment Poxin staggered toward inevitable subjugation, the three-headed Xuanwu froze in unison, all six eyes turning simultaneously toward the void beyond the arena platform. An indescribable miasma surged through layered dimensions, thick with bloodshed, venomous resentment, frenzied madness, and the defiling karmic weight of corrupted Buddhist energy, racing straight toward the arena. "What in the world is that?" murmured Zhao Gongming's golden head, golden pupils narrowing with wary vigilance. Wen Zhong's thunderous head lifted, a lightning coiled within his vertical third eye as he probed the disturbance, then spoke gravely, such overwhelming resentment and malevolence, yet faintly laced with traces of Buddhist power. Could it be the lingering calamity from the Lion Camel Ridge tribulation, the one endured by Jin Shanzi during his western pilgrimage? As those words hung in the air, Poxin, who had been writhing in despair, suddenly convulsed violently. His colossal dragon body trembled, not in agony, but in ecstatic rapture. Ha ha ha. A twisted, ear-splitting laugh burst from Poxin's maw. "So this is it. I had long wondered why you sanctimonious monks would permit, or even secretly nurture, those three slaughterous beasts, allowing them to seize and desecrate Lion Camel Ridge, that land of primal malignancy. So you've been cultivating them like sacrificial insects for 1,000 years, just for this very instant. What masterful scheming. Truly masterful." Before the final syllable faded, the pitch-black amalgam of resentment, hurled from Lingshan itself, shattered the arena's barrier and slammed into Poxin's dragon form. Ruo'er. A roar erupted from Poxin, more violent, more chaotic, more saturated with infinite suffering than any before. His body swelled grotesquely like a balloon, inflating beyond reason. Dark golden demonic flames now churned with viscous blood-red flames of vengeance, and within them flickered countless spectral fragments of wailing mortals. His already formidable demonic chi underwent a terrifying metamorphosis, fused with the concentrated calamitous karma amassed over eons at Lion Camel Ridge. His aura exploded, swelling several-fold in an instant, while chaotic torrents of raw energy shook the entire arena barrier, its light flickering wildly between brilliance and extinction. "Enough. Have you no end to this?" Catherine, who maintained the barrier, finally snapped, her fair face, storm-darkened voice sharp as a blade. "Are you treating this arena as your private backyard? One after another, you just keep shoving people in. If this continues, I'm walking out. Done." At her words, the four heads exchanged bewildered glances, utterly at a loss. Before her final word had settled, another anomaly unfolded. A majestic golden divine radiance descended from the highest heavens, enveloping the faltering arena barrier. Wherever the light passed, turbulent energies stilled. The violently trembling barrier solidified instantly, and even Poxin's surging monstrous aura was subtly pressed back, confined once more within the arena's bounds. Catherine blinked in surprise, sensing the familiar, yet awe-inspiring will embedded in the light. She pursed her lips and muttered under her breath, "Fine, since the big boss has arrived. Carry on. Carry on." Relieved of immense pressure, Poxin swung his newly enlarged grotesque head toward the three-headed Xuanwu, unleashing a layered, discordant cackle. "So tell me, how exactly will the three of you fight me now?" The three-headed Xuanwu stared solemnly at this new adversary, his aura chaotic yet overwhelmingly potent, and a heavy silence settled deep within each of their hearts. Fused with the Buddha's own malignant intent and the boundless resentment of Lion Camel Ridge, this foe was no longer merely a demon, but a warped sentient confluence of calamity far more perilous than before. As Jinwu Dadi pondered his next move, A pair of profound arcane primordial forces descended from the unseen depths and flowed seamlessly into his Xuanwu divine form. Jinwu Dadi recoiled instinctively, his divine body trembling slightly. Has His Majesty inserted yet another soul into the fray? In the next instant, two fleshy bulges swelled along the thick ancient carapace, on the right side of Zhao Gongming's head and the left side of Wenzhong's, followed by two soft wet bursts. Two fresh Xuanwu heads emerged cracking through the shell. The leftmost newborn head bore snow-white hair and beard flowing with ethereal grace. Its countenance exuded immortal elegance tempered by the profound wisdom of ages, and beneath it a hidden edge of incisive acuity. The rightmost newborn head possessed an unusually broad high forehead, nearly half its face. Its expression serene and benevolent, its gentle gaze seeming to reflect the immutable principles of heaven and earth. Whoa, what the hell are you? Zhao Gongming's golden head jerked sideways in shock, glaring at the suddenly materialized white-beard neighbor beside him. The white-beard head, manifested from the primordial essence of Tai by Jin Xing, blinked benignly and smiled me. Ahem. This humble Taoist is but a wild crane of the mountains. My Taoist name is Shanji. Zhao Gongming stared dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Wenzhong's thunderous head furrowed its brow, turning toward the newly emerged broad-foreheaded neighbor on its right. The broad-foreheaded head, born of Nan Ji Xian Wang's primordial essence, beamed warmly and obligingly replied, "Ah, blessed indeed. This humble one is but a leisurely deer of the woods. You may call me Hao Nan." Wenzhong. Even the lightning coiling in his vertical third eye twitched involuntarily. Jinwu Dadi, the central original head, pressed a metaphorical palm to his forehead if tortoises possessed foreheads, and sighed inwardly, Shanji and Hao Nan. What divine irony! His Majesty truly knows how to choose. Thus the towering Xuanwu true form now stood unprecedented, five-headed. At the center reigned Jinwu Dadi himself. To his left stood Zhao Gongming, then Tai by Jin Xing. To his right stood Wenzhong, then Nan Ji Xian Wang. 5 heads, 10 eyes. All locked unwaveringly upon Poxin's fused chaos-swollen, resentment-fueled abomination across the arena. Silence fell, absolute suffocating, upon the platform and all surrounding tiers. In the longwa spectators stands Lu Feng, and his companions gaped mouths agape, utterly speechless, unable to articulate the storm of emotion surging within them. Western spectators and summoners alike stood frozen, minds blank, staring at the colossal turtle bearing 5 heads, and an aura escalating beyond all rational comprehension, wondering whether they were collectively hallucinating. The sinister laughter of the Demon King Bo Sun's amalgamation abruptly ceased. 5 heads, 10 pairs of eyes, like 5 supreme, divine mountains of different attributes, yet resonating from the same source, came crashing down. Merely sensing the aura made his chaotic body, fused with malevolent thoughts and grudges, feel waves of tearing pain and sluggishness. You all. The expressions of the heads of the Bo Sun amalgamation twisted a mix of shock and anger. 5 against 1. Does the heavenly court still care about its reputation? On one side, the white-beard Xuanwu grinned and said, "This is how we at the heavenly court operate. Do you oppose?" The moment his words fell, all 5 Xuanwu moved simultaneously. There was no hierarchy among them. The 5 forces of the righteous path of the Xianmin synchronized perfectly, resonating together, transforming into a natural torrent of suppression. Taitsong Xuanwu suppresses demons. The true body of Jinwu raised its head and howled. An overwhelming and endless expanse of demon-suppressing light erupted from its center, forming a grand formation that enveloped the entire arena. The Bo Sun amalgamation felt a heavy weight descend upon it, as if burdened by the sky. Each movement required tenfold effort, and even the boiling malevolent thoughts within became sluggish. Bestow fortune, obsession with wealth. Zhao Gongming's golden head with golden pupils burst forth with brilliance. The boundless fortune coins no longer scattered. They coalesced into 64 massive illusory coins of heavenly fortune, spiraling out along profound trajectories, nailing towards the Bo Sun amalgamation. This is to lock fate and sever cause and effect. In an instant, Bo Sun felt as if isolated in a desolate wasteland, unable to draw even a shred of negative emotion or stray energy from its surroundings to replenish itself. Even the tenuous connection to the malevolent thoughts of the spirit mountain became blurred. Heavenly punishment. Purple sky breaks illusion. When Zhong's thunderous head opened its vertical eye, the thunder of judgment roared. The purple sky divine thunder no longer spread in a net-like manner, but gathered into an incredibly imposing thunderous shackles and a spear of righteous lightning, honed to perfection. The shackles advanced first, carrying the law of binding since coiling around the Bo Sun amalgamation to restrict its movements. The thunder spear followed, bearing the will of executing heavenly punishment, aimed directly at its core demon soul, ready to strike to the utmost, separating fortune and blessing. The South Pole Immortal's broad forehead bore a compassionate expression. The azure light on his forehead surged, and the gentle and auspicious light of life reduction spread silently like spring rain. This radiance shone upon the Bo-Sun amalgamation, causing its soul to scatter. He felt that the existence time limit of his forcibly assembled body was rapidly passing like an hourglass reaching its end. The ominous fortune from the Lion Camel Ridge was also being swiftly stripped away. Primordial chaos power of great evil. The white-beard Tai Bai Jin Xing had both killing intent and wisdom in his eyes. He did not directly attack Bo-Sun's body, but instead opened his mouth to unleash a strange light. The divine light of void-breaking illusion. This light specifically breaks illusions, enchantments, and all structures of discordant power. Under the illumination of the divine light, the body of the Bo-Sun amalgamation forcibly fused with the Buddha's malevolent thoughts. The demon king's essence and the lion camel's resentment instantly became exceedingly fragile. The fivefold suppression was completed in synchrony, interlocking perfectly. The demon-suppressing formation suppressed the environment-locking fortune and severing external aid. The thunderous shackles bound its actions. The life-reducing divine light weakened its foundation, and the divine light of void exposed its vulnerabilities. No, you will not trap me. The Bo-Sun amalgamation let out a desperate roar, struggling wildly. The three powers violently clashed within it, attempting to break free from the bindings through self-destructive explosions. You cannot escape. The five Xuanwu shared a collective consciousness and launched their final strike simultaneously. The true body of Jinwu summoned all the power of the demon-suppressing formation, transforming into a giant black claw that descended from above, grasping towards the Bo-Sun amalgamation for the final spatial fixation and power compression. Zhao Gongming's golden head controlled the 64 illusory coins of heavenly fortune, suddenly converging, forming a golden cage that locked down its energy from all sides. Wen Zhong's thunderous head with the long-anticipated spear of righteous lightning pierced through the gap illuminated by the divine light of void, where the three powers clashed most violently. The South Pole Immortal's broad forehead urged the life-reducing divine light to its utmost limit, causing Bo-Sun, originally without a lifespan limit, to feel itself rapidly aging. In Tai Bai Jin Xing's white-beard head, the light of compassion and killing intent intertwined, finally tipping towards the latter. Demon struggling to this extent is quite rare. Then with this sword I will send you to your death. As soon as the words fell, his head lunged forward. A fine grayish-white thread shot out from his forehead. This was no ordinary sword chi, but the manifestation of primordial killing intent. The grayish-white thread flew faster than thought, ignoring the chaotic yet formidable energy defenses of the Bo-Sun amalgamation, slicing through effortlessly. Chi! A barely perceptible sound of rupture echoed. The body of the Bo-Sun amalgamation, which had been violently trembling and on the verge of collapse from the clashes of various powers, abruptly froze. The wildly struggling will came to an abrupt halt. The three clashing source powers were precisely and thoroughly severed by that grayish-white killing intent. Having lost their cohesion, the three opposing powers began to collapse on their own. The dark gold, pitch black, and blood-red energies flowed away, but under the residual effects of several divine powers collapsed and condensed towards a central point. In the end, it transformed into a black relic the size of a dragon's eye, floating in midair. At this moment, the illusory figures of the four deities, Zhao Gongming, Wen Zhong, Tai Bai Jin Xing, and the South Pole Immortal, quietly detached from the four auxiliary heads. The phenomena of the five Xuanwu dissipated, and the true martial emperor restored his imperial visage. His complexion was slightly pale, clearly having exhausted quite a bit from the previous battle. He raised his hand and summoned the floating black relic into his palm. It felt icy and heavy, containing pure, yet extremely dangerous evil intent, while its outer layer was wrapped in a sheen resembling that of neither Buddha nor demonic. The true martial emperor looked down at it, a smirk of mockery forming at the corner of his mouth. A demon can actually condense a relic. It seems there is no difference between demons and Buddhas. Having said that, he flipped his hand to store the black relic, sealing it heavily with his own demon-cleansing device. Then he raised his head, casting a half-smile as he swept across a certain point in the sky, as if piercing through endless space, having a momentary exchange of gazes with the spirit mountain above. On the spirit mountain at the great thunder sound temple, Shakyamuni Buddha gazed at the last glimpse of the true martial emperor in the water mirror, finally revealing a hint of gloom. He slowly closed his eyes, twirling the Buddhist beads in his hand. The heavenly court's foundation is unfathomable. It seems that relying solely on the power of my spirit mountain is still insufficient. Perhaps it is time to let those otherworldly gods expend a bit more of the heavenly court's resources. The ancient Buddha of the burning lamp remained silent, but a glimmer of profound light flashed in the depths of his eyes. In the starry arena, after the true martial emperor departed, Catherine finally let out a sigh of relief. She flew to the center of the arena, kicking the wailing ram out of the barrier, clapped her hands, and proclaimed loudly, "The demon king Bo-sun has been vanquished. This battle the Dragon Kingdom triumphs." "Mr. Yamamoto, it's your turn for the gods of the Eastern Ing to battle." Thomas, observing the decline of the Tianju nation's fortune, turned to Yamamoto Nichiboku. Upon hearing this, Yamamoto Nichiboku's expression darkened. "You want me to go again? The fortune of the Eastern Ing has dwindled to a mere thread. If we lose this battle, we will have to cede our territory." "What? Your fortune diminished so quickly?" Achilles asked in confusion. "Didn't you previously defeat the Bangzi nation and seize their fortune? How could it be gone now?" After his words, the atmosphere in the room became subtly charged. Thomas looked at Yamamoto's grim expression, a cold smile creeping on his lips. "The Eastern Ing claims to have 800,000 gods, but how many can actually fight on the stage? Since you are so weak, if you wish to join our Western alliance, you must show some sincerity and pay the price, don't you think?" This statement fell like a bucket of cold water, chilling the hearts of everyone present. "So you mean the fortune of the Eastern Ing was consumed by the beautiful nation?" Hafra murmured softly. "No wonder the Eastern Ing is so eager to declare war on the Dragon Nation. Their fortune has already hit rock bottom." "Humph." Yamamoto Nichiboku pushed aside a few people in front of him, his eyes filled with determination. "Though the gods of the Eastern Ing are few in number, none of our top gods are weak. I will fight in this battle." Ignoring the complex gazes behind him, he strode onto the summoning platform. Maintaining a facade of calm, he fervently prayed, "Within great Amaterasu, goddess of the sun, I beseech you to protect your people. This battle must be a victory, never a defeat." After his prayer, he took a deep breath and slammed his palm heavily onto the summoning platform. In an instant, a pitch-black summoning light engulfed him. 1. God of Wisdom, Shikinjin, Level 1. The first card appeared, and Yamamoto Nichiboku's heart sank. Behind him, the Eastern Ing audience gasped collectively, many casting resentful glances at Thomas, yet they dared not voice their anger. A look of disdain flickered in Thomas's eyes, yet he remained silent. 2. God of Fisheries, Ebisu, Level 2. Sigh. Looking at the second card, Yamamoto Nichiboku sighed, unable to conceal his disappointment. "It's a pity that the rules of the arena only allow one summon at a time. If the 7 lucky gods could descend together, perhaps we would have a fighting chance." The 7 lucky gods of the Eastern Ing consist of Daikokutin, Ebisu, Bishamonten, Benzaten, Fukuro, Kuju, Jurajin, and Hote. Legend has it that when the 7 lucky gods unite, they possess strength not inferior to Izanagi. 3. War God, Tachikawa no Kamikaze, Level 4. The moment the third card flipped, Yamamoto Nichiboku and all the little Baka's eyes lit up. Tachikawa no Kamikaze, the god of swords and weaponry. The Eastern Ing camp erupted in suppressed cheers. In legend, Tachikawa no Kamikaze is a symbol of Eastern Ying's martial prowess, unparalleled in sword techniques, a being second only to the 3 noble ones. Lord Tachikawa no Kamikaze is our Eastern Ying's war god. His strength is surely not weaker than the previous Dragon Nation's Marshal Saint Guanyu. Someone immediately spoke up. The little Bakas all nodded in agreement. In the Lingxiao Palace, Guanyu, who was boasting about crushing the Tianju war god Saikanda, suddenly paused, then exploded in anger. "What nonsense is this? A mere island god wants to be compared to me. Am I being used as a standard of comparison?" Zhao Gongming, suppressing a laugh, patted his shoulder. "Brother Yun, why must you be angry? It's just a tiny little country being arrogant and bragging." He turned to the Jade Emperor on the throne, suppressing his smile, "To ask your majesty, if we win this battle, what should we do with the little Bakas of the Eastern Ing, who will soon lose the protection of their gods?" He made a gesture as if cutting a throat. Before the Jade Emperor could speak, the Taibai Jinxing below already blew his beard and stared. "Is this even a question? Just a bunch of small fry, let's slaughter them all." "Yes, slaughter them, leave no one behind, not even an egg." The gods in the hall nodded in agreement, and in an instant a murderous aura filled the treasure hall. The Jade Emperor smiled, gently nodding slightly. "If that is the case, let it be as you all wish." By the side of the arena, the confidence that Yamamoto Nichiboku had just gained from the appearance of Tachikawa no Kamikaze instantly transformed into ecstatic joy as the fourth card flipped. 4. Sea God, Susanoo, Level 5. Everyone in the Western Alliance's viewing area stood up, one of the 3 noble ones. "Susanoo, it's actually this revered god. In Eastern Ing mythology, aside from the long-lost creator deities Izanagi and Izanami, are considered very powerful. Later, Amaterasu alongside Tsukuyami and Susanoo became known as the 3 noble ones, taking their place as the supreme deities. Among them, Susanoo governs the ocean and storms, and is also the ancestor of swordsmanship, making him the most compatible god with the little Bakas. Yoshi, heaven bless the Eastern Ing. Yamamoto Nichiboku excitedly licked his dry lips, a flame of ambition igniting in his eyes. With this revered god, here not only is victory in this battle hopeful, but we might even regain a piece of fortune for the Eastern Ing. Not just that. A little baka beside him, blushing and breathing heavily, fantasized, if we can slay a god from the Dragon Nation and publicly drink their divine blood, that would be the utmost glory. Hearing such arrogant words, Lu Feng merely shook his head with a smile and rolled his eyes. Meanwhile, the audience from the Dragon Nation had already exploded in anger. The myriad roars culminated in a simple yet powerful shout, "Yamamoto, your ancestors." Amidst the insults, Yamamoto Nichiboku was instead stirred to ferocity. No longer hesitating, he pointed fiercely at the card symbolizing the power of storms and the ocean. Boom! The summoning light shot into the sky, its hue not the usual golden white, but a wild mix of deep blue, dark purple, and silver lightning. A terrifying pressure brimming with the untold power of the ocean and the fury of storms surged forth like a tangible tsunami. The solid arena barrier vibrated with a humming sound under this pressure, shaking violently. Within the divine light, a shocking scene appeared. To the left was a towering shadow of a colossal wave. To the right was a fierce thunderbolt tearing through the sky, the two forces colliding and intertwining at the center. A majestic figure gradually solidified in the center of this storm and furious sea. He was extraordinarily tall and robust, his muscles akin to bronze cast and filled with primal strength. His deep blue hair wildly cascaded over his shoulders, dancing with the tumultuous divine energy, each strand seemingly harboring lightning. In his eyes, it seemed as if miniature tsunamis were roaring, with thunder continuously flickering. Clad in ancient and fierce Eastern Ing-style armor, at his waist hung an exaggerated and fearsome giant sword, Tenguzen. Though the blade was sheathed, a sharp intent capable of slicing through space emanated from it. Even merely standing on the arena made the surrounding light warp and the air solidify. One of the three noble ones, the sea god, storm god, ancestor of swordsmanship, Susanoo, has truly descended. He slowly turned his neck, his gaze sweeping across the entire arena like thunder. Finally locking onto the direction of the Dragon Nation, he grinned savagely. "I heard that a divine being from the Dragon Nation killed my father. Is that true?" The divine might of Susanoo mixed with the tempestuous aura of storms and oceans spread unabashedly. Although protected by the arena's barrier, it still left the surrounding audience gasping for breath. A little brat rushed to the edge of the arena, rolling and shouting excitedly, "Great sea god! It is the malevolent god of the Dragon Kingdom. They used vile sorcery to slay Lord Izanagi." Another person quickly echoed, "That's right. Lord Izanagi had the upper hand, but they resorted to trickery." Susanoo, upon hearing this, did not show anger on his handsome yet wild face, but instead curled his lips into a playful smile. "Oh, sorcery." He turned his gaze to Lu Feng, scrutinizing him from a position of superiority. "Dragon Kingdom Summoner, do you have any rebuttal?" Lu Feng met his gaze fearlessly, even snorting with laughter. "Rebuttal? What do I need to explain to the son of a defeated opponent? Don't you call yourselves fathers of the gods? Such a grand title, yet you were defeated by sorcery, which only shows that you are not worthy of your name, pitifully weak. Baka, impudent," several little brats shouted angrily. However, Susanoo waved his hand, a deeper smile on his face with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. "Weak. Well said. That old man truly was just that. Actually, I must thank you all." What? The little brats below were stunned. Susanoo looked down at them, his voice carrying a chilling coldness. "If he does not die, how can I rightfully defeat Amaterasu? Under the radiance of the sun goddess Amaterasu, there can only ever be one sun. I and Tsukuyami are merely embellishments. What I desire is to have my name be the only one revered in this world." At this pronouncement, the entire arena was in an uproar. The audience from the East Ing immediately fell into a dead silence, all the little brats staring wide-eyed in disbelief at their revered sea god, the core of their faith. The myth of the three noble children working together to protect the East Ing now revealed a grotesque crack at this moment. "And master, how could you?" a little brat stammered. Yamamoto Heritake's expression changed, but he ultimately gritted his teeth and knelt down with a thud, forehead touching the ground, proclaiming loudly, "Please see God fight for us, East Ing. After this battle, all of East Ing shall regard you as the honored one." The other little brats looked at each other, some lost and confused under the impact of reality versus faith, but a portion knelt down alongside Yamamoto Heritake, softly repeating, "Please, great sea god, fight for us. We honor you." Heh. On the Dragon Kingdom's side, Wu Tao curled his lip and nudged Song when beside him. "See, even their own father god can be sold, truly worthy of the fine tradition." However, Song Wen did not respond, his face bearing a strange, dreamy smile. Smack! Wu Tao slapped him on the back of his head. "What are you thinking? Drool is about to drip out." "I was thinking If East Ing loses later and they cede land, do we have a chance to go find an East Ing girl for some deep communication? What the hell? Wu Tao and Lu Feng simultaneously widened their eyes. Lu Feng stroked his chin, his gaze flickering. Now that you mention it, it does seem possible. In an instant, some not-so-healthy images flashed through his mind. Deep in thought, Lu Feng stepped forward, his palm heavily slapping down on the Dragon Kingdom's summoning platform. In an instant, divine light illuminated and 4 cards appeared in succession. 1. General of the Vanquishing Bandits, Qi Jiguang, level none. What? General Qi Jiguang. Wu Tao exclaimed in a low voice, looking at the card depicting the armor-clad resolute commander, his expression serious. This renowned anti-Japanese general, who left a glorious name in the history of the Dragon Kingdom, responded to the summoning at this moment. A surge of warmth and sorrow welled up in Lu Feng's heart. He felt as if he could sense that unwavering will to defend the country, burning and unextinguished, transcending time and space. He silently addressed the card's phantom, "General, please rest in peace. The descendants of later generations will never allow the scourge of the Japanese pirates to recur. After this battle, none of those beasts will escape." He knew that although General Qi Jiguang's spirit was strong, it still fell short when facing a deity of Susanu's caliber. He shifted his gaze to the second card. 2. Master of Qingwei, Tai Zhenren, level 4. Tai Zhenren. He really came. Lu Feng's spirit lifted, hope rekindled in his eyes. Previously, when Neza fought against Izanagi, Tai Zhenren had openly stated that he would take charge of the East Ing matters. Now he indeed came. "Hey, you seem quite confident about this card." Susanu noticed Lu Feng's change in expression and inquired with. Lu Feng shot him a cold glance. "Hey, confident? If he comes, you won't even know how you died." At that moment, the third card flipped over. 3. Benevolent Guide, Guanyin, level 5. Lu Feng stared, momentarily stunned. Guanyin, or Benevolent Guide. Lu Feng was dumbfounded, almost unable to believe his eyes. The image on the card indeed depicted the compassionate bodhisattva, holding a pure bottle and willow, but the name was marked as Benevolent Guide. Moreover, she actually appeared in the Dragon Kingdom's summoning card. What? This is impossible. Just as she regained her composure, Ram shrieked, pointing at the card incoherently. "Guanyin is the bodhisattva of our Tianju Buddhist sect. How could she go to your Dragon Kingdom? What Benevolent Guide? Nonsense." Lu Feng ignored Ram's breakdown. His mind raced, instantly conjuring many thoughts. Why would Guanyin appear in the Dragon Kingdom, and under the title of Benevolent Guide? Could it be? Before he could wrap his mind around it, the last card slowly flipped over. 4. Ancestor of Poison, Shebi, level none. What? Ancestor? Ancestor of Poison. Lu Feng gasped, his heart racing, the shock far surpassing when he saw Guanyin. On the card there was a fearsome phantom with a human body and animal head, wearing green snakes as earrings, surrounded by a haze of poison and death. That aura was ancient, wild, and fierce, starkly different from the current celestial beings. "Brother Feng, what is this ancestor of poison?" Wu Tao and Song Wen were startled by Lu Feng's reaction and quickly asked. They had never seen Lu Feng so flustered. Lu Feng seemed not to hear their questions. He fixated on the card. Memories of the ancient legends of the primordial chaos, the battle between witches and demons, and the 12 ancestors surged through his mind. Transformed from the blood of Pangu, controlling the source of laws, not cultivating the primordial spirit, but honoring the physical body as the ancient overlord. This existence, which only existed in the oldest myths, actually appeared and even responded to his summoning. "Brother Feng, what's wrong? Don't scare me." Wu Tao pushed Lu Feng's shoulder forcefully. Only then did Lu Feng recover from his shock, shaking his head with a bitter smile. "The ancestor shaman. That is an existence from the ancient times, far older than any celestial beings we have encountered before." "So, is he powerful?" Song Wen asked blankly. "Powerful undoubtedly, but just how powerful, I do not know." Lu Feng pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling the situation was tricky. Now with 3 choices, it makes it harder to decide. The true immortal Tai clearly came to support his disciple Neza and fulfill a promise. Not choosing him would mean undermining the face of the Chan sect. The Bodhisattva Guanyin appeared as a compassionate navigator, with profound intentions, likely to express her stance. If not chosen, would it mean missing a great opportunity and even causing her resentment? As for the ancestor shaman Shebi, sure, that was purely a force of primordial level. Summoning him would undoubtedly be a dimensional strike, delivering an unforgettable lesson to the East Japan. Just as Lu Feng hesitated, the Susanoo opposite him laughed as he saw his indecision. "What's wrong, kid from the Dragon Kingdom? Are you scared? No worries, no matter whom you summon, I guarantee he will die quickly, and I will try not to let him feel too much pain." The audience from East Japan erupted in laughter and strange calls, as if victory was already assured. However, Ram frowned and couldn't help but remind, "Don't celebrate too early." The card depicted Bodhisattva Guanyin. She is also a top powerhouse in the Buddhist sect of Tianju. Bodhisattva. Yamamoto Harutake retorted sharply, can a bodhisattva compare to our East Japan's 3 noble sons? Are you joking with me? Exactly. Lord Susanoo is invincible. Don't think your Tianju gods are truly invincible. Other little 8 brats echoed. Upon hearing this, the little Tianses were displeased. What nonsense, 3 noble sons. Who dares to provoke Bodhisattva Guanyin? The father of gods is merely a level 6 deity. How dare you East Japan compete with our Tianju gods? Instantly, the 2 major factions in the West began quarreling over who was stronger, Susanoo or Guanyin, in a matter that had yet to happen. Thomas's expression darkened, but with Susanoo present, he didn't dare to erupt. On the arena, Susanoo listened to the arguments below, sneering coldly. Guanyin. What does it matter whether she is a bodhisattva or a Taoist? If we are to choose, let us summon the strongest. He drew the dazzling Tengu Cloud sword from his waist with a clang, pointing it at Lu Feng. Come on. Bring out your strongest deity. I will pave my path to the divine throne with the blood of the strongest deity from the Dragon Kingdom. Lu Feng, upon hearing this, was not angry, but rather grinned. Oh, are you sure you want to choose the strongest? Naturally. Susanoo raised his head, exuding dominance. I will crush all obstacles with an invincible stance. Let you all understand what true invincibility is. Good. Lu Feng applauded him, then murmured softly, as if communicating with the other 2 cards. Sorry, true, immortal, sorry, bodhisattva. This is his own choice to select the strongest. As he spoke, his gaze sharpened, and his finger decisively pointed at the card radiating a fierce primordial aura, the ancestor shaman, Shebi Shur. Buzz. The card suddenly erupted with a rich dark green glow, and an ancient force began to spread. However, the anticipated arrival of the ancestor shaman did not occur. The card trembled violently, and a hoarse voice echoed across the arena. Who is disturbing my slumber? Lu Feng was taken aback and quickly responded respectfully. I, Lu Feng, a descendant of the Dragon Kingdom, humbly request the ancient ancestor shaman to take action and slay the foreign evil deity invading our homeland. Dragon Kingdom. Could it be my homeland? The voice seemed to fall into a momentary recollection, then let out an ambiguous sneer. That land has long been occupied by those celestial beings since the War of the Witch and the Lich, hasn't it? Why do you seek us instead of your heavenly deities? What is your intention? Lu Feng was momentarily speechless. He never expected that this ancestor shaman would be so grumpy upon waking up, and seemed quite critical of the current state of his homeland, even unwilling to take action. Under the arena, the originally tense East Japan audience was momentarily stunned, and then erupted into loud laughter. Ha ha ha. He doesn't care about him. Summoning failed. That's hilarious. I said it. What ancient ancestor shaman, never heard of it, must be a bluff. Lord Susanoo is mighty, winning without battle. The little 8 brats danced with joy as if they had already won. Yamamoto Harutake also let out a sigh of relief, a proud smile on his face. Although Susanoo did not laugh, the contempt in his eyes deepened. He twirled his sword flower, pointing the Tengu Cloud sword at Lu Feng. It seems your Dragon Kingdom cannot even awaken your own ancient heritage. How pathetic. So do you want to switch to a weaker one, or admit defeat directly? The pressure returned to Lu Feng. Wu Tao and Song, when looked at him anxiously. The audience from the Dragon Kingdom also fell into a worried silence. Could it be that this seemingly strongest trump card was actually a dead card? But what did you just say about the foreign deity? How strong is it? The ancient voice of Shebi Shur rang out again, tinged with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's eyes immediately darted around. Cough, I won't hide it from the esteemed ancestor shaman. He deliberately cleared his throat, raising his voice so the entire crowd could hear. This foreign deity is indeed very strong. As soon as this statement was made, the entire arena fell silent. The trio of Songwen stared at Lu Feng in disbelief. Didn't Brother Feng just say the Western gods were nothing special? Why the sudden change of heart? However, the East Japan side erupted in excitement. Yashi, this kid finally spoke a truth. Exactly. Our East Japan gods are the strongest. If you had said this earlier, it would have been fine. Wasting everyone's time. Even Susanoo's lips curled into a satisfied arc upon hearing this. Although he knew this might be a ploy, hearing his opponent admit how strong he was still felt somewhat pleasant. Very strong. Shebi Shur's voice clearly carried displeasure. Stronger than my witch clan. Lu Feng immediately put on a difficult yet compelled expression. Well, to be honest, this deity is the son of Izanagi, the father of the East Japan gods, and possesses terrifying strength. And he just claimed. He also said. Lu Feng took a deep breath as if making a significant resolution that he wants to use your witch blood to commemorate his path to invincibility and forge his divine throne. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire arena area fell silent. A chilling anger seeped from the dark green card, causing all spectators to shudder involuntarily. He really dares to say that. The voice of Shebishur lowered, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between clenched teeth. Lu Feng nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice, then unhesitatingly pointed with his hand at the Suza no Kami standing proudly with a sword across from him. Absolutely true. If you don't believe me, you can ask him yourself. Swish. All eyes instantaneously focused on Suza no Kami. His eyes narrowed slightly, a storm swirling within his ice-blue pupils. He naturally saw through Lu Feng's provocation, but this clumsy ploy ignited his pride and battle intent as a deity. Heh, borrowing my words to provoke me. That's somewhat interesting. He murmured to himself, then raised his gaze to meet the invisible eyes that seemed to penetrate from the direction of the card, arrogantly declaring, "Indeed, it's exactly what I said. Do you have an opinion?" Boom. Almost as soon as Suza no Kami's words fell, the dark green card suddenly erupted with a skyward dark light. A rich aura of primal malevolence and toxic laws erupted like a dormant volcano. Good, good. What a little god from beyond the realm. Shebishur's voice transformed from an echo in the realm of consciousness to a tangible roar resounding across the entire starry arena. Let me see what abilities you young gods possess to dare to speak like this. In an instant, the card shattered. Endless dark green poisonous mist surged forth like a flood, unleashed instantly, enveloping more than half of the arena. Wherever the poisonous mist passed, even the space emitted a sizzling sound of corrosion, and the solid arena floor visibly became pockmarked and gray, losing all vitality. From within the poisonous mist, a massive, grotesque outline filled with raw, violent beauty slowly stood up. Its human form towered over 100 feet, muscles coiling like the oldest mountains. Its beastly head resembled neither tiger nor dragon, fangs bared, and a pair of vertical pupils burned with a ghastly green soul fire. Instead of ordinary ears, two twisting blue poisonous snakes writhed and hissed. Its body was covered in primitive savage bone armor and beast skin, every inch of its skin exuding a deadly miasma and a breath of decay, symbolizing death. It was one of the 12 ancestors of the shaman, the ancient being in charge of poison, Shebishur. Suza no Kami felt the lethal threat coming from the miasma, a fleeting seriousness flashing in his eyes, quickly replaced by arrogance. Not bad, this miasma has some impressive momentum. Suza no Kami spoke aloud, sneering coldly. Unfortunately, before me, it is merely a petty trick that lacks any substance. You are ultimately just a monster that toys with toxins. He raised one hand high, a rapidly spinning thunderous vortex of violent wind forming in his palm. The storm emitted a sharp shriek, the suction suddenly increasing. Winds sweep away the clouds, cleanse the universe. Disperse. Suza no Kami shouted forcefully, pushing the vortex towards the core of the encroaching poisonous mist. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The violent suction erupted, and that thick, viscous poisonous mist was actually pulled into the vortex. In just a few breaths, the poisonous mist that had enveloped most of the arena was completely swept away, all compressed into that swirling storm. Suza no Kami pointed to the sky, controlling the now dark green and murky storm sphere, and hurled it forcefully into the high sky. Explode. Boom. The storm sphere exploded in the high sky, the toxins contained within instantly diluted into the vast firmament, posing no more threat to him. Did you see that, eh? Suza no Kami lowered his hands, the Ama no Murakumo, sword pointing diagonally to the ground, chin slightly raised, his face filled with disdain and pride. Your poison before my power to control storms and seas is merely dust that can be easily dispersed. I am one of the 3 noble children of the Eastern Land, the supreme being in charge of celestial phenomena and warfare. You and I are not even on the same level. Long live Lord Suza no Kami. Invincible. The sea god is invincible. A mere ancient beast from the Dragon Kingdom dares to flaunt its power before the sea god. What a joke. The Eastern audience erupted in a tsunami of cheers, the young ones flushed with excitement. Shebishur stood, its vertical pupils burning with ghastly green soul fire, held a pure confusion as it sized up the smug Suza no Kami. What it had just released was merely a backdrop of toxic miasma formed by the natural leakage of its own aura, similar to the carbon dioxide exhaled by humans, hardly an attack. How could it be that after the opponent used a storm to dilute it, they were so proud? Shebishur's massive beast head tilted slightly, as if trying to comprehend. This foreign little god is pitifully weak in terms of aura and law fluctuations. But why is he so confident? Could it be he truly has some hidden card that even I cannot see through? On the arena, Suza no Kami noticed Shebishur standing still, in his eyes it was as if it were stunned in fear, and became even more exuberant, beginning to speak incessantly. What? Are you intimidated by my methods? Not even daring to move? He sneered lightly, tapping the grotesque beast head and the entwined green snakes with the tip of his sword. Look at you, neither human nor beast, with snakes and insects coiling upon you, filthy and unworthy of being called a god. You are merely a lucky creature that has acquired some spiritual resonance, yet you dare to embarrass yourself on this starry arena. He took a step forward, his voice dripping with condescending arrogance. Forget it, I will grant you an opportunity, given your difficult cultivation. Now kneel down before these Dragon Kingdom people, bow your head, admit your mistake, and swear allegiance to me. I may spare your life, and take you as a guard beast, granting you a future. What did you say? Songwon jumped in anger from below the arena. You want our Dragon Kingdom god to bow to you? You must be dreaming. Suza no Kami elegantly made a should gesture, not even looking at Songwon, and laughed. Be quiet, you and I are not on the same level. Didn't you see that this ancient beast you Dragon Kingdom summoned with great effort has already been scared out of its wits by my divine might, unable to move? Shebi sure. Its massive beast face seemed to twitch slightly. Having lived through countless eras, witnessed the battles of shamans and demons, and the shattering of the primal world, it was the first time it encountered such a unique existence. Looking at Suza no Kami's arrogant demeanor of I alone am supreme under heaven, and listening to his incessant insults, the caution in Shebi Shure's heart born from card speculation was finally replaced by a simpler emotion, annoyance. Really damn annoying. Forget it, regardless of whether there are any hidden cards, I'll just strike first. Thus, as Suza no Kami was on a roll, preparing to continue his divine maxims. Smack! A crisp and resounding sound of a slap echoed across the arena. How badly do you think Suza no Kami will be hit? At that very instant, Susanoo no Mikoto's handsome face snapped sharply to the side. His entire body was flung like a celestial body struck by a star, transforming into a streak of azure-white light that crashed with a thunderous boom against the distant arena barrier. The impregnable barrier shimmered violently, buckling inward with a deep crater-like dent, flickering wildly on the verge of shattering. Silence. A deathly absolute silence. The cheers from the Yamato spectators died mid-breath. Every young Yamato warrior gaped, jaws agape, expressions frozen in shock. On the Longwa side, people stared wide-eyed as well. Susanoo no Mikoto slid limply down the barrier's luminous surface. Half his face swelled visibly, puffing up with alarming speed, while a thin trickle of pale golden divine blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Clutching his burning cheek, he felt not only the searing pain, but also the profound humiliation piercing his very soul, his eyes wide with disbelief. You dared strike me? Hey. His voice distorted by swelling cracked with fury and savage outrage. Do you even know who I am? Who the hell are you? Shebi Shure retracted his claws and cut him off impatiently. I am one of Yamato's 3 noble deities, the sovereign of storms and oceans, the primordial founder of swordsmanship, Susanoo no Mikoto. Susanoo no Mikoto roared, utterly consumed by shame and wrath. You dare insult this exalted deity so grievously. You shall die. Tatsukano Tsurugi, sunder. With a ringing clang, a blade of glacial brilliance slashed across the heavens. At last the Tatsukano Tsurugi, the sword long revered by Susanoo no Mikoto as the ultimate symbol of his glory and power, was fully drawn. Ancient Yamato divine runes blazed one by one along its blade, azure ocean and silver storm entwining in radiant harmony, while a razor-sharp sword intent surged skyward, potent enough to cleave tidal waves and rend hurricanes asunder. It has appeared. The divine sword of Lord Susanoo no Mikoto. With this blade unsheathed, none may stand against him. Slay him, Lord. Slay this monstrous beast. Recovering from their shock, the young Yamato warriors erupted once more in frenzied cries, pouring all their faith in the divine sword into that single decisive strike. As the founding deity of Yamato blades, they all understood the true weight of this sword. Now Susanoo no Mikoto channeled every ounce of his divine might, and every ember of his rage, into this singular blow. He became pure light. Man and sword fused into one, hurtling forth as a heaven-rending azure-white swordora that tore through space itself, aimed straight at Shebi Shure's thick, seemingly defenseless neck. Die for me. Susanoo no Mikoto's roar merged with the shriek of the swordora. Yet Shebi Shure remained motionless, still standing where he was. He merely tilted his massive bestial head slightly, fixing the onrushing swordora with his eerie vertical emerald eyes, a gaze tinged with detached, almost scholarly curiosity. To his perception, this full power strike from a foreign deity was astonishingly feeble. Tisk tsk, what a pathetically weak sword. A deeper bewilderment stirred within Shebi Shure. How precisely did he manage to wield such power so crudely? Even as he pondered, a cruel, twisted grin split Susanoo no Mikoto's face. That azure-white swordora, deemed apocalyptic by all others, slammed squarely into Shebi Shure's bronze-hued skin. Bang! A sharp, crystalline report echoed across the arena, time itself seeming to freeze in that instant. The azure-white swordora shattered and dissipated. Not even a single white scratch marred the bone armor encasing Shebi Shure's neck. and in Susanoo no Mikoto's hand the Tatsukano Tsurugi, the legendary blade hailed as one of Yamato's 3 sacred treasures, began cracking at the point where its edge met Shebishire's skin. Crack, 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 crack. The fissure spread instantly. Before countless stunned gazes, beneath Susanoo no Mikoto's frozen, grotesque smirk, and amid the silent, soul-shattering screams of 10,000 young Yamato warriors whose faith had just collapsed, the Tatsukano Tsurugi shattered piece by piece. Tink, tink, tink. Glinting fragments, sparking with their final fading luminescence, slipped from Susanoo no Mikoto's trembling grasp and clattered onto the arena floor with brittle, jarring clarity. An utter suffocating silence blanketed the arena. Shebishire slowly lowered his massive head, first surveying the scattered shards at his feet, then turning his enormous bestial visage towards Susanoo no Mikoto's dazed expression, his countenance deepening into an even more perplexed frown. Is that it? Staggering backwards, Susanoo no Mikoto stared at the broken hilt in his hand and the debris strewn across the ground, a surreal, disorienting disbelief crashing upon his divine consciousness. Sorcery? What dark art did you employ? He pointed a shaking finger at Shebishire, his voice trembling with shock and fury, grasping desperately for any explanation to reconcile the incomprehensible. Shebishire let out a cold, disdainful laugh, his gaze now fixed on Susanoo no Mikoto, as if observing some rare, bewilderingly foolish creature. Sorcery. Do I need such tricks to deal with a mere speck like you? Silence. I am the god of oceans and storms. You have gravely insulted a deity. Susanoo no Mikoto bellowed as though volume alone could restore his dignity. He thrust his hand upward, 5 fingers plunging deep into the void beside him, and wrenched it apart with brutal force. Ryup. A colossal spatial rift tore open. Beyond it the churning, boundless expanse of the endless sea shimmered into view. Icy seawater like the Milky Way inverted crashed into the arena with cataclysmic force, within moments transforming the entire battleground into a fathomless, surging ocean. The water rose swiftly, swallowing Shebishire's massive form up to his waist. Susanoo no Mikoto hovered serenely within the current's water, curling gently around his form, its cool embrace calming his furious heart, restoring a measure of confidence in what he perceived as his rightful domain. Hey, I concede your physique is peculiar. His voice resonated with eerie depth beneath the waves, water lending him a renewed sense of security. Divine supremacy extends far beyond mere blades. The ocean, this is my true dominion. In my realm you willingly let the sea engulf you. I swear, you shall pay dearly for your arrogance and folly. Spreading his arms wide, he fused his immense divine power with the sovereign authority over oceans. Instantly, the entire arena ocean began to boil. An infinite expanse of seawater coalesced and compressed under Susanoo no Mikoto's will, condensing into hundreds, no thousands, of colossal mountain-sized fists of the deep hurtling from every direction toward Shebishire with devastating force. Boom, 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 boom. Muffled, thunderous impacts reverberated through the water, each fist carrying the crushing power to obliterate continental shelves. Though observers above could not see the underwater details clearly, the violent turbulence and terrifying shockwaves were more than enough to convey the sheer lethality unfolding beneath the waves. Brother Foam, won't Zhu Wu fly? How can he fight a sea god underwater? Songwen cried out anxiously. Wu Tao scratched his head frantically. Exactly. It's his domain down there. Even the Wu clan's legendary physical prowess would be severely hampered. Can't he play it safe for once? I'm still waiting to go over to Yamato and collect our spoils. Lu Feng rolled his eyes with exasperation, jabbing a finger toward the faint colossal silhouette shimmering deep within the churning waters. Look for yourselves. Does he look the least bit disadvantaged? The two fixed their gaze and were momentarily taken aback. In the depths of the sea, the enormous figure of she floated leisurely. He even rested his massive claws behind his head, appearing as if he were enjoying a hot spring. Those deep-sea heavy punches capable of slaying ordinary deities struck him, yet apart from stirring up greater waves and muffled sounds, they couldn't even make him sway. TSK, TSK. She grinned widely, revealing his ivory fangs, his voice clear through the water. How do you know that this master hasn't bathed properly for countless epochs? To start off with a water show and even offer a massage. Such thoughtful service. It was evident that Susanoo's violent deep-sea punch was no more than a light tickle to him, at most a massage lacking in strength. Brute. Susanoo was completely enraged, his rationality ignited by humiliation. He suddenly clasped his hands together, channeling the power of the storm, and 2 terrifying underwater tornadoes instantly formed, lifting billions of tons of seawater to create a massive blade of water that frantically shredded and rubbed against Shebishi's body. However, she merely squinted his sinister green vertical pupils comfortably, even adjusting his posture to allow the water blades to scrub his back more evenly. The The strength is still a bit lacking. Haven't you eaten? He lazily commented. This scene utterly shattered Susanu's defenses. What? What kind of monster are you? How could this be possible in my ocean domain? His voice trembled with, your domain. She finally moved, pulling out a claw, casually rubbing it on himself, as if he were bathing like an ordinary person. With that casual rub, an aura of primordial extinction emanating from his body was rubbed off and instantly merged into the surrounding seawater. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In an instant, the clear seawater around she transformed into a chilling, ghastly green, bubbling and churning. Susanu stared at the rapidly spreading green, his pupils narrowing to pinpoints. What a terrifying poison. He felt his soul tremble. He wanted to escape, but he had already issued a harsh proclamation. To flee from the water now would be a slap in the face. Let me see how powerful this poison of yours really is. Susanu gritted his teeth, cautiously extending a finger to attempt to touch a wisp of the drifting light green poison. The moment his fingertip touched the poison, an unparalleled agony surged through him. It wasn't corrosion, he was dissolving directly. Moreover, the trend of dissolution and toxic infection spread along his finger, hand, and forearm at a speed that transcended thought. Wherever it passed, divine blood evaporated, divine bones charred, and divine power was assimilated by the poison, becoming nourishment for its spread. Susanu was startled. The intense pain and shadow of death made him extremely decisive. Break! He roared, using the other hand's fingers like a blade, shining with the power of the storm, slashing down fiercely. Puff! An arm that had already completely turned into a ghastly green and was rapidly rotting was severed at the shoulder, detaching from his body. The severed arm, the moment it fell into the poisonous sea below, turned into a swirling mass of poisonous water, completely disappearing. Susanu's face went pale. The earlier primordial poison caused him immense suffering. He no longer dared to linger in the poisonous sea, transforming into a distressed streak of light as he shot up into the sky, fleeing far from the ocean that had been tainted a ghastly green. You do run fast. She lazily splashed in the poisonous sea, a teasing expression on his massive beast face. Aren't you the sea god? Why have you left your water? Just a moment ago, weren't you swearing to use my blood to honor your invincible path? Why did you flee first? Splash, splash. The seawater, tainted a ghastly green, now seemed to possess life, dripping off She's body. Every drop that fell back into the sea intensified the green toxic glow. There was an eerie silence above the arena. In the audience from the east, the small 8 fools had faces ashen, many slumped in their seats, their eyes vacant. It's over. The sea god is likely to lose. What do we do? Are we really going to cede territory? Online, the originally confident small 8 fools also fell silent, most worried about those wealthy individuals who had defected from Long Country. Once the East was defeated, they would likely have to face their compatriots wielding knives. From Long Country's side, the sounds of mocking laughter and ridicule were incessant. Who just said they wouldn't run? The slap to the face came too quickly. See God? I see him as the god of escape. Can't even handle bathwater, it's laughable. Better to admit defeat early. Exactly, the sooner it ends, the sooner I can go to the east to choose a bride. Hearing the deafening ridicule, Susanu, who had just restored his arm, had a face that alternated between red and white, filled with shame and rage. He fixed his gaze on the leisurely massive figure in the poisonous sea, suddenly pointing. If you have the ability, come up and fight. As you wish. She grinned, revealing a smile that could be termed benevolent. Before his words even fell, his gigantic figure abruptly swayed above the poisonous sea, vanishing in an instant. What? He disappeared? Susanu's heart raced with alarm bells, his divine sense spreading like a tide, sweeping across the entire arena space. He even meticulously examined beyond the barrier, but couldn't catch even a trace. It was as if that 100-foot primordial which had evaporated into thin air. A chilling coldness shot from his tailbone to the crown of his head. Right here, little darling. A mocking voice rang out behind him, causing Susanu's hair to stand on end. Without a second thought, the residual storm divine power within him erupted violently, transforming into countless sharp wind blades sweeping backward while he desperately charged forward. However, a massive beast claw easily pierced through the wind blade barrier, gripping his neck. Ugh! All of Susanu's movements came to an abrupt stop. The choking sensation and an irresistible primordial power surged forth, freezing all his divine strength. She's enormous body had appeared behind him at some point, lifting him to eye level with his beastly gaze, as, so you're an outsider god. Slap. A resounding slap landed squarely on Susanu's face. The sound was crisp and loud, containing the brute force of the primordial witch's strike directly, sending him spinning with stars in his eyes, his head buzzing, several gold-flecked teeth, mixed with saliva flying out. You want my blood, right? Slap. Another even heavier slap. Susanu's handsome face was utterly contorted, his cheekbones groaning under the unbearable weight, his entire face swollen, like a pig's head, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. You wish to walk the path of invincibility, right? Slap. A third slap. The force was controlled just right, not shattering his skull, but reducing half his face to a mush. Susanu felt the world spinning, his spirit violently trembling under this slap, his vision dimming. She loosened his grip slightly, allowing the nearly unconscious Susanu to barely maintain a thread of consciousness. Susanu coughed up large amounts of pale golden divine blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. His one remaining intact eye fixed fiercely on Shebi, the resentment and hatred in his gaze nearly solidifying. Oh, you dare to glare at me? Shebi observed Susanu with great interest, his beastly claws flipping to grip the only intact. What do you intend to do? Susanu's eyes flashed with a hint of ferocity. Don't you dare beg for mercy later. Dark green primordial witch poison spread from Shebi's claws, piercing into Susanu's flesh, the deadly toxin instantly enveloping his entire arm. In an instant his arm rapidly melted away, transforming into a foul-smelling pus. Ah! Susanu's piercing scream echoed across the arena. The pain of the severed arm, the destruction of his divine body, and the soul-corroding poison made Susanu completely lose composure, emitting a wretched howl unbefitting a deity. Yet his one good eye amidst the agony glared at Shebi with deep resentment. Well, you're quite resilient, Shebi seemed to praise. Then a chilling grin spread across his beastly face, his white fangs glinting ominously. However, I enjoy dealing with tough bones the most. He extended a claw, the tip entwined with a diluted dark green poison, lightly pressing it against the location of Susanu's heart. The poisonous energy burrowed in like a living creature wrapping around the heart. Ugh! An even more desperate and tragic wail erupted. The toxicity was controlled just right, balancing with the speed of his divine body's recovery, trapping him in an endless cycle of excruciating pain, unable to live, unable to die. Huh, this feels great. Lu Feng below the arena excitedly waved his fist. You think you're invincible. Your face is all smashed up. Song Wen Wu Tao and the audience from Dragon Country cheered in unison. In the audience from the Eastern Isles, some little bakas were about to burst with rage, yelling, Bakru, let him go. You're not allowed to torment our sea god. If you're going to fight, then fight. How dare you torment our great sea god? Some little bakas appeared pale, slumped in place, their faith completely shattered. Don't do this. If we lose, how will Dragon Country deal with us? Perhaps they will make us do hard labor. In online forums, earlier arrogant remarks vanished, leaving only panic. The wealthy elites who had defected from Dragon Country to the Eastern Isles were sweating profusely. If the Eastern Isles were to lose, they would be the first to bear the brunt. It's over, it's all over. A wealthy man sat at his computer desk, filled with regret. When he left Dragon Country, he took all his possessions and even swindled a large loan, which was the hard-earned money of ordinary people over a lifetime. Yet on the arena, Shebi was still playing. Let the game continue, little one. Shebi grinned, lifting the limp Susanu as if he were made of clay, and with immense force smashed him against the transparent barrier at the edge of the arena. Bang! The barrier shimmered violently, emitting a heavy, resonant hum. Susanu's divine body, nearly deformed at the point of impact, the sound of shattering bones was excruciating to hear. Before he could recover from the dizziness of the impact, Shebi's arm swung again, yanking him back like a ragged sack, and forcefully slammed him against the incredibly hard arena floor. Boom! Stones mixed with golden divine blood splattered, revealing a deep, human-shaped pit. Shebi's claws dug into the pit, retrieving the broken Susanu, whose bones were shattered and flesh torn. The once mighty sea god could only emit hissing sounds, now the light in his single eye dimmed. Tough bones. Let me see how tough your teeth really are. Shebi extended another claw, gripping Susanu's jaw, applying a slight force. Crack! The jaw dislocated, exposing his pale teeth. A faint poisonous flame ignited at Shebi's fingertips, methodically touching each of those teeth. Sizzle! One of the front teeth instantly turned black, carbonized, and turned to ash under the poisonous flame. Sizzle! 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 One tooth after another. The process was slow and clear. Instead of knocking them out directly, he burned them away with poisonous fire. With each tooth's disappearance, Susanu's throat emitted suppressed sobs, and his entire body convulsed uncontrollably. Moments later, Susanu's mouth was a gaping black void, all his divine teeth completely gone. Much more pleasant to behold now, Shebi observed, as if admiring his own handiwork. Then he clenched his 5 fingers, a powerful witchcraft enveloping Susanu's broken divine body, beginning to forcibly squeeze and distort it. Ugh! The unimaginable pain made Susanu unleash his last ounce of strength in a howl. His limbs twisted by monstrous force, bending backward, his torso arching and compressing under the enormous pressure. Bones were ground to dust, and then forcibly glued together, flesh ripped apart, and then forcibly constricted. Amidst the chilling crunching sounds, a once ferocious sea god was grotesquely squeezed into a meatball that barely maintained a human shape. Hey! Shebishur lifted his foot as if kicking a real soccer ball, forcefully sending this divine body meatball soaring into the sky. The meatball tumbled in the air, showering golden blood rain and fine divine light. Nice kick. Lu Feng below the arena shouted excitedly, his face flushed. Well done. Show him who's boss. Song Wen Wu Tao and countless Dragon Country spectators roared together, their voices shaking the heavens. This cruel yet satisfying scene ignited their passion completely. As the meatball descended, Shebishur delivered another powerful kick, sending it crashing toward the other side of the barrier. With each impact, the meatball violently deformed, the muffled sounds of cracking and faint whimpers emitted from within. Susanu's consciousness, trapped in endless cycles of pain and ultimate humiliation, finally reached the brink of collapse. When Shebishur prepared to step on him again, a desperate voice emerged from the twisted meat mass, intermittently pleading, "Kill me. Please. Kill me." Shebishur paused, an exaggerated expression of surprise on his beastly face. He leaned down, digging at his ears. Did I hear wrong? Wasn't there someone just now who refused to yield, quite defiant? He extended his claw, patting the meatball. What made you give in so easily? I haven't had enough fun yet. You, the invincible sea god, are too easy to deal with. Susanu could no longer respond. His remaining divine soul echoed only with the desire for death. Forget it, this is boring. Shebishur pouted, seeming somewhat disappointed. His razor-like claws effortlessly sliced open the chest of the twisted divine body, seizing the golden heart that was tightly entwined with dark green poison and riddled with holes. Without a moment's hesitation, his fingers closed. The heart exploded in his claws, golden light mixed with poisonous blood splattered. Susanu's remaining vitality rapidly drained with the shattering of his heart. The meatball twitched once and then completely froze in place. In the audience from the Eastern Isles, a deathly silence ensued. Many little bakas turned pale as paper, clutching their chests as if their own hearts had been crushed. Suffocating despair gripped everyone's throats. The panicked remarks on the forums had completely vanished, leaving only a hollow silence. The defector tycoon slumped in his chair, his gaze vacant, mumbling, "It's over. It's all over." On the arena, Shebishur nonchalantly brushed off the remnants on his claws, reaching again for the center of Susanu's shattered head. There lay the essence of Susanu's divinity. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the essence, an unexpected change occurred. A blazing golden divine light suddenly pierced through the barrier of the arena without warning. It transformed into a radiant giant hand grasping for Susanu's remaining body, and the essence about to be extracted. The pressure contained within this divine light far surpassed Susanu, even causing the entire arena space to tremble slightly. Shebishur suddenly looked up, a fierce glint flashing in his beastly eyes. The surrounding dark green poisonous miasma surged violently, and he fearlessly struck back with his claw against the giant hand of divine light. "You dare to snatch someone from my hands." The roar of Shebishur was like thunder as the black beast claw fiercely clashed against the golden giant hand. Boom! The two forces collided violently. The dark green poison miasma engulfed the divine light like a raging tide. The most sinister and evil witchcraft actually corroded the blazing solar divine power entirely. The radiant divine giant hand sizzled and dimmed rapidly as it made contact. In just a breath, the divine giant hand was pierced and shredded by the beast claw, turning into flickering light spots that vanished within the poison miasma. Is this the solar divine light? On the spectator stands of the East Japan, countless little eight fools who were previously despondent suddenly stood up, their eyes bursting with the ecstasy of survival against the odds, recognizing that iconic power, this radiance. Could it be? The great Amaterasu Amakami. Our supreme deity has arrived. Shebishur shook his beast claw, the remaining golden light spots easily extinguished by the poison. He looked down at his claw tip, and evident disdain and a hint of distant memory surfaced on his beastly face. The power of the sun, is it? He raised his head, his crimson beast eyes penetrating the void of the arena, locking onto a direction, his voice mocking, the solar deity of a foreign land. He held up the broken body of Susanu, his gaze sharp as a knife. Momentarily, the void rippled and radiance gathered. A figure stepped forth from the light. She was clad in a dazzling robe of the sun, woven from the purest strands of solar gold, flowing with eternal brilliance. Crowned with the divine crown of Takamagara, her flawless visage held both the solemnity of a deity overlooking all beings and a natural softness of compassionate mercy in her eyes. Her skin was as white as the finest pearls, and under the warm divine light flowing around her, it seemed as though she herself was a miniature sun, radiating brilliance that irresistibly drew people closer and made them want to worship. Her figure was graceful and upright, each step seeming to carry the rhythm of the sun rising and the moon setting. The supreme ruler of East Japan, Amaterasu Amakami, has descended. Amaterasu Amakami. It really is you. Great supreme deity. Are you here to save us, to save East Japan? Please show your great mercy and save Lord Sea deity. Our East Japan territory is already small, but we cannot lose it again. The little 8 fools wept and worshipped frantically, as if grasping onto the last straw of hope. Amaterasu cast her gaze over her people, a benevolent smile curling at her lips as she gently nodded. This smile was like sunlight breaking through the gloom, driving the people of East Japan into a frenzy of excitement. Hiss! Below the arena song, one who was nervously watching the battle suddenly gasped in cold air and immediately felt a heat in his nose as a warm stream uncontrollably erupted. Hey, old Song, what's wrong? Are you hurt? Beside him, Wu Tao was shocked and quickly looked over. Song Wen nonchalantly wiped his nosebleed with the back of his hand, but his eyes were fixated on the image of Amaterasu in the sky, his voice somewhat distorted. I'm fine. It's just, don't you guys think this Amaterasu looks pretty impressive? That demeanor, that figure, those eyes that seem to smile yet don't. Why do I feel like she resembles some top-tier actress from those East Japanese romance films I used to watch? Wu Tao was taken aback, scrutinizing carefully, stroking his chin and gradually showing a lewd grin. I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it, but looking closely, she really does have a striking resemblance. Especially that kind of nobility, yet seeming easily. Cough, that feeling. Watching the two of them act lewdly, Lu Feng rolled his eyes and slapped Song Wen. Damn it, this is a life and death arena. Can you two have some ambition? We're not deities, how could we be worthy of that? Brother Feng, it's just to ease the tense atmosphere. Song Wen chuckled. Beside him, Suyu blinked her innocent big eyes and curiously asked, Brother Lu Feng, if you were a deity, what would you do? Lu Feng, upon hearing this, curled his lips into a wicked smile, his gaze burning as he stared at Amaterasu Amakami, licking his lips. I for one dislike wasting anything. Every grain of rice in the bowl must be eaten cleanly. Suyu still didn't quite understand, but Song Wen and Wu Tao instantly understood. The two exchanged glances, immediately kneeling on one knee, clasping their fists. I vow to loyally serve General Yuan till death. Get lost. Lu Feng scolded with a laugh. On the arena, the brief silence was broken by Shebi Sure. He looked up and down at the radiant Amaterasu Amakami, his crimson beast, eyes showing no appreciation, only cold, unmasked contempt. Tisk, you are the solar deity of this realm. Shebi Sure scoffed, shaking his head. You are all show, the divine light is dispersed and lacks substance, the laws are shallow and superficial. Compared to that being from the primordial era, you are simply pitifully weak, not even worthy to carry their shoes. Upon hearing this, Amaterasu Amakami's beautiful face showed no anger, but rather a deeper smile. She slightly bowed and said, My strength is indeed low, and I am naturally no match for you. I cannot enter this arena. However, if you are willing to spare me joining my East Japan Divine Kingdom, I can offer all the resources of my East Japanese Divine Clan for your selection. The moment these words were spoken, not only did Shebi Sure raise an eyebrow, but even the audience from East Japan were stunned. Surrender? At any cost? Why would Amaterasu Amakami say that? Could it be that even the supreme deity has no confidence in defeating this monster from the Dragon Kingdom? Impossible. Amaterasu Amakami is invincible. She must be scheming. The hope that had just risen in the little 8 fools' hearts was once again shrouded in a layer of uneasy shadow. Crap, is she trying to undermine us? On the Dragon Kingdom's side, Song, when panicked upon hearing this, forgetting about his nosebleed, grabbing Lu Feng's arm, Brother Feng. This is bad. That East Japan woman is trying to undermine our Dragon Kingdom. If she really manages to take away our resources, we won't even have a share when it comes to drinking soup in the future. Lu Feng irritably swatted his hand away, rolling his eyes. So useless. What existence is the ancestral witch that is derived from the blood of the Panga god? Would they care about that trifle of East Japan? Shebi Sure's response confirmed Lu Feng's words. He threw his head back and laughed wildly, his fangs glimmering. Join you, East Japan. With your tiny land, sparse spiritual energy, and a bunch of crooked believers. His laughter abruptly ceased, his gaze fierce and brutal. I think crushing you and swallowing your solar divine status would interest me just a bit. Amaterasu Amakami's expression completely darkened. You refuse to yield? Are you determined to be enemies with the East Japanese divine realm? A radiant divine light erupted around her, a scorching power sweeping the heavens and the earth. If you leave now, this battle will be considered a draw. I can treat it as if nothing happened. However, if you insist on refusing. Her voice suddenly turned sharp, exuding a bone-chilling coldness. When the Western divine system defeats the Dragon Kingdom, I will personally slaughter all the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, leaving not one behind. The venom in Amaterasu's words starkly contrasted with her previous benevolent image. The Eastern audience erupted, shouting madly, "Yes." Not a single one left. "Once we step onto the Dragon Kingdom, you will see what happens." The Dragon Kingdom audience roared with fury. "Just because of you. A mere little pirate, dreaming foolishly. Hell, whether you can step onto the Dragon Kingdom is another matter." Lu Feng's gaze was as cold as ice, sneering. "But we will soon set foot on the land of the Eastern Isles." The once boastful little pirates suddenly felt a weight in their hearts. The Western Alliance defeating the Dragon Kingdom. Huh. Shebishir laughed loudly. "Do you think you can surpass even the current gods of the Dragon Kingdom? Not to mention our generation of innate beings." He paused, his tone calm, yet carrying a hint of danger. "Although we have little affection for the human race, you wish to covet our homeland. Foolish dream." With that, Shebishir's 5 fingers suddenly tightened. Crack. The sound of shattered divine essence echoed like a death knell in the hearts of every Eastern person. Boom. The Eastern Isles violently trembled. Above the Nagano region, a gray-white barrier descended like a curtain, sealing off the entire land. Inside the barrier, the desperate cries of the little pirates erupted. "What's happening? Let me out. I'm from the Eastern Isles." Mom, are you out there? I can't see you." A girl frantically pounded on the barrier, her nails breaking and bleeding. "Let me out. Please let me out." Outside the barrier, the crowd went mad. Jingzi, grab my hand quickly. Hold on tight." A middle-aged woman pressed half her body against the barrier, her fingers leaving bloody marks on the invisible wall. "My son is still inside. Bring my son back." A man slammed his head against the barrier, his forehead a bloody mess. Yet the barrier remained unmoving, coldly separating cries and pleas into 2 worlds. At this moment, the sky tore apart. A monk in white stood suspended, looking down at the chaotic crowd below like ants, with no sorrow or joy in his eyes. "Amit Ba? Finally found you. This place is filled with karma and filth, alas." He formed a hand sign, a dragon shadow faintly appearing in the Buddha light. Great mighty heavenly dragon. A golden beam of light fell, turning flesh into ash wherever it passed. On the other side, 3 giant shadows shattered the void. Lucien's snake head rose high, its tongue flicking as it swept up several people. "Tisk, the taste is fishy and unpleasant." The giant mouth closed, the sound of bones cracking mixed with muffled screams echoed from its throat. The white serpent curled like a hedgehog, suddenly bouncing off. Thousands of steel spines rained down, pinning fleeing people to the ground like a terrifying thicket of thorns. Wherever the gray serpent passed, toxic mist spread. A young man knelt on the ground, watching helplessly as his hands melted to the bone in the mist. He opened his mouth, but could not make a sound, eventually becoming a kneeling skeleton. "Counterattack! Quickly counterattack!" A self-defense force officer's eyes were bloodshot as he grabbed a rocket launcher and frantically pulled the trigger. "Die? All of you die." The remaining little pirates grabbed every weapon they could find, bullets and shells merging into a storm of metal, completely engulfing the area where the 3 celestial beings were. "GGG, daring to step onto my Eastern Isles, you are simply seeking death." The officer grinned maliciously, watching the 3 celestial beings shrouded in smoke. When the flames cleared, everyone's faces turned pale. "No. How is this possible? We have the most advanced weapons." However, Lucien's scales remained unscathed, slowly swimming towards the officer, its snake eyes reflecting the twisted face of the man. "No, don't come closer." The officer collapsed to the ground, the smell of urine spreading between his legs. "I was wrong. I surrender. Please." Lucien's snake head drooped, its tongue almost touching his nose, its voice low and laced with laughter. "You just said, who should die? I." The officer wept and cried, his pants completely soaked. Lucien's serpent body slowly coiled around him, the terrifying strength almost suffocating him. "Can't answer. Then go down and think about it slowly." Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones shattering mixed with inhuman screams was particularly piercing in the silence. With the final muffled sound, blood and flesh splattered from the gaps in the serpent's body. At this moment, the land of the Eastern Isles almost transformed into a hell, with countless people struggling for survival. At this moment, a steel forest slowly emerged on the horizon. The Dragon Kingdom's red flag fluttered and fleets came charging like moving mountains. A swarm of helicopters blotted out the sun, the gates of the landing ships opened, and an armored tide surged towards the coast. An old general with white hair stood on the bridge, watching this land in panic, tears rolling down his weathered cheeks. Finally waited for this day, ha. In front of him, the fleeing Dragon Kingdom tycoon knelt tremblingly on the beach with his family. What awaited him was only one outcome. The scenes of the Eastern Isles were clearly projected in every corner of the arena through the heavens. The Eastern audience was dead silent. Some covered their mouths and gagged, others collapsed to the ground in incontinence, while more sat in a daze, the last spark in their eyes extinguished. Amaterasu's chest heaved violently, her divine light flickering erratically. She fixed her gaze on Lu Feng, her eyes filled with a resentment so strong it seemed it could bleed. Good. Very good. You better pray day and night. Pray that your gods can protect you enough. She did not say more, her figure exploding into a brilliant light, breaking through the barrier and vanishing into the void. Amaterasu. Amaterasu-sama. On the eastern audience side, someone trembled and shouted first, which led to a wave of weeping calls. Please come back. Save us. Supreme God, do not abandon your people. However, in the void, only the remaining specks of light slowly dissipated with no further response. The divine light that once warmed like the rising sun now left only cold despair, extinguishing the last glimmer of hope in the hearts of the eastern people. On the arena, Shebishur shook off the divine blood and fragments of light on its claws, its gaze sweeping over the dead silent eastern audience, letting out an ambiguous sneer. Then the massive, beastly figure gradually faded as if blending into the air and disappearing. On the Dragon Kingdom audience side, however, it was a different scene. Songwen crossed his arms, watching with satisfaction as the Dragon Kingdom army steadily landed, beginning to take over and settle the remaining little pirates in the Nagano region on the light screen, grinning. Now that's more like it. From now on, for every match that the Eastern Isles lose, we will unlock another city. Take it slow, no rush. Exactly. Let them taste the feeling of losing everything step by step. Not just cities, I bet even their shrines will have to be turned into public toilets. The Dragon Kingdom audience laughed uproariously, chattering excitedly about the future, their faces radiant with the thrill of revenge and pride. Having suppressed for too long, this moment of release felt particularly fervent. Lu Feng shoved his hands into his pockets, gazing up at the land now adorned with the Dragon Kingdom's flag on the light screen, his face devoid of warmth. This is just the beginning. One day we will completely cleanse this group of despicable creatures from the roots. As the arena settled into silence, only stains and shattered fragments remained upon the ground, mute witnesses to the recent carnage. In the western spectator stands, Thomas adjusted his glasses with a faint perfunctory expression of sympathy and instructed Hafra, beside him, Hafra, go assist Mr. Yamamoto down from the summoning platform. Hafra nodded silently and ascended the summoning platform with heavy, deliberate steps. There Yamamoto Rikitake, the Japanese summoner, sat collapsed upon the cold stone floor, spineless and trembling violently, as if every bone had dissolved. His face was deathly pale, his teeth chattered uncontrollably, his fingernails dug deep into his palms, carving bloody crescent wounds. As a summoner, the fall of Susanoo, the abandonment by Amaterasu, the sundering of his homeland, and the slaughter of his people, all struck like a venomous curse, more excruciating than 1,000 cuts. Hafra knelt beside him and gently tapped his rigid shoulder, a touch that seemed to trigger some hidden mechanism. Yamamoto Rikitake jerked his head upward. His bloodshot eyes held no focus, only seething ravenous hatred and an all-consuming desire for annihilation. He fixed his gaze on the Longwa spectator stands opposite, especially on Lu Feng, encircled by admirers, and rasped through clenched teeth, Longwa people, die. I will make you all die, die. His curse slithered like a viper's hiss, echoing along the hushed perimeter of the arena. Upon hearing it, Lu Feng's lips curled into a glacial smile. He stepped forward and mocked, you wish us dead. Whether we live or perish is not dictated by your words alone. What I do know is this: should your land suffer one more defeat, Longwa's territory shall expand once more by another sovereign stretch of soil. Leaning slightly forward, he locked eyes with Yamamoto's bulging, near-bursting orbs and asked, measured and calm, tell me, when your pitiful realm finally collapses entirely, who dies first, you or I? Bakayaro, you slaughter the innocent. Do you fear divine retribution? Boom. The moment those words left his lips, chaos erupted. Above Nagano Prefecture in Japan, where smoke and crimson lights still lingered in the sky, 3 radiant golden pillars descended abruptly, blinding, celestial, and awe-inspiring. Piercing heaven and earth, they exuded sacred, sovereign majesty, immediately dispelling part of the suffocating despair and gore that hung in the air. What is that? Golden light. It's golden light. Could it be divine retribution? Has divine retribution truly arrived? A young Japanese man cried out, voice warped with frantic hope. All the Japanese spectators seized upon this as their final lifeline, their despair igniting into feverish euphoria. Divine retribution. It must be divine retribution. You kill our people. You ravage our land. Even heaven can no longer bear it. Karma. Longwa's karma has arrived. See if you dare boast now. Yamamoto Rikitake's maddened fury vanished, replaced instantly by ecstatic triumph. He wrenched himself free from Hafra's support and pointed wildly at the golden pillars, shrieking with manic laughter toward Lu Feng and the others. Yoshi, behold, divine retribution. This is divine retribution. Your demonic monks and beasts slaughter innocents without mercy. Heaven itself now descends punishment. Watch closely. Watch them crumble into dust before your eyes. On the long was side Song Wen furrowed his brow, glancing uneasily at Lu Feng. Brother Feng, could this truly be divine retribution? But back then, when they slaughtered on our soil. Lu Feng raised a hand, cutting him off. His gaze remained riveted on the 3 golden pillars, his expression flickering with quiet doubt. Something is wrong. By rights, slaying such fiends should accrue heavenly merit, not punishment. So why? You lie. Yamamoto Rikitake snarled, spittle flying. Is my life worth less than theirs? The moment you raised your blades, you invited this fate. Look well. Watch your executioners turn to ash beneath heaven's wrath. He laughed hysterically, fingers trembling as he pointed toward the heart of the central pillar. Lu Feng, Song Wen, Wu Tao, and the others followed his gesture, gazing intently into the luminous core. There, rising serenely within the 3 pillars, piercing sky and earth, were 3 figures ascending, not under torment, but in radiant apotheosis. None other than the white-robed monk Fahai, who had just waged righteous slaughter across Japan, and 2 of the Northeast 5 immortals, Lu Xian and Bai Xian. Bathed in pure golden radiance, they bore no injury. Rather, their auras surged and transformed with accelerating intensity. Even more astonishing, above each of their heads, precisely 3 feet high, floated 3 golden lotuses, ethereal, swirling with the profound resonance of the Tao, identical to the 3 blossoms gathering at the crown, phenomenon witnessed earlier during Huang Daxian's ascension. Sacred, sovereign, transcendent. This was no divine punishment. This was consummate virtue fulfilled, an instantaneous ascension to immortality. Whoa, this is... Song Wen pointed speechlessly at the vision within the pillar's mouth, agape, in utter disbelief. Yamamoto Rikitake, still facing away from the light, continued cackling triumphantly. Jia. How do you like it? Stunned. Terrified. This is the power of divine retribution. His laughter died mid-breath, strangled like a rooster caught by the throat. For he saw that although Lu Feng and the others stood awestruck, their expressions held no trace of the terror he expected, only a strange, uncontainable exhilaration. Indeed, Lu Feng and his companions nodded vigorously. Song Wen murmured, stunned, it is staggering. So staggering it leaves staggering, speechless. At that very moment, a thunderous, jubilant voice, carrying unmistakable elation, echoed across dimensions, resonating directly within the arena's celestial canopy. Ha! It's done. Old Chang has ascended. Ha! Immediately following came another voice, slightly shrill, yet equally exultant. Jia. I've ascended too. Old Bai has made it. Glorious. Truly glorious. Yamamoto Rikitake, caught between ecstasy and stupefaction, froze utterly. He whirled around, eyes wide, staring up at the canopy, where within the golden light the colossal hedgehog Bai Xian and the long serpent Lu Xian rapidly reshaped and solidified, transforming into 2 immortal Taoist masters, one clad in azure robes, the other in pristine white, both exuding serene celestial grace. And the white-robed monk Fahai stood even more resplendent, his countenance solemn and sacred, wreathed in both Buddhalite and immortal radiance. Above each of them, the 3 blossoms slowly revolved, shedding gentle, purifying luminescence. This cannot be. What is this? Have they ascended to immortality? Yamamoto Rikitake's voice cracked into a shriek of incomprehension, saturated with horror and absurdity. Wise. They slaughtered so many. Why are they granted immortality? The Tao is unjust. Utterly. Shanbin Rizu appeared to be crazed, almost ready to leap into the sky. It was as if in response to his accusation, the heavenly gate above the land of the rising sun opened once more, with auspicious clouds swirling and celestial music faintly echoing. The previously ascended Huang Daxian, holding a colorful whisk, stepped out from the heavenly gate, smiling as he shouted downwards, Yo, my 2 younger brothers, you finally made it. I've been waiting for you for so long. Where's the 5th? Why hasn't Lao Hui come up with you? The transformed Lu Xian and Bai Xian stood midair, exchanging smiles. Lu Xian Changye stroked his beard and chuckled, don't rush, second brother. I told you before that the 5th is slow to act and lacks ruthlessness. Killing so few, how can he become a saint? Below on the land of the east, the gray Xian, unable to ascend, and still in the form of a giant rat, looked enviously at his 3 elder brothers in the sky. He glanced at the remaining small bagas that had been gathered by the Dragon Kingdom's army, preparing to be transported for Western development, and regretfully slapped his thigh. He turned to a coordinating Dragon Kingdom officer with a sorrowful expression, saying, please, Commander, let me kill a few more. I'm just a little short. Just a little merit will suffice. Truly. The officer wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, looking at the gray Xian's massive body and sorrowful little eyes, unable to help but laugh. That's impossible, Gray Daxian. There's an order from above. Our Western development, mining and road construction, is in dire need of manpower. We can't waste a single one of these laborers. We don't have enough to spare. Just wait a bit longer, perhaps in the next round. The gray Xian sighed helplessly. Its gigantic body crashed down to the ground with a thud, raising a cloud of dust. It turned its head towards the trembling small Bagas from other regions outside the Dao barrier, grinning with what it believed to be a kind smile, saying in a deep voice, "It's all right, dear. Don't be afraid. Next time I Lao Hui will be quicker. I will definitely come to fetch you." After saying this, it longingly looked in the direction of the heavenly gate, watching Fa Hai Changya and Bai Yi join Huang Daxin chatting and stepping into the radiant heavenly gate, disappearing from sight. Butcher, executioner, you are all demons. 88 Teeth Road. The Dao is blind. Shanben Rizu continued to curse, jumping at the edge of the summoning platform, his voice already hoarse. Hafura, expressionless, roughly dragged him off the summoning platform as if carrying a small chicken. On the western seats, Thomas cast a cold glance at the dazed and repetitive Shanben, a trace of barely noticeable disdain flickering in his eyes. He turned to Buchan and said, "How about you take the next match? The Nordic side should still have some trump cards left, right?" Buchan looked at Shanben with a complicated expression, took a deep breath, straightened his back, and reignited his fighting spirit and pride in his eyes. "Of course, we have the God King yet to join the fray, and the great Thor. Dealing with mere Dragon Kingdom is not a problem." "Very well." Thomas nodded slightly. "Then it's up to you." Buchan responded solemnly, step by step moving towards the summoning platform. Seeing him about to take the stage, Wu Tao crossed his arms and sneered, "How another one coming to throw away his head?" Buchan paused slightly, casting a cold glare at Wu Tao without replying, but the chill in his eyes intensified. He stepped into the center of the summoning platform, closed his eyes to calm his thoughts, and then pressed his hands heavily against the summoning array, earnestly praying in his heart, "Great Father of the gods, ruler of Asgard, God King, who wields victory and wisdom, Odin, please listen to my call and grant me a powerful warrior capable of defending the glory of the North and defeating the deities of the Dragon Kingdom." Buzz. The summoning platform radiated brilliant light, and 4 cards enveloped in mysterious brilliance slowly rose from the array, hovering before Buchan. The first card flipped over. Ski Goddess. Scotty, level 1. Buchan's brow furrowed imperceptibly, a trace of disappointment crossing his eyes. Scotty is the goddess of winter, symbolizing skiing and archery. Although she is also a deity, her rank and power are clearly insufficient to confront the fierce gods of the Dragon Kingdom. The second card flipped over. Wisdom Giant. Mimir, level 2. Wisdom Giant Mimir. Buchan's disappointment deepened, even tinged with a hint of anger. How could it be him? Mimir is indeed a giant of vast knowledge guarding the well of wisdom. But according to myth, his head was already severed by Odin and turned into a magical artifact. A card that only shows a severed head. How much actual combat power can it have? Against the Dragon Kingdom's existence that could easily annihilate worlds, it would likely be crushed in an instant. The third card flipped over. Giant of Strength. Hrungnir, level 4. Seeing this card, Buchan's eyes. Hrungnir. It is this giant. In Norse mythology, Hrungnir is the famous giant of strength, possessing a body forged from hard rock. His strength is said to be such that even Thor would find it difficult to win in a pure contest of strength. It is said that while Thor ultimately killed Hrungnir with his hammer, when the giant fell, his body pinned Thor down for 3 days and nights. The terror of his strength and defense is evident. If there are no better options, Hrungnir might be able to fight. Buchan's heart steadied and he felt a surge of confidence. Such a powerhouse might be able to counter the strange methods of the Dragon Kingdom's celestial beings. With that in mind, he turned his gaze to the last card. The card slowly spun, the light flowing, and the inscriptions gradually became clear. When he saw those few large characters, Buchan felt a thunderous boom in his mind, as if lightning had struck, followed by an overwhelming joy flooding over him like a tsunami. All previous disappointment, tension, and unease vanished in an instant. For the card read, "For Thor, level 6. Thor, the strongest war god of Asgard in the north, the bravest son of the father of the gods Odin, wielder of thunder and storms, holder of the hammer Mjolnir, recognized as the pinnacle of martial power across the 9 realms and the absolute main force against giants in the twilight of the gods." Buchan's heart raced, his blood nearly boiling. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, barely suppressing the cheer that almost burst forth. He slowly raised his head, his gaze crossing the arena to the audience of the Dragon Kingdom, especially in the direction where Lu Feng and the others were seated. The humiliation brought by Wu Tao's mockery transformed into burning fighting spirit and immense confidence. A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. This round is secured. Wu Tao watched as the cards flipped one by one, and when the last card, entwined with thunderous patterns, fully revealed itself, his heart jolted violently, and he blurted out, "What the hell? Brother Feng, the #1 war god of the 9 realms has truly arrived." Wu Tao, who had just scoffed at Buchan with his arms crossed, suddenly froze, his expression replaced by incredulous shock. "Thor, the god of thunder. That name alone represents Thunderstorm's unmatched valor and destruction. He is the undisputed pinnacle of strength in Norse mythology, the absolute main force against giants in the twilight of the gods, and the embodiment of thunder that shakes the 9 realms. No one familiar with Norse mythology can remain completely calm when faced with this name. The god of thunder, Thor, the most valiant son of Odin, the father of the gods, is actually also level 6. Songwin's voice also lost its usual buoyancy, filled with evident tremor. The level 6 rating had now placed him on the same level as Izanagi and the underworld king Hades, and he might even be stronger. Lu Feng's expression also turned solemn, his gaze sharp. He stared intently at the card, radiating a sense of destruction. I truly didn't expect that the trump card from the north would be this one. The strength of the Western divine cards is increasingly exceeding expectations. Songwin sighed, filled with reminiscence and helplessness. I miss the days when I faced level 4 deities. It's nothing like now, where it's always these world-ending behemoths. On the stage, Buchan took in the unmasked seriousness and astonishment on the faces of the 3 from the Dragon Kingdom. The earlier laughter at Wu Tao's expense, overshadowed by the trauma of their defeat against the East, now felt like ignited dynamite, instantly transforming into boundless exhilaration and swelling confidence. He could even feel his heart beating slightly faster due to excitement. He straightened his back and declared aloud, "What's wrong? Weren't you just laughing happily? Keep laughing. Don't stop. I still prefer the rebellious look you had just now. Get it back." His mockery instantly ignited the Western audience. The repressed audience burst into uproarious laughter and sharper ridicule. The Dragon Kingdom kids must be dumbfounded. Tremble before the true god of thunder and power. Lord Thor will smash them and their gods into pieces. The remaining audience from the East also seemed to grasp onto a new piece of driftwood, their pale faces twisting with excitement as they whispered curses or shouted. Faced with the incoming mockery and Buchan's blatant provocation, Lu Feng's gaze suddenly turned icy like polar ice. He stepped forward, meeting Buchan's triumphant gaze, and said, I admit that the name of the god of thunder, Thor, resonates throughout the 9 realms, and his strength is unquestionable. But don't get too happy too soon. If he encounters those at the peak of our Dragon Kingdom mythology, he will still die. Thor will die. Ha ha ha. Buchan seemed to hear the most ridiculous joke in the world, throwing his head back in even more boisterous laughter, filled with absolute confidence in Thor's power. Since Lord Thor took command of thunder, how many arrogant fools have provoked him? And what was their fate? Without exception, they all became souls under Mjolnir. He snarled, pointing at Lu Feng, his fingertips seemingly crackling with sparks. You and the one from your Dragon Kingdom, who is about to take the stage, will not be exceptions either. Without further ado, Buchan knew that the only way to respond was to summon Thor and crush everything with absolute power. He took a deep breath and heavily pointed at the card representing the strongest force of the North, God of Thunder, Thor. Zing hum. The moment his fingertip touched the card, a strange, deep humming resonated throughout the arena. The thunder patterns on the card surged wildly and expanded. Then, boom, a terrifying pillar of thunder, indescribable in color, descended from the endless void above the arena. This pillar of thunder did not vanish in an instant, but continued to strike at the center of the arena, with thick plasma torrents pouring down and spreading wildly. The light of the entire starry arena was instantly swallowed, leaving only the destructive thunderlight filling every inch of space. The violent energy turbulence made the incredibly sturdy arena barrier groan under the unbearable strain, flickering violently. Everyone in the audience was forced to squint or raise their arms to shield themselves, feeling a stinging numbness on their skin, as if they were caught at the core of a thunderstorm. The pillar of thunder continued to strike for a full 3 breaths, then abruptly shrank inward, as if everything was being absorbed. As the blinding light dissipated within the lingering echo of the deafening roar, a huge black pit, with a diameter of several meters and an unfathomable depth, appeared in the center of the arena, its edges melted into a glassy state, with wisps of blue smoke rising. And in the very center of the pit stood a figure. He wasn't particularly tall, but his presence felt as heavy as a mountain, making it hard for people to breathe. Heavy armor, dark and almost black, covered his entire body, with electric sparks still coursing through the seams and edges of the armor. A blood-red cloak flowed behind him, without wind, crackling like a battle flag or like a wave of blood. Wild, fiery red long hair cascaded over his shoulders, merging with his thick, similarly colored beard, resembling a blazing flame. His rugged face bore a deep scar across his left eyebrow, which not only did not diminish his majesty, but rather added a fierceness and ferocity of one who has survived countless battles. His eyes were a deep blue like the ocean before a storm, but what leapt within them was not the depth of the sea, but the eternal fury of thunder. Most alarming was the warhammer casually propped against the ground beside him. The hammer's handle was short, and sturdy, seemingly tailored for that giant hand. The hammerhead was not a regular geometric shape, but rather a chunk of deep gray metal containing the concept of destruction with arcane runes naturally etched on its surface, now flickering with dangerous light. There were no exaggerated electric arcs wrapping around it, but within a radius of several meters around its space, visibly warped and collapsed, as if even the very fabric of space could not bear its terrifying weight and the laws of thunder it contained. The hammer of the god of thunder, Mjolnir. Thor slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the entire arena like tangible lightning. The Western audience felt their blood boil under his gaze. The remnants of the East felt a twisted sense of comfort, while the Dragon Kingdom audience experienced a bone-chilling coldness and heavy pressure. His gaze finally landed on Lu Feng and the others, lingering for a moment. Then he grinned, revealing his white teeth, not a smile, but the excitement and cruelty of a beast spotting its prey. The glory of Asgard must be polished with the blood of enemies and shattered divinities. He slightly moved his fingers, gripping the hammer's handle, producing a series of cracking sounds mingling with the faint sound of electric arcs bursting. The gods of the Dragon Kingdom. Thor slowly lifted the warhammer, resting it on his broad shoulder, a simple motion that caused chaotic ripples in the surrounding space. He stepped forward towards the Dragon Kingdom. Thud! The entire arena trembled. The edges of the recently formed black pit cracked open with numerous fissures. Where are they? The deep, thunderous echo of Thor resonated in the arena, accompanied by the occasional cracking sound of the scorched earth beneath his feet. The invisible pressure seemed like a giant hand gripping the audience of the Dragon Kingdom, making the air thick and heavy. Lu Feng, Wu Tao, and Song, when positioned closest, felt the intensity most acutely. No, something's not right. How can he be this powerful? Wu Tao's breathing became rapid, his teeth involuntarily chattering slightly. As a sixth-level deity, the pure strength and destructive aura displayed by Thor at this moment were on an entirely different level compared to the previously appeared Japanese god Izanagi and the underworld king Hades. If Izanagi was the unpredictable creator and Hades was the cold ruler of the underworld, then Thor was a being born purely for battle and destruction, a walking calamity of thunder. Lu Feng's expression turned grave, slowly nodding. Indeed, something is very wrong. I can understand that he is stronger than Hades. After all, the power of thunder is inherently domineering. But Izanagi is one of the revered creators of the Japanese pantheon of high status. He shouldn't be weaker than Thor, right? Thor's deep blue eyes shifted slightly as he heard Lu Feng's murmurs, father of the gods. Heh, a light scoff filled with unabashed contempt. That pseudo-god born from that insignificant land, how dare he be called father? How could he be compared to Asgard? As soon as these words were spoken, the Japanese audience, who had held a glimmer of hope for an Auli's support upon Thor's arrival, fell into immediate silence, followed by an uproar. What? What did you say? A Japanese spectator suddenly stood up, his face flushed with anger and humiliation. We are allies. How can you insult our supreme Izanagi like this? Allies? Thor's gaze swept over like cold lightning, devoid of any warmth. Your entire pantheon has only 3 that can be acknowledged. Now one of them, Izanagi, is dead. A group of strays. What do you have to discuss an alliance with Asgard? With Amaterasu? With Izanami? The Japanese spectator felt as if struck by lightning, his face turning pale from red, his lips trembling and unable to speak. Baka, you go too far. The reedy Yamamoto Harutake jumped up again, enraged by this blatant disdain. He pointed at Thor and shouted, Norse barbarian. How dare you insult my great Japan? Noisy. Thor didn't even look at him, casually raising his left hand and flicking his finger lightly towards the direction of the Japanese audience. Whoosh, bang. 3 thick purple lightning bolts shot out, striking fiercely against the barrier of heavenly laws. Buzz. The entire barrier shook violently, and the spot where the lightning hit instantly lit up with blinding white light. The destructive energy wave, even separated by the barrier, made the nearby Japanese spectators feel their hearts stop, as if their souls were being shattered by that pure thunderous might. Several timid individuals fainted on the spot. All curses, protests, and cries ceased abruptly. Only the buzzing echoes of the barrier and a sea of pale faces remained. Sit down. In the western seating area, Thomas' voice sounded coldly. His gaze fell on the rigid Yamamoto Harutake. I told you to sit down, do you not understand? Yamamoto Harutake suddenly turned his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Thomas. What? What did you say? We Japan have sacrificed so much national fortune. You all accepted. I said sit down. Thomas' expression darkened, his eyes sharp behind his glasses. If you or Japan still wish to retain any last shred of dignity in the alliance. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to expel you right now. Think about the consequences. As soon as the words expel fell, Yamamoto Harutake's breathing became rapid, his chest heaving violently. Boundless anger, the humiliation of betrayal, and the fear of the future intertwined and gnawed at his heart. In the end, under Thomas' cold gaze and Thor's unabashed contempt, he slumped back into his seat, his shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Thor then retracted his gaze and casually uttered 2 words, trash. On the Dragon Kingdom side, witnessing this scene of allied infighting, Lu Feng's assessment of Thor's danger level rose once again. This god was not only powerful, but also had a character that was domineering and dismissive of everything. The pressure now completely shifted to the Dragon Kingdom. Lu Feng took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shock that surged in his heart, and stepped toward the summoning platform. He slapped the platform, causing radiant light to rise, and 4 ancient cards slowly emerged in the glow. The first card flipped. Clear Source Wonderful, Dao True Monarch, Yang Jian Level 3. Upon seeing this name, Lu Feng's heart leaped, a surge of heat rising. What the hell? It's that second uncle again. Yang Jian. For Lu Feng, who was familiar with the myths of the Dragon Kingdom, this name was thunderous. As the nephew of the Jade Emperor, his bloodline was immensely powerful. With his 3 buffs, 8-9 mystical art, law of heaven and earth, and the attainment of sainthood, there was no reason for him to lose to the thunder god Thor. Seeing Lu Feng's expression, Thor raised his crimson eyebrows, slightly seemingly intrigued. From your expression, you have great confidence in this level 3 fellow. He hoisted the hammer of the thunder god casually. Level 3 against level 6. Are the people of the Dragon Kingdom scared silly? Huh. Clear Source Wonderful Dao? That name is as dull as dirt. What kind of ability could it have? Yang Jian. I've never even heard of him, probably just a little gatekeeper god. The Western audience burst into even more unbridled laughter and mockery. Even some remnants from Japan cast resentful and mocking glances as if they saw the Dragon Kingdom about to follow in their footsteps. Wu Tao and Song Wen's faces turned red with anger, their fists cracking. Lu Feng was also seething with rage, shouting angrily, "A bunch of ignorant barbarians." True Monarch Yang Jian is the #1 warrior of our heavenly court. The only one who listens to orders, but not proclamations. Even if the great sage arrived, it would only be a 50-50 chance. Heavenly court. Great sage. Quite a few stories there. Thor shook his head, seemingly losing patience. Let's look at something else. To brush me off with a level 3 god is too demeaning, right? Lu Feng gritted his teeth. Alright. As you wish. The second card slowly flipped under everyone's gaze. Ancestor of the Azura. Mingi, old ancestor level. On the card, a blood sea surged, killing intent filled the sky, and the scarlet question mark seemed to harbor endless terror. What the hell? Lu Feng's pupils constricted suddenly, and he immediately blurted out a national essence. Wu Tao also gasped, his voice trembling. Another question mark level. Could it be on the same level as the Jinyuan Daxian? Lu Feng swiftly calmed his mind and spoke solemnly. Ancestor Mingi. As long as the blood sea flows, Ancestor Mingi shall never perish. He wields the twin slaughter swords Yuan-Tu and Abi and founded the Azura clan. Even Jinyuan Daxian, the immortal of the earth scripture, would find him vexing to confront. His strength is unfathomable. Then what are we waiting for? He's the one. Let's obliterate this arrogant thunder god. Wu Tao growled, low eyes blazing with excitement, already envisioning Thor thrashing helplessly within the blood sea. Song Wen nodded vigorously, his gaze alight with fervor. Yet Lu Feng gazed upon the card and slowly shook his head. No, it would be a waste. A waste. Wu Tao frowned in confusion. Ancestor Mingi exists on a plane far too exalted. Thor is formidable, yes, but merely a level 6 being. We want to deploy a celestial cannon to swat a gnat. Though Lu Feng lowered his voice, Thor still caught every word. Ha. A question mark card. Is this your Dragonland deities' standard trick? Before he could finish speaking, Western believers seated in the audience, who had witnessed Dragonland's prior matches, paled slightly and urgently whispered, Lord Thor, beware. Dragonland's question mark cards are deeply uncanny. Indeed, that tree planter last time, and that monstrous hybrid of fish and bird, each was more terrifying than the last. One cannot judge solely by rank. They conceal profound anomalies. Thor's crimson brows knotted, lightning flared brighter in his eyes, his arrogance swelling rather than receding. Terrifying? That merely means you've yet to face true power. What you call uncanny is nothing but hollow posturing before absolute thunder and unassailable might. His gaze locked onto the card, where waves of blood churned violently, and he scoffed. If they truly possessed heaven-shaking, earth-splitting prowess, why veil their rank? This theatrical mystification is laughable. Lu Feng shot back instantly. A frog at the bottom of a well. How do you know it's rank concealment? Some of our Dragonland immortals and deities transcend conventional frameworks entirely. Do you presume everyone wears their rank upon their brow like you Western gods? Transcend convention. What audacity! Thor seemed to hear the most absurd provocation imaginable. Mjolnir resting upon his shoulder trembled faintly, a deep resonant hum vibrating through the air. Even my father Odin, whose divine authority spans the 9 realms, operates strictly within cosmic law. What is Dragonland then that you dare utter such grandiose claims? If you're so confident, summon him now. Let me see whether your Mingi prevails, or whether my thunder reigns supreme. Lu Feng, weary of the exchange, rolled his eyes and turned his attention to the 3rd card. It flipped over. Jade Rabbit Immortal, attendant of the Moon Palace level 1. Finally, a mood setter, he muttered inwardly and dismissed it outright. Meanwhile, in the Lingxiao Precious Hall, the Jade Rabbit Immortal, cheerfully gnawing on a carrot, stared blankly at the card once more. Her cheeks puffed up, her delicate brows drew together in indignation. Why again me? Who's the mischievous rascal arranging these cards? Always picking the softest fruit. Her petulant expression drew muffled laughter from nearby fairy attendants, and even several stellar lords above couldn't suppress gentle smiles. The final card revealed itself slowly, under the gaze of all present. Lord of Thunderous Resonance under the 9 heavens, Wenzhong level 5. At the name and rank, Lu Feng's eyes widened in shock. Damn. The ancestral Master of Thunder has arrived. Perfect professional alignment. Master of Thunder. A flicker of surprise and deepening intrigue crossed Thor's sapphire blue eyes. He focused intently upon the hazy spectral figure depicted on the card, and an uncanny sense of familiarity stirred within him. This figure seems strangely familiar. Could he have once been one of my followers? Thor murmured softly to himself. At those words, Lu Feng's mind reeled, his own thoughts striking him like a thunderclap. Wenzhong, the Grand Tutor of the Shang dynasty, led armies northward into the Northern Sea for 12 grueling years, only to return bearing a third eye, fearsomely powerful. And Odin, the sovereign of the Norse pantheon, sacrificed one of his own eyes to drink from the well of wisdom. Northern Sea, Asgard, expedition, Alas. Oh no, could it possibly be? Lu Feng's heart hammered like a war drum. The more he pondered, the more plausible this wild theory seemed. If true, summoning Wenzhong to battle Thor wouldn't just be fitting. It would be a generational reckoning. His excitement surged, his fingertip trembled, nearly brushing the card itself. Just then a cold, crystalline voice echoed directly inside his mind. Boy, what exactly is your intention? Do you look down upon this sovereign? Lu Feng jerked his hand back, nearly dropping the card. That voice. With trepidation he projected a silent thought. You are Lord Erlang. Humph, you recognize me indeed. The voice belonged unmistakably to Yang Jian, and carried unmistakable irritation. Isn't that hammer wielder across the arena the Western god of war? So why didn't you summon me, the celestial court's own god of war? Do you doubt my 3-pointed 2-edged blade cannot cleave thunder, or that my 8-9 mystic art body cannot withstand his blow? Cold sweat broke out across Lu Feng's brow. Lord Erlang, please calm your wrath. That wasn't my intent. It's only that Thor spoke with such arrogance. I wanted overwhelming superiority. So you mean to say, this sovereign lacks the power to overwhelm him? Yang Jian's voice grew colder still, his pride piercing through the mental link like frost. Wenzhong is mighty, but so am I. Why summon him to subdue a mere Western deity? Today's duel, I will fight it myself. First, to uphold the honor of my brother Neza. Second, to weigh the true measure of the Western god of war. Lu Feng froze, utterly flustered. Well then, a direct order from above. Non-negotiable. His expression shifted wildly, astonishment, resignation, reluctant awe, while inwardly he sighed, fine. When a senior immortal speaks, what choice do I have? On the arena stage, observers watched baffled as Lu Feng hovered his finger over Wenzhong's card for an interminable moment, his face shifting through a kaleidoscope of emotions. Finally, he exhaled deeply and redirected his fingertips, circling back to the first card. Song Wen Sharpied panicked instantly. Brother Feng, don't lose your senses. Are you seriously choosing this level 3 deity? Your opponent is Thor, the thunder god Thor. Lu Feng glanced at Song Wen, and at Wu Tao beside him, equally stunned, then nodded firmly yes. Him. It's just Thor. A level 3 deity from Dragonland is more than sufficient to deal with you. Hearing Lu Feng's declaration, everyone stood dumbstruck. Song Wen Feng, you're serious. Wu Tao, are you absolutely certain? Western spectators, yes. Yes. Choose exactly that. Don't pick the question mark card. Thor, heh. Watch him court death. Lu Feng ignored their stares entirely, and tapped the card with unwavering resolve. True Lord of pure source and wondrous Tao, Yang Jian. On the arena, a circle of silvery radiance, warm and jade-like, rippled outward from the point where Lu Feng's fingertip touched. Wherever the radiance passed, the scorching aura left by Soul's violent thunder quickly dissipated. At the center of the radiance, a tall and elegant figure materialized slowly from the void. He was not clad in heavy or ornate armor, but wore a simple white battle robe adorned with silver patterns, covered by a layer of light, wispy, soft armor in a pale blue hue, which shimmered with a cool, ethereal glow under a mysterious light. His long hair was tied up with a simple jade crown with a few strands of dark hair cascading from his temples, adding a touch of carefree elegance. His face was the very presence that left all witnesses breathless. His brows arched like ink strokes, and his eyes were a tranquil dark gold, gazing at others, as if looking into the depths of a cold pond, both distant and faint. His straight nose and defined lips made his handsome face nearly chilling, devoid of any softness. A faint vertical mark graced his forehead, adding a hint of mystery. He casually held a double-edged trident knife, its tip resting on the ground, exuding a relaxed demeanor. Though he merely stood there, the surrounding air seemed to thicken, as if even sound was being drawn away. Hiss! After a brief silence, countless gasps of astonishment filled the air. In the Eastern audience, regardless of gender, eyes erupted with awe and pride. My heavens! Is this really Qing Yuan Miao Dao Xinjuan? He's too handsome, right? Just like a deity stepping out of a painting. Not just handsome. This aura, this presence. I feel like even a glance would be sacrilegious. His looks are almost on par with the reader's. Su Yu had been quietly sitting behind Lu Feng, and others, her fair cheeks uncontrollably flushing with 2 shades of red. She instinctively raised her hand to cover her heart, feeling her pulse quicken, hurriedly lowering her head, yet unable to resist glancing up. Wu Tao and Song Wen were both transfixed. Song Wen smacked his lips. Brother Feng, you said this guy is strong, but you didn't mention he's this handsome. Lu Feng sighed internally, praising as expected of the second master, the most perfect man in the heavenly court. Meanwhile, the laughter and commotion from the Western audience had been abruptly cut off. Many people gaped, their expressions dazed. Is that an Eastern deity? He's quite different from our deities. Why do I feel like he looks even holier than an angel? Even Seoul's most fervent believers, watching the contrast of the silver-white figure and the dark red one, found themselves hesitating. When it came to the feeling of being like a deity, it seemed that the one opposite was even more so. The little brats in their hearts felt even worse, as they had previously considered Susanoo to be the most handsome among the deities. Until they saw Yang Jian. Seoul stared intensely at the silvery figure, a storm brewing in his heart. This was not right. A third-tier deity. How could that be? Though he stood there casually, the aura around him was like that of a deep, ancient abyss, heavy and unfathomable beneath its calm surface. Forget about third-tier. Even when compared to his own overwhelming 6th-tier divinity, in terms of this substantial divine power, he did not appear to be lacking at all. Seoul's rugged face displayed uncertainty, his voice deep. What means did you use to conceal yourself? Your true rank is definitely not just third-tier. Yang Jian, upon hearing this, cast a faint glance with his dark golden eyes, revealing an expression that was almost a smile. Concealing my rank. I Yang have always acted with integrity. Oh, what need is there for concealment? Heh. Seoul suppressed his inner turmoil, forcing a cold laugh, trying to be mysterious. You from the Dragon Kingdom love to play these tricks. Your strength is at least at the level of a master god, yet you pretend to be a low-tier deity, merely trying to make me underestimate you, right? Upon this statement, both Eastern and Western audiences nodded in agreement. Indeed, the demeanor and presence Yang Jian displayed at this moment were entirely inconsistent with the term third-tier. Yet Yang Jian gently shook his head. Though I have some renown in the heavenly court, I can only be considered mid-tier among the celestial ranks. In the area of Guanjingku where I reside, the population is merely a few tens of thousands. What a... Seoul's eyes widened in disbelief, almost unable to believe his ears. Only tens of thousands. In such a tiny place. He could not comprehend why a being with such presence would willingly reside in a corner. What future do you have guarding this trivial territory? You should instead pledge allegiance to me in Asgard. I can grant you 3 bounteous worlds as your domain. How about it? On the sidelines, Lu Feng rolled his eyes. Here we go again. These Westerners seem addicted to digging underfoot, huh? On the arena, Yang Jian appeared to have heard something exceedingly ridiculous. The curve of his lips deepened. Domain. With my abilities, why would I need to rely on a domain to showcase myself? His gaze fell sharply on Seoul's face, articulating each word. As for wanting me to submit to you, I do not even bow to my uncle. What makes you think I would bow to you? Seoul's expression darkened, lightning flashing in his eyes. The last remnants of his intention to recruit turned completely into a chilling, murderous intent, unappreciative. What I love most is to beat those arrogant deities like you into submission. Just watch, soon you will submit. As Seoul's words fell, the lightning around him suddenly converged, all gathering into his hammer. Mjolnir crackled with electric plasma, emitting a sound that made one's teeth ache, the destructive energy causing the arena's ground to sink slightly. How terrifying. The energy from Lord Soul's strike is probably enough for all of humanity to use for 100 years. An excited Western believer shouted, and the surrounding people nodded in agreement, their faces displaying reverence. No one dared to question Soul's power. Yang Jian looked at the blinding lightning, his wrist moving slightly, raising the tip of his knife. At that moment, the air beside him split with a loud crack. Woof! Second master, you're fighting and not bringing me along. A dissatisfied bark sounded, and a snow-white head popped out first from the crack, followed by a small white dog stepping through the gap. Oh no, Xiaotian. Oh no, the Sun-Eater god is here too. Lu Feng whispered from below. Almost simultaneously, a fierce glint flashed in Soul's eyes, and the charged thunderball was released. The blazing white lightning tore through the air, heading straight for Yang Jian's face. Yang Jian's knife tip glimmered coldly. Someone, no, a dog was faster than him. Moi. The Xiaotian dog perked its ears up, its eyes wide. Where did this red-haired monster come from? It suddenly opened its huge mouth. Behind it, the void twisted vaguely, revealing the towering phantom of an insatiable beast. Buzz, a tyrannical pulling force erupted from its mouth. The dust and shattered stones on the arena, even the distorted light around the blazing thunderball, were forcibly drawn toward that open dog mouth. The thunderball, capable of shattering mountains, actually paused midair, then uncontrollably veered off course, being forcibly pulled over by that sucking force. Gulp! A muffled sound. The Xiaotian dog tilted its neck back, its throat moving. That violent thunderball was swallowed whole. The entire arena fell into silence. Soul's sneer froze on his face. The Xiaotian dog smacked its lips a couple of times, shook its head, seeming to feel an itch in its throat, and couldn't help but sneeze. Achoo! A few sparks of electricity scattered from its nostrils and mouth corners, crackling twice before dissipating. This scene left the Western Alliance once again dumbfounded. Soul also snapped back to reality from his shock, staring at this white dog that could swallow his thunderball, his eyes lighting up. What a remarkable beast. This physique, this ability. Perfect for Asgard to mate with Fenrir. Coming soon, the Lord of the Heavens will make an appearance. Woof. What did you say about breeding? The celestial hound instantly fluffed up, baring its sharp, white teeth, and growled, "I'm not interested in your Western bitches." Below the stage, Buchan couldn't help but chuckle. Foolish dog, Fenrir is not a bitch, it's a male wolf. A ferocious wolf that can snap a god's neck. The celestial hound perked up its ears, stunned. A male. Male wolf. Are you messing with me? Buchan laughed, even more mischievously. What's the rush? In front of the gods, what does gender matter? Two males can mate just the same. Who knows, they might even produce something fiercer. I'll mate with your ancestors. The celestial hound was so furious that its fur stood on end, its paws digging at the ground, ready to pounce. At that moment, Thor moved. After being repeatedly mocked by the celestial hound, the wrath of this god of thunder had long since boiled over. He raised his war hammer high, and a more violent lightning burst erupted from the hammerhead, transforming into a thick pillar of lightning several meters in diameter, crashing down towards the still cursing celestial hound. This strike was without reservation, vowing to turn the noisy white dog into charcoal. The terrifying pressure made the celestial hound's hair stand on end. Woof. Good heavens, are you serious? The lightning pillar was already overhead. You dare to hit my dog without asking me? A calm, cold voice rang. Silver light flashed. Yang Jian had appeared in front of the celestial hound, without anyone noticing. The three-pronged, double-edged blade in his hand transformed into a streak of cold brilliance, unflinching, as it sliced directly towards the devastating lightning pillar. Not blocking, but directly confronting. Bang! The massive sound of metal clashing reverberated across the arena. The blade collided fiercely with the condensed lightning, erupting in dazzling sparks. The violent lightning surged along the blade, instantly enveloping Yang Jian's entire arm, and even half of his body. Electric snakes danced wildly, crackling loudly. Thor grinned maliciously. Dare to take my lightning, Hedon. You have guts. However, the scene he expected of his opponent being electrocuted and trembling didn't occur. Amidst the lightning, Yang Jian didn't even frown. The raging thunder struck him as if it were merely ordinary raindrops, not even singeing a single thread of his plain, white battle robe. Through the flickering arcs of electricity, his dark, golden eyes gazed at Thor, a faint hint of mockery curling at the corners of his mouth. The Western god of war. Is this the extent of your strength? Before the words fell, his arm holding the blade suddenly exerted force. A vast and overwhelming might burst forth along the blade. Thor felt an unyielding, terrifying thrust from the hammerhead, as the hammer that accompanied him through the 9 realms was uncontrollably sent flying back, slamming into his own chest. What? Thor's pupils constricted sharply, hurriedly, raising one hand to block. Bang! With a muffled sound, Thor was staggered back 3 steps by his own hammer, leaving deep cracks on the arena beneath his feet. He steadied himself, his hand gripping the hammer, trembling slightly, and for the first time true astonishment appeared in his eyes. This Dragon Kingdom's celestial being has such great strength. He was shaken inside. Before his astonishment could settle, a killing intent surged forth. Yang Jian did not give him a chance to breathe. After forcing back the warhammer, he approached like a ghost, the three-pronged, double-edged blade transforming into a sky, full of silver brilliance, each strike aiming at Thor's vital points: face, throat, and heart. Fast, accurate, ruthless. Come at me. Thor roared, suppressing his astonishment, his fighting spirit boiling even more. He wielded the thunder god's hammer, no longer pursuing long-range strikes, but instead gathering all the violent thunder into the hammer, transforming it into a devastating force for close combat, boldly charging forward. Clang, 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 clang. In an instant, the arena transformed into a battlefield of silvery light and violet lightning. Two figures collided with blinding speed, swords flashing like snow, hammers descending like mountains, each clash erupting in deafening thunder and dazzling bursts of energy. The indestructible arena floor shattered beneath their feet, cracking and exploding as dust, rubble, and stray arcs of lightning and silver radiance scattered in all directions. My God, a mere Tier 3 divine being, fighting Lord Thor to a standstill. From the Western spectator stands, countless believers gaped in disbelief, rubbing their eyes frantically, unable to accept what unfolded before them. Buchan's earlier smugness had vanished, replaced by deep confusion and unease. No, this isn't right. That Neza was also a Tier 3 divine being, and yet he never reached this level. Who or what is this Yang Jian? Just as all eyes remained riveted on the two blazing figures at the arena's heart, Buchan suddenly stiffened, jolted by a sudden realization. He whirled about, scanning wildly. No. Where's that dog? Where did that white hound go? At his cry, the crowd finally snapped awake. Amidst the fierce battle raging upon the stage, the howling skyhound, who had earlier swallowed lightning orbs and mocked the red-haired deity, had vanished without a trace. Lu Feng watched the Western spectators panic and search, then grinned, revealing gleaming white teeth. Heard the saying, the king of hell is easy to meet, but the petty ghosts are hard to deal with. Just wait. You'll see what's coming. At the arena's center, Thor grew increasingly unsettled with every Yang Jian's swordsmanship was peerless, exquisitely precise, devastatingly powerful, and augmented by uncanny, unpredictable movement. So much so that even Thor, the battle-hardened god of thunder, felt immense pressure, forced to rely solely on his superior divine strength and vast combat experience merely to hold his ground. Frustration mounted as the stalemate dragged on. Then, Thor swung his hammer with full force to deflect a diagonal slash, stepping back half a pace to reposition. Suddenly his rear foot sank into something soft, wet, and unervingly yielding. The sensation was profoundly alien. What is this? A flicker of alarm flashed across Thor's mind. His motion faltered for a split second. Yang Jian's eyes flared with sharp insight. He would never miss such an opening. His blade surged forward with renewed ferocity, forcing Thor into desperate defense, leaving no chance to glance downward. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, Thor slammed his hammer down, driving Yang Jian back, then leapt several paces away and looked down at where his foot had landed. There upon the scorched arena floor lay a small, steaming mound, mottled yellow and white. Its shape was unmistakable. Its scent, faint but unmistakable, drifted upward. Thor's mind went utterly blank. Then boundless fury erupted like a volcanic cataclysm, shattering his composure in an instant. Dog feces. Where did this come from? His eyes burned crimson, his hair bristling upright as uncontrolled lightning raged violently around his body. An unprecedented wave of humiliation surged up his spine, more searing, more enraging than any blow Yang Jian had landed. Gah! Damn it! Damn it! Roaring, he stamped down fiercely with the soiled foot, as if to crush every ounce of shame deep into the earth itself. Boom, boom, boom. The arena convulsed violently beneath him, fracturing into deep web-like fissures. Below the stage, Lu Feng added coolly, "Congratulations, Lord Thunder God. This is the authentic dog's hit fortune. Stepping on it brings auspicious blessings." Exactly, exactly. My lord, feel free to savor it thoroughly. Silence. Thor whirled around violently, his blood-red eyes locking onto Lu Feng, a torrent of savage, killing intent surging forth from his very being. Watch out, above you. Buchan's shriek tore through the air, warped by sheer terror. Thor stood on the razor's edge of blind fury and mental collapse. At the warning, he instinctively jerked his head upward, and there, suspended silently in the slanted space above him, hovered the white hound that had vanished moments before. It now lifted one hind leg in an undignified yet unmistakably targeted posture, aimed squarely. A clear, glistening arc of liquid shot forth, not too fast, not too slow, neither skewed nor wavering. Its trajectory precise, its target unerring, his wide-open mouth exposed by his upward glance. Time froze. Thor's mind went utterly blank, shut down. He could even trace the droplet's path through the air, could smell its acrid, unwelcome scent. And only as the absurdity and shock began to recede did he muster the will to dodge or defend. Plop! A few cool droplets landed with unnerving precision upon the corners of his slightly parted lips. Silence. Absolute, suffocating silence descended upon the starry sky arena. Then, Aerofort. Thor unleashed the most guttural, frenzied, and humiliating roar he had uttered since the battle began. That cry bore no resemblance to human voice, or even divine thunder. It was the howl of a beast whose dignity had been utterly trampled, driven beyond reason into absolute madness. You wretched dog, I'll reduce you to ash, scattering your dust across the cosmos. Blinded by rage, Thor didn't even pause to wipe his mouth. Instead, he thrust one arm skyward. A lightning column, thicker than any before, crackling with raw, annihilating will, erupted heavenward, striking directly at the celestial howling hound hovering midair. This blow, born of pure fury, carried terrifying power. Woof! You're serious? The celestial howling hound recoiled in sheer panic. It hadn't anticipated such an explosive reaction from the red-haired giant. Frantically retracting its water cannon, it kicked wildly with all four paws, executing a breathtaking aerial evasion, barely slipping past the lightning column's core. Yet a faint fraying tendril of electric discharge still grazed the delicate fur, edging a certain critical region near its hindquarters. A subtle, tingling jolt ran through its body. The hound stiffened, slowly lowered its gaze to its own underbelly, then raised its eyes toward Thor, who stood opposite, eyes blazing, veins pulsing with lightning. Its canine gaze first flickered with bewilderment, then shock, and finally ignited into a conflagration of pure, incandescent fury. Woof! A deafening bark saturated with boundless wrath and murderous intent drowned out even the thunderous roar of lightning. Red-haired scum, you dared touch the Lord's sacred essence. If I don't tear your testicles off and steep them in wine today, I am no longer the sun-devouring sovereign. The berserker was no longer just the thunder god. Woof! The hound's furious bark shook the heavens, its eyes blazed with lethal light, and in that instant its form dissolved into shimmering indistinctness, vanishing into the very air. Trying to flee, enraged beyond reason, Thor's Mjolnir surged with violet lightning. He prepared to unleash indiscriminate devastation upon the spot where the hound had disappeared. But a silver-white figure moved faster. Your opponent is me. Yang Jian's voice remained calm, detached, even as his figure materialized like a phantom, blocking Thor's pursuit path. His three-pronged, double-edged blade carved a cold, lethal arc, stabbing straight for Thor's exposed chest, forcing him to swing Mjolnir up in desperate defense. Get out of my way. Thor had fully snapped, strategy, discipline, restraint, all cast aside. His sole, all-consuming impulse was to shatter this silver-armored celestial warrior into fragments. Cords of muscle bulged across his arms to their limit. Mjolnir descended with the force to split mountains and cleave oceans, slamming full force into Yang Jian. Clang! Amidst the deafening impact, Thor recoiled in horror. The counterforce surging up the blade was heavier than any previous clash. It felt less like striking a weapon, and more like hammering against an unbroken, endless mountain range. Yang Jian's arm holding the blade remained immovable, steady as ancient bedrock, not a single step taken, not a tremor betrayed, while Thor himself staggered, palms stinging, chi churning violently within his chest. Thor's heart lurched in disbelief. This celestial sovereign of Longwa, his strength is still rising. Did he hold back before? Before he could process the thought, Yang Jian's assault surged forward like a relentless tide. Blades flashed like snowfall, dense as monsoon rain. Each cut bearing the cataclysmic force to cleave peaks and sunder cliffs, delivered from impossible angles along unpredictable trajectories. Thor had no choice but to focus every fiber of his being, spinning Mjolnir into an impenetrable vortex, crashing torrents of lightning against silver blade light, their collisions erupting in ceaseless detonations. Just as Thor poured every ounce of concentration into fending off Yang Jian's suffocating onslaught, hammer and blade locked once more in a brief, grinding stalemate. Yang Jian's overwhelming strength pinned Thor motionless. Just as Thor opened his mouth to snarl a threat, searing, excruciating pain lanced through his groin. The agony struck with brutal suddenness, vile, insidious, as if something razor-sharp had sunk deep into his flesh and was now twisting, tearing with savage force. His whole body locked rigid. In utter disbelief, he glanced downward, and there it was, the accursed white hound, having slipped soundlessly to his feet without a whisper. Its jaws were clamped shut, biting down with terrifying ferocity upon the most vulnerable point beneath his battle skirt, its rows of gleaming, needle-sharp fangs flashing coldly as they strained, grinding against divine armor. Woof! Damn it, this isn't pants. Wait, what is this armor made of? Can't even bite through it. Jaw muscles bulging, the celestial howling hound growled incoherently, eyes burning with thwarted fury. its hind legs scrabbling desperately against the ground to amplify its wrenching pull. Stunned silence. Across the Western Alliance spectator stands countless believers, gaped mouths agape, eyes nearly popping from their sockets, faces frozen, minds utterly void. This spectacle had shattered the very boundaries of their comprehension, and Suyu let out a soft, startled "ah." Her cheeks flushed crimson, glowing like ripe apples. She instantly clapped both hands over her eyes, yet peeked through trembling fingers, heart pounding like Songwen sucked in a sharp breath, instinctively squeezing his thighs together, grimacing as his facial muscles twitched. Sweet mother of mercy, how does that even hurt? A scream ripped from Thor's throat, more agonized, more harrowing, more saturated with unspeakable shame than the one before. It was no longer human, a distorted, soul-rending shriek, as if his very spirit were being torn apart. He tried to kick the vile, treacherous hound away, to incinerate it into cinders with lightning. Yet above him, Yang Jian's three-pronged, double-edged blade pressed down with the weight of 10,000 tons. Its force was mountainous, oceanic, numbing his arms, churning his chi, rendering him utterly incapable of breaking free or diverting his attention. He was nailed in place, forced to endure, helpless as humiliation and torment spiraled ever. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Lu Feng shook his head from below the stage, clicking his tongue with an expression of too painful to watch, yet unable to hide his mockery. How pitiful, how pitiful. The renowned god of war of the 9 realms of Northern Europe, the mighty Thor, after today, will likely have to change his name and way of life. Oh, Wu Tao immediately chimed in, pretending to be curious. Brother Feng, what should he be renamed? Lu Feng stroked his chin, his eyes darting, and a wicked smile crept across his lips. I think let's call him Sony Egg. Perfectly fitting, vivid, with a hint of exotic flair. The audience from the Dragon Nation erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Get the hell out of here. Thor heard it loud and clear, almost spitting out a mouthful of old blood filled with shame and fury. The extreme anger temporarily overshadowed the pain, and the remnants of divine power within him burned like a dying ember. Open up for me. With a tearful roar, Thor unleashed a dazzling circle of destructive lightning around. This lightning ring contained all his divine power in a berserk state, indiscriminately blasting in all directions. Yang Jian at the forefront furrowed his brow, sensing the overwhelming explosive force and unwilling to take it heeded. He vibrated his blade and retreated several feet. The hellhound that had been clinging on was also violently pushed back by the explosive lightning ring, yelping as it was blasted away, rolling several times on the ground before stopping, its white fur slightly curled and darkened from the electric shock, looking disheveled. Thor finally gained a moment to breathe. He staggered back 2 steps, his face as pale as paper, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. The sharp pain emanating from his groin was still vividly clear, compounded by an indescribable sense of emptiness and fear. He gritted his teeth against the pain and discomfort, using his warhammer to prop himself up, staring intently in the direction Yang Jian had just retreated, preparing for his next deadly assault. However, where his gaze fell, there was no one in sight. Yang Jian had vanished. A sudden tightness gripped Thor's heart, and an ominous premonition surged. At that moment, his vision blurred. Before him, not far away, stood 2 identical white hounds, baring their teeth and growling at him. Both looked just like that detestable hellhound from before. The one on the left immediately stood upright, one paw arrogantly pointing at him. Woof. What are you looking at? Come over and fight me. The one on the right quickly followed suit, its tone even more mocking. Have you ever chopped a god? Have you ever chopped the Grim Reaper? Identical voices, identical arrogance, even their contemptuous expressions were strikingly similar. Illusion. Clone. Damn demonic arts. Thor's already fraying nerves were completely provoked by this bizarre scene, and the last vestiges of reason were consumed by fury. He couldn't discern the real from the fake, nor could he analyze. All that filled his mind was a single thought: to smash these 2 damned dogs along with their damned master into a pulp. Die for me. Thor unleashed his final roar, leaping into the air. He poured all his remaining strength into Mjolnir, crashing down like a meteor towards the rightmost, most belligerent hellhound. This strike encompassed all his anger, pain, and humiliation. The power was unparalleled since the beginning. The rightmost hellhound watched with unyielding eyes as Thor, wielding world-ending might, descended. Instead of fear, a strangely human-like smirk flickered across its canine face. Just as the hammer was about to strike its head with devastating force, a flash of white light. The figure of the hellhound twisted, elongated, and transformed in an instant. The silver armor reappeared, the battle robe billowing. Yang Jian's true form in the blink of an eye emerged right under Thor's thunderous hammer strike. At this moment, Yang Jian did not raise his sword to block. He slightly turned his body, allowing the trajectory of the hammer capable of splitting mountains to pass by him, his right fist aimed at Thor's vulnerable spot. Thor was instantly gripped by terror. He wanted to struggle, to retreat. Yet he had been so intent on smashing the Hellhound that he had even unleashed all his body's functions for this strike. So much so that he could not evade this punch with all his might. Yang Jian's straightforward heavy punch from below to above landed squarely between Thor's legs. Time seemed to stretch infinitely at that moment. Everyone clearly saw Thor's fierce and violent expression freeze, then twist into an indescribable despair. Crack! A crisp shattering sound echoed through the arena barrier, clearly reaching every spectator. The sound was not loud, yet it resonated deep within every soul. The scene fell into a dead silence. The sight was too grim to behold. Thor remained in the position of descending, suspended in midair. The color drained from his face at a visible speed. His eyes widened to the brink of bursting. His mouth opened unconsciously, yet no sound escaped. Yang Jian slowly withdrew his fist, taking a step back, wiping his hands disdainfully, his expression still calm. The real Hellhound trotted to his side, shaking its slightly charred tail, its face full of mockery. Tisk tisk tsk. Lu Feng patted Wu Tao's shoulder beside him, shaking his head with a sigh, laughing at the joke. Not the man, a Thor is indeed a real man. With a weak body, he bravely faced the iron fist of the second master. This spirit of stubbornness we admire, we admire. Wu Tao immediately understood, stroking his chin and pretending to speak seriously. Brother Feng, you are mistaken. How can this be called weak? This is clearly embracing the challenge. With flesh and blood, he took on a punch from the true lord of the pure source. Throughout history, only our Thor is the greatest. Huh. Brother Wu has great literary talent. Lu Feng laughed heartily. The audience from the Dragon Nation erupted into thunderous laughter upon hearing their conversation. Meanwhile, on the arena, Thor seemed like a statue with its soul extracted. He stiffly fell back to the ground, his legs slightly inward in an unnatural position, trembling, barely able to stand. The numbness that transcended the pain and the hollow feeling deep in his bones left him with no courage even to look down and confirm. His mind was blank, buzzing. The glory of Asgard, the gaze of his wife. Everything shattered into dust with that sound of crack. Yang Jian and the Hellhound leisurely watched Thor, who stood motionless, his face ashen. Woof! Master, why isn't he moving? The Hellhound questioned in confusion. Yang Jian stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping across Thor, particularly pausing at a certain part, a faint smile, curving his lips, as he slowly said, perhaps. He is contemplating how to transition his mindset in the endless life of a god to become a consider it, good sister. He slightly lowered his head, looking at the white dog by his feet. That lightning earlier, did it hurt your thing? The Hellhound immediately raised a hind leg, tilted its head to take a look, and sighed in relief. No problem, no problem. Just a bit of curl in the fur and a little blackened, but it's fine. Functioning well. Yang Jian nodded seriously. A little black is good, a little black is good, it looks sturdy and durable. The audience from the Dragon Nation erupted into another burst of suppressed laughter. Wah! Thor could no longer bear the heart-rending taunts exchanged between master and servant. His suppressed fury surged inward, forcing another torrent of golden divine blood from his mouth. He dropped to one knee, bracing his collapsing body with his warhammer, then lifted his head. His eyes burned with boundless venom and madness as he fixed his gaze upon Yang Jian. You have destroyed the very essence of my manhood. I will have your life. Before the words had fully left his lips, his left hand shot out violently toward the void beside him. Shryak. Space itself tore open on command. A deep violet fissure split the air, vomiting forth a maelstrom of annihilating energy. From that rift he wrenched forth a colossal axe, grotesque in design, monstrous in scale. Zzz. As the weapon settled into his grasp, it resonated instantly with the last vestiges of his divine power. The dim lightning flickering around his form roared back to life as if doused with volatile fuel. His divine body shimmered with interwoven hues of crimson shadow and cerulean lightning, radiating a terrifying aura of devastation and ill omen. The remnants of the arena floor crumbling to dust beneath his feet. Beware, true lord. That axe is unnatural. Lu Feng's heart clenched. He shouted the warning urgently. At the same time, a quiet doubt stirred within him. That axe appears only in cinematic depictions. How can he truly wield it? How can he truly possess it? Hearing the cry, Yang Jian's dark golden eyes narrowed slightly, and his grip tightened on the three-pointed two-edged spear. From that massive axe, he sensed a savage, feral presence. Die. Without another word, Thor became a blur, a phantom streaked with cerulean and crimson lightning, as he raised the war axe high above his head and brought it down with the force of creation itself. Yang Jian's blade blazed with silver radiance as he met the strike. Heaton. Boom! An unprecedented cataclysmic collision, where blade met axe, space warped and detonated outward in a vortex of destructive energy. The arena's protective barrier flickered wildly. From that single impact, Yang Jian's stance shifted backward, for the first time, by half a step. Thor raged like a demon, unchained, swinging axe after axe. Cerulean arcs of cleaving light rent through space itself, striking Yang Jian with relentless fury. His assault surged like a furious tide, ruthless, swift, and laced with the desperate ferocity of mutual annihilation. Yang Jian's silver blade coiled about him like a celestial dragon, deflecting each thunderous blow with flawless grace. Once more the two warriors clashed, axe and blade swallowing all sight and sound. High above, before the hall of supreme harmony in the nine heavens, South Pole Immortal stroked his snow-white beard, smiling as he watched Yang Jian's effortless movements reflected in the mirror. The true Lord's 8-9 mystical art grows ever more refined. To withstand the enraged strike of that foreign thunder god without so much as a tremor, truly remarkable. No wonder he is the Emperor's nephew. Such innate talent, such unshakable composure, surpassing even his youth long before, surpassing even his younger self at that time. Indeed, murmured Wen Zhong beside him, his third eye faintly aglow as he studied the cerulean great axe. The immortal elder speaks wisely. Given Yang Jian's current prowess, it is entirely plausible he may one day eclipse even us old cultivators. Seated motionless at the center of the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the Jade Emperor listened silently to his minister's discourse. His gaze lingered upon Yang Jian's profile, so uncannily reminiscent of another, and he sighed almost imperceptibly. He possesses extraordinary talent, yet my own bloodline remains Though he left the sentence unfinished, every immortal and deity present was a master of subtlety, and instantly grasped the Emperor's unspoken sorrow. Once again, he was recalling the forbidden love between Princess Yaoji and her mortal consort, and lamenting the perceived impurity of Erlang Shen's lineage. Several stellar lords lowered their heads, suppressing smiles. On the arena floor, 300 exchanges had already thundered past. Thor's breath grew ragged, veins pulsing violently across his temples, his arms trembling faintly. The storm axe possessed peerless might, but demanded a terrifying toll, especially now that his vitality was severely depleted. Staring at Yang Jian, whose breath remained deep and steady, Thor roared hoarsely, "Stop pretending. After this long, how much strength could you possibly have left?" Yang Jian's blade flowed like clouds and water. At those words, a faint smile curved his lips. Pretending. When I rebelled against heaven, I fought for days without exhaustion. How long has this battle lasted? You rebelled? Ha. Thor laughed wildly, his axe strikes accelerating. What do you call heaven? Ours, the Norse heavens, is true heaven. I am the direct bloodline of Odin Allfather, the most exalted and powerful divine heir. You, a minor deity overseeing mere hundreds of thousands of mortals. Dare you stand equal to me? With what endurance will you match me? Those words struck a raw nerve deep within Yang Jian. His serene smile vanished instantly, his eyes turned glacial. His voice betrayed neither anger nor joy, only a chilling, razor-edged calm. Exalted divine heir. In that instant his blade shifted, suddenly unleashing overwhelming force, knocking the storm axe aside and halting Thor's assault mid-swing. In that fleeting pause, Yang Jian did something that stunned every witness. He reversed his wrist and plunged the three-pointed, two-edged spear deep into the shattered earth beside him. The blade quivered, humming with resonance. Then, standing tall with hands clasped behind his back, he met Thor's astonished gaze with utter stillness. You? Thor faltered, momentarily speechless. You asked what I possessed to stand as your equal. Yang Jian spoke calmly, lifting his right hand and slowly curling his fingers into a fist. Today I shall not wield this weapon. Let us see whether you can even breach my defense. Thor blinked. Then ecstasy flooded his face. This celestial sovereign dared meet the storm axe barehanded. A death wish indeed. Fine. You chose this fate yourself. Bloodlust blazed in Thor's eyes as he channeled every last spark of divine power into the axe. Cerulean lightning condensed upon the blade until it burned with unbearable intensity, turned to ash and dust. He launched himself skyward, pouring every ounce of strength, humiliation, wrath, and the final defiant pride of his bloodline into that world-splitting swing. The axe cleaved the air, descending toward Yang Jian's exposed neck. Time itself seemed to thicken slowly. All spectators held their breath. Song Wen clenched his fists until his nails bit into his palms. Wu Tao and Su Yu instinctively shut their eyes, unable to witness the grisly spectacle they expected. Only their own thundering heartbeats and the sudden feverish cries of the Western spectators echoed around them. Strike him down, Lord Thor. Kill him. Proclaim our divine supremacy. Let this arrogant Eastern god fall headless. Their voices dripped with bloodthirsty anticipation and near maniacal glee. The axe blade hovered 3 chi above Yang Jian's crown, its gale force pressure whipping his silver hair into a wild storm. At the precise moment it descended, blade mere inches from his throat. Pang! A sound like clashing metal rang out. not shrill but profoundly resonant, vibrating the very fabric of space for an instant. Startled by the unnatural boom, Song 1 and his companions snapped their eyes open. There stood the storm axe, its edge charged with Thor's full divine might pressed firmly against Yang Jian's neck. It did not pierce. No blood spilled. Not even a pale mark marred his skin. Where blade met flesh, a visible golden ripple, dense as liquid metal, burst outward in concentric waves. Yang Jian did not flinch. Not a single eyebrow twitched. His posture remained unchanged, hands still clasped behind his back. Only his silver hair streamed backward, rigid with the force of the shockwave. Time froze. This cannot be possible. Thor's pupils contracted to pinpricks. Absurdity drowned his fury utterly. The storm axe, the divine artifact capable of sundering the 9 realms, could not breach the flesh of an Eastern god. Is it truly so difficult to accept? Yang Jian slowly turned his head, and where his neck met the axe blade, a faint yet distinct metallic chime rang out. His dark golden eyes held no warmth, only icy, biting mockery. I too find it difficult to... His voice sank heavy as a stone submerged deep in a still pond. I do not understand. Why must I be the Jade Emperor's nephew? Even the simple freedom of an ordinary mortal has become an unattainable luxury. This bloodline, is it not my own gilded shackle? The Jade Emperor? Thor murmured, the title bewildered. What manner of being was this? Merely bearing a fraction of such blood rendered one this overwhelmingly mighty. Who is he? Is he the sovereign of your Longhua divine realm? Sovereign? A complex self-mocking curve flickered at Yang Jian's lips. He is the ruler of the 3 realms, the supreme sovereign of the celestial court. As for me, I merely happened upon a sliver of his most insignificant bloodline. Yet even this insignificant blood renders your world-splitting axe incapable of severing a single strand of my hair. Thor reeled as though struck by thunder. His pupils contracted sharply. His pride, the sacred blood of Odin, now seemed pale, hollow, and absurdly laughable before Yang Jian's casual dismissal of that insignificance. Staggering backward, his war axe suddenly weighed like a mountain. Yet Yang Jian granted him no respite. In that very instant, Thor retreated. His right fist, long held behind his back, moved. The punch appeared deceptively plain, yet its knuckles coalesced, a fury long suppressed. Thud! A muffled, decisive sound. Yang Jian's fist pierced Thor's hastily summoned lightning without resistance, plunging straight through his chest. Thor stiffened, disbelief flooding his gaze as he looked down. He could feel it clearly, his heart gripped tight in an icy hand. Slowly Yang Jian withdrew his arm. With the motion, a golden heart, crackling with fine azure lightning, was torn from the wound in Thor's chest, pulled forth barehanded. The heart pulsed heavily in his palm, casting its glow upon his impassive profile. No. Thor reached upward, fingers grasping futilely at empty air. Yang Jian's eyes hardened. His 5 fingers clenched. Crack! The heart exploded, shattering into a spray of golden blood and shimmering lightning motes scattering downward like falling stars. Thor's body convulsed violently as all vitality drained away. He staggered, his knees finally buckling, and crashed to the arena floor with a thunderous impact. Father, I cannot return. His voice faded, his towering frame pitched forward and collapsed lifeless. The last flicker of lightning around him sputtered twice, then died. Lord Thor. From the stands the young sirens erupted into shrieks and wails, faces contorted by the agony of shattered faith. On the arena floor Yang Jian shook his hand, expression serene and unmoved. Yet the moment he relaxed. VVVVRR. A shrill lethal shriek tore from the heavens above. A divine spear rent the void, plunging straight toward the arena's barrier. Gungnir, the eternal spear. Odin, dare you defy the rules once more? Lu Feng's familiar long spear surged forward again. His hair and beard bristled as he roared in fury. Catherine materialized within the barrier in the same breath. Her face was a mask of frost, her eyes blazing with wrath. You old fools, again. Do you truly believe this young lady is so easily trampled upon? She pressed her palms outward, whereupon celestial downforce coalesced into a radiant shield, colliding Hedon with the spear's tip. Boom! The spear tip and the prismatic barrier clashed, a cataclysmic detonation that made the entire starry sky arena tremble, its barrier flashing wildly between brilliance and darkness. Catherine's slender frame jolted, her face paled, and a thin line of golden blood traced her lip, proof of the immense strain she bore. But calamity never comes alone. Om Mani Padme Hum. A solemn, boundless Buddhist chant rolled forth from the western horizon, sudden and overwhelming. Dazzling Buddha light flooded the sky. 6 golden characters, each radiating supreme Buddhist power, spun and converged, forming a colossal golden Buddha palm that blotted out the heavens. Its palm bore the Evatoning swastika, emanating serene yet omnipotent force capable of subduing all laws and phenomena. Yet this palm did not descend upon Odin's spear. It aligned instead with the azure spearlight, striking the arena barrier together in a coordinated, devastating blow. This is the Buddha's palm of Tathagata. Lu Feng's face drained of color, alarm screamed through his mind. What does the Buddhist sect intend? Within the hall of the golden clouds, immortals and deities, who moments earlier had worn varied expressions, rose as one faces twisted in shock and fury. Tai Bai Jin Xing's whisk broom stirred of its own accord, his eyes sharp with killing intent. Excellent. Excellent. Truly excellent. So the Buddha dares tear away all pretense. Indeed, Zhao Gongming said gravely, this palm bears no hesitation, no mercy. It reads less like an attack, and more like a letter of allegiance offered to the Western pantheon. Just as they suspected, the golden Buddha palm subtly resonated with Gungnir's energy, neither clashing nor canceling, but merging in eerie synergy, amplifying their combined might into apocalyptic devastation. Already straining under Odin's furious assault alone, Catherine could not withstand this sudden betrayal from her supposed ally. Spurt. She was hurled backward, slamming hard against the distant arena wall. With her full support withdrawn, the barrier collapsed, leaving the golden Buddha palm and the eternal spear unimpeded as they descended upon Yang Jian at the arena's center. Too swift to evade, too mighty to withstand. Yang Jian's pupils contracted sharply. The 8-9 mystical art flared to its peak, crystalline light bursting from his body, while his three-pointed two-edged blade sang, fiercely poised to meet the fatal convergence. Shao Tianquan's eyes bulged with rage as he barked and thrashed Shakyamuni. You ancient wretch, do you seek death? Don't you know who our master's uncle is? As the annihilating light closed in on Yang Jian, the Jade Emperor's wrath ignited, just as he prepared to act. Clang! A clear, lingering sword chime fell from the 34th heaven, resounding across the 9 heavens and 10 realms. Though neither loud nor piercing, it instantly drowned out the Buddhist chant and silenced the spear's shriek, etching itself indelibly into every living soul's consciousness. An exquisitely condensed bluish-gray sword light, transcending time and space, appeared abruptly upon the arena, spanning the gap between Yang Jian and the converging doom. The light softened, revealing a spectral ancient bronze sword, weathered, unadorned, yet radiating a pure primordial aura of slaughter that made even celestial immortals and Buddhas tremble in their souls. Merely manifesting as a phantom, it froze both the Buddha palm, whose authority could subdue all phenomena, and Gungnir, the spear that pierced the 9 realms, midair utterly immobilized. Even Tai Bai Jin Xing, whose wisdom spanned eons, could not suppress his cry of astonishment within the hall of the golden clouds. What? It is the sword of Zhu Xian. The phantom of the Zhu Xian sword hovered in silence, becoming for that moment the sole immutable truth of heaven and earth. It tilted slightly toward the frozen palm and spear. Crack, crash. A series of crystalline fractures echoed. The majestic golden Buddha palm began splintering from the swastika at its center, fractures racing outward before exploding into a rain of golden light. Gungnir emitted a mournful wail, its divine radiance dimming rapidly as if struck by an invisible titan's fist, then recoiled violently, hurtling backward faster than it had arrived, vanishing into the void's edge. In a single stroke, effortless, elegant, it had undone the ultimate assassination attempt by 2 supreme beings. Only then did a voice resonate across all realms, imbued with peerless majesty. Disciple, how long will you persist in delusion,